Rain poured down from the sky. The cold raindrops laced with the earthy stench of mud drilled into Uchiha Gen's nostrils. He lay prone behind a patch of slippery shrubs. He clenched his molars with all his strength. Heavens, are you toying with me? 14 years had passed since he transmigrated into the world of Naruto, with neither a system nor any cheat-like powers to rely on. All he possessed was the surname Uchiha and in his eye sockets a pair of Tsutomu Sharingan. Everything else was gone. He had originally planned to rely on his foreknowledge of the plot to muddle through in Konoha all the way to the end of the story. Yet he had been thrown directly onto the front lines of the Third Ninja World War. The Battle of Canopy Bridge had not even begun and Uchiha Gen was already on the verge of meeting his end here. I'm about to be turned into a sieve here, so why hasn't my golden finger arrived yet? Uchiha Gen stared fixedly ahead as he spoke. 3 dark silhouettes suddenly burst forth through the curtain of rain. The 3 figures closed in rapidly. From ahead came the voice of their captain Yamanaka Kenichi. Xian A Ming Kaze prepared to retreat. Yamanaka Kenichi's brows were tightly furrowed. This mission had originally been to scout the supply lines of Iwagakure, but their squad had blundered into the main force of the IWA troops. Overhead a sudden roar exploded across the sky. Trying to leave. The 4 of them snapped their heads up. 3 ninja wearing Iwagakure forehead protectors descended from the sky landing in a triangular formation. They sealed off the Konoha squad in the middle, allowing no escape. The leading man was burly, a long knife scar running across his face. The scar-faced man stared fixedly at Xian and the others. Their opponents were 3 jonin. The blood drained from Yamanaka Kenichi's lips in an instant. Captain, what do we do? Uchiha Ming gripped his kunai tightly. Cold sweat broke out across his palms. Beside him Hyuga Kaze had already activated his Byakugan. Hyuga Kaze's features had almost scrunched together with tension. There are 10 more Chunin around us. We've been surrounded. This was now a dead end. Yamanaka Kenichi's chest heaved violently once. He turned and stepped in front of the 3 of them. Xian A Ming Kaze, the 3 of you split up and run. I'll stay behind to cover the retreat. Don't be ridiculous, if we go together. Uchiha Gen immediately retorted. To abandon his comrades and flee alone was something he could not bring himself to do. Veins bulged on Yamanaka Kenichi's forehead. That is an order. Yamanaka Kenichi's hands flew through a rapid sequence of seals. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball tore through the curtain of rain, surging forward. It hurtled straight toward the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man's lips curled upward. His own hands formed seals in turn. You even dare flaunt such a petty fire style in front of us. Earth-style earth flow wall. A towering earthen wall surged up from the ground. The fireball slammed into it and exploded apart. The moment the wall rose, the other 2 IWA jonin moved into action. The 2 split left and right, beginning a pincer maneuver. Relying on his Byakugan, Hyuga Kaze saw their movements clearly. Be careful. Yet he was still half a beat too slow. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. A kunai stabbed straight through Yamanaka Kenichi's heart. His body went rigid in an instant. He stared unblinkingly at the blood-drenched tip of the blade protruding from his chest. Captain. Uchiha Ming's voice trembled uncontrollably. Yamanaka Kenichi coughed up a mouthful of blood. He turned his head to glance back at Uchiha Gen. Survive. With those final words, Yamanaka Kenichi collapsed into the muddy water. Blood spread out along the surface of the puddle. A thin line of blood burst from the corner of Uchiha Gen's eye. No. Since his transmigration, Yamanaka Kenichi had always taken care of him, the green recruit. And now that man had died right before his eyes. Uchiha Gen clenched his teeth so hard they creaked. Bloodshot veins crawled across his eyes as the 2 tomo within his Sharingan spun rapidly. I'm going to kill you. Uchiha Gen sprang forward, charging straight ahead. Uchiha Ming's face was filled with panic. Gen, don't rush in. He reached out to grab him, but his hand closed on empty air. The IWA jonin beside the scar-faced man snorted coldly, bringing his hands together sharply. Earth-style earth spear technique. From the ground, thick earthen spears jutted up, blocking Uchiha Gen's path. Relying on the vision of his Tsutomu, he rolled back and forth through the gaps between the spears, barely evading the attack. Just as Gen found his footing, another IWA jonin's assault had already reached him. A dozen shurikens sliced through the air with a howl, sealing off all avenues of retreat. There was simply no way to dodge. Suddenly a figure burst out from the side, slamming heavily into Uchiha Gen and tackling him to the ground. It was Uchiha Ming. The shuriken all sank into flesh. Uchiha Ming's back was bristling with embedded blades, blood dyeing his entire combat uniform red. Why? Uchiha Gen's voice was utterly hoarse. Blood kept bubbling out of Uchiha Ming's mouth. The corners of his lips twitched upward in a stiff attempt at a smile. You are the hope of the Uchiha. Live on. A sudden violent throbbing pain blasted through the depths of Uchiha Gen's brain. Hope. What hope? When he could not even protect his comrades. Uchiha Gen's breathing grew rougher and rougher. A tearing agony erupted from within his eyeballs. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood-red light churned in his eyes. The 2 tomo that had been spinning rapidly began to elongate. Their edges warped and twisted until at last a third Tomo condensed into being. His three-Tomo Sharingan had awakened. With it, the falling raindrops in his field of vision seemed to slow and the enemy's movements grew sluggish to his perception. The scar-faced man hurled a heavy punch at him, the fist carrying a chill wind. Before, Uchiha Gen would never have been able to dodge such a blow, but now he merely shifted his shoulder half an inch. The fist grazed his cheek and smashed past him. That single punch shattered the massive tree behind Uchiha Gen. The scar-faced man's eyebrows lifted in surprise. He dodged it. The scar-faced man had not expected this brat to still be capable of such a burst of power. Uchiha Gen left no opening, lowering his body as he lunged forward. Reversing his grip on the kunai, he slashed straight at the man's neck. The scar-faced man instantly raised his arm to block. The kunai clanged against his bracer, throwing off a spray of sparks. A tremendous shock ran up Uchiha Gen's arm, knocking him back several steps. The chakra within his body plummeted rapidly. The three-Tomo Sharingan devoured chakra at a fearsome rate. After only a few brief exchanges, his legs had already begun to weaken and tremble. The scar-faced man watched the panting Uchiha Gen, that same crooked smile tugging at his lips once more. Is this your limit already? Even opening your eyes is useless. Without strength, everything is meaningless. Step by step, the scar-faced man advanced. Uchiha Gen's chest felt so tight he could scarcely breathe. Not far away, Hyuga Kaze had been struck down by another jonin lying motionless on the ground. It was all over. Uchiha Gen's legs went weak. One knee sank into the muddy puddle. His vision grew darker and began to blur. Uchiha Gen dug his 10 fingers deep into the mud. You won't be leaving here today. The scar-faced man's voice came from above, looking down on him. Those words drilled directly into Uchiha Gen's. The icy voice fell with the pounding rain. The scar-faced man's eyes were filled with mockery as his 10 fingers intertwined and flipped, rapidly forming seals in quick succession. The muddy ground began to tremble as more than a dozen boulders the size of millstones burst from the earth, their surfaces bristling with sharp spikes. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. A blood-red haze filled Uchiha Gen's vision. He panted heavily, chest heaving violently, each breath ragged and hoarse. The three-Tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun at a frantic speed, capturing the trajectory of every single rock, yet his body felt unbearably heavy. He could not even lift a single finger. There was no way to dodge. His chakra was nearly exhausted and his muscles had been torn on a massive scale during his last explosive outburst. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hyuga lying in a muddy puddle beside him, half his body dyed red with blood. His Byakugan stared blankly at the sky. He did not even have the strength to twitch. The rocks howled as they came crashing down. Uchiha Gen bit through his own lip with a savage snap, forcing out the last trace of strength through the spike of pain. He kicked off the ground and hurled himself forward. His shoulder slammed hard into Hyuga waist, knocking him bodily out of the falling rock's coverage. Dull thuds sounded in rapid succession as the rocks smashed into flesh. A brutal impact crashed into Uchiha Gen's back. His breastbone emitted a series of teeth-aching cracks as it shattered. His whole body was blasted into the air, and he spat out a great mouthful of blood mixed with shredded viscera mid-flight. His body slammed into a tree trunk more than 10 meters away, snapping it cleanly at the waist. He slid along the slick bark and rolled into a muddy pool. Rainwater mixed with mud flooded into his mouth. Uchiha Gen kept his eyes open as the scene before him fractured and doubled. The sky turned a dark, ominous red. The sound of his heartbeat grew weaker and weaker. Hyuga lay not far away. Catching this sight from the corner of his eye, his lips opened and closed in futile motion as tears mingling with rain slid down his cheeks. It was all over. The Konoha scouting squad had reached a dead end. The scar-faced man lowered his hands and strode leisurely forward through the muddy water. His gaze swept over Uchiha Gen's twisted body, the sneer at the corner of his lips stretching to its limit. How touching. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, idiots like that die the fastest. The scar-faced man tilted his head and jerked his chin toward an Iwagakure Chunin beside him. Go dig out those Sharingan eyes. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are hard currency on the black market. Don't damage them. The Iwa Chunin bared his teeth in a feral grin, reversed his grip on the kunai, and stepped toward Uchiha Gen lying in the muddy water, one step at a time. Uchiha Gen heard the approaching footsteps drawing ever closer. A wave of vertigo swept through his mind. He felt his soul being peeled away from the shattered body. Was he going to die just like this? He had crossed into the world of Naruto for 14 years with no background and no talent, living every day in the shadow of the clan extermination night, on edge and afraid. He had finally made it onto the battlefield, only to die like a stray dog in some nameless corner, unable even to avenge his captain, unable to protect the life of his dearest friend. How could he accept that? He refused to accept it. I must live. I will grind this pack of scum into minced meat. That unyielding thought roared from the depths of his soul. The will to tear apart everything and protect everything boiled to the limit within his dying shell. At the very instant the Iwa Chunin's boot stepped into the puddle beside Uchiha Gen, a cold mechanical synthetic voice exploded in the depths of his mind. Detected intense protective will and near-death state. Soul frequency analysis complete. Conditions met for activation of Saiyan bloodline. Beginning fusion with host's Kekkei Genkai Sharingan. Saiyan bloodline awakening system officially online. Host identity confirmed Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen's dim pupils abruptly contracted. It had arrived. This damned golden cheat finally showed up at the last second before the King of Hell turned his ledger. The mechanical voice did not pause, continuing its icy broadcast in his mind. Near-death power-up mechanism has been triggered. Base combat strength will undergo a massive permanent increase. The instant the words fell, Uchiha Gen felt his heart give a violent pump. A raging, searing energy erupted from deep within it, flooding through his limbs and bones in a single instant. Under the embrace of that energy, his shattered breastbone crackled and snapped, and within the blink of an eye completed its reconstruction and reconnection. Torn muscle fibers writhed and healed at high speed, becoming even tougher than before. Dried-up meridians were forced open by the brutal surge of energy, and a tidal sense of power rolled in waves, filling every inch of flesh and blood. Hiruzen lay in the muddy water, barely maintaining his Byakugan. He had only wanted to look at his comrade one last time, but when his gaze fell upon Uchiha Gen, his entire body went rigid. In his vision, the faint blue chakra within Uchiha Gen's body, which had been on the verge of flickering out, was suddenly swallowed by a dazzling golden energy. That golden energy was tyrannical to the extreme, rampaging through his meridians. Wherever it passed, every injury was forcibly repaired, while the overall energy level of his body surged upward at an unreasonable speed. It was a density of energy Hiruzen had never seen in his entire life, like a miniature sun crammed into the body of a teenage boy. This was not chakra at all. By now the IWA Chunin had already reached Uchiha Gen's side. Looking down from above at that mud-stained face, he raised the kunai in his hand. Kid, in your next life, don't be a Konoha ninja. The Chunin sneered as he swung the kunai down, driving it straight toward Uchiha Gen's right eye socket. Bang! Muddy water exploded upward. The grin on the IWA Chunin's face froze in an instant as his pupils shrank sharply, reflecting a pair of eyes that had suddenly snapped open. Within that pair of eyes, blood red surged, and the three tomo spun wildly as if they could suck a person's soul straight in. What terrified him even more was that a mud-stained hand had at some unknown moment lifted up and now rested lightly around his wrist. The tip of the kunai halted less than an inch from that Sharingan eye and could no longer advance even a fraction. You just said you wanted to dig out my eyes. Uchiha Gen's voice was hoarse, laced with a bone-chilling, murderous intent that made the scalp crawl. The IWA Chunin yanked hard, only to find the other's fingers clamped to his wrist like iron pliers welded in place. He could even hear the protesting grind of his own wrist bones. Impossible. You brat was clearly already. Cold sweat burst from the Chunin's forehead, his voice breaking with fear. Uchiha Gen had no intention of letting him finish his nonsense. His fingers clenched down with sudden force. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bone rang out in the rainy night. The Chunin's wrist was crushed into a grotesque angle, and the kunai slipped from his hand, dropping into the muddy water. Before his scream could even roll out of his throat, Uchiha Gen's other hand was already clenched into a fist. Muscles bulged along his arm in an instant, as with a shrill whistle his punch smashed solidly into the Chunin's chest. Boom. The sound was nothing like flesh meeting flesh, it was more akin to a heavy hammer bursting through a drum. The IWA Chunin's chest cavity caved in the moment it met the fist, while the combat vest on his back burst open in a jagged hole. His feet left the ground entirely as he was blasted backward, skimming along just above the surface of the earth. Along the way he shattered 4 or 5 large trees, gouging a nearly 20-meter-long trench into the muddy ground before crashing heavily into a massive boulder. When he slid down from it, he was nothing more than a pile of mangled flesh, unrecognizable as human. Rainwater washed over broken branches and scattered leaves. The scar-faced man stood not far away, frozen in place with one hand still resting on his hip. Another IWA Jonin had his mouth hanging open, eyes bulging, as he pointed a trembling finger ahead, unable to utter a single word for a long while. What had just happened? What exactly had happened in that instant? The scar-faced man rubbed his eyes hard and stared once more at the 20-meter trail of destruction, his scalp prickling with numbness. That Chunin, while of only average strength, was still a battle-hardened shinobi, yet he had been killed in a single punch by a 14-year-old brat whose chakra was exhausted and whose bones had all been broken. No hand seals. No fluctuation of chakra. It was nothing but pure physical strength pushed to an extreme. Damn it, what forbidden technique of Konoha is this? Even the Akimichi clan's human bullet tank isn't this absurd. The scar-faced man swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the panic in his chest as he frantically searched his intel for answers. Medical ninjutsu could not restore such injuries in an instant. Genjutsu could not fabricate destruction so tangible. The only plausible explanation was that the brat had been playing dead, using some life-burning forbidden technique in exchange for a brief eruption of power. Yes, this had to be it. The scar-faced man's gaze turned vicious again as his hands moved toward the ninja tool pouch at his waist. He roared at the Jonin beside him, "Don't just stand there. That brat used a forbidden technique, he can't hold out for long. Wear him down with long-range ninjutsu." In the muddy puddle, Uchiha Gen slowly rose to his feet. The body that had felt like lead now seemed impossibly light. The raging energy within him, this force called ki, surged through his limbs with each heartbeat, and every muscle fiber howled with a craving for battle and destruction. Near-death power-up, the most unreasonable innate gift of the Saiyan bloodline. Each time he crawled back from the gates of hell, not only would his wounds heal, but his base combat strength would soar. Uchiha Gen lowered his head to look at his own hands, clenching, relaxing, then clenching again. Feeling the power almost overflowing between his knuckles, a cruel curve slowly lifted the corner of his lips. So this was what it felt like to possess power. No more careful calculation of chakra, no more racking his brains over tactics. He only needed to smash every obstacle before him to dust. Uchiha Gen lifted his head. Across the curtain of rain, his three-demo Sharingan locked unerringly onto the scar-faced man. His gaze was suffused with crushing pressure. He slowly raised his right hand and crooked his index finger at the scar-faced man, his tone dripping with utter contempt. Come on, continue. Let me see what other little waves you pieces of trash can stir up. The taunt completely enraged the scar-faced man. His eye twitched wildly and veins bulged on his forehead. Arrogant little brat, do you really think some last gasp burst from a forbidden technique can turn the tables? I'll blast you into slag right now. His hands flew through Seal's chakra, surging madly without restraint. The Jonin beside him immediately joined in forming Seals, their two powerful Earth-style chakras converging in the air. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth-style Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground roiled violently as a mudslide surged into a roaring mire. From within that swamp, a massive earth dragon tore itself free of the ground, jaws yawning like an abyss, as it lunged toward Uchiha Gen with overwhelming crushing might. Facing the coordinated execution of two Jonin, Uchiha Gen simply stood where he was, not even making the slightest move to evade. Feeling the system's prompt resound in his mind once more, Uchiha Gen's eyes turned utterly cold. The blood in his veins ignited like boiling magma. The raging power within him needed an outlet. The earth beneath Uchiha Gen's feet had turned into a swamp, with the immense suction pulling at his legs, attempting to drag him. The scarred face pressed his hands firmly into the muddy water, veins bulging on his forehead as chakra surged wildly. The Yellow Spring Swamp. Coupled with the strangling effect of the Earth Dragon's technique, this combination of ninjutsu could ensnare even a shadow-level powerhouse. Die, little brat. The corner of the scarred face's mouth twisted into a grotesque arc, his eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Gen in the mire, as if he could already envision his opponent being torn to shreds. The nearby rock-hidden Jonin did not hesitate, swiftly pulling out two shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, flicking his wrist to send them hurtling into the air. The explosive tags at the tails of the shuriken crackled as they ignited, drawing a dozen red lines through the rain, sealing off all space above the Yellow Spring Swamp. The shadow of the Earth Dragon loomed over Uchiha Gen's head. Uchiha Gen stood still, unmoving. The swamp beneath his feet was indeed pulling at him, but the force was trivial, it could not budge him at all. He quietly watched the Earth Dragon rush towards him, observing the explosive tags falling from the sky. A memory flickered in his mind of Yama Kenshiro blocking a blade for him, his gravelly voice urging, "Survive." He also recalled Uchiha May taking all the shuriken on her back, her intermittent words echoing in his mind, "You are hope." A similar scene. The same attack. Moments ago, he could only watch as his companions paved the way for him with their lives. A surge of anger ignited deep within his heart. This anger was directed at himself, at that weak version of himself born from fury. Why? Why was he so weak back then? Why could he only watch helplessly as his companions fell one by one before him? Just as the explosive tags were about to detonate, a cold voice echoed in Uchiha Gen's mind once more. Detection of hosts will explosion due to intense anger, meeting the activation conditions for the Mangekyō Sharingan, separating negative emotions. Injecting pure protective power. Uchiha Gen abruptly raised his head, the veins on his neck bulging, opening his mouth to unleash a roar that shook the entire forest. This was no longer the wail of a dying man, but a roar of anger at his own frailty. The searing energy within him seemed to respond to the call of the roar, breaking free from the confines around his heart, surging along his meridians, crashing directly into his mind. Bloodlines cracked open beneath his eyes. The three tomo in his pupils spun rapidly, leaving countless afterimages in the whites of his eyes, tearing, merging, and reconstituting into a new form. The blue chakra was devoured by that force. When the three tomo expanded to their limits, they shattered violently, instantly reforming into a hexagram pattern. At the center of the pattern, a point of emerald light glowed. Boom! Dozens of explosive tags detonated simultaneously. The blinding flames and deafening roars swept across the battlefield. The shockwave raised waves of mud several stories high, uprooting dozens of towering trees, which crashed into the distant underbrush. The Earth Dragon slammed into the center of the explosion, collapsing heavily. Thick smoke mixed with rain rose, obscuring the swamp. The rock-hidden Jonin sneered, lowering his hand from forming seals, glancing at his leader. "Captain, that little brat is nothing but dust now." The scarred face exhaled a breath of foul air, pulling his hands from the muddy water, straightening his back, the caution on his face dissipating. The forbidden technique is indeed formidable, but in the end he's just a little brat with nearly depleted chakra. Even an elite Jonin from Konoha would perish under the bombardment of 2 upper ninjas, let alone a faltering Uchiha. Hurry and find the Aiza with such a big explosion, we can't let the Sharingan get destroyed. The scarred face muttered, preparing to approach the center of the explosion. As he lifted his foot, the scarred face froze in place, his pupils dilating sharply, his gaze fixated on the thick smoke that had yet to disperse. A heavy pressure emanated from the smoke, growing stronger by the moment. Raindrops falling from the sky were repelled by an invisible force, creating a rain-free area in midair. The air crackled under unbearable strain, as if it would shatter at any moment. Then a golden beam of light tore through the black smoke, breaking through the rain curtain, shooting directly into the sky. The surrounding air did not heat up, instead it became exceptionally heavy due to the concentrated energy. The ground beneath emitted creaking sounds as though it was pressing down on an invisible mountain. What? What is that thing? The rock-hidden Jonin stumbled back 3 steps in fear, his legs shaking. The golden beam gradually coalesced. The violent wave of energy surged outward, blowing away the remaining dust and smoke. Uchiha Gen stood at the bottom of the deep pit, the original yellow spring swamp being forcefully displaced, forming a dry circular area. His clothes were tattered from the earlier explosion, revealing his strong muscles. His black hair defied logic, standing on end, losing its color and taking on a dazzling golden hue. A pair of emerald green eyes coldly regarded the 2 figures before him, the hexagram pattern in his pupils slowly rotating, devoid of any emotion. He was enveloped in a blazing golden aura. Super Saiyan Stage 1. This aura merely burned quietly, yet it exerted enough pressure to slightly warp the surrounding space. Hinata Kaze lay on the dry ground in the distance, barely opening the eye that hadn't been smeared with mud. He saw Uchiha Gen's body and began to tremble all over. Through the Byakugan's vision, the energy density within Uchiha Gen had reached a level that Hinata Kaze could not comprehend. This was not chakra flowing through meridians. It was fundamentally an energy source radiating terrifying power. Hinata Kaze had only seen this level of energy on the tailed beasts recorded in the village's ancient scrolls. No, it was even more pure and oppressive than the chakra of the tailed beasts. The scarred face's teeth ground together, his hand unconsciously reaching for the kunai at his waist, veins bulging on the back of his hand, clearly flustered. There were no hand seals. No changes in chakra properties. That golden flame did not even allow raindrops to touch it, appearing out of thin air, blocking all lethal ninjutsu and explosive tag power. This was not ninjutsu at all. This was the power of a monster. Stop pretending. Die. The scarred face suppressed the panic in his heart, eyes bloodshot, grabbing a kunai and charging forward. The other rock-hidden Jonin gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to flee, coordinating with his captain to flank from the side, his hands filled with poison sabon. The 2 moved quickly, reaching the golden figure in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Gen slowly pulled his foot from the pit, twisting his neck, the bones cracking in a series of crisp sounds. As the scarred face lunged toward him, Uchiha Gen couldn't even be bothered to dodge. He simply stood there casual. The scarred face let out a loud shout, pouring all his chakra into his right arm, the sharp kunai whistling as it stabbed toward Uchiha Gen's heart. The tip of the kunai stopped just half an inch from his chest. Blocking the attack was that layer of golden flame. The poison sabon launched by the rock-hidden Jonin from the side struck the golden flame, not even sparking a firefly, and was crushed to shreds. Is this the strength you pride yourselves on? Uchiha Gen slowly raised his eyelids, his emerald pupils fixed on the scarred face, his voice cold. The scarred face's scalp tingled, a deadly sense of crisis, instantly overwhelming his rational mind. Run. He had to run. Staying would surely lead to being torn apart by this golden-haired monster. Without hesitation, the scarred face released the kunai, his feet pounding against the ground, as he flew backward, simultaneously shouting for the other Jonin to retreat. Uchiha Gen stood in place, watching the 2 fleeing in panic, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand, slowly pointing his index finger forward. A point of golden light rapidly coalesced at his fingertip. The surrounding space began to visibly warp under the high-density energy compression. This is a power you've never seen before, remember it for the next life. Uchiha Gen lightly tapped his index finger. A beam of golden light as thick as a finger shot out instantly. The prototype of a death ray. The speed of the beam exceeded that of sound, leaving a long golden afterimage in the air. The scarred face retreating didn't even turn his head. The golden beam pierced through the body of the right-side Jonin without creating a single drop of blood. The wound along with flesh vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. The beam maintained its speed, penetrating the scarred face's back. The 2 bodies froze for a moment in their fleeing posture before crashing heavily to the ground. Uchiha Gen slowly lowered his right hand, the golden light at his fingertip fading away. Feeling the endless power coursing through him, he turned his head to gaze at the distant tranquil forest. 2 kilometers away, atop a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace, a white-haired youth knelt on the trunk, his muscle. Kakashi gripped the white fang short blade behind his back, his exposed right eye's pupils shrinking to a small black dot, staring intently at the soaring golden figure in the distance. The 2 Konoha Chunin who had come to assist him crouched beside Kakashi, terrified to the point of speechlessness, their legs trembling, uncontrollably struggling to hold onto their ninja tools. Kakashi felt as if his breath had stopped. As Obito's friend, he was well acquainted with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. He still retained the gift from Obito in his left eye. However, everything happening before him made him question his understanding of being a ninja over the past decade. No hand seals. No changes in chakra properties. Simply standing there, he unleashed power capable of repelling vast amounts of rainwater and effortlessly annihilating 2 elite rock-hidden Jonin. Especially that last golden beam, which was so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't catch it. This was not any known taijutsu or ninjutsu in the ninja world. What monstrous power was the Uchiha clan? Kakashi swallowed hard, slowly loosening his grip on the short blade, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, preparing to issue a contact order. The towering pillar of golden light gradually dissipated. Yuzhibo Xian's once erect golden hair returned to black, and the fierce aura that had surrounded him faded away. The oppressive weight that had filled the scene vanished in an instant, as if nothing had occurred. His stomach clenched empty and gnawing with hunger. Yuzhibo Xian could not hold on. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. The toll of this new form proved far greater than he had anticipated. In his mind, a system voice resounded. First-time activation of Mangekyō Super Saiyan 1 form detected the body exhibits adaptive deficits. Please replenish large amounts of energy and protein as soon as possible. A novice gift pack has been issued, a primer on the use of basic chi, teaching you how to sense it, heal wounds, and strengthen yourself. Yuzhibo Xian ignored the system. Struggling, he rose to his feet and walked toward Ri Xiongfeng, who still lay alive a short distance away. Ri Xiongfeng lay in the mud, his gaze vacant and fixed on the sky. The vascular patterns of his Byakugan had faded. He evidently no longer possessed the strength to sustain his bloodline limit. Yuzhibo Xian crouched and laid 2 fingers on Ri Xiongfeng's wrist. New knowledge had appeared in his mind. Following that intuition, he stirred a faint thread of chi within himself and slowly guided it into Ri Xiongfeng's body. This golden energy was not as gentle as chakra. It was imperious and forceful. It surged into Ri Xiongfeng's wounded meridians, bracing shattered bones and wrenching back the last fraying thread of life. Ri Xiongfeng's body trembled. Animation returned to his previously hollow eyes. He stared at Yuzhibo Xian, mouth slightly parted, unable to speak. Xian. You. Don't speak. Save your strength. Yuzhibo Xian withdrew his fingers, his voice hoarse. At that moment, sounds came from the trees. A dozen or so shinobi wearing my headbands emerged from behind the trees. Leading them was a silver-haired youth with half his face masked, Chimu Kakashi. Kakaxi's team gathered, yet none dared approach. Each of them fixed their gaze on Yuzhibo Xian, fingers wide around kunai as if about to snap them. Everyone held their breath in mute awe. Kakaxi's left eye, its 3-demo Xyalunion, spun wildly, trying to grasp exactly what had transpired. What was that? It was not ninjutsu. No hand seals had been used. Nor was it taijutsu. Kakashi had seen the crimson steam of the 8 gates, but beside this golden blaze it was an entirely different phenomenon. More terrifying still, those 2 Yanin Jonin had been wiped out by a single beam of light, given no opportunity to retaliate. Kakaxi's clothing at the back was soaked through. He steadied himself and advanced slowly, keeping a distance that would allow him to retreat at any moment. His throat was dry as he spoke. Yuzhibo Xian. What happened here? Yuzhibo Xian looked up at Kakashi. 3 tomo slowly materialized in his black pupils, merging into a hexagram pattern. Kakaxi's Xyalunion pupils contracted. Mangekyō Xyalunion. That pattern, he had never seen it recorded on any scroll. Just as you saw, Yanin scum cleaned up, Yuzhibo Xian said quietly, his words blunt and matter-of-fact. That kind of power. Kakashi did not know how to frame the question. I was lucky in battle and broke through. Yuzhibo Xian stood and said evenly, a special Mangekyō. This is the power of our Yuzhibo clan. Power of the Yuzhibo. Kakaxi's heart lurched. The Yuzhibo clan still harbored such a trump card. Able to transform to unleash golden flames. If others possessed this power. Kakashi dared not follow the thought. This was too grave a matter. He had to report it immediately to the 3rd Hokage. He asked nothing further. Casting a long look at Yuzhibo Xian, he summoned the medical ninja to tend to Ri Xiongfeng. The squad escorted the 2 of them and hurried back toward Mai with all speed. The return was heavy with tension. Members of Kakaxi's squad, whether deliberately or unconsciously, put a dozen meters between themselves and Yuzhibo Xian. It was the Boda's instinctive recoil when faced with an incomprehensible force. 2 hours later, the gates of my village came into view. My hospital. In the emergency ward, several senior medical ninja clustered over Ri Xiongfeng's injury report, brows knitted in deep concern. 7 broken ribs, a punctured lung, multiple internal hemorrhages. With those injuries, another person would already be dead. How did he possibly make it back to the village? Look here, a female medical ninja said, pointing to the residual energy analysis in the report. There is a strange energy in his body, not chakra yet highly active. It was this force that preserved his life. When Ri Xiongfeng awoke, he said Yuzhibo Xian saved him. He also said he saw golden fire erupt from Xian, and it killed 2 Yanin Jonin in an instant. The ward fell silent. Those present exchanged looks, none speaking, all solemn. Beneath the Hokage Tower in Root's base, within a dim tatami room, Zamora Tuanzang sat at the head listening as a kneeling subordinate reported intelligence from the front. Jonin Shimu Kakaxi reports that Yuzhibo Xian awakened a new form of Mangekyō Xiaolunian in battle, which appears to transmute bodily energy into golden flames with accounts of instantly killing 2 Yanin Jonin. Preliminary assessment places his power at the Kage level, perhaps higher. The candlelight in the room flickered. Tuanzang's bandaged right hand twitched. The closed eyelid above his right eye fluttered. Golden flames. Yuzhibo. Tuanzang murmured in a voice meant for himself alone, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, possessiveness burning in his gaze. Another Yuzhibo genius. Another pair of eyes he could collect. And that unfamiliar golden power. Keep Yuzhibo Xian under constant surveillance. I want to know everything he does, not a single thing may slip by me, not even how many bowls of rice he eats each day. Yes. The shadow answered and vanished. Yuzhibo clan estate, the patriarch's residence. The atmosphere here contrasted sharply with outside. Everyone was aglow with excitement. Yuzhibo Fu sat in the main seat holding intelligence delivered by the Umbu, his face stern. Below him the elders and Jonin had already split into factions. Ha ha. Heaven itself favors the Yuzhibo, cried a hawkish elder, slapping his thigh until his face flushed. Golden flames. Killed 2 Jonin in a stroke. Fuwe clan had surely the ancestors speak through this. It proves the Yuzhibo are supreme. Indeed. Another radical Jonin rose eyes alight. Why bother with coups? With this power we can march into the Hokage Tower and force the third to hand over authority. This is true glory. This signals the Yuzhibo's ascent. Anyone who resists, let them taste the gold. The radicals gushed as if the Yuzhibo would rule by dawn. But the conservative elders were each ashen-faced. Fools! You're driving the clan into the pit, an elderly conservative snapped his fingers, trembling. With such ostentatious power, what will my leadership think? They'll only see the Yuzhibo as an intolerable threat and move to eliminate us. Exactly. Tuanzang, that serpent is surely baring his teeth as we speak. This is not glory, it's a death sentence. This power's origin is obscure and too conspicuous. It will only deepen the rift between us and the village. We should have Xian conceal this ability immediately and say it's an ordinary Mangekyō. Cowards, the hawk elder shot back. Having such might and hiding it, are we to wag our tails like dogs? You would disgrace the Yuzhibo. You are the one leading the clan to ruin. The meeting erupted into shouts. The radicals exulted while the conservatives fretted. The two sides argued without cease. Yuzhibo Fuyu remained silent, rubbing the edge of a scroll with his thumb until his knuckles went white. His thoughts were in turmoil as well. Had he not privately entertained many of the radicals' ambitions? Yet the conservatives' fears were responsibilities he as clan patriarch had to confront. Yuzhibo Xian, this 14-year-old, and the power he carried, was both blessing and peril to the Yuzhibo. If wielded correctly, it could lift the clan from its present plight. If mishandled, it could doom the entire family. Silence. Fuyu's eyes snapped open and he barked. 3 Tomo surfaced in his dark gaze, and a wave of pressure hushed the room. The noisy chamber fell utterly quiet. Until matters are understood, no one is to trouble Xian, Fuyu said coldly. He is the Yuzhibo's hero, not a criminal. He cast a glance at the feverish radicals. Power without prudence breeds disaster. Anyone who acts rashly and sabotages my plans will be treated as a traitor to the clan. Then he turned to the conservatives. Fear and retreat do not beget peace. From today onward, the Yuzhibo need no longer hide their claws. Fuyu rose and faced everyone, declaring each word deliberately. This power belongs to us, the Yuzhibo. At that moment, a member of the Yuzhibo security squad rushed in and dropped to one knee. Report, clan head, an order has arrived from the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage Yuanfei Rishin himself wishes to see Yuzhibo Xian. Xian stepped onto the wooden floor, walking to the end of the corridor on the top floor of the Hokage building. The 2 red wooden doors were slightly ajar, and without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. Behind the desk sat the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, taking slow puffs from his pipe. On either side of the sofa were his advisors Uzumaki Sakura and Midogate N. In the shadows at the back of the office sat a one-eyed old man, half of his body wrapped in bandages. Shimura Danzo's gaze was fixed intently on Xian, who had just entered. The upper echelons of Konoha were gathered today. Xian stopped 3 meters in front of the desk, standing straight. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, tapped off the ash, and forced a gentle smile. Let's talk, he said, clearing his throat and inquiring about the situation at the front lines in the land of grass, focusing on the power that could instantly kill 2 Iwagakure Jonin. Xian, uninterested in small talk, directly activated the chi within his body. His black pupils instantly turned blood red and a 6-pointed star pattern spun rapidly in his eyes as the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. As the kaleidoscope activated, the system's detection function sprung to life. The world in his eyes changed. Different colored energy spheres emerged around the 4 old men, each marked with a combat power value. Xian quickly scanned the 4 of them. The energy spheres around Uzumaki Sakura and Midogate and were dim, a grayish white with values just over 2,000. These two advisors were practically done for spending their days playing power games in the office. Their bodies severely degraded, and they were not even as strong as a regular elite jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's value was 6,005. He was surrounded by a yellowish-brown light which, although large, was somewhat scattered. His chakra levels were acceptable, but his vitality was clearly on the decline, the signs of aging unmistakable. Finally, Xian turned to the shadowy figure of Danzo. A glaring red light swirled around Danzo and his value shot up to 7,001. But the energy felt repulsive, cold, and viscous, carrying a stench that clearly did not belong to him. Xian understood that this old dog had definitely implanted something sinister. Having grasped the details of these people, Xian smirked coldly. He turned off the kaleidoscope and his eyes returned to pure black. The ability to see through others' trump cards was essentially a cheat in information warfare. Xian looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and directly stated his prepared remarks. He claimed that he was on the brink of death on the battlefield, and the intense will to survive stimulated the Uchiha bloodline limit, causing the fundamental forces of his spirit and body to collide, resulting in an ancestral mutation. This energy surpassed chakra, which he called chi. As for the transformation that turned his hair golden and engulfed him in flames, he referred to it as Super Saiyan form. Just as he finished speaking, Mito En slammed his hand down on the armrest of the sofa. Nonsense. Mito En's face turned stern, adopting a condescending tone. The ninja world has relied on chakra for thousands of years. Where would this chi come from? Don't think that just because you've achieved some merit on the battlefield you can spout whatever you want in the Hokage office. Uzumaki Sakura chimed in. Exactly, this unknown power is very unstable. What if it goes berserk like a tailed beast? It could bring disaster to the village. You must submit your intel and undergo a thorough examination. Xian looked at the two old men, too lazy to rebut. Arguing with these stubborn old fools was just a waste of breath. The best way to deal with them was to directly slap his power in their faces. Xian raised his right hand, extending his index finger. The chi within his body surged through his meridians, gathering at his fingertip. A pure golden light flickered on his index finger. The moment the light appeared, the air in the entire office seemed to stifle. A heavy pressure swept across the room, centered around Xian. Mito En's arrogance froze, and he found it hard to breathe, his body firmly pressed into the sofa, his bone. Uzumaki Sakura's face turned pale, her hand shaking as she held the teacup. Hot tea spilled onto her hand, and she couldn't even let out a sound from the pain, only staring fixedly at the golden light on Xian's fingertip. Sarutobi Hiruzen also paused, his expression turning serious. What overwhelming power! This was indeed not chakra. There was no need for hand seals, nor did it exhibit any characteristics of elemental ninjutsu. That golden light was pure energy, but the destructive aura it radiated was even more terrifying than a tailed beast bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that if Xian were to move his finger, the top floor of the Hokage building would be evaporated. This was the power of the Super Saiyan form. Xian looked at the frightened expressions of the old men, flicking his wrist to disperse the golden light at his fingertip. The oppressive feeling vanished instantly. Mito En and Uzumaki Sakura gasped for air, their backs soaked, no longer daring to release even a sound, lacking the courage to meet Xian's gaze. At this moment, the one-eyed Shimura Danzo in the corner could no longer hold himself back. There was no fear in his eye, only greed about to overflow. This unreasonable and powerful force was precisely the weapon he had been dreaming of. Danzo slammed his cane heavily on the floor, producing a dull thud. Although this Saiyan power is strong, it is too dangerous in the hands of a youth. A trouble could arise at any moment. For the safety of Konoha, we cannot allow this unstable factor to slip out of control, Danzo said hoarsely, starting off by putting on the hat of safety for the village. He demanded Sarutobi Hiruzen to immediately order the Uchiha Gen to be incorporated into the Root Division. While claiming it was for protection and guidance, he actually wanted to capture Xian underground for experimentation. The atmosphere in the office stiffened once again. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, biting down on his pipe, without speaking. Mito En and Uzumaki Sakura exchanged glances, surprisingly acquiescing to Danzo's proposal. They believed that locking up the dangerous Uchiha would be for everyone's good. Xian turned his head, his black eyes coldly staring at Danzo in the shadows. A more violent golden aura erupted from him, causing the floor beneath to crack with fine fissures. Xian laughed. Become a test subject en route. This old man is dreaming. Xian stopped in front of Danzo, looking down. Power is meant to be used to snap the necks of enemies, not to be locked away in a basement for research. Xian spat directly. Anyone who thinks my power is a threat must consider whether they have the life to take it. After saying this, Xian's eyes turned cold, and the violent golden energy wave slammed directly into Danzo's face. The chair Danzo sat on cracked with a sound, and he was thrown back, unable to open his eyes from the force, with blood seeping from the bandages on his face. The cane broke with a sharp crack, snapping in two. Danzo trembled with anger, his single eye shooting out a venomous glare. No junior had ever dared to curse at him like this. Xian did not give Danzo a chance to retaliate, turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen and directly throwing down a harsh ultimatum. If Lord Hokage also thinks I am a hidden danger that my power should not see the light of day, then fine, I will hand over my forehead protector right now and cease being a ninja. From today on I will stay in my clan's territory and go nowhere. As soon as these words were uttered, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer sit still. A genius who could eliminate several elite jonin if forced to retire would not only be a loss for Konoha, but also a severe affront to the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stood up, knocking on the table with his pipe, forcibly interrupting the standoff. He put on a kind elder's expression, began to mediate soothing Xian's emotions, stating that the village trusted all heroes on the battlefield, and that any root oversight was nonsense. He recited a long list of platitudes about the will of fire, finally waving his hand, telling Xian not to take Danzo's words to heart and to return home for rest. The evaluation of his power and battle achievements would be discussed in a future meeting. Xian was too lazy to listen to the old man's grandiose plans and turned to leave. Without farewell or formalities, he pushed the door open, leaving the several old men with unsightly expressions behind. Once outside the Hokage building, the cold wind blew, and Xian halted his steps, his gaze turning even colder. That hard confrontation earlier was a deliberate test. The system in his mind beeped, and the alert module locked onto the building behind him. A cold, murderous energy was tightly clinging to his back. It was Danzo. That old dog indeed could not hold back. Xian did not find it troublesome, or rather he felt exhilarated. He was just afraid he would act like a coward. As long as Danzo dared to reach out, he must be uprooted. What upper echelons, what checks and balances were all jokes in the face of overwhelming violence. Xian glanced back at the Hokage building, a cold smile creeping on his lips. The prey had taken the bait, it was time to prepare the knife. He strode down the streets of Konoha, heading towards the Uchiha clan's territory. His mind was already calculating the next steps. Danzo's side had already stirred, and the old geezers of the Uchiha clan would surely have received the news. He needed to establish his authority within the clan quickly and seize the narrative. He also had to find an opportunity to pull Uchiha Shursue, that stubborn old fool, onto his side. What nonsense about heavenly god and flashy tricks, and nothing was as practical as the turtle school's Kamehameha. The rules of the new era would be set with the fists of a scion. Xian clenched his fists, the joints cracking. The golden chi flowed through his body, ready to tear apart the next fool who dared to cross him. Upon reaching the entrance of the clan, the guards at the gate looked at Xian with awe in their eyes. The news of him single-handedly taking down the Iwagakure team had already spread. The Uchiha clan had always respected the strong, let alone one of their own who had awakened the mutated kaleidoscope. Xian ignored them and headed straight for the Nanha shrine at the center of the clan. Xian pushed open the stone door of the underground chamber in the southeast shrine and descended the stairs. No outsiders were present in the chamber. 12 stone pillars, each engraved with the clan's emblem, supported the dome, and in the center stood a long, low table. The clan leader Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head of the table, flanked by 12 core elders on either side. The atmosphere in the chamber was oppressive. Fugaku pressed his hands against his knees, his expression very somber. The 3-demo in his eyes slowly rotated, emanating a pressure that enveloped the entire room. The flicker of uncertainty that once lingered in his gaze was replaced by a chilling resolve. Fugaku summoned the elders today and called for Xian with the intent of unifying the will of the entire clan and consolidating this power firmly within the Uchiha clan. Xian's footsteps echoed in the chamber. He reached the end of the long table, calmly surveying the room, exuding a composed demeanor. This calmness made the elders present feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. The hawkish elder Uchiha Shinai spoke first, leaning forward and fixing his gaze on Fugaku, his voice tense with excitement. Leader Xian has arrived, and we don't need to wait any longer. This power is the sword bestowed upon the Uchihas by our ancestors. We should unify the clan immediately and show Konoha our fangs, reclaiming everything that belongs to us. Show our fangs. Shinai, you madman. The conservative elder replied with a scoff. Do you want the Uchiha to become the second whirlpool country? That golden power is too conspicuous and has already crossed the village's bottom line. We can only let Xian say this power is flawed for now to buy time for the clan by putting Konoha's higher-ups at ease. Shinai suddenly stood up, glaring at the second elder with his 3-demo Sharingan, pointing a finger at him. Coward. Even now you still think of compromise. The Uchiha's dignity has been tarnished by your spinelessness. This isn't cowardice, it's for the sake of the clan. The second elder retorted defiantly, his neck stiff. You're pushing the entire clan into the abyss. Fugaku's eyelids twitched, but he remained silent, waiting for Xian to express his stance. The future of this power depended on Xian's own will. Xian looked at the elders, who viewed the new power through old lenses, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. He ignored the bickering between the two and directly addressed Fugaku. Xian's eyes instantly turned blood red, and the 6-pointed star pattern spun rapidly. The combat power detection function activated. Streams of numbers and energy orbs of various colors appeared above everyone's heads. Above Uchiha Shanae's head was a red energy orb with a value of 3,950. Above the conservative second elder's head was a blue orb with a value of 3,800. The remaining elders had values around 3,500. Only Fugaku at the head of the table concealed his power the deepest. Above his head was a deep purple energy orb with a value of 6,500. He had only activated 3 Tomo, yet wielded shadow-level strength. After reviewing the data, Xian found it somewhat amusing. A group of old men with battle powers in the thousands were bickering fiercely, yet they wanted to determine the future of a Super Saiyan with a power exceeding 10,000. It was truly laughable. Xian finally spoke, his voice not loud but cutting through the elders' arguments. Before I came here, I visited the Hokage's office. Fugaku's gaze shot towards Xian immediately. The bickering in the chamber ceased. Xian's tone was very calm. Danzo proposed to confine me in the root, claiming it was for protective research. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the chamber grew cold. Shinai slammed his hand on the table, yelling, "What? That old dog dares to." The conservative elders turned pale. Their worst fears had come true. Everyone knew what kind of person Danzo was, and being targeted by him meant no good would come. Xian ignored the elders' reactions and continued to stare at Fugaku, enunciating each word. I refused. I also told him that anyone who wants my power should see if they have the life to take it. As he finished speaking, Xian took a step forward. A loud crash echoed as the floor tiles cracked. A shockwave emanated from beneath Xian's feet. The fire in the brazier extinguished and the teapot on the table shattered into pieces. The 12 elders' faces changed dramatically as they felt a heavy pressure descend upon them. They felt a crushing weight on their shoulders, making it difficult to breathe. Shinai gritted his teeth, unleashing all his chakra to resist. The 3 Tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, his legs trembling as he glared fiercely at Xian. You insolent brat. Do you really think a little fortune allows you to run wild in the Elder Council? Shanae's hands were poised to form seals. A golden aura erupted from Xian's body, enveloping him completely. The power of a first-stage Super Saiyan was fully unleashed. The violent energy pressure instantly dominated the entire room. Several thuds sounded. All 12 elite elders, regardless of faction, were pressed to the ground, their faces pressed against the cold stone slab. Their bones creaked under the pressure. The low table before them was reduced to fragments under the weight of their fallen bodies. The scene was chaotic. Shanae's eyes nearly bulged out as he desperately tried to lift his head. Veins bulged on his neck, muscles twitching, yet he couldn't even move a finger. This was sheer domination. Thousands of battle power paled in comparison to a power exceeding 10,000. Only Fugaku remained seated. He pushed his 6,500 battle power to its limit. His hands gripped the cracked table in front of him, fingers sinking into the wood. Veins bulged on Fugaku's arms, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan bled from the pressure, blood seeping from his eyes. He stared intently at Xian, who was enveloped in golden light, his gaze filled with uncontrollable ecstasy and trepidation. This power was utterly unreasonable. With this sword in hand, the checks and balances from Konoha's higher-ups were rendered worthless. As the golden aura around Xian retracted into his body, the pressure dissipated. Xian didn't even look at the elders gasping for breath on the ground. He strode up to Fugaku, pulled out a chair, and sat down, calmly gazing at Fugaku. Leader, this is my stance. Now I need to know yours. Fugaku took a deep breath, looking into Xian's eyes, a decision forming in his heart. He was about to stake the fate of the entire clan on this 14-year-old boy. Fugaku needed to confirm one last thing. Xian, your report states that the Saiyan power can resolve the blindness side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Is this your hypothesis or the truth? Fugaku's voice was somewhat hoarse. Xian laughed outright. Blindness. Leader, that is not some bloodline curse. It is the wrong path the Uchiha have taken for a century. Xian extended his finger, a golden light flickering at his fingertip, illuminating Fugaku's astonished face. The evolution of the Sharingan is a transformation of spiritual energy. But the ancestors stimulated the awakening with suffering and hatred akin to using poison. The reason for the blindness of the Mangekyō is that Uchiha clan members' bodies are too weak to withstand this violent spiritual energy, with the eyes as the vessel naturally being the first to collapse. And Chi is the key to solving this problem. This is not unique to me, every life form possesses it. I will teach the clan how to cultivate it. Once the clan members master Chi, their bodies will strengthen enough to bear the power of the Mangekyō, and the issue of blindness will naturally be resolved. By then, what will ignite within them will be a white aura. A white aura. Fugaku seized on the keyword. Yes, white. Xian nodded. This is the most basic form of Chi that will allow the Uchiha to break free from the curse and also strengthen Susanoo. My golden aura, however, stems from my unique Mangekyō abilities. Xian's eyes displayed the 6-pointed star pattern once more. My Mangekyō, the left eye is insight, which is for combat power detection. The right eye is transformation. This ocular technique allows me to convert Chi into the golden Super Saiyan form. This represents a stronger manipulation of energy far superior to the ordinary white aura. However, it is still a power of this world and has not reached its true intensity, otherwise a Super Saiyan could easily overpower the Otsutsuki. Xian thought to himself. Fugaku's breathing had stopped. Xian's explanation was clear, logical, and the temptation was immense. This resolved two of the Uchiha's most pressing issues: the widespread distribution of high-tier combat power and a leader that no one could challenge. In Fugaku's mind a vivid image formed hundreds of Uchiha clan members ablaze with white auras, their eyes sporting eternal Mangekyō that would not fade. With a single command, countless Susanoo cloaked in white energy would rise. In front of them a figure bathed in golden light would merely need to raise a finger for the entire shinobi world to tremble. At that time what Konoha's higher-ups the will of fire, or the glory of the Senju clan, meant nothing, and they would all kneel before this power. This was the true path for the Uchiha to rise above the shinobi world. Fugaku's heart raced, his blood boiling. The hesitation in his eyes vanished, replaced by a burning ambition. Xian, seeing Fugaku's expression, nodded and stood up. Leader, do you still think it's necessary to compromise with those useless fools? Fugaku stood up abruptly. The ambition he had suppressed for half a lifetime erupted at this moment. He smashed the cracked table before him with a single slap. Splinters flew everywhere. Fugaku stepped over the debris, his gaze sharp as he announced with a voice tinged with chakra in the chamber. Send my order. From now on Uchiha Xian is the vice leader of the Uchiha clan. The policing forces, the Umbu intelligence, all weapons and funds are to be fully open to the vice leader. The entire clan must cooperate fully with the vice leader. Fugaku turned sharply, glaring fiercely at the elders who were too frightened to move. Anyone who dares to oppose the vice leader's decisions will be treated as traitors and killed on the spot. The meeting is adjourned. You all may leave except for Xian. The stone door of the secret chamber closed behind him, isolating the outside sounds. Uchiha Fugaku instructed the elders to leave, leaving only himself and Uchiha Xian in this chamber. The Uchiha clan leader paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. The three-demo Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly due to his emotional turmoil. He kept murmuring new terms such as Chi White Aura and Super Saiyan. Xian did not rush him and quietly sat on a chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. He needed to give Fugaku some time to digest. After about 10 minutes, Fugaku finally stopped and sat down opposite Xian again. The excitement in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a calm and sharp demeanor. Xian, you just said that Danzo wants to capture you into root. Fugaku's voice was heavy, as if he was confirming something important. Yes, Xian nodded. What about the Hokage? What is his stance? Fugaku pressed on. He is being non-committal. Xian's reply was simple. He doesn't dare to offend me, nor does he want to offend Danzo. So he will just pretend not to know, waiting for one side to completely crush the other. Fugaku's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Again with this. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, a hint of self-deprecation on his face. Forever maintaining a balance, forever compromising, this is the third Hokage. He wants the Uchiha to be the village's dog, yet fears that this dog might turn on its master if it becomes too powerful. Xian's tone was cold, thus he wishes to keep Danzo, this rabid dog, on the sidelines, ready to bite us at any moment. Clan leader, do you think we have any way out when faced with such a Hokage? Fugaku fell silent. Xian's words shattered the last shred of fantasy in his heart. Indeed, there was either they would be slowly consumed by Danzo, and the village's high-ranking officials ultimately branded as rebels and face the extermination of their clan, or they would have to overturn this disgusting set of rules with their incomprehensible power. I understand now. Fugaku took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. But I need evidence that can silence all the clansmen and make them abandon their fantasies completely. Xian was waiting for this very sentence. The corners of his mouth twitched, his black pupils suddenly turning blood red as a six-pointed star pattern began to rotate within his eyes. Clan leader, the evidence is right before your eyes. You just need to change your perspective. Xian stood up, walked to Fugaku's side, and pointed towards a certain direction at the top of the secret chamber. That direction leads to the Hokage building. Combat power detection function activated. In Xian's vision, the entire Konoha village transformed into a three-dimensional map filled with energy light points. Beneath the Hokage building there was a terrifyingly large source of energy. It was a dark red light filled with a chilling, decaying aura with a combat power value of 7,100. Around this main source of energy there were nearly 100 smaller light points, each with combat power exceeding 1,500, much stronger than ordinary Umbu. This is Root. It is the power that Danzo has hidden beneath Konoha, the capital, for his ambition to become Hokage. Clan leader, my eyes can see that below the Hokage building there is a large base hidden. Xian's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. There is a very strong and chilling energy there, surrounded by at least 70 experts, their strength far exceeding the elites of our security department. The strongest energy belongs to Shimura Danzo. This force does not listen to the Hokage's orders, it only obeys Danzo alone. Do you think he raised so many people to protect Konoha? Fugaku's body began to tremble. He had guessed the existence of Root and knew that Danzo was up to something, but he had no idea that Root had grown to such 70 elite subordinates. Plus a Danzo whose strength was comparable to his own. This power could wipe out any major clan in Konoha at any moment, including Uchiha. He and the elders were still arguing about whether or not to stage a coup. How ridiculous. It turned out that in the eyes of the enemy, Uchiha was already meat on the chopping block. When to strike depended only on the other party's mood. A chill surged from Fugaku's soles to the top of his head and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. His target. has been the Hokage from the very beginning. Fugaku's voice was hoarse and dry. Exactly. Xian withdrew his Mangekyō Sharingan. The Uchiha is merely a stone that he must remove before becoming Hokage. So he needs us to stage a coup to find an excuse to eliminate us justifiably. I understand. I fully understand. Fugaku closed his eyes, his face filled with pain. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the three-demo pattern in his gaze was sharper than ever. Fugaku grasped Xian's shoulder firmly, his tone resolute. Xian, from now on you are the sword-bearer of the Uchiha. All family resources, intelligence from the security department, and insider information from the Umbu are at your disposal. Whatever you need, just give the order. I have only one request: to eradicate this tumor named Danzo, so that the Uchiha clan can live proudly under the sunlight. Receiving the highest authorization from the clan leader, a smile appeared on Xian's face. The first step was accomplished. Next, he just needed to find a suitable person to take action. I need one person, Xian spoke. Who? Uchiha Shisui. Fugaku was taken aback upon hearing this name, then frowned. Shisui. He is indeed the most talented young man after you, known as Shunshin Shisui. But he is too loyal to the village. He probably won't agree with us. He will. Xian interrupted Fugaku. He is merely naive, not foolish. He wants to use his strength to protect the village and the clan, which is not wrong. The mistake is that he has chosen the most foolish path. Betsu Tenjin. It sounds great, it can change people's thoughts and prevent conflict, but in the end it is still an illusion. It cannot change a person's ambition nor the higher-up's suspicion of the Uchiha. Xian felt that Shisui was like a child wielding a powerful weapon, yet only wanting to use it to persuade people to do good. The ultimate result would only be that the weapon was snatched away and he would die in vain. I will make him understand what true power is and what rightful protection means. A glimmer flashed in Upon exiting the secret chamber, Xian immediately activated the intelligence network of the security department. Locate Uchiha Shisui's position immediately. I want to know all his movements right now. As the newly appointed vice clan leader, his orders were executed immediately. Within 5 minutes, the intelligence was delivered. Report to the vice clan leader: Shisui left the clan grounds an hour ago and is currently training at Training Ground No. 7 in the southern suburbs of the village near the Nanhequin Waterfall. Nanhequin Waterfall. A forbidden area for the Uchiha clan. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up and his figure flickered, disappearing in an instant. Under the Nanhequin Waterfall, the sound of rushing water was deafening and mist filled the air. A shadow moved quickly over the river and slippery rocks. Only a blur was visible. It was Uchiha Shisui. He was practicing the body flicker technique, combining speed with the insight of the Sharingan. Suddenly, Shisui halted, standing on a rock, warily gazing into the forest behind him. He sensed someone. There was no killing intent, but the presence was strong. From the woods, a figure slowly emerged. It was Uchiha Xian. Seeing the newcomer, Shisui let out a slight breath of relief, but remained on guard. Shisui's feelings towards this peer who had just gained fame on the battlefield and was promoted to vice clan leader by the clan leader were complex. He admired the other's strength, but felt uneasy about that power. Xian, what do you want from me? Shisui asked. Xian did not answer. His gaze passed over Shisui, looking towards the waterfall, calmly activating his Mangekyō Sharingan. Combat power detection. Target: Uchiha Shisui. Combat power 6500. Evaluation: highly talented, pure, will refine chakra, strong mental energy, a genius. With a combat power of 6500, he was on par with Fugaku. At this time, Shisui was indeed the strongest among the Uchiha. Unfortunately, this power was being used in the wrong way. Xian withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharpening as they returned to Shisui. Uchiha Shisui. Xian slowly spoke, his voice low, yet it clearly pierced through the sound of the water reaching Shisui's ears. I, in the capacity of Uchiha's vice clan leader, command you to immediately cease your naive and foolish plan. Your Betsu Tenjin cannot save the Uchiha, nor can it save Konoha. The words of Uchiha Xian made Shisui's heart sink sharply. Shisui's pupils constricted like needles. What nonsense are you talking about? Without even thinking, his Bodis instincts surged ahead of his mind. He was known as Shunshin Shisui, relying solely on speed. A loud bang echoed through the air. Shisui left a phantom behind, and in the next moment he was right in front of Xian. The cold kunai pressed firmly against Xian's throat, its tip piercing the skin and drawing a trickle of blood. The entire process was so quick that even the water splashing from the nearby waterfall seemed to freeze for a moment. Shisui lowered his voice, icy and penetrating. Xian, what do you mean by what you just said? His three-demo Sharingan slowly rotated, fixated on Xian's face. What do you mean by a naive and foolish plan? He could not tolerate being looked down upon after wagering everything on his resolve. Yet there was no ripple of emotion on Xian's face. He did not even raise his eyelids, calmly looking at the kunai at his throat as if it were merely a branch. Shunshin technique is incredibly fast, so fast that you became renowned in Konoha and were said to be the strongest of the younger generation of Uchiha. Xian's tone was flat, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. Shisui's brows twitched violently and his fingers gripping the kunai instinctively tightened. However, Xian finally raised his gaze, his pitch-black eyes meeting Shishui's three-demo Sharingan. To me, your speed is no different from a turtle's crawl. You are courting death. Shishui's anger surged. He had just wanted to show this ignorant Vice Clan leader what true speed was. But just as that thought emerged, Xian in front of him suddenly blurred and vanished. The kunai stabbed into thin air. Shishui's heart skipped a beat, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. His proud three-demo Sharingan spun wildly, slowing down everything in his vision, capturing every trace of nothing. There was nothing. He could not see a phantom, could not feel any chakra fluctuations, and even the air was completely still. That person seemed to have been erased from existence. Shishui suddenly looked up, a primal instinct urging him to gaze at the highest point. At the top of the waterfall on the smooth rock washed by water, Uchiha Xian was already standing there, he didn't know when. His black cloak rustled in the wind as he simply stared down at Shishui. Shishui's scalp went numb, and the cold sweat on his back soaked his clothes. How could this be possible? With his Shunshin technique and the insight of his Sharingan, he had confidence that he would not fall behind even when facing the third Hokage and the clan leader in all of Konoha. But just now he could not even catch a trace of Xian's movement. This was no longer a matter of speed. This was a crushing superiority in levels. At the top of the waterfall, Xian quietly watched the shocked boy below. He knew that reasoning with someone like Shishui was futile. It would be better to let him see for himself what despair looks like, what true power is. Thus Xian stopped wasting words. Boom! A golden aura surged explosively from Xian, shooting into the sky. The violent energy instantly evaporated the surrounding mist, even causing the waterfall to flow backward for a moment. Xian's black hair stood on end, transforming into pure gold. His pupils turned into an icy green within which the six-pointed star kaleidoscope pattern slowly rotated, radiating an unapproachable majesty. That pressure did not stem from hatred or killing intent. Instead, it was filled with a sense of sanctity, like a war god descending upon the earth, judging this land. The enormous energy fluctuations caused the waterfall to roll back, the ground shook, and the air became heavy. Below the waterfall, Shishui looked up at the figure bathed in golden light, his mind blank. What is this? This immense power which seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, what on earth is it? Is this the chi that Xian spoke of, transcending chakra? Shishui's proud three-demo Sharingan felt a stabbing pain merely from looking at this power. His superhuman dynamic vision, his ability to see through illusions and taijutsu had now become a joke. He could not even analyze the composition of that energy, all he saw was a dazzling, unreasonable gold. Is this your kaleidoscope? Shishui's voice was dry, as if his throat was blocked with sand. Other than this, he could think of no other possibility. Xian slowly descended from the air, his toes barely touching the water surface, creating not a single ripple. The golden aura around him also receded, and his hair and eyes turned back to black. My kaleidoscope is just the key to opening this door. Xian looked at Shishui, this unseen-a-century Uchiha genius, and spoke each word carefully. Shishui, not only you, but the entire Uchiha has been on the wrong path for 100 years. You all think that the evolution of the Sharingan comes from the pain of losing loved ones from hatred. Thus Uchiha's history is filled with tragedy and curses. But you are wrong. The power born from hatred has limits. It is poison that devours your reason and life. In contrast, the power born from the will to protect has no limits. This is the new path I have found for the Uchiha. A path that does not require bloodshed and sacrifice to reach the pinnacle of the world. Every word of Xian struck hard against Shishui's heart. The power born from the will to protect. Shishui stood there dazed, his heart in turmoil. Hadn't he always strived to become stronger to protect the village and his family? But why had he never touched the kind of power Xian spoke of? I know all about your Biatianshin plan. Xian's tone suddenly changed. The idea is good, but the method is too foolish. Using it against the clan leader. That is betrayal. You will become a sinner of the Uchiha. Using it against the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Do you think Danzo, that old dog, wouldn't notice your ocular technique? Once he discovers it, he will stop at nothing to seize your eyes. At that time your eyes will not bring peace, they will only incite war. Most importantly, Xian stepped forward, gazing intently at Shishui. Can Biatianshin change a person's thoughts? Can it alter the entire Konoha High Command's suspicion and greed toward the Uchiha? Xian answered himself no. His voice was firm, giving Shishui no chance to retort. That is merely a false piece, self-deception easily shattered. And you would sacrifice yourself and your eyes for this ridiculous illusion. Shishui fell silent. His lips moved, but he could not utter a single word. Xian's words cut through the reality that he was unwilling to face like a knife. He knew his plan was risky, he was even prepared to sacrifice. But he had no other choice, it was the only method he could think of. Yet now Xian had given him a new option. A path he had never considered. Shishui's voice trembled, filled with confusion then. What should we do? Very simple. Xian's lips curled into a cold arc. We will not prune the leaves, but directly uproot the rotten roots along with the surrounding rot and burn it clean. Xian said, I want you to join me in setting a trap. A trap that makes Shimura Danzo and all his root subordinates disappear from Konoha without a trace. Shui raised his head sharply, disbelief filling his eyes. To directly eliminate Danzo en route. Wouldn't that be tantamount to staging a coup in Konoha? It would trigger a full-scale civil war. Don't worry, it won't. Xian seemed to see through Shishui's fear. I will keep the commotion to a minimum and finish everything before the third Hokage and the others can react. This is a surgical operation, your Shunshin technique and my power are the sharpest surgical knives. Shishui's mind was in chaos. The beliefs he had held for years were slowly shattering. On one side was the false peace gained through the illusion of Biatianshin. On the other side was Xian's demonstration of absolute violence to eliminate darkness and create true peace. Xian did not give him time to hesitate, stepping forward once more, his powerful aura suffocating Shui. Shui, choose. Will you trust that one-time false illusion or trust my fists that can forge the future? A fierce wind swept by, rustling the corners of their clothing. Shui looked into Xian's calm and profound eyes, which held no madness or ambition, only an overwhelming confidence capable of overturning the world. He recalled the sacred golden aura when Xian transformed, remembered the phrase, the will to protect has no limits. Perhaps he had been wrong from the very beginning. After a long time, the kunai in Shishui's hand slipped and fell into the water, creating a small splash. He looked at Uchiha Xian before him, and under the other's calm gaze slowly, he knelt on one knee. This Uchiha genius known as Shunshin Shui lowered his proud head, his voice filled with an unprecedented heartfelt Vice Clan Leader, please give your orders. Shui has already taken his side as Xian's plan is about to commence. He does not intend to remain idle while waiting for Tuanzong, that old dog, to jump out. Before taking action, he must first unify the hearts of the entire Uchiha clan. The next day, under the support of Fuyu and Shui, Xian organized a training session at the largest No. 3 training ground in the police force, using the name of the Vice Clan Leader. It was specifically aimed at the youth of the clan under 30 years of age. The event was grandly titled Bloodline Limit Potential Development. Once this news spread, the entire Uchiha clan was in an uproar. The young clansmen were all incredibly excited, clamoring to participate. Xian had transformed into a golden monster on the battlefield, effortlessly taking down 2 Rock Village Jonin, and this was already spread back to the village by Kakashi's team, becoming legendary. Now the newly appointed Vice Clan Leader was going to personally instruct them. Who wouldn't want to join in the excitement? After all, if they could learn something, it could save their lives on the battlefield in the future. Uchiha Izumi was the first to sign up. She had known Xian since childhood and couldn't quite describe her feelings for him. She knew he appeared cold, but in reality, he had a warm heart. However, now the new oppressive power emanating from Xian made her feel a bit uneasy. More importantly, she couldn't see a clear direction for the clan's repressed future, and Xian's appearance seemed to have torn open a gap. She wanted to see with her own eyes what lay hidden behind this gap. On the day of the training session, the No. 3 training ground was packed with people, with almost all eligible young clansmen in attendance. The place was crowded with heads, and every young face was filled with curiosity. Xian stood on the high platform in the center of the training ground, dressed in simple black combat attire. Shui and several captains from the police force followed behind him, helping to maintain order in the arena. His gaze swept over the young eyes below the platform, and without a word he began. I know why you are here. You merely want to understand what kind of power I wield on the battlefield and learn how to become. Xian's voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly, and the crowd fell silent. Before I teach you, I have a question. Xian looked at the clansmen below and slowly spoke. Why does our Uchiha Sharingan evolve? The people below exchanged glances. A bold young man shouted, because of intense emotional stimulation. We have known this since childhood. Another youth, seemingly a few years older, stepped forward, raising his head to add, but that only allows us to awaken the 3-demo. Beyond the 3-demo, there is the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. Mangekyō. What is that? I think I've seen that term in the clan's old scrolls. Is it real? That legendary eye. The young people below immediately began to discuss among themselves, most of them wearing confused expressions. Clearly, for these ordinary clansmen, the Mangekyō was just a distant tale. The older youth enjoyed the attention of the crowd, clearing his throat, his voice growing louder. Of course it's real. It is the strongest power of our Uchiha, granting godlike abilities. However, his tone shifted, becoming serious. The conditions to awaken it are far more brutal than ordinary eye openings. One must witness the death of their most important person before their eyes. Moreover, using the eyes will lead to blindness. With this statement, the atmosphere turned cold. Xian listened to these words, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and let out a cold laugh. So does our Uchiha's power have to be built upon tragedy and death? So to become stronger, we must watch our loved ones, friends, and partners die before our eyes and rely on that pitiful hatred to awaken our eyes. What kind of nonsense is this? Xian's last sentence was shouted out. Everyone below was stunned. They had never considered that someone would dare to publicly say that the ancestral rules passed down were nonsense. Xian looked at their ghostly expressions, and his voice grew cold. Today I will tell you that this way of thinking is wrong. It is garbage. The root of the Sharingan's evolution you all have misunderstood. It is not hatred but love. It is our Uchiha's profound desire to protect those who are important to us. Pain and hatred will only distort that love, turning it into poison. The Mangekyō that is born from such things will only bring blindness and madness. Xian's words echoed like thunder in the minds of all the young clansmen. They had been educated since childhood that the Uchiha's love was the deepest, and thus their hatred was the deepest. But now Xian was telling them that they had been misunderstanding all along. Uchiha Izumi stood at the front of the crowd staring blankly at Xian on the stage. She felt as if her heart had been struck hard. This was it. She had always had a vague feeling in her heart, but she couldn't articulate it. Uchiha's eyes were meant to be used for protection, not for hatred. From today onwards, forget that harmful way of thinking. Xian's voice rang out again, carrying an irrefutable momentum. What I will teach you is how to give rise to a pure and powerful energy through the thought of protection. This power, I call it Qi. Xian opened his right hand, a small orb of gentle white light glowing in his palm. The light was not domineering, it was warm, illuminating every astonished face below. This is not chakra, it is the primal energy that every living being possesses. It lies dormant within you, you just don't know how to awaken it. Now everyone close your eyes. Xian's command carried a force that compelled the 100 young clansmen present to obey instinctively. Focus on your heartbeat, the flow of your blood. In your mind, think of the person you most want to protect. It can be your parents, your siblings, or your lover. Find that feeling, grasp it, and then tell yourself you will use everything to protect. Xian's voice had a peculiar guiding power, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in their own inner thoughts. The training ground fell silent, with only the sounds of the wind and breathing. Most people looked confused, they could only feel the chakra flowing in their bodies and could not sense what Xian referred to as Qi. Time passed second by second. Some began to grow impatient and secretly opened their eyes. But more especially those ninjas who had seen blood on the battlefield truly settled down and searched their memories for that protective thought. Uchiha Izumi kept her eyes closed, her mind flashing with her parents' smiling faces, her friend Itachi's face, and finally it settled on the figure of the black-haired boy on stage. She wanted to protect all of this. To protect her family, her friends, and this man who gave her hope. This simple thought of protection coalesced into a warm current in her heart. Suddenly she felt as if a seed was being nurtured in her dantian, gently trembling. A weak but warm energy emerged from that seed. That's it. Izumi felt elated and quickly concentrated all her mental energy to guide that warm flow. At that moment Xian on the stage smirked slightly. He saw it. In his vision a faint, almost invisible white light point illuminated Uchiha Izumi. She was the first. Xian's figure instantly vanished from the high platform, reappearing before Izumi in the next second. He extended his index finger, the tip glimmering with a wisp of white energy gently touching her forehead. Concentrate and follow my guidance. Xian's voice resonated directly in Izumi's mind. A warm and strong energy surged from his fingertip into Izumi's body, guiding that faint energy within her to flow through her meridians. Izumi's body trembled and an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout her. In the next moment, a gentle white flame slowly rose from her body. This flame was faint but pure, making those around her feel a warmth and tranquility. It worked. Izumi is glowing too. It seems different from the vice clan leaders, it's white. The surrounding clansmen all opened their eyes, staring at Izumi enveloped in white flames, their expressions a mix of shock and envy. Xian's claims were validated. They could truly gain a brand new power without relying on hatred. Did you see? Xian withdrew his finger, looking at all the excited young clansmen. This is Qi, the hope for our Uchiha in the future. As long as you can master it and use it to nurture your body and eyes, the curse of blindness from the Mangekyō will no longer be an issue. Each of us can become a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Xian's words ignited the hearts of everyone. The fire of transformation began to burn within the Uchiha from this day forward. A group of young people led by Izumi, who held immense admiration for Xian, emerged at that moment. At the same time, in a dark corner of Konoha village, Jishui used a crow clone to hand a forged piece of information to a masked Umbu. The content of the information was simple: target Uchiha Xian had a power out of control during the clan's training session, suspected to be the aftermath of a bloodline limit mutation, and his mental state was very unstable. The Umbu took the scroll, nodded, and his figure melted into the darkness. A few minutes later, in the root base, Tuanzong held the information, his expression shifting unpredictably. His exposed eye was filled with greed and calculation. Power out of control. Unstable mental state. Tuanzong lightly tapped the table with his finger, a cold smile spreading across his lips. It seems it's time to reclaim those interesting eyes and that power that does not belong to the Uchiha. The moment he had been waiting for had arrived. The night grew deep. On a rooftop in the Uchiha clan's territory, two figures stood. Vice clan leader, the bait has taken. I sensed it just now. At least 3 members of the root are monitoring your residence, Shisui said with excitement. The level of surveillance is already at its peak, on par with the initial observations of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Uchiha Gen leaned against the eaves with his arms crossed, merely nodding. That old man Danzo, greedy to the core, wouldn't resist the bait. Alright, we can proceed to the next step. Gen's voice remained calm. Tomorrow, I will cooperate with them in a play. The rest depends on you, Shisui. Shisui nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. Don't worry, I won't let the Hokage notice anything amiss. The next morning, the No. 3 training ground of the Uchiha police force was packed with people. The newly appointed vice-clan leader Uchiha Gen was publicly demonstrating physical techniques in the center of the field. Since the last guidance meeting, Gen's reputation among the younger clan members had soared. Every time he made a public appearance, a crowd would gather eager to learn from him. On the field, Gen moved with grand gestures, every punch and kick accompanied by a howling sound. The onlooking clansmen were thrilled, continually cheering. Gen faced a row of practice wooden posts and casually threw a punch. This punch seemed unremarkable even without a hint of chakra fluctuations. Yet at the moment the fist was swung, the air before him violently trembled, producing a muffled sound. Boom! That row of hard wooden posts, along with half a wall reinforced behind it, exploded. Debris mixed with wood chips shot up into the sky. The entire training ground fell silent. Everyone's cheers were caught in their throats, staring dumbfounded at the massive pit over 10 meters in diameter. One punch. Just one punch caused destruction equivalent to an rank ninjutsu. Is this the power of the vice-clan leader? As the crowd remained in shock, Gen's body suddenly swayed. He clutched his chest abruptly, his complexion paling, breath quickening, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Not again. Gen muttered softly, irritation lacing his voice. This detail caught the attention of several pairs of eyes in the crowd. Today's training ends here. Gen waved his hand and turned to leave, his back appearing somewhat unsteady. This weakened appearance sparked a glimmer of interest in the root ninja observing from the shadows. It seemed the intel was correct. The side effects of this anomalous power were indeed significant. The most crucial step of the plan had been set in motion. Hokage's office. Uchiha Shisui rushed in, looking anxious without even knocking. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled while reviewing documents. Seeing that it was Shisui, he furrowed his brow. Shisui, what has you so flustered? Shisui gasped for breath, worry etched across his face. Hokage-sama, it's about Gen. His condition is quite unusual. Shisui recounted Gen's earlier loss of control in training and his display of weakness, embellishing the details. I suspect the side effects of his power are beginning to manifest. His mental state is very unstable. Moreover, Shisui's tone dropped, becoming more serious. Clan leader Fugaku has not only allowed him to remain unchecked, but has also appointed him as vice-clan leader. This is highly irregular. I'm worried the clan might go astray because of this power. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, puffing on his pipe, smoke filling the office. A powerful but mentally unstable Uchiha genius and a clan leader with significant ambition. The combination of these two presents a massive threat to Konoha. Shisui, are you suggesting? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. I want to persuade Gen privately. Shisui pleaded earnestly. I arranged to meet him tonight at the No. 7 training ground outside the village. There will be no surveillance, allowing us to converse freely. I want him to understand that power is not for show, it is a tool for protecting the village. Shisui bit down hard on his teeth, raising his head sharply to meet the third Hokage's gaze. Hokage-sama, please believe me. I will do my utmost to persuade him. If persuasion fails to prevent the Uchiha and the village from descending into the worst possible outcome. Shisui's eyes glimmered with the 3 tomo. Each word of his last statement was deliberate. I will use my Mangekyō to prevent a tragedy from occurring. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. Mangekyō. He understood that Shisui had activated his Mangekyō and knew the power of that eye technique. In Hiruzen's view, Shisui's willingness to use his Mangekyō against a fellow Uchiha genius for the village's safety exemplified the will of fire. Having such a loyal Uchiha on the village's side gave him a sense of reassurance. All right, Shisui, Sarutobi Hiruzen extinguished his pipe. Go ahead, the village needs you. Shisui nodded firmly and turned to leave the office. After he left, a dark figure responsible for guarding quietly retreated into the shadows. This conversation would soon be transmitted word for word through special channels to the root base. In a dimly lit secret chamber, Shimura Danzo listened to his subordinates report, his single eye bursting with a greedy light. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A Uchiha Gen with unstable power. A Uchiha Shisui weakened by using Mangekyō. The pinnacle of 2 ninja powers would be delivered to him without defense tonight. As long as he could obtain both Gen and Shisui's Mangekyō simultaneously, not only would the Hokage position be within reach, but unifying the entire ninja world would also become possible. Ha ha ha. Danzo let out a disturbing laugh, suddenly slamming his hand on the table, issuing orders. Relay my command. Gather all elites tonight, target the No. 7 training ground. I want the 2 Uchiha geniuses to become the foundation of my route. As night fell, the moon was obscured by clouds. At the Nanga Shrine, Gen and Shisui stood on the rooftop, making final confirmations. Shisui, you take care of the perimeter. Gen's voice was clear in the night wind. Use your genjutsu and barriers to turn the entire No. 7 training ground into a sealed box. I want to ensure that nothing that happens inside will leak out in terms of sound or energy. I want Danzo and his men to call out to the heavens and earth without response. Understood. Shursui nodded, his gaze cold. I will use the crow's killing formation in conjunction with barrier techniques to ensure that no one can fly in or escape before the battle concludes. He now understood Gen's plan. This wasn't an assassination, it was a premeditated slaughter. Very well. Gen nodded, looking towards the direction of the training ground outside the village. The stage is set, and the actors should be ready. Then, the hunt begins. Half an hour later. In the center of Konoha's No. 7 training ground, Uchiha Gen stood alone, eyes closed, as if he were waiting for something. He suddenly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils instantaneously transformed into blood red, the eerie 6-pointed star pattern slowly rotating in his gaze. Combat power detectors fully activated. In his line of sight, the entire world morphed into a model composed of energy lines. Dozens of red dots representing hostility were rapidly converging from all directions toward his current position. Each light point's combat power reading was above 1,500, constituting an elite force capable of annihilating a medium-sized clan. Among these light points, one stood out conspicuously. It was a dark red mass of energy, its combat power reading steadily resting at 7,100. That was Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Gen looked at the approaching dark red energy, grinning widely, revealing a row of... He slowly raised his head, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, whispering softly, a voice only he could hear. The fish has taken the bait. The training ground number 7 lay shrouded in the depths of night. The surrounding silence was uncanny, with not even the sound of insects to be heard, and the air felt stifling. Xian stood at the center of the clearing with his arms crossed. The hexagram pattern in his left eye was spinning, revealing dozens of red energy orbs in his field of vision. These orbs formed a circle, rapidly shrinking, compressing his space little by little. Xian's gaze pierced through the shadows of the trees, clearly observing the position of each glowing point. The few that charged ahead had energy values around 1,500, moving lightly, deliberately avoiding the dry branches and leaves on the ground. This was a unique stealth technique of the roots, specifically designed for assassination training. Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile as he steadied his breath, allowing these shadowy assassins to encircle him. The shadows of the trees swayed, and dozens of masked ninjas simultaneously emerged from the trees and bushes, landing steadily around him, blocking all escape routes. Half of the group pressed their hands against the hilts of their short blades, leaning forward, their toes gripping the ground tightly. The other half had already assumed their hand signs, chakra swirling at their fingertips, ready to strike at any moment. An icy killing intent intertwined like a net, firmly locking onto Xian in the center of the field. The crowd in front parted to reveal a path. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed as Shimura Danzo emerged from the shadows, half of his face wrapped in bandages. He moved slowly, as if everything was under his control. The single exposed eye fixated on Xian, greed and fanaticism openly visible within it. Danzo halted 10 steps in front of Xian, his gaze brazenly scrutinizing him from top to bottom, finally resting on Xian's eyes, as if he were examining a precious artifact or a specimen about to be dissected. News from the Umbu earlier in the day reported that Uchiha Xian had exhausted his power, his mutated strength now spiraling out of control. This was the moment of his most severe backlash and vulnerability. Seeing Xian standing motionless, with only one Sharingan activated, Danzo felt increasingly convinced that the information was accurate. This kid was likely struggling just to refine chakra, and merely standing there was already his limit. As for Uchiha Shursui, who was said to be stopping the coup, he probably was still on his way, or had already been detained by those on the outskirts. As long as he could subdue this prime material before Shursui used the Kodo Amitsukumi on Xian, not only would he eliminate a significant threat, but he would also gain a powerful strength. The winner tonight could only be him. Danzo raised his chin slightly, adopting an elder's demeanor, speaking in an unrefusable tone. Uchiha Xian, do not struggle in vain. For the peace of Konoha, hand over your uncontrollable power. I will ensure your safety and let the roots take control of your eyes. This is your best fate, and also for the glory of the Uchiha. Xian scoffed at these pretentious words. He lowered his arms from his chest, staring directly into Danzo's single eye with disdain, as if looking at garbage. Old dog, you finally crawled out of the gutter. I thought you would hide in the filth until you died. You always claim to act for Konoha, but all you do are unspeakable deeds. The stench on you can be smelled from 10. Danzo's eye twitched violently with rage, his single eye wide with murderous intent, his face reddening with anger. Having held power in Konoha for so many years, even Hiruzen Sarutobi had to respectfully address him as Danzo, and no one had ever dared to insult him to his face. The surrounding root ninjas sensed their leader's fury, tightening their grips on their blades, the sound of unsheathing swords merging into one, ready to hack this arrogant brat into pieces at any moment. Danzo let out a heavy grunt, driving his cane forcefully into the ground. He was convinced that Xian was merely putting up a brave front to buy time. His voice turned chilling, as if he had crawled out of hell. Ignorant fool, since you refuse to surrender voluntarily, I will personally gouge out your eyes, so you may understand what true despair is. Danzo raised his right hand poised to issue the command for capture. Just as his finger was about to descend, the ground shook unexpectedly. Gravel lifted into the air and the surrounding tree trunks creaked under the strain. For blinding purple beams shot up from the corners of the training ground, tearing through the night, converging in midair into a translucent purple barrier, like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire training ground number 7. As soon as the barrier formed, a flurry of black feathers began to swirl within it, as if a black snow was falling. Hundreds of crows with glowing red eyes soared out from the void circling the edge of the barrier while emitting piercing cries. This sudden turn of events threw all the root ninjas into chaos. Several ninjas near the edge attempted to use body flicker technique to investigate the situation. As soon as their bodies grazed the purple barrier, it felt like they had collided with an electric wall, bursting forth blinding sparks, and they were flung back over 10 meters, crashing to the ground, coughing up blood, their masks shattered. Lord Danzo, welcome to the box I have prepared for you. Tonight you cannot escape. This barrier will isolate all sounds and chakra fluctuations, preventing anyone from entering. A cold voice penetrated the cawing of the crows. Everyone turned towards the sound, where Uchiha Gen stood with one foot resting on a branch, his arms crossed. His eyes, with their 3 tomo, had transformed into the shape of a 4-pointed pinwheel, gazing down at the people below, the night wind fluttering his clothing. Danzo suddenly turned to look at Shui in the tree, then back at the smirking Xian, his single eye widening in disbelief, followed by a shadow of gloom. The intelligence was wrong. Xian was not out of control. These two Uchiha geniuses had not turned against each other at all. It was all a ruse. From start to finish, this was a trap specifically designed for him, luring him to lead his men into this dead end. A wave of humiliation rose in Danzo's mind, shaking with rage as his cane dug deep into the ground, creating several craters, his chest heaving violently, his breathing growing rough. Uchiha Gen, how dare you conspire with this little wretch against me? You are betraying the village, betraying the will of fire. I have long known that your Uchiha clan is inherently evil and not to be trusted. Danzo shouted hoarsely, trying to pressure others with righteousness, maintaining his image of justice. Shizui's figure flickered, transforming into several afterimages, instantly appearing beside Xian. He turned his head to look at the furious Danzo, his gaze as cold as ice. You do not represent the village, nor are you worthy to speak of the will of fire. You are merely a malignant tumor parasitizing in the dark corners of Konoha, feeding off the blood of your comrades to grow stronger. Tonight this will be the place where the roots are uprooted and your evil ends here. Danzo realized he had fallen into a trap, but glancing at the dozens of killing machines he had personally trained, feeling their ample chakra, his confidence returned. So what if he had fallen into a trap? In the face of absolute numbers and elite combat power, 2 Uchiha brats, who had yet to mature, couldn't stir up much trouble. As long as he killed these two, took their Mangekyō Sharingan, and disguised the scene as a mutual slaughter, he would still emerge victorious. In the darkness of Konoha, only my voice is needed. Arrogant. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Danzo swung his arm down violently, hysterically issuing the order: kill. Leave no survivors, just make sure to bring me their eyes intact. Dozens of root ninjas received the order, no longer holding back, as their chakra erupted instantaneously. Half of the ninjas skilled in physical and sword techniques transformed into afterimages, rushing from all directions towards Xian and Shui in the center of the field, their blades tracing deadly arcs, sealing off all escape routes. The other half, proficient in ninjutsu, executed their hand signs in perfect unison, slamming their hands against the ground or thrusting them forward. Fire release, wind release, lightning release, water release, earth release. 5 different attribute advanced ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously. The raging wind blades mixed with searing flames formed a towering fire tornado rising over 10 meters high. Thick bolts of lightning entwined with high-pressure water dragons, producing deafening roars. Massive stone spikes tore through the ground, shooting skyward. All the attacks merged into a force of destruction, roaring towards the 2 people at the center of the encirclement. The air in the entire training ground was sucked dry, and the terrifying energy peeled the ground layer by layer, with sturdy trees being caught up and ground to powder. The eyes beneath the masks of the root ninjas showed no emotion. To them, under such a scale of combined attack, it was impossible for anyone to survive. Lord Danzo would soon acquire those 2 pairs of eyes he had long desired. Faced with a lethal force capable of instantly destroying several elite shinobi squads, Shui tightened his grip on his short blade, the Mangekyō, and his eyes spinning wildly, ready to use body flicker technique to evade with Xian. However, Xian reached out and pressed his hand on Shizui's shoulder, shaking his head, his lips curled in that mocking smile. He made a gesture that left everyone perplexed. Xian stood unflinchingly, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, even closing his eyes with the perceptive Mangekyō Sharingan shut. He remained there utterly defenseless, as if he had completely given up on resistance, quietly awaiting the ninjutsu to shred him apart. The heart of Shui sank. He noticed that Xian's face bore no hint of fear, only an indescribable calm. Just as the sea of fire and the lightning were about to collide with Xian, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a roar towards the sky. That roar was not something a human could produce. It was more akin to the awakening of an ancient beast filled with an aura of majesty and ferocity. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy exploded outward from Xian's body as the center. It was neither chakra nor any known energy. It was a pure and domineering golden tide. The golden flame shot into the sky, forming a tornado that pierced through heaven and earth. The wind and fire tornado struck by the golden flames vanished without a sound, leaving not even a spark behind. The water dragon and lightning that followed met the same fate. Their impact was as fragile as a child's water gun in the face of the golden flames, instantly scattered by the violent energy, disappearing entirely. As for the stone spears that shot up from the ground, they were crushed to pieces by the golden flames, turning into a fine powder. That devastating joint ninjutsu was completely erased in less than a second. The raging golden energy continued to expand outward, dyeing the entire barrier a shade of gold. Jishui was pinned in place by Xian while the golden flames seemed to move as if alive, creating a zone of absolute safety around him. He stared blankly at everything happening before him, his mind a blank slate. He witnessed how the ninjutsu which the Roots elite took pride in was effortlessly and brutally crushed. He saw Xian's body slowly ascend, enveloped in the golden flames. His black hair whipped in the wind, gradually dyed gold, standing upright. That pair of black pupils had completely transformed into a cold emerald green, devoid of any human emotion, only exuding a cold indifference that overlooked everything. A heavy pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the entire training ground. Crack, crack. The ground could not withstand this pressure. Fissures began to appear, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly as if the entire No. 7 training ground was lamenting. The root ninjas turned pale, feeling as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Breathing became difficult, their legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Danzo looked up, his single eye wide with shock and disbelief. What kind of power is this? This is absolutely not ninjutsu. This pressure that seemed capable of burning souls, this pure destructive energy, had completely surpassed his understanding of power. Is this the true power of Uchiha Gen? Is this the true face of the power he had dreamt of? The hunt has begun. Xian spoke slowly in midair. His voice was no longer clear, but carried a metallic resonance, cold and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. Just as he finished speaking, Xian's figure vanished from the spot. There was no smoke of body flicker, no afterimage of high-speed movement. He simply disappeared into thin air. The next second, a piercing scream abruptly echoed within the barrier. Danzo's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle point. In his line of sight, a golden shadow darted through the crowd like a lightning bolt, moving at a speed that exceeded his visual limits. Too fast. So fast that his brain could not process the information in front of him. He could only see a flash of golden light as a root elite on his left had his chest completely caved and his body flying backward, crashing violently against the barrier, turning into a puddle of flesh. Before he could react, the golden light flashed again. A ninja behind him, forming seals, had his head twisted 180 degrees by an irresistible force, the crisp sound of bones cracking echoing painfully in the night. This was not a battle. This was a one-sided massacre. A bloody feast of a fierce tiger breaking into a flock of sheep. Xian did not use any ninjutsu, nor did he form a single seal. He was merely employing the purest, most primal form of combat. Yet such simple actions under the empowerment of the golden flames possessed the might of a deity. The root ninja's proud body flicker technique was as slow as a stroll in front of Xian. Their sturdy armor and honed bodies crumbled under Xian's fists like paper. Their counterattacks, whether blades or ninjutsu, could not even brush against the hem of Xian's clothing, being automatically repelled or evaporated by the swirling golden flames. Screams rose and fell, only to cease in a very short time. In just a few seconds. Merely a matter of seconds. The dozens of root elites who had just surrounded Xian and Jishui with overwhelming killing intent were now all lying on the ground. Some bodies contorted into strange shapes, others had transparent holes opened in their chests, while some were directly turned into blood, missed by the violent force. Not a single survivor. Apart from Jishui, who stood in place without moving an inch, only Xian and Danzo remained standing. The golden flames slowly receded, but did not dissipate, still swirling around Xian's body as if breathing. Xian's figure reappeared, stopping 3 steps away from Danzo. Not a speck of dust clung to him, not a wrinkle marred his clothing, as if the bloody slaughter that had just occurred had nothing to do with him. Only those emerald eyes remained cold, devoid of warmth. A deathly silence enveloped the entire barrier. Danzo felt icy, his limbs stiffened, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Is it over? Just like that, it's over. The elite force he had painstakingly trained over decades, Konoha's darkest and sharpest blade, had not even lasted 20 seconds in the face of this golden power. Weak, laughable, utterly vulnerable. Danzo's lips trembled as he tried to say something, only to find his throat constricted, as if by a hand unable to produce a sound. Everything he took pride in, his ambitions, his bargaining chips, his confidence, were crushed in that moment by that golden figure. Now it's your turn. Xian's voice rang out calmly, yet it struck Danzo's heart like a heavy hammer. Fear washed over Danzo like a tide, but he was after all a tyrant who had controlled Konoha's dark side for decades. After the fear, what surged in his heart was a more frenzied brutality and unwillingness. He could not die here. His ambitions had not yet been realized. He had not yet become Hokage. Danzo's wrinkled face twisted with a feral snarl, a trace of resolute madness flashing in his single eye. Kid, don't get too happy too soon. Danzo's voice was hoarse as he slowly raised his left hand, gripping the layers of bandages wrapped around his right arm. My battle is just beginning. With a low growl, Danzo tore off the bandages. A repulsive arm completely at odds with his aged skin color was exposed to the air. The skin of that arm displayed an eerie white hue from wrist to shoulder, embedded with a dozen crimson 3-demo Sharingan. Those eyes seemed to be alive, their pupils moving erratically, exuding an ominous and evil aura fixated intently on Xian ahead. Izanagi, you have truly made it look grotesque. Using others' eyes as if they were treasures embedded in oneself, thinking oneself a deity. You old dog, your ugly visage truly reflects your inner self. Tuanzo's skin twitched, his facial muscles tensed. Every word from Xian pierced his heart like a dagger. But thinking of his current immortality, his courage surged once more. Sharp-tongued little brat. Once I have you underfoot, let's see how you brag. Tuanzo roared, his aging body unleashing astonishing speed. With a single hand forming seals, the wind-release cutting blade wrapped around his arm, and he lunged at Xian in midair. He intended to use this move to tear through Xian's defenses, making Xian understand that before Izanagi, any attack was futile. Yet facing Tuanzo's desperate strike, Xian did not even flinch. Just as Tuanzo was about to collide with Xian's figure flickered and vanished. Tuanzo's strike missed, his heart racing as he turned. A hand wreathed in golden flames had already pierced through his chest from behind. Too slow. Xian's icy voice echoed in Tuanzo's ear. Tuanzo struggled to lower his head, staring at the gaping hole in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. He hadn't even seen how Xian had moved. In the next moment, golden energy erupted within him, shattering his organs and consciousness into pieces. Almost simultaneously, 10 meters away from where Tuanzo's body exploded, his figure reappeared unscathed. Only the Sharingan on his right arm near the wrist had closed. Ha ha. Tuanzo gasped for breath, yet a morbid grin spread across his face. Useless. Little brat, you can't kill me. As long as the eyes on this arm aren't all blind, I am immortal. Is that so? A playful voice rang out behind him. Tuanzo's laughter halted, every hair on his body standing on end. He whipped around only to find Xian standing behind him, a hint of mockery in his gaze. The 10th time. Xian softly uttered a number. As soon as the words left his lips, Xian's figure vanished once more. Tuanzo felt a chill at his neck, the world around him spinning. His head was wrenched off with tremendous force, soaring into the sky. In the last moment of consciousness, he saw his headless body, still standing in place, blood gushing from the severed neck. Not far away, Tuanzo's figure reappeared again, the second Sharingan shutting down. The 9th time. Xian's voice sounded precisely as Tuanzo revived. This time Tuanzo couldn't even react. A foot wrapped in golden flames had already slammed into his face. The force drove his head entirely into the ground, causing a thunderous crash as countless cracks spread out. Another Sharingan closed. The 8th time. Bang! Just as Tuanzo reappeared elsewhere, a golden finger pierced through his brow and his body fell straight down. The 7th time. Boom! A powerful uppercut sent him flying, his body disintegrating midair. The 6th time. Tuanzo's initial confidence and arrogance slowly morphed into terror, ultimately leaving only profound despair. He realized something that sent chills down his spine. No matter where he resurrected, no matter which direction he attempted to flee, Xian could always appear beside him first, using a new humiliating method to kill him swiftly. It seemed that Tuanzo's every resurrection point was under the other's control. No, not control. It was as if he was seen through. How is this possible? Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, sacrificing a Sharingan to turn an unfavorable reality into a dream. This is a divine skill that alters causality. How can this little brat see through it? He had no idea that in Xian's emerald pupils this world appeared entire. The inside of his left eye in Xian's current state was no longer merely about reading battle power. In Xian's vision, every time Tuanzo died, his body did not simply vanish, but decomposed into countless energy particles. These particles would briefly disappear, then reassemble in another location within the barrier according to some pattern. To an ordinary person, this process appeared as fast as an illusion. Yet under Xian's insight, the cluster of energy particles preparing to reform shone like a lamp in the dark, glaringly bright and impossible to conceal. The so-called immortal body was nothing but a joke. The 5th time. Xian's figure appeared before Tuanzo, not attacking immediately, but simply watching him in silence. Tuanzo's body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He was truly afraid. Dying once is not frightening, what is terrifying is dying time and again, unable to retaliate, only able to watch as his life counted down. What? What kind of monster are you? Tuanzo yelled hoarsely, his voice filled with fear. Monster. Xian tilted his head, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Compared to the eyes on your arm, my ability hardly qualifies as monstrous. There are 4 times left. No. I'll fight you. Tuanzo seemed to go mad, no longer fleeing, channeling all the chakra he had left, forming seals with both hands. Wind release vacuum, great sphere. A massive sphere of wind erupted from his mouth, howling towards Xian. Xian didn't even look, casually waving his hand. The golden flames formed a wall, and the wind sphere that could shatter stone crashed into the wall without a sound. 3 times left. Xian's figure passed through the barrier, a finger pressing against Tuanzo's forehead. Yet another resurrection. Tuanzo's eyes were devoid of any fighting spirit, filled only with fear and despair. His remaining rationality told him he couldn't continue this way. The last 2 resurrection chances were his final trump card. He must escape. 2 times left. Xian's voice sounded like a final judgment, striking Tuanzo's heart. Don't kill me. Tuanzo finally cast aside all dignity, kneeling with a thud, crying with snot and tears, Master Xian. No clan leader Xian. I was wrong. I am willing to be your dog. I hold all the secrets of the roots and all the dirty deeds of Konoha. I can help you. Dog. Xian's gaze showed no ripple of emotion. You aren't worthy yet. With one kick, Tuanzo's chest caved in completely. Last time. When Tuanzo's figure appeared for the last time in the barrier, the dozen or so Sharingan on his right arm had only the one near his shoulder still open. That was his last life. He knew begging for mercy was useless, resistance was futile, and running was a mere dream. Despair and the fear of death ultimately transformed into a frenzied madness. Uchiha Xian. Tuanzo climbed up from the ground, resembling a madman, his wrinkled face contorted with rage and malice. You force me to this. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he violently unleashed the power he had suppressed within himself, one that did not belong to him. His right shoulder's clothing tore apart, white flesh writhing and rapidly expanding. An expressionless face emerged on his shoulder, resembling the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Following that, countless thick branches burst forth from his back, clawing towards Xian. Would release birth of the world. Before the last Izanagi could activate, Tuanzo had already initiated the Hashirama cells, making a final dust. The white mass on Danzo's right shoulder writhed. It absorbed the surrounding natural energy, rapidly growing larger, its surface oozing disgusting slime. On that massive face gradually appeared that of the first Hokage. The face bore no anger, with its eyes tightly shut, exuding an aura of malevolence. Danzo let out a howl, swiftly forming hand seals with one hand so fast it was nearly imperceptible. Countless thick vines erupted from his back, intertwining and swiftly transforming into a forest of wooden trees. This uncontrollable forest forcibly pushed aside the golden flames surrounding Xian. Thick branches whipped through the air, producing a series of loud bangs as wood chips flew everywhere, striking towards Xian in midair. The ground of training ground No. 7 was torn apart, dirt swirling as countless tree roots plunged into the earth, sucking up nutrients. Xian floated in midair, looking down at the chaotic wooden forest below. In his emerald eyes there was no emotion, only unabashed contempt. The power of the first Hokage to quell a chaotic world in the hands of an old dog like you is truly a disgrace. Stolen cells giving rise to this inhuman appearance, do you even deserve to use wood release? In Xian's view, the chakra within those wooden branches swirled, chaotically filled with a sense of repulsion and instability. Compared to pure chi, it was nothing but refuse. By the edge of the barrier, Hiruzen gripped the short blade in his hand, his Mangekyō Sharingan rapidly spinning, capturing every change within the arena. Watching the overwhelming tree, Shizuo's heart tightened, his breathing became heavier. The first Hokage's wood release was a legendary technique capable of calming chaos and suppressing tailed beasts. Back then, the god of ninjas relied on this to command respect from the entire ninja world. Even if Danzo was merely an uncontrollable half-finished product, the fluctuations of his chakra were enough to wipe out an entire squad of Umbu. Such an attack range left no room for evasion. The barrier was filled with deadly branches. Hiruzen instinctively wanted to help, but as he moved, he abruptly halted. He realized Xian had no intention of dodging at all. Xian simply floated, their hands at his sides, as if watching a monkey show. Seeing Xian so composed, Hiruzen surprisingly relaxed. Xian's legs bent slightly, his center of gravity lowered as his hands came together at his waist. As his palms met, a blinding blue light erupted. The golden flames enveloping his body seemed to be drawn toward. The surrounding air was vacuumed out, forming a visible vortex, the wind swirling, causing Xian's golden hair to fly wildly. The dense chi was compressed in Xian's hands, emitting a buzzing sound. The debris on the ground was swept up by the wind. It didn't even get close to the blue light before being ground to dust by the overflowing energy. The purple barrier began to flicker under this pressure, looking as if it could barely hold. Danzo stood at the center of the wooden forest, protected by the vines, his single eye fixed intently on the increasingly bright blue light in Xian's palm. He could not comprehend what this technique was. There were no hand seals, no flow of chakra, only a pure and terrifying aura of destruction. Stop with your tricks. Danzo screamed internally before the first Hokage's would release. Everything is futile. Today I will crush you and your arrogance with wood release. Danzo shouted, his hands forming seals, once more squeezing out the last bit of chakra from his body. A dozen of the thickest tree trunks burst forth like wild dragons, their mouths wide open, howling as they lunged towards Xian in midair. Xian's eyes narrowed, the blue sphere in his hands pressed to its limit. The blinding light even overshadowed the golden glow around him, illuminating the entire purple barrier as if it were daytime. Just as the wooden dragon was about to engulf Xian, he uttered a few strange syllables. Me. Huh. A nod to a classic move. It feels incomplete without a shout as he forcefully thrust both hands forward. A blue energy wave over 10 meters in diameter surged forth from Xian's hands with the force to flatten everything in its path, forcibly clearing the space it traversed. Where the blue light passed, the air heated up, sparking electrical fire, and ripples appeared in the space. The blue energy torrent collided with the wooden forest. There was no massive explosion, nor was there any stalemate. Only a chilling, hair-raising zzz sound remained. Danzo's proud wooden branches, upon contact with the blue energy wave, disintegrated like ice meeting lava, unable to resist even for a moment, instantly vaporized. The first layer of the thick tree trunk defense wall vanished in an instant. The second layer of entwined vines did not last even a second and turned to ash. The third layer of poisonous spikes didn't even make contact with the blue light before being evaporated by the heat wave. The sturdy trunks collapsed inch by inch, turning into invisible particles in the sky, leaving no remnants. The energy wave retained its power, piercing through the entire wooden forest, clearing everything in its path and crashing directly onto the floor of the barrier. The entire training ground No. 7 shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. A bottomless crevice over 10 meters wide was forcibly plowed out by the blue light. The soil at the edge of the crevice turned a glass-like color, radiating high temperatures, with heat waves spreading outwards. The shockwave tore the entire training ground apart, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Hiruzen was pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave, his feet carving 2 deep grooves in the ground. Finally, he plunged his short blade into the earth just to maintain his footing. He stared wide-eyed at the apocalyptic scene before him, his mind blank. Was that really would release the legendary invincible would release evaporated by a mere blue light? No need for hand seals, no need for chakra, only pure destructive power. This was not a battle between ninjas. Hiruzen swallowed hard, his hand gripping the blade, trembling. His awe for Xian escalated to another level. He finally understood how absurd the chi Xian spoke of was. In the face of such power, chakra was nothing but a child's plaything. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. At the end of the crevice, Danzo lay on the ground like a tattered sack. His right arm, filled with Sharingan, was gone, along with the face of the first Hokage on his right shoulder erased completely. His body had no intact flesh, blood mixed with charred dirt made for a grim sight. His clothes had become rags with large burn marks from his chest to his abdomen. A faint fluctuation of chakra flashed by. Danzo's broken body vanished like a shadow, only to reappear a few meters away. For the last time, Izanagi was activated, pulling him back from the gates of death. Although his body had restored, Danzo's spirit was on the verge of collapse. As Danzo stood up again, gasping for breath, his entire body trembled. He looked down at his right arm, which had nothing left, not even a shred of flesh. All his Sharingan were gone. His strongest trump card, would release, had failed to withstand even a single move. My would release. My eyes. Danzo's voice was hoarse and unappealing, his single eye filled with unshakable despair and fear. All the plots and bloodlines he had gathered over the decades had become a joke in the face of that last attack. Xian slowly descended from the air, stepping onto the charred earth, his golden flames retracting, yet the pressure remained unchanged. Xian walked step by step toward Danzo, each step feeling like a stomp on Danzo's heart. He looked at the disheveled Danzo, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Your trump cards are all exhausted, old dog, Xian said. What final words do you have? Danzo suddenly lifted his head, his single eye fixed fiercely on Xian, filled with madness. There was no escape, begging for mercy was futile. Then let's descend into hell together. If I cannot have it, no one shall. Danzo roared, tearing apart his ragged clothes. His emaciated chest was covered with black curse marks, forming a deadly pattern. Danzo's nails dug deeply into his flesh. This was his final act of madness. He intended to use the 4 symbols seal to seal this monster along with himself into darkness. The emaciated chest of Tuanzo was covered in dense black curse marks. Those lines came to life, swiftly moving along the blood vessels, frantically devouring vitality. Blood seeped from the cracks in his skin, dripping along the lines of the curse marks and staining the ground black. A mutual destruction. This old man could not wait for the sealing technique. He clawed at the flesh on his chest with his nails, forcibly activating the interior 4 symbols seal on his bones. For dark ink pillars shot up from his back, crossing and striking into the air. Wherever the ink pillars passed, the air was torn apart, creating a vacuum that sucked in debris from the ground, instantly obliterating it. The despair on Tuanzo's face transformed into a pathological frenzy. He grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth, his features contorted in pain as he let out a roar from his throat. Die, you Uchiha brat. Even if I shatter to pieces, I will drag you down to the underworld. The darkness of Konoha cannot accommodate a fierce wind howled as the ink pillars threatened to engulf the golden figure. Xian floated in midair, his golden short hair dancing wildly, his emerald eyes devoid of any ripples. The way he looked at Tuanzo was as if he were gazing at a pile of garbage. You want to take me down with you? Xian chuckled coldly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You don't even have the qualification to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian left behind a golden afterimage at the spot. The ceiling ink pillar struck the afterimage, instantly shredding it to pieces. Tuanzo's smile froze on his face, his single eye widened in disbelief, his heart skipping a beat. Where is he? Before he could react, a hand had already seized his throat from the front, lifting him up completely. Ugh. Tuanzo desperately clawed at the hand with both hands, his legs flailing in the air. Choking, his eyes bulged and his face turned a deep purple. Xian tilted his head, observing the curse marks spreading across Tuanzo's chest, too lazy to waste words. His free left hand formed a blade wrapped in a layer of white flames and cut down directly. With a swift motion, the hand fell. A sound of bones cracking resonated from his wrist as Tuanzo's arms drooped limply, the tendons in his hands severed by the flames. Before he could even scream, Xian raised his right leg and delivered a forceful knee strike. The sound of bone shattering was deafening. Tuanzo's legs broke at the knees, exposing white bone shards that pierced through the skin, with the tendons in his feet torn apart by the shockwave. All four limbs rendered useless. But it wasn't over. Xian slammed the limp Tuanzo into the ground. He clenched his right fist, the golden flames compressing violently into a sphere of light. He aimed a punch at Tuanzo's abdomen covered in curse marks. A thunderous boom erupted on the training ground. The violent energy surged into Tuanzo's body through the punch, brutally breaking through all defenses and rampaging inside. His chakra sea instantly collapsed. The cells responsible for refining chakra crumbled under this energy, burnt away in patches. The ceiling curse marks, still spreading, suddenly halted as they lost their chakra supply. The black lines rapidly withered, peeling off his skin and turning into pools of black water. The ceiling had failed. Tuanzo lay in the deep pit, vomiting black blood mixed with chunks of internal organs. His limbs were all shattered and his chakra network was utterly destroyed. From this moment on, the root leader, who had dominated Konoha for decades, was no better than a mere genin rendered utterly useless. Xian retracted his fist and stood up, the golden flames swirling around his body, not a drop of blood staining him. At the bottom of the pit, Tuanzo gasped for air, desperately trying to breathe. His murky single eye fixated on Xian filled only with fear. His power was gone. Decades of plotting had all come to naught. He lacked even the strength to bite his tongue and die, his jaw dislocated from the earlier impact, hanging limply, saliva mixed with blood dripping down. Kill me. Tuanzo's throat emitted a sound like a broken bellows, pleading with his eyes at the Xian took a step closer, the military boot pressing down on the face mottled with age spots, grinding it forcefully. Kill you. Xian bent down, his gaze icy. That would be too easy for you. For an old dog like you, the greatest punishment is to live with nothing. I will make you drag this crippled body locked in a dungeon, listening every day to how my Uchiha clan governs Konoha and unifies the ninja world. Xian's voice was not loud. I want you to witness with your own eyes how the family you have schemed to destroy rises to the peak, stepping over your ashes. And you're nothing. Tuanzo's pupils trembled violently, his breathing rapid. He couldn't catch his breath, his eyelids rolled back and he fainted. Xian disdainfully retracted his foot, not even glancing at the old dog. He turned around, bending down to grasp Tuanzo's right arm, which had been implanted with Hashirama's cells and Sharingan. With a forceful tug, blood splattered. That arm was forcibly ripped off. The stench of blood filled the air. The dozens of Sharingan on the severed arm were all closed, never to open again. Xian held the severed arm. The crows in the sky let out piercing cries, and the purple flames formation shattered, dispersing into specks of light. The night breeze blew back into the devastated training ground. A shadow leapt down from the treetops, landing at the edge of the deep pit. It was Susanoo. He sheathed his short blade, his gaze sweeping across the flattened forest, then over the elite root members, turned to ashes, finally resting on the pit bottom where Tuanzo, unrecognizable as a human, lay. His heart raced uncontrollably. Susanoo took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. It was over. In just one night, the root organization that had oppressed the Uchiha and instilled fear in countless ninjas was crushed by Xian alone. No tactics, no ninjutsu exchanges. Only pure power crushed them. Susanoo looked at the golden back figure holding the severed arm, his expression completely changed. Previously at the Southern He River, he had only been impressed by Xian's theories and speed. Now he truly understood what a dimensional strike was. This power had surpassed the realm of ninjas. The will of fire and the high-level power struggles seemed like children's play in the face of this golden flame. Konoha needed a king like this. The Uchiha needed a god like this. Susanoo hurried forward, kneeling on one knee, retrieving a glowing crystal ball from his ninja tool bag, holding it above his head with both hands. Lord Xian, this is the recording crystal. Everything that happened within the barrier, including Tuanzo admitting to coveting the Sharingan and launching an attack, is all recorded within without any tampering. The title had changed. Susanoo didn't even notice that he willingly addressed him as Lord. Xian turned his head, the golden flames around him receding, his golden hair returning to black. His emerald eyes lost their coldness, the six-pointed star of the kaleidoscope in his left eye spun once, sinking into his gaze. Xian received the crystal ball weighted in his hand, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With both material evidence and witnesses given his current strength, he could directly storm into the Hokage building and seize power from Sarutobi Hiruzen. But to gain the respect of all ninja clans and have the Uchiha ascend to power honorably, some formalities still needed to be observed. Killing was easy, but to shatter the idols of the old era, one needed to strip away their facade of hypocrisy. Xian approached the edge of the deep pit, grabbing Tuanzou by the hair, dragging the wretch out from the bloodied water. The severed limb left a long trail of blood on the ground. Well done. Xian glanced at Shizum, his tone flat. Clean up the surroundings, leave no root survivors. All hidden spies in various places should be eliminated tonight. Before dawn, I do not want to smell any foul odor of roots again. Shizum lowered his head sharply, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, and he solemnly accepted the orders. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Xian said no more, one hand pulling Tuanzou's hair, the other carrying the severed Sharingan arm, turning to walk toward the center of the village. The night was still thick, but the horizon was already tinged with pale light. Boots crunched on the dry branches, making cracking sounds. Xian dragged the darkest depths of Konoha, walking toward the red-domed building. Inside the building, that hypocritical old man was still sitting behind the desk, smoking a pipe and dreaming. It was time to demand justice. The Hokage building, top floor. As dawn broke, the corridor was eerily silent, with only a few nightwatch umbu standing like wooden stakes in the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, pinching the bridge of his nose. After staying up all night, his head felt heavy. The stack of documents on his desk was high, filled with trivial matters regarding border skirmishes and resource allocations. He picked up his pipe, but before he could light it, the heavy redwood door of the office was kicked open from the outside. Bang! The tremendous sound reverberated throughout the entire building. The two umbu guarding the door had no time to react and were sent flying by a shockwave, crashing heavily against the wall at the end of the corridor, sliding down to the floor unmoving. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell onto the desk and rolled several times, scattering tobacco everywhere. He was momentarily stunned, then his expression darkened as someone dared to cause trouble in the Hokage building. But when he saw the person standing at the door, all his anger vanished without a trace, and he froze in place. Xian stood at the entrance. The morning light streamed in from behind him, outlining his entire figure. The lingering scent of blood and murderous intent around him had yet to dissipate, and his gaze was calm, revealing no sign of emotion. Shirzue followed closely behind Xian, his expression stern, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, casting a sweeping glance over everything in the office. Uchiha Xian. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, his chair sliding far behind him. What do you want? Are you staging a rebellion? Xian ignored him, merely shifting to the side and tossing something he had been dragging into the office. A figure was thrown in, leaving a glaring trail of blood across the carpet. Upon seeing the person's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. It was Danzo. His limbs were twisted in a strange position, covered in blood, with a clear footprint on his face. His mouth hung open, weakly exhaling, but unable to inhale. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by a hand. He had considered many possibilities, Xian and Shirzue being captured by Danzo, or both sides suffering mutual destruction, or even them joining forces to resist. But he never imagined this would be the outcome before him. Danzo, the leader of the Root who had controlled Konoha's darkness for decades, reduced to this state in a single night. Lord Hokage, I have captured a traitor for you. Xian's voice echoed in the quiet office, devoid of any. He walked to the desk and casually tossed two items onto the pile of documents. Bang! The first was a bloody severed arm embedded with a dozen closed Sharingan. The strong smell of blood immediately spread, staining a large portion of the documents that Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing. Thud! The second item was a softly glowing crystal ball that rolled to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. You guys. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at Xian, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. At that moment, two elderly figures rushed in from outside. It was Mito Kageyama and Uchiha Koharu, alerted by the commotion. They were about to scold, but upon seeing the scene in the office, both were dumbfounded. Especially when they saw the half-dead Danzo on the floor, the color drained from their faces. Outrageous. Uchiha Koharu was the first to react, pointing a finger at Xian and shouting, Uchiha Xian. Do you still see the Hokage in your eyes? What have you done to Advisor Danzo? This is insubordination. Mito Kageyama echoed, this is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. They must be arrested immediately. Xian couldn't even be bothered to glance at them, merely toying with another recording crystal in his hand. It was Shirzue behind him who stepped forward, coldly stating, ladies, you cannot speak recklessly. We captured a traitor, what crime is that? Is Uchiha Danzo more important than Konoha's laws in your eyes? You. Uchiha Koharu was left speechless, her face flushed red. Enough. Xian seemed a bit impatient, finally lifting his eyelids to sweep a glance at the two old men. Just a glance. Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kageyama felt as if something had seized their throats, their hearts skipped a beat, and a chill ran from their souls to the top of their heads. They opened their mouths, but could not utter a single word, even forgetting to breathe. The entire office was terrifyingly silent. Xian withdrew his gaze, no longer paying any attention to the two terrified fools. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, pointing at the crystal ball on the desk. Lord Hokage, I believe you would like to know what happened last night. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed multiple times before he finally slumped back into his chair, waving his hand. Immediately Umbu stepped forward, took the crystal ball, and infused it with chakra. A light curtain unfolded in the center of the office. The footage began to play. First, Danzo was shown surrounding Xian with dozens of root ninjas shouting that they would gouge out his eyes. Then golden flames erupted around Xian, easily slaughtering all the root members. Next, Danzo revealed his Sharingan arm, using Izanagi repeatedly to resurrect, only to be killed again and again. The scene shifted to Xian unleashing a thick blue beam that engulfed a vast expanse of forest along with Danzo. Finally, Danzo attempted the four-symbol seal, only to be subdued by Xian in an instant, leaving him crippled. Every detail was crystal clear. Danzo's ambition, his trump cards, his disgraceful appearance, all captured on record. In the office, the only sounds were the breaths of a few individuals. Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kageyama's faces shifted from anger to shock and then to ashen despair. They swayed slightly, nearly unable to stand. They could hardly fathom that the Uchiha Danzo who had battled them for decades and made even the Hokage wary could be utterly crushed by a teenage boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. He looked at the figure in the footage, resembling a deity, his murky old eyes filled only with shock and helplessness. That kind of power had surpassed his comprehension. Ninjutsu chakra all seemed like a joke in the face of such pure strength. The light curtain extinguished and the office returned to darkness. Lord Hokage. Xian's voice rang out again, cold and devoid of fluctuations. Uchiha Danzo privately forming armed forces, attacking fellow village ninjas, plotting for bloodline limits, with irrefutable evidence. According to Konoha's laws, how should this be handled? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence. He looked at the severed arm on the desk, recalling Danzo's frenzied appearance in the footage. A sharp pain pierced his heart. After all, he was a comrade who had fought alongside him for many years. But he knew more clearly that today he could not protect Danzo. The evidence was overwhelming, and the Grim Reaper Uchiha Xian was staring right at him. If he dared to shield him in the next moment, the entire Hokage building might be gone. A severing was necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to age 10 years, in an instant the wrinkles on his face deepening. In a hoarse and dry voice, he issued the command: take Uchiha Danzo to the highest prison, strip him of all positions, and imprison him for life. Disband root, all members report to Umbu immediately for examination. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. This decision nearly drained him of all his mental energy. Very well. Xian nodded, seemingly satisfied with this outcome. Mito Kageyama and Uchiha Koharu both breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this matter was settled. Now for the next question. Xian suddenly took a step forward, leaning both hands on the desk, his body slightly tilting forward. His emerald eyes glinted with a dangerous light under the dim illumination. He fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, enunciating each word carefully. Lord Hokage, during the Ninetales incident, why was the Uchiha clan, as Konoha's law enforcement, forbidden from participating in the battle? Who issued that order? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his head, his entire body rigid. He looked into Xian's emotionless eyes, a terrifying thought clearly surfacing in his mind. This kid knows everything. Cold sweat trickled down Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead, tracing the deep wrinkles on his cheeks. Gen's question struck directly at the very point where he felt most vulnerable. During the Ninetales assault, the Uchiha clan had been deliberately isolated, a calculated move by Hiruzen to consolidate power and fracture unity within Konoha. Should this truth ever resurface, his position as Hokage would collapse instantly. Gen, hear me out. The circumstances back then were extraordinarily complex. Hiruzen Sarutobi forced himself to remain composed, attempting to deflect with his well-worn rhetoric. The village was in utter chaos. Eyewitnesses claimed the Ninetales was being controlled by a Sharingan. To prevent further misunderstanding, and to protect the Uchiha, I made that decision. Misunderstanding. Protection. Gen let out a light derisive laugh, cutting him off. The mockery in that laughter was utterly unmasked. He asked no further questions, did not even glance at Hiruzen again, but simply left behind a single icy declaration. I will uncover the truth. With those words, Gen turned and strode away, accompanied by Shisui, exiting the Hokage's office with unwavering resolve. After they departed, an oppressive silence descended upon the chamber. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a glance. Fear flickered unmistakably in each other's eyes. Their mouths opened slightly, yet no sound emerged. To their throats had gone completely dry. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt every ounce of strength drain from his body. He collapsed heavily into the Hokage's chair. His gaze fell upon the blood-soaked severed arm on his desk, the crimson-stained documents, and finally upon Danzo Shimura, unconscious and motionless on the floor. A chill rose up his spine, freezing his limbs. He knew beyond doubt that their era was drawing to a close. Dawn broke. News spread overnight across Konoha. Danzo Shimura had been stripped of all authority en route. His clandestine organization had been purged and disbanded before sunrise. Ordinary villagers buzzed with speculation. Though few understood what route truly was, all knew one thing: Danzo, that formidable elder statesman, had fallen, toppled by a prodigious young genius from the Uchiha clan. For Konoha's great shinobi clans, the news struck like a thunderclap. Hyuga compound. Hayashi Hyuga sat upon the head seat, his hand trembling faintly as he held his teacup. He listened to his subordinates' intelligence reports, his expression shifting between shadow and storm. One person crippled Danzo and slaughtered dozens of Roots elite. Hayashi's voice came out hoarse. Yes, clan head. It is said the bloodstains on the Hokage's office floor have yet to be fully scrubbed. Hayashi fell silent. He set down his teacup and closed his eyes. Nara compound. Shikaku Nara clenched a cigarette between his teeth, his brow deeply furrowed. Trouble indeed, genuine trouble now, he murmured, exhaling a slow gray smoke ring. That boy plays by no rules whatsoever. Balance. Compromise. To him such notions are surely meaningless. This game can no longer be played. The three clan heads, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, sat together in heavy, suffocating silence. They all understood the sky over Konoha had irrevocably changed. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha district, jubilation reigned. No sooner had Gen and Shisui returned than nearly every clan member poured into the streets. They lined both sides of the avenue, gazing with feverish intensity upon the youth walking at the forefront. That mountain which had loomed over them for decades crushed. Danzo, the man who had relentlessly persecuted them, had been humiliated not by outsiders, but by one of their own in the most direct, cathartic manner imaginable. We won, we've won. No one knew who shouted first, but instantly a deafening roar erupted into the heavens. Decades of suppressed grievance and indignation exploded forth in that single seismic moment. Some clan members wept openly, embracing one another tightly. Others, youthful and electrified, pounded walls with clenched fists, shouting until their voices cracked. Their eyes fixed upon Gen burned with pure, unreserved adoration. That evening the Uchiha district hosted a grand victory banquet. At the head table, clan head Fugaku Uchiha personally filled Gen's cup to the brim with sake. Rising to his feet, Fugaku raised his cup high, surveying every exultant face in attendance, his voice resonant and commanding. I, Fugaku Uchiha, as your clan head, have failed you. His opening words hushed the raucous celebration instantly. Faced with oppression from the upper echelons, I chose retreat, subjecting our people to endless injustice. I believed I was protecting the clan, but reality has proven me wrong. Fugaku's gaze shifted toward Gen beside him, admiration and remorse mingling in his eyes. It was Gen who shattered our chains with his own strength and reclaimed justice for us. He taught me that dignity is never granted by others, it is forged unyielding by one's own fists. Fugaku drew a deep breath, then thrust his cup aloft with fierce, unshakable resolve. Today I, Fugaku Uchiha, hereby declare. I resign from my position as head of the Uchiha clan. I formally propose that Gen Uchiha assume leadership as the next clan head. A stunned hush fell over the hall, then erupted into applause and cheers louder than those of the day before. Clan head Gen. Clan head Gen. Clan head Gen. Not a single voice opposed. Whether hawk or dove, every faction shared the same conviction in that instant. This youth, who alone had reshaped Konoha's entire political landscape, was the Uchiha's sole hope. Under the rapt gaze of all present, Gen rose calmly to his feet. He offered no refusal, simply accepted with quiet solemnity the flame-emblazoned haori, the sacred garment symbolizing the clan head's authority, handed to him by Fugaku. His eyes swept slowly across the sea of fervent, expectant faces below, and though his voice remained low, it carried with crystalline clarity to every ear. Toppling Danzo merely reclaimed the justice long denied us. But this is only the first step. Gen's voice suddenly surged resonant and commanding. Next I shall lead you to reclaim everything that belongs to the Uchiha power status and above all, our honor. He paused, then delivered a revelation that stole every breath in the room. Beginning tomorrow, I will construct a training ground beneath the South River Shrine. There I will personally teach you the cultivation of ki. You will come to understand Uchiha strength springs not from hatred, but from the indomitable will to protect. Every Uchiha who masters ki will awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan more readily and escape its curse of blindness. Boom. That single sentence ignited the crowd more fiercely than Danzo's downfall ever had. Mangekyō. That legendary mythic eye. And without the blinding side effect. What did it mean? It meant the Uchiha clan would forge an elite force, united under the power of the Mangekyō itself. All reason dissolved. The look in their eyes shifted from fervor to absolute unshakable faith. When the banquet ended, night lay deep and still. In his newly appointed residence, Gen secretly summoned two individuals. Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Shisui Gen addressed the prodigy, known as the body flicker genius, now his foremost loyalist. From this day forward you withdraw from the military police force. You will form an shadow guard unit, answering solely to me. Your mission: investigate every covert act committed during Hiruzen Sarutobi's reign, especially the suspicious deaths of key foreign dignitaries and the hidden flow of resources within Konoha. I want you to strip him bare, lay bare every last secret he conceals. Yes, Lord Gen. Shisui dropped to one knee, a flash of lethal intent blazing in his eyes. Gen nodded, then turned his gaze toward Itachi, quiet, observant, standing silently beside them. At 11 years old, Itachi possessed a maturity far beyond his years. He studied this new clan head, awestruck by the glory Gen had restored to their name, yet unsettled by his uncompromising, ruthless methods. At heart, he remained the boy who revered the will of fire. Itachi, Gen said, seeing through his thoughts, not issuing an order, but asking calmly, what kind of Hokage do you believe Hiruzen Sarutobi truly is? Itachi paused, then replied, voice low and steady, the third Hokage is a great shinobi who devoted his life entirely to the village. Great. Gen smiled faintly. A great Hokage would allow the son of a hero to live worse than a beggar. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. What do you mean by that? Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, is your idol, isn't he? Gen countered. He and his wife Kushina Uzumaki sacrificed themselves to seal the Nine Tails. They are Konoha's heroes, aren't they? Of course. Itachi answered without hesitation. Then tell me, how does their son Naruto Uzumaki? Gen's tone hardened glacial. Hiruzen Sarutobi promised everyone he would care for the hero's orphan. And yet, what followed? I won't give you the answer. Gen rose, walked to Itachi's side, and placed a firm hand upon his shoulder. Instead, I assign you a task. From this day forward, find Naruto Uzumaki, secretly, without alerting anyone. Use your eyes. Witness firsthand how the hero's son truly lives. Record everything, every detail. Observe how the so-called Great Hokage fulfills his solemn vow to care for the sole living heir of your idol. Gen's words struck Itachi like a physical blow. Until now he had seen the third Hokage as a benevolent elder, the living embodiment of the will of fire. Yet Gen's words had torn a fissure in that unshakable belief. He yearned to protest, but Gen's piercing, all-knowing gaze silenced him utterly. Finally, Itachi bowed his head, his voice rough and strained. Yes. At dawn the next day, he donned civilian clothes, concealed his presence, and began searching the village's forgotten corners for the golden-haired boy. At last, in the most secluded park in Konoha, he found him. Naruto Uzumaki sat alone on a weathered swing, knees drawn tightly to his chest, watching other children laugh and play, surrounded by loving parents. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and solitary across the ground. From the shade of a nearby tree, Itachi watched that small lonely figure and noted the faded threadbare fabric of Naruto's clothes, the grime smudged across his cheeks. In that moment, Itachi's gaze grew profoundly complex. Shien had become the new sovereign of the Uchiha clan, yet he declined Fugaku's offer of the ancestral manor. Instead, he selected a newly completed structure at the heart of the clan compound. Originally intended as a high-level conference hall, it was now repurposed by Shien as his central command post. The interior bore no ornate decoration, only a long broad table and walls lined with meticulously detailed blueprints. The architectural schematics were profoundly alien, their lines and symbols lay far beyond the comprehension of shinobi of this era. Gravity amplification array, energy circulation core, adaptive combat simulation space, each term alone would occupy the Leaf Village Research Division for half a lifetime. Yet Shien merely transcribed them from memory. These designs were not his own creation, they emerged alongside his awakening of the Saiyan bloodline, a compendium titled Fundamental Applications of Chi spontaneously manifesting within his mind. The manual not only detailed methods of cultivating Chi, but also outlined the construction of auxiliary training facilities. The gravity amplification array refined physical resilience. The energy circulation core served as the facility's power source. The adaptive combat simulation space enabled immersive real-time tactical rehearsal. This was Shien's envisioned cultivation arena. Behind him, several hawkish Uchiha elders, including Shauna, stood breathless, craning their necks in futile attempts to decipher the diagrams. They could not comprehend the schematics, but they were deeply shaken. On his very first day as clan head, Shien conducted no purges. Instead, he secluded himself in this provisional command post to fulfill the promise he had made at the inaugural banquet. Such decisive actions steadied the hearts of every Uchiha. Overnight, the entire clan's ethos Patrol officers of the Uchiha police force stood ramrod straight upon the streets, eyes alight with newfound purpose. In the training grounds, young clansmen sweated profusely, doubling their usual regimen. Even children still enrolled in the ninja academy shed their former listlessness. Their gazes now shimmered with aspiration for the future. All understood the dawn had broken over the Uchiha. Shien set down his charcoal pencil and massaged the bridge of his nose. Picking up a materials requisition list from the desk, he glanced through it and called out, "Izumi." A figure instantly entered from outside. Uchiha Izumi wore a crisp, practical short-sleeved uniform today, her hair tied high. Her expression held both nervous anticipation and quiet excitement as she strode swiftly to the table and bowed slightly, awaiting orders. "Clan head." When we're alone, call me Xian, he replied without looking up, still scanning the list. You need not concern yourself with the cultivation arena. Starting today, I am establishing a new division under your sole authority, the Vital Energy Research Institute. The Vital Energy Research Institute. Izumi froze, her wide eyes brimming with bewilderment. Yes, Xian finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. The chi I taught you is vital energy. Your task is to investigate how to integrate chi with medical ninjutsu. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, softly yet with unyielding authority. I do not seek mere senjutsu-style palliation. I demand limb regeneration, cellular level repair, activation of latent human potential, and even perhaps lifespan extension. Izumi's breath caught, her heart surged violently. What Xian described transcended all her prior understanding of medical ninjutsu. This was no longer ninjutsu, it was the domain of gods. See, can I truly accomplish this? Her voice trembled, uncertain of her own capacity. If I say you can, then you can. Xian's tone remained calm, unwavering. Remember, you are the first medical shinobi to master chi, you are the founder of this discipline. Act boldly. For personnel and resources, approach Fugaku, the former clan head. He now serves as my chief steward. Gazing into Xian's serene, fathomless eyes, Izumi's doubts dissolved entirely. A profound sense of mission and inner resolve welled up from deep within her. She nodded firmly, cheeks flushed, her voice clear and resolute. Yes, I will never betray your trust. Her departing figure radiated unwavering determination. Watching her recede, Xian allowed the faintest trace of a smile to grace his lips. To reform a clan rotten to its roots required more than one man's strength. He needed to elevate a generation of unshackled young minds, those who would become the bedrock of a new era. Izumi was the first, but she would not be the last. Later that afternoon, training ground No. 3 had been temporarily converted into an exclusive training zone for the youth division. A cluster of Uchiha children, ranging from 7 to early teens, gathered in animated discussion. At their center stood Uchiha Sasuke, arms crossed, coolly listening as his peers extolled the new clan head. I'm telling you, Brother Xian defeated that old man Danzo all by himself. My father says Brother Xian wields golden energy, one punch shatters mountains. From now on we'll never bow our heads to anyone again. As the children chattered fervently, a quiet voice finished talking. Every child stiffened, whirled around, and snapped rigidly to attention. Xian stood silently behind them, no one had heard him approach. Clan head, they chorused, voices thick with reverence. Xian waved dismissively, surveying their youthful faces, then paused, his gaze settling on Sasuke. Before training begins, I have a question for you, Xian said. Why do you train? What do you seek to gain? The children hesitated, then raised their hands eagerly. To grow stronger. To protect the Uchiha. To become a shinobi as powerful as the clan head. Their answers varied wildly, yet each pulsed with unfiltered youthful passion. Xian offered no comment, only raising an eyebrow toward Sasuke. And you, the little one wearing that perpetually disgruntled expression, what is your reason? Sasuke flushed faintly, but held his chin high, delivering his answer in what he deemed his most aloof tone. I will surpass Uchiha Itachi. Xian smiled faintly. That is simple. But then what? To safeguard is to possess something so vital that even death cannot sever your return from the abyss. Itachi's strength stems from what he strives to protect. Xian stepped forward, crouched to meet Sasuke's gaze. Sasuke, what do you wish to protect? The question struck Sasuke like a physical blow. Protect. He had never considered it. His thoughts had always revolved around chasing that distant silhouette and earning his father's approval. Seeing Sasuke's dazed expression, Xian asked no further. He rose, clapped his hands once, and addressed the group. From today onward, forget everything you've learned about chakra extraction. Close your eyes. Empty your mind. Feel inwardly, deep within your abdomen. Is there not a gentle, warming presence? Find it. Sense it. Then attempt to guide it as if it were your own voice. Whoever succeeds first, I shall personally teach them a technique worthy of admiration. With that, Xian turned and departed, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered yet electrified children. Sasuke remained rooted in place, watching Xian's retreating back. For the first time, the certainty of his lifelong goal flickered, wavering, uncertain. Protection. Deep into the night, only a single lamp burned in the command post. Xian reclined in his chair, eyes closed in quiet repose. A subtle ripple disturbed the air, and Uchiha Itachi materialized at the room's center. He knelt on one knee, head bowed low, utterly devoid of vitality. The brilliant, radiant prodigy, the shinobi whose eyes once gleamed with unshakable conviction, was gone. What remained was a hollow vessel, its faith shattered beyond repair. Lord Xian, Itachi murmured, his voice hoarse, emotionless. Xian opened his eyes and regarded him calmly. You saw it. Itachi remained silent, withdrawing a scroll from his robes and offering it with both hands. Xian accepted the scroll and unrolled it slowly. Its surface bore no orderly script, only hurried charcoal scrawls, line after trembling line. The handwriting was chaotic, betraying the quaking hand that penned it. Day 1 found him in a narrow alley, shoved to the ground by a restaurant owner who cursed him as a monster because he wished to eat yet had no coin. Day 2 sat alone on a swing for the entire afternoon. I watched villagers deliberately steer clear of him, muttering bad omen beneath their breath. Day 3 I followed him. Saw him retrieve half a carton of expired milk from a dumpster and drink it with evident delight. Day 4 he tried to join other children at play, but they hurled stones. One boy's father stood nearby smiling as he watched. Day 5 cornered and beaten by older students. No envy intervened. That night I saw him weeping alone in seclusion, whispering mother, father. Day 6 he stood before the memorial stone gazing at the 4th Hokage's name, unaware it was his own father's. He only sensed warmth in that name. The scroll was long. Xian read every word slowly, deliberately. The air in the chamber grew heavy, suspended in silence. The lamplight flickered, stretching his shadow across the floor like a dark, elongated sentinel. His face betrayed no emotion, but his obsidian pupils grew steadily colder. Though no aura erupted from him, Itachi, kneeling motionless, felt an oppressive weight descend, crushing his breath. It was pure, undiluted killing intent. Xian gently closed the scroll. Between his fingertips the parchment disintegrated soundlessly into fine ash, slipping like dust through his grasp. The son of a hero. Xian's voice was barely a whisper, yet it carried the soul-freezing chill of absolute zero. This is what Hiruzen Sarutobi calls protection. Itachi's body jolted violently, his head sank lower. Lord Xian, my will of fire has been nothing but a cruel jest from beginning to end. His voice dripped with bitter self-mockery. A jest. Xian rose and stepped before him, gazing down. No, Itachi. It is no jest. His voice hardened, glacial and final. It is a crime. The hour is nigh. Summon Shui. Have him assemble every piece of evidence he has gathered regarding Hiruzen Sarutobi's corruption, ready for presentation. 3 days hence, before every citizen of Konoha, I shall tear away the mask of this benevolent Hokage, with my own hand. In Konoha, the central commercial street. At mealtime the street is bustling with people, the sounds of vendors, mixed with the enticing aroma of food. A small, slender blonde boy hides around the corner of an alley, swallowing repeatedly. Naruto had been hungry all day, his stomach already flat. Leaning against the cold wall, he glanced back towards the end of the street. There was a ramen shop named Ichiraku over there. The handmaid uncle was one of the few in the village who did not look at him with that monstrous gaze. Just the night before last, as the ramen shop was about to close, the handmaid uncle had secretly called him in and slipped him a bowl of tonkatsu ramen with double servings of chashu, laughing as he ruffled Naruto's messy blonde hair when he left. Naruto was very grateful to that uncle. Because of this, he did not want to go near Ichiraku ramen today. The shop was small, and if he kept going there to eat for free, it would surely cause the uncle to suffer losses. Naruto would rather starve than drag down the only person who treated him well. He withdrew his gaze, enduring the twisting pain in his stomach, and focused on an izakaya across the street called Daihiya. Outside the izakaya, a small table had just been vacated by a group of drunken patrons. On the corner of the table there was a rice ball with seaweed and salmon that a customer had not touched. Naruto swallowed again, his legs feeling a bit weak, and slowly crept out of the alley, approaching the table. He reached out with his dirty little hand and grabbed the rice ball. As a result, his wrist bumped against an empty sake bottle nearby. The glass bottle rolled to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound. The fat owner of Daihiya rushed out from the back kitchen, cursing, wielding a large metal clamp used for grilling meat. The shout startled Naruto, making him shiver. The fat owner immediately recognized the blonde hair and grabbed Naruto by the ragged collar of his shirt, lifting him off the ground and tossing him into the middle of the street. The rice ball flew from Naruto's hand, rolling several times on the dusty ground, becoming covered in black mud. Naruto landed on the bluestone pavement with a muffled groan. His left arm scraped a large patch of skin and blood quickly seeped out. Although he felt dizzy from the fall, Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the dirty rice ball. Get lost. Uncultured monster. The fat owner swung the greasy metal clamp, his face scrunched up in disdain, and spat a thick phlegm beside Naruto, saying, dare to steal from Daihiya. Do you believe I will break your legs? You've dirted my territory, who would dare to come eat here? Naruto covered his bleeding arm, got up from the ground, gritted his teeth, and shouted. I didn't steal. That was something someone else didn't want. I'm hungry. You dare to retort. The fat owner stepped forward and kicked the rice ball on the ground away, pointing at Naruto's nose and scolding, monsters should die outside the village. Don't be an eyesore on the commercial street. Seeing your blonde hair brings bad luck. Villagers and diners passing by quickly gathered around. The crowd formed a circle, trapping Naruto in the middle. Hundreds of people stood there, and not a single one spoke up for the 7-year-old child, nor did anyone help the boy with a bleeding arm. The villagers looked at Naruto with indifference, fear, and a sense of enjoyment at the spectacle. How did this monster come out again? It's really disappointing, I can't even eat my meal. The 3rd Hokage is too soft-hearted, he should have kicked this little brat out of the village long ago. It's only a matter of time before something happens. Well done. This kind of thief should be taught a lesson to prevent future harm. Harsh words came from all directions, each one stabbing into Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, desperately holding back the tears in his eyes. He had long gotten used to it, but the discomfort of hunger and the burning pain in his arm made his shoulders tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, heavy sounds of military boots stomping on the ground echoed from outside the crowd. Everyone stay still. The police force is patrolling. A cold shout drowned out all the commotion. Two Uchiha police officers in uniforms adorned with fan insignia pushed through the crowd and entered. Both were very young, standing straight with sharp gazes. These were newcomers promoted from the lower ranks after Xian became the clan leader. Xian had set only one rule for the new police force: enforce the law normally and never bow to anyone. Seeing the black uniforms of the Uchiha, the villagers instinctively took a step back. One officer approached Naruto, showing no signs of disdain, bent down and grasped Naruto's arm, lifting him up from the ground. The officer brushed the dirt off Naruto's clothes, glanced at his scraped and bleeding arm, and furrowed his brow tightly. Another officer strode over to the fat owner of Daihiya. The officer's gaze swept over the fat owner's large metal clamp, his voice stern and unforgiving. This is the Konoha police force enforcing the law. You just assaulted someone in public. Put down what you're holding and come with me to the police headquarters for questioning. The fat owner froze, still holding the clamp. The onlookers were also stunned. Was this still the Uchiha police force that used to ignore such matters? The fat owner regained his senses, emboldened by the crowd, and shouted loudly. What's wrong with teaching a thief? Why should you Uchiha meddle in our business? Are you protecting this monster now? His words ignited the villager. The boss is right. What's so great about the Uchiha? Get out of the commercial street. We don't need your display of power here. The crowd grew more agitated, tightening the encirclement. Several hot-tempered strong men even rolled up their sleeves, looking ready to fight. The two police officers stood firm, not retreating an inch. They exchanged glances and simultaneously placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. With a flick of their thumbs, the ninja swords slid partway out of their sheaths, emitting a clear metallic sound. Red three-demo patterns appeared in their eyes. A murderous intent locked onto the first few strong men at the front. Final warning: obstructing police enforcement will be treated as a co-conspiracy. Anyone who steps forward will be arrested on the spot. Seeing those rotating red eyes, the unruly villagers instantly felt intimidated, swallowing hard and retreating uncontrollably. At that moment, the air at the end of the street trembled. There was no explosion, no light. Just a foot clad in black military boots gently stepped onto the bluestone pavement. The footsteps were not loud, but at the instant the foot landed, a terrifying pressure swept through the entire street. The once noisy commercial street fell silent. Everyone felt a tightness in their chest, even struggling to breathe. The few strong men who had just shouted the loudest suddenly felt their knees weaken and collapse to the ground. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, hands pressed against the ground, leaving them with no strength to stand. At the center of this pressure, Xian walked into the crowd with one hand in his pocket, moving slowly and unhurriedly. Xian wore a black high-collared robe, signifying his status as clan leader, his black hair slightly swaying. His gaze did not look at the kneeling villagers on either side, instead it passed over them and landed directly on Naruto in the center of the crowd. The two police officers saw Xian and immediately released their grips on their sword hilts, kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads deeply. Clan leader. Xian nodded slightly, not pausing his steps, and walked directly to Naruto. Naruto stared blankly at the tall black-haired older brother in front of him. In his life, aside from the handmaid uncle giving him a bowl of noodles, no one had stood in front of him against so many people, nor had anyone looked at him with such calm eyes. Xian crouched down, looking at Naruto's dirty little face and the bleeding wound on his arm. He extended his right hand and a soft white aura glowed in his palm. Xian gently placed his hand over Naruto's scraped arm. A warm sensation flowed into Naruto's body. The wound on Naruto's arm healed quickly, the skin regrowing, swelling subsiding, and no scars left behind. This warm current did not stop spreading throughout his body, making the hunger, cold, and fatigue vanish. Naruto even felt that the monster in his stomach, which had been thrashing around, quieted down under the soothing aura. It's okay, don't be afraid. Xian reached out and ruffled Naruto's messy blonde hair, his voice soft. These words made Naruto unable to hold back any longer. Tears streamed down Naruto's face. He didn't know who the person in front of him was, only that this was the first one willing to use such warm power to protect him. Naruto suddenly lunged forward, tightly hugging Xian's arm, burying his tear-streaked and snotty face into it, and began to cry silently. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, an Umbu member wearing a raccoon mask suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee, his voice urgent. Third Hokage. Emergency situation. The target has clashed with villagers in the central commercial street, and the Uchiha police force has intervened, leading to an even greater confrontation. Now Uchiha Xian himself is on the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe dropped to the ground with a bang. He stood up abruptly, the wrinkles on his face twisting in shock. Naruto. Uchiha. Xian. Each of these three words gave him a headache. Now these three factors he most wanted to avoid had unexpectedly stirred together under the sun. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed under his breath, knowing that this situation could not escalate any further. That kid Uchiha Xian was a madman capable of doing anything. If he used Naruto's incident to make trouble, all his years of arrangements would be ruined. Gather all direct Umbu immediately. Come with me to the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed the Hokage hat from the table, barely tying the robe strings, and his figure flashed away. The atmosphere in the commercial street remained tense. Xian ignored the kneeling fat owner and villagers on the ground quietly, allowing Naruto to cling to his arm, venting the grievances he had accumulated for 7 years. Several masked Umbu figures landed on the rooftops and power poles surrounding the area, sealing off the street's entrances and exits. Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in ceremonial robes, frowned deeply and quickly walked over, surrounded by a group of Umbu. He pushed through the crowd, seeing a large number of kneeling villagers on the ground, and then noticed the fat owner, who was so scared he wet his pants, his old face looking terrifyingly dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, hands behind his back, and assumed the authority of the Hokage. What happened? How could the police force conflict with the villagers? What kind of situation is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern gaze swept over the 2 police officers, but from the corner of his eye he caught sight of the blonde boy standing behind Xian. His heart skipped a beat, his eyelids twitched violently, and that ominous premonition turned into reality. How could Naruto be here? Why was Uchiha Gen protecting Naruto behind him? Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the panic in his heart, turned his head, and prepared to reprimand the police officers in his capacity as Hokage, forcibly downplaying this incident as a public order dispute. As long as he could disperse the crowd immediately and take Naruto away, this matter could be brushed off like before. But Xian had no intention of giving him that opportunity. Xian stepped forward, his tall figure completely blocking Sarutobi Hiruzen's line of sight. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze piercing into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. In those black pupils there was no reverence for the Hokage, only coldness and mockery. Third Hokage, is this the child of the 4th Hokage you promised to take good care of for the entire village? The phrase, the biological son of the 4th Hokage, caused an instantaneous silence in the bustling central commercial street. The surrounding villagers widened their eyes, their gazes darting between Xian and the golden-haired boy. A few older women in the front row still clutched wilted vegetable leaves, their arms frozen in midair, mouths agape. Golden hair, blue eyes. And that surname Uzumaki. Everyone in the village knew that the previous generation's Ninetales Jinchuriki, the wife of the 4th Hokage, also bore the Uzumaki surname. Some collective knowledge and memories collided in the villagers' minds, gradually revealing a chilling truth that sent shivers down their spines. The crowd began to stir uneasily. What a joke. How could Lord 4th have such a monstrous son? Impossible. The Hokage could never have hidden this from us. This is just a lie fabricated by the Uchiha. The shouts of anger erupted again as the villagers instinctively refused to accept this reality. They turned their gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, surrounded by Umbu, hoping that this old Hokage would step forward and vehemently refute this nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there as if rooted to the ground. His murky old eyes were filled with terror, his face drained of color whiter than that of the dead. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, following the wrinkles down to his chin, dripping with a soft thud onto the ground. No rebuttal, no clarification. This ruler, who had governed Konoha for decades, was rendered speechless by Xian's single remark, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen state the villagers' shouts gradually diminished. Panic spread through the crowd. The most unlikely speculation seemed to be true. Xian had no intention of giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to breathe. He took a step forward, straightened his back, and his icy gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. A powerful pressure caused the villagers in the front to buckle at the knees, nearly collapsing to the ground. You don't believe it? Xian sneered coldly, his voice laced with mockery. Then open your eyes and see how this Hokage, who constantly speaks of the will of fire, treats the descendants of heroes. Xian yanked Naruto from behind him and pushed him to the front of everyone. Naruto flinched, clutching tightly to the hem of Xian's clothes. The tattered clothing he wore was washed to a pale hue, full of patches with sleeves too short. His arms were caked with mud and bruises. Due to chronic malnutrition, he was shorter than his peers, his complexion pale and gaunt. He drinks expired milk, eats moldy rice balls, and lives in a house that leaks in winter and summer. Xian's voice rose sharply, causing the glass on either side of the street to buzz. He walks the streets insulted and beaten by you fools. He goes into stores only to be chased out by shopkeepers wielding sticks. Even rummaging through the trash for food gets him labeled as a monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this your promise to Minato Namikaze? Is this your so-called protection? Each question landed like a heavy punch, striking hard at the villagers' hearts. The fat owner of the dark shop fell to the ground, staring at the iron clamp he had just used on Naruto, which felt like a red-hot branding iron, and hurriedly tossed it away. Those who had once thrown stones and spat at Naruto now turned pale, trembling all over. They had always believed they were punishing the demon fox, ridding the village of a threat. But now someone told them that the child they tormented was the only son of the hero who had saved the village. The overwhelming guilt was about to drown them. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to snap back to reality through the pain. He could not allow Xian to continue speaking. Shut up. Uchiha Xian. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted hoarsely, waving his hand to give orders. Umbu. Seize this traitor who spreads heretical words. Immediately take the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki away. A dozen masked figures jumped down from the rooftops charging at Xian with short blades. Xian didn't even look at them, merely letting out a cold snort. An unseen wave of energy erupted centered around Xian. The Umbu members, still midair, were blasted away before they could even get within 3 meters of Xian, each spitting blood, as they crashed into the shops on either side, shattering large sections of the walls. They were utterly powerless. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched violently. His prideful direct Umbu could not even withstand a second before this youth. Xian leisurely took out a scroll from his pocket containing all the evidence Itachi had gathered over these days. He casually tossed it. The scroll arced through the air and landed with a thud at Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet. Before the 4th Hokage and his wife died, they left behind an inheritance capable of buying half the commercial street. All this money was taken by you under the guise of holding it for safekeeping. Where is the money? Where did it go? Xian did not expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to answer, his gaze directly crossing over the crowd to the rooftops of the buildings on either side, a cold smile with a hint of killing intent curling on his lips. Did you think that by destroying the ledgers no one would know about it? Do you think that hiding in the shadows, remaining silent, would keep me from finding you? Xian suddenly raised his right foot and stomped heavily on the stone pavement. With a thunderous boom, the entire commercial street shook. A golden aura erupted around Xian, releasing the terrifying pressure he had once unleashed at the 7th training ground without reservation. The fierce winds left the villagers unable to open their eyes. Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi. Xian called out the names of prominent figures in the village, his voice booming like thunder. Get down here. The heads of the major clans hiding in the shadows felt their hearts gripped tightly by an invisible hand as they were locked onto by this violent aura. They had long heard of how Xian had single-handedly taken down Danzo and annihilated the entire root organization at the 7th training ground. That kind of unreasonable power filled all the major clans with awe towards this new king of the Uchiha. Now that Xian had publicly named them, if they did not descend, the consequences would be unimaginable. Several figures reluctantly jumped down from their heights, landing in the center of the street right between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Xian. Hyuga Hizashi's face was ashen. Nara Shikaku looked bitter, and Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi also lowered their heads, not daring to meet Xian's gaze. A commotion broke out in the crowd. The villagers had not expected that even these usually aloof clan leaders were present. Tell these fools. Xian lifted his chin, gazing down at the clan heads. Do you know that Sarutobi Hiruzen embezzled the 4th Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically as he turned sharply to Shikaku, his eyes filled with warnings and pleas. If even these clans turned against him, his position as Hokage would truly be finished. Nara Shikaku felt the increasingly terrifying pressure emanating from Xian, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. There was no choice but to make a decision. The old Hokage was already rotten to the core, and this Uchiha youth who possessed godlike power was the future of Konoha. For the sake of his clan, he knew what he had to do. Shikaku took a deep breath, took half a step forward, avoiding Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, and slowly addressed all the villagers. After the 4th Hokage sacrificed, the enormous wealth belonging to Minato Namikaze and the Uzumaki clan was indeed transferred in a very short time. Most of the money went into a secret account of the Hokage building, which later turned into a large amount of resources stored in the Sarutobi clan's private warehouse. Hyuga Hizashi said, eyes closed and voice deep. The Hyuga clan can testify. After the Nine-Tails incident, the Sarutobi clan bought a large amount of farmland and mines outside the village, and the money came from that inheritance. The words of several clan leaders became the last straw that broke the camel's back. There was no need to look at the scroll on the ground. The public acknowledgement by the most powerful clan heads in Konoha was the hardest evidence. The crowd erupted completely. All their hopes were shattered. The villagers' worldview crumbled at that moment. That old man who always smiled, that 3rd Hokage who preached the will of fire, turned out to be a greedy old thief who embezzled a hero's inheritance and persecuted the hero's orphan. Bastard. Spit out the 4th Hokage's money. You beast. How can you have the audacity to wear the Hokage hat? Anger spread across the street. The villagers' eyes turned red as they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, their expressions shifting from respect to disdain and hatred. If it weren't for the Umbu nearby, the enraged villagers would have already rushed forward to tear this hypocritical old man apart. Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered back, leaning against a utility pole to steady himself. It was over. Completely over. His decades of reputation and honor were destroyed in an instant by just a few words from these clan leaders. Do you think that greed for money is your greatest sin? Xian's death-like voice rang out again. Your greatest sin is your malice. Xian pointed at the enraged villagers, speaking each word clearly. During the Nine-Tails incident, you, the former Hokage, failed to protect the village, leading to the 4th Hokage sacrificing his life. You feared the villagers would blame your incompetence, that you would lose your power, so you rushed to find a scapegoat. You deliberately exposed that Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki while desperately hiding the truth that he is the son of the 4th Hokage. You allowed, even encouraged the whole village to hate an innocent newborn. Because you knew that as long as the villagers vented all their hatred on this monster, no one would question your failure as Hokage. As long as you occasionally feigned sympathy for him, this child would be grateful and become your most obedient. You used the ignorance of the entire village as your shield, paving your way with the blood and tears of an innocent child, all to secure your position. The truth sliced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's dirty thoughts like a knife, laying them bare for everyone to see. In the crowd, those who had lost loved ones during the Nine Tails incident trembled violently. A retired ninja who had lost an arm suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud covering his face and crying uncontrollably. They had always believed that beating and cursing Naruto was revenge for their deceased loved ones. But now they realized that they were merely a bunch of fools manipulated by the Hokage. They had been used as pawns, casting the most vicious curses upon the child of their benefactor. The humiliation of being deceived, the anger of being used, and the guilt towards Naruto erupted completely. Kill him. Kill this old thief. Someone shouted, and the villagers lost control, rushing forward with red eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen, his gaze vacant, lacking even the strength to resist. Xian stood still, coldly watching this farce unfold. The time had come. He bent down, arms slipping through Naruto's, lifting the shocked golden-haired boy who was still crying and speechless. Naruto stared blankly at the dark crowd below, those who usually wished he were dead now kneeling in tears. Xian raised his head, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Look closely. From today onward, the son of the fourth Hokage Uzumaki, Naruto, will be adopted by the Uchiha clan. His necessities, his training and growth, Uchiha Xian will take full responsibility. Anyone who dares to touch a single hair on him, anyone who dares to call him a monster again, will face the same fate as those members of Root who turned to dust at the 7th training ground. This warning, laced with killing intent, instantly silenced the rioting villagers who bowed their heads in awe. Holding Naruto, Xian turned to face the third Hokage. His gaze pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face like a knife. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your so-called will of fire has long rotted away. You do not deserve to wear that hat, nor do you deserve to determine the future of Konoha. Your era has come to an end today. The cold voice echoed in the wind. No one rebutted, even Nara Shikaku and the other clan leaders bowed their heads, tacitly accepting this fact. The central commercial street was eerily silent. Just moments ago the villagers had been shouting about tearing down Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now they all bowed their heads, breathing cautiously. They looked at the figure in the black cloak holding the golden-haired boy, their eyes filled only with fear. Uchiha Xian's words were etched into everyone's minds. Protect the son of the fourth Hokage. Whoever dares to lay a finger on him will be turned to ash. Two newly appointed Uchiha police officers stood up, positioning themselves behind Xian, blocking all prying eyes. More police officers emerged from around the corner, moving in unison to disperse the crowd while also capturing those villagers who were kneeling on the ground, crying to the point of breakdown. The entire process was efficient and cold, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Xian didn't even glance at those foolish villagers. He simply held Naruto, who was still softly crying, and turned to leave. Xian's footsteps were not hurried, yet each step felt as though it treaded upon everyone's hearts. The crowd parted, instinctively watching their figures disappear into the end of the street. Only when that suffocating pressure completely vanished did Nara Shikaku exhale deeply, feeling his back drenched with madman. This guy is truly an unreasonable madman. Shikaku murmured, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and taking a deep drag. Beside him, Hyuga Hisashi looked grim, snorting coldly, but he won. In a crude yet effective manner. Hisashi glanced at the distant Hokage rock where Sarutobi Hiruzen's stone face appeared particularly glaring against the sunset. Sarutobi Hiruzen has spent a lifetime building his reputation, power, and the trust of the people, only to have it shattered by a few of his words in front of so many people. The heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. They had played politics their entire lives, emphasizing mutual concessions and calculations. Yet Uchiha Xian came in and simply overturned the table. He didn't play by the rules, directly using his fists to show who was in charge. Go home, take care of your own people. Nara Shikaku extinguished his cigarette. The sky over Konoha has changed completely. Before the new rules come crashing down on us, we should learn to bow our heads first. Uchiha clan territory. This was Naruto's first visit to this place. The streets were impeccably clean, with neatly arranged houses on either side and ninjas in fan-patterned clothing standing guard at every intersection. The air lacked the noise of the commercial street, replaced by a serene and solemn atmosphere. Naruto held tightly onto Xian's hand, following closely behind. He noticed that all the Uchiha clan members who passed by would stop immediately upon seeing Xian, placing a hand over their hearts and bowing deeply, their eyes filled with admiration. Not a single person looked at him with strange eyes. Not one. Xian led him to a quiet, independent courtyard. The yard was small, but impeccably clean, with a small patch of bamboo planted. A gentle older sister dressed in a plain kimono was already waiting at the door. Clan leader. Uchiha Izumi bowed to Xian, then crouched down, looking softly at Naruto. You must be Naruto, right? My name is Uchiha Izumi, and from now on this will be your home. Naruto didn't know how to respond and instinctively hid behind Shien. Shien patted his back saying, "Go on, Izumi will take care of you. First go take a bath and change into clean clothes." Izumi smiled, taking Naruto's small hand. Her hand was warm, unlike those village aunties who grabbed him just to hit him. Naruto was led into the house. It was spacious and bright with tatami mats on the floor and not a speck of dust. Izumi took him to the bathroom where a large bathtub was already filled with hot water. Izumi's hands were deft, gently helping him out of his tattered clothes and into the hot water. The warm water enveloped his body and Naruto felt so comfortable he nearly cried out. This was his first time bathing in such clean water, enjoying such a comfortable hot bath. As Izumi helped him wash, she noticed the old scars and bruises on his body, her eyes slightly reddening, but she said nothing, only softening her touch. After the bath, Izumi took out a new black training outfit in a small size for him to change into. The fabric was soft, warm against his skin. Then Naruto was led to a room. It had a soft bed, clean blankets, and a small desk. Izumi pointed to the room and asked, "This is your bedroom, do you like it?" Naruto stared blankly at the bed. He had only ever had a moldy mattress. He reached out his small hand, cautiously touching the fluffy blankets, which felt as soft as clouds in the sky. Grr. His stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Izumi chuckled, ruffling his blonde hair. "You're hungry, right? Dinner is ready." On the dining table there was steaming white rice and fragrant miso soup. Next to it was a large plate of braised pork belly and grilled salmon fish. Naruto gazed at the table full of dishes, nearly drooling. "Eat up, it was all made for you." Naruto picked up his chopsticks, grabbing a big piece of pork belly and stuffing it into his mouth. The flavor exploded in his mouth, delicious enough to almost swallow his tongue. He stuffed his mouth with food desperately. Izumi sat across from him, quietly watching him eat, constantly offering him more dishes and refilling his rice. Halfway through, Naruto slowed down. He looked at the food on the table, then at the gentle Izumi, and tears suddenly fell, one drop after another landing in the rice. He didn't cry out loud, but silently shed tears, continuing to shovel rice into his mouth. This was the most delicious meal he had eaten in 7 years. It was also the first time in 7 years he felt what a home truly was. Shien stood outside the door, not entering. He used his chi to soothe Naruto's fluctuating emotions. At that moment, Shien's brow furrowed slightly. In his perception, a massive and brutal consciousness awakened within Naruto. The consciousness, filled with immense hatred, fixed its gaze on the gentle chi he released. It was the Nine Tails. In the ceiling, space darkness loomed. Behind the massive iron gate, a nine-tails fox as big as a mountain suddenly opened its red eyes. Not this nauseating feeling again. Just like that 6 paths old man. Kurama growled lowly, its enormous chakra transforming into a red storm, violently crashing against the seal. It wanted to tear apart that kindness it detested. However, just as this chakra storm was about to break through the seal, an even more domineering and purer force descended like the sun. This force was strange, neither chakra nor natural energy. It was a golden energy, scorching like the heart of the red chakra storm was extinguished before this golden flame, like a candle flame meeting the sun. It couldn't even last a second before being completely burned away. Kurama's massive body froze, fear appearing in its beastly eyes for the first time. What? What is this? It felt a pressure from this golden flame that was more terrifying than Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, a life force more magnificent than Senju Hashirama's sage techniques. This was a power that crushed from the very root. At the same time, in the Sarutobi estate, the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, utterly lost. It seemed as if his bones had been extracted, aging decades in a single night. Below, dozens of loyal Sarutobi clan members and Umbu ninjas knelt on the ground, each with red eyes and faces full of defiance. Third Hokage. We cannot let this go. An Umbu captain with a scarred face, Sarutobi Shizune, suddenly raised his head, shouting hoarsely. That Uchiha Gen has ruined your reputation built over a lifetime. This is rebellion. A coup. Exactly. How much blood has the Sarutobi clan shed for Konoha? Why should a mere brat humiliate us like this? As long as you give the order, we can rush out now and confront the Uchiha. Angry shouts echoed throughout the hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his murky eyes to look at his remaining subordinates. His lips moved, but no words came out. Fight. With what to fight? He had witnessed Shien's power firsthand. That was no longer ninjutsu. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was dry and hoarse. Everyone leave. This is my failure. I lost. No, you did not lose. Sarutobi Shizune suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with a mad fire. The will of fire has not been extinguished. As long as you are alive, you are Konoha's eternal Hokage. That Uchiha Gen is merely deceiving others with strange powers. He has no support from the people. As long as we can kill him, everything can return to the way it was. Shizune looked at those around him and loudly incited. Advisors Nara Shikaku and Mido Kazuma are still in the Hokage building. They are the staunchest supporters of the Hokage system. We can take control of the Hokage building in the name of the 2 advisors, holding them hostage and announcing Uchiha Gen's crimes to the entire village. As long as we have reason on our side and force Uchiha Gen to come alone, we have already prepared thousands of explosive tags and several barriers in the building. Even if he is strong, he is doomed. This insane plan made everyone's breaths grow heavy. Sarutobi Shizune raised his right fist, shouting frantically, for the will of fire. To protect the traditions of Konoha, we must eliminate Uchiha Gen the traitor. Eliminate the traitor. The foolish loyalty was completely ignited. In their eyes, they were not rebelling, but doing the most righteous thing. Naruto's new home. His small body curled up in the warm blankets, breathing evenly. This was the first time in 7 years he slept so soundly, free from nightmares, hunger, and cold. Gen stood by the bedside, quietly watching his sleeping face. After confirming that Naruto's emotions and the 9 tails within him had settled completely, Gen turned and quietly left the room. In the Uchiha Command Center, the lights were bright. Gen returned to the main seat, closing his eyes. His left eye's insight ability activated, and the entire Konoha village appeared in his mind. In his vision, the whole village was composed of countless energy light points of various sizes. The light points of ordinary people were very faint, while those of ninjas were brighter. Now dozens of light points representing Jonin chakra were stealthily moving from the direction of Sarutobi's estate towards the center of the village, the Hokage building. Inside the Uchiha Command Center, the sky had just begun to brighten. Fujimoto paced back and forth in the room, his brow tightly furrowed, unable to hide the anxiety on his face. He stopped looking at the black-robed youth seated in the main chair with his eyes closed. Gen, there has been a commotion at the Hokage building all night. A group of die-hard Sarutobi loyalists has taken control of 2 advisory elders and are using loudspeakers to announce that they will judge you. Fujimoto couldn't help but speak up. Shouldn't we send someone? What's the rush? Gen didn't even open his eyes, calmly uttering 3 words. Standing beside him, Shisui and Itachi remained perfectly still. They had an almost blind faith in Gen, and no matter how chaotic it was outside, as long as Gen remained seated here, the sky would not fall. Fujimoto sighed and fell silent. He knew he still thought in his old ways, constantly pondering how to cope and resolve the immediate troubles. But Gen, it seemed, had never taken this so-called rebellion seriously from the start. It was not until the first rays of morning light shone through the window that Gen slowly opened his eyes. In his black pupils there was no trace of drowsiness, only an unfathomable calm. Shisui. Yes. Shisui immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Convey my first decree. Gen's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unassailable authority. Order your newly formed Umbu to immediately take over all functions of the former Umbu and surround the Hokage building. Tell the outside world that there are rogue ninjas causing chaos inside the building and no one is allowed to approach. Shisui suddenly lifted his head, a hint of shock in his eyes, but it quickly turned into admiration. He understood. Gen was not passively responding, he was utilizing this rebellion. Those Sarutobi people thought they had built a platform for judging the new king, but they had no idea that from start to finish they were merely tools for Gen to cleanse the old Umbu and conveniently take over the intelligence and surveillance systems. Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed. Shisui nodded emphatically, his figure flashing away. Fujimoto. Gen's gaze shifted to the former clan leader. Yes. Fujimoto quickly gathered his thoughts and bent down to listen. Second decree, Gen continued, you personally lead the law enforcement team to seal off all exits of Konoha. Then take control of the Ninja Academy, Konoha Hospital and Mission Center. Announce that the entire village will immediately enter the highest level of martial law, citing the need to purge the remnants of the traitors who conspired with the former third Hokage to subvert Konoha. Fujimoto inhaled sharply. This charge directly nailed Sarutobi Hiruzen and this rebellion to the pillar. It was not a cleaning of the court, but rather the new king cleansing the garbage of the previous dynasty. This method was ruthless. Moreover, Gen picked up a scroll he had long prepared and tossed it to Fujimoto. This is the third decree and also the future of Konoha. The draft for the Konoha United Council. You will personally run around to visit the Hyuga and Nara clans, letting them prepare to welcome a new era. Fujimoto took the scroll, his hands trembling slightly. He knew that this thin piece of paper would completely rewrite the power dynamics of Konoha that had persisted for decades. The term Hokage would become a thing of the past starting today. Understood. I obey. Fujimoto bowed deeply and quickly turned to leave, his footsteps filled with an uncontrollable excitement. In the command center, only Gen and Itachi remained. Itachi looked at the side profile of Gen, this clan leader just a few years older than himself, who with just a few words had taken control of the entire military, politics, and future of Konoha. That aura of control made Itachi's heart race. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Uchiha Izumi rushed in, holding a stack of documents, her expression not looking good. Lord Gen, here is Naruto's detailed health examination report. Izumi placed the documents on the table and pointed to one page, saying, it's strange that Naruto's body is very weak due to long-term malnutrition, yet his vitality is significantly stronger than average. Moreover, I found that his chakra pathways are abnormally twisted, as if they have been eroded by a cold energy. This causes his emotions to easily go out of control and attracts malice from those around him. Izumi paused for a moment, her voice dropping lower. The most critical point is that I sensed a layer of chakra on the seal in his abdomen that does not belong to the fourth Hokage. That chakra feels insidious, filled with the aura of mental pollution. Xian's expression instantly turned cold. He picked up the report, flipped through it, and then stood up. Let's go take a look. In Naruto's new room, the little guy was still sound asleep, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Xian walked to the bedside, signaling Izumi to keep quiet. He extended his right hand, not touching Naruto's body, but merely hovering his palm an inch above Naruto's abdomen. Activating his left eye's insight to the maximum, a pure energy slowly probed inside. In an instant, a scene far more sinister than what Izumi's report described appeared in Xian's perception. Outside the 8 trigram seal left by the fourth Hokage, a layer of black techniques, composed of tiny curse symbols, clung tightly. This technique was extremely weak, so weak that even elite Jounin would struggle to detect it. It did not affect the strength of the seal and had only one function: mental pollution. It continuously emitted a distorted mental wave 24 hours a day, causing those around to instinctively dislike Naruto and revile him. At the same time, it would slowly erode Naruto's own mind like a toxin, amplifying his loneliness, pain, and anger, making it easier for him to be consumed by darkness and to erupt violently. This was not protection at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not merely exploiting the villagers' hatred, he was actively creating a monster that everyone would hate and whose mind would be twisted. What he wanted was not a Jinchuriki, but a bomb that could explode at any time, a tool he could use to suppress and showcase his greatness. What a vile thought. What a manifestation of the will of fire. The air in the command center seemed to freeze at that moment. Uchiha, Izumi, and Itachi felt a chilling sensation rise from their feet, involuntarily shivering. They looked at Xian's calm expression, but those black eyes seemed to conceal a deep sea that was freezing over. It was pure, emotionless, murderous intent. Xian had originally planned to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now he had changed his mind. Some crimes cannot be atoned for by death. Xian slowly withdrew his hand and covered Naruto with the blanket. His movements were gentle, as if afraid to wake the child lost in a beautiful dream. After doing all this, Xian turned and issued a cold order to a member of the Umbu standing by the door. Relay the order to Shui. After sealing off the Hokage building, have him personally lead the team to surround the Sarutobi estate. Not a single fly is to be allowed to escape. After speaking, Xian did not return to the command center, but instead sat back down by Naruto's bed. Looking at the peaceful sleeping face, the coldness in Xian's eyes melted, slightly turning into something more resolute. This disgusting curse, lingering even for a second, is a desecration of this child. He took a deep breath and reached out his right hand again. This time he gently pressed his warm palm against the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Don't be afraid, Naruto. I'm here to teach that big fox who has been living in your body for too long a lesson. Xian closed his eyes, his consciousness following the guidance of the chi, sinking into the seal's space, shrouded in darkness for 7 years. Behind that massive iron bars, a pair of gigantic blood-red beast eyes suddenly opened. This is a dark and damp place. The space is vast, with water reaching up to the knees, icy and piercing. The air is filled with a lingering malice. The consciousness of Xian quietly appeared in the center of the space. He looked up towards the front. At the end of the darkness, there stood an iron gate as large as a mountain. A talisman with the character seal was affixed to the door, but the entire iron gate was covered in black incantations exuding a nauseating aura. Behind the iron gate, a pair of enormous blood-red beast eyes suddenly opened wide. You again, bug? The roar of the Ninetales shook the entire space. With the roar, a wave of hate-filled red chakra surged forth from behind the iron bars, attempting to shred Xian's consciousness. Faced with such an impact that could instantly crush a shadow-level powerhouse, Xian's eyelids didn't even flutter. He didn't even move. A thin layer of golden aura appeared on the surface of his body. That golden light was faint and gentle, devoid of any killing intent. In the next moment, that world-destroying red chakra collided with the thin golden light. There was no explosion. There was no roaring clash of energy. The raging chakra vanished the instant it encountered the golden aura. Without a sound, it didn't even create a ripple. The Ninetales' roar stopped. Its enormous beast eyes were once again filled with disbelief and shock. What kind of power is this? It had seen the sage chakra of Senju Hashirama and felt the cold eternal Mangekyō Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. It even remembered the creation power of the Sage of Six Paths. But the power of the person before it was unlike any of those. This power was more primal, more pure, and also more domineering. From that golden aura, it sensed a divine pressure that came from the Sage of Six Paths, yet was above him. Be quiet, big fox. Xian's calm voice clearly reached the ears of the Ninetales. I am here to clean up this dirty and smelly doghouse. After speaking, Xian ignored the stunned expression of the Ninetales and slowly walked up to the massive iron gate. The Ninetales let out a low growl from its throat, threatening him. It instinctively felt that if this person touched the seal, something terrible would happen. But Xian paid no heed to it. He gently placed his right hand on the iron bars covered in black incantations. This time he did not use the golden aura. What emerged from Xian's palm was a pure white aura representing life and purification. The white light was gentle and warm. When it touched the cold black incantations on the iron bars, a harsh hissing sound erupted. Those malicious curses filled with spiritual pollution sown by Sarutobi Hiruzen could not withstand even a second in the face of this pure life energy. They twisted and struggled wildly, but to no avail. They were gradually decomposed and purified, ultimately turning into black smoke and disappearing completely. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The massive iron gate regained its original metallic color with a golden sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage emanating a gentle light. The entire dark ceiling space became much brighter. The Ninetales was completely stunned. It looked at this inscrutable man before it whose ability to casually erase a complex curse had surpassed its understanding of power. Alright, much cleaner now. Xian retracted his hand, dusted off non-existent dust, and then turned back to look at the Ninetales behind the iron bars. This child from today onward is my disciple. Xian's tone was very calm, as if he were stating a very ordinary matter. You stay obediently and help him with his training. If I feel pleased in the future, perhaps I might consider taking you out for a walk. The enormous beast eyes of the Ninetales suddenly narrowed. A walk. What does this man take it for? A dog that can be walked at will. A surge of rage was about to ignite, but when it met Xian's calm black eyes, all its anger was extinguished in an instant, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. From those eyes it could not discern any hint of jest. It was an absolute control, a sense of what I say I can definitely accomplish. The Ninetales fell silent. Having lived for over 1,000 years, it felt once again the helplessness that made even the thought of resistance impossible in the presence of this human. In the end, the strongest tailed beast slowly lowered its proud head, which had been held high for 1,000 years, and lay down its massive body, tacitly accepting this unequal deal. Outside in Naruto's room, he suddenly relaxed his furrowed brow in his sleep. He felt as if he had had a long nightmare, dreaming that he was trapped in a dark and cold cage, surrounded by voices that despised him. Now the cage suddenly opened. A warm ray of sunlight poured in, dispelling all the cold and darkness. He felt light all over, and the burden that had weighed on his heart for years shattered in that moment. The entire world became particularly clear and warm. Xian slowly opened his eyes and retracted his palm. The next day, Xian officially began to teach Naruto. Naruto, close your eyes and feel your body with your heart. Xian's voice was guiding. Do not think about chakra, that is a stolen inferior power. Feel each beat of your heart, the flow of your blood, and feel the primal life energy that belongs to you deep within your body. Naruto obediently closed his eyes, trying hard to follow Xian's instructions. He was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, naturally endowed with immense vitality. Now that Sarutobi's curse had been purified, his spirit was unprecedentedly pure. In just a few minutes, Naruto exclaimed softly, I can feel it. Brother Xian. There's a small but warm flow of energy in my belly. Very good. A faint smile appeared on Xian's face. Remember this feeling, it is called Qi. From today onward, this is the power you will cultivate. Is it stronger than chakra? Naruto asked. Stronger. Xian chuckled and ruffled his blonde hair. When you can rub a light ball in your palm with it, you will know that all the ninjutsu you have seen before are merely child's play. This power is what can help you stand tall, protect yourself, and protect all those you care about. This is true strength. Naruto nodded, half understanding, but for the first time a desire for power ignited in his eyes. He clenched his small fists and silently vowed to learn this power called Qi and become as strong as Brother Xian. The atmosphere in the room became warm. Just then, swish. A figure suddenly appeared at the door of the room, kneeling on one knee with swift movements. It was a member of Shizui's Dark Guard. His voice was urgent, breaking the tranquility. Lord Xian. The rebels from the Hokage building have sent a final notice. They demand you to go alone to the top of the Hokage tower within an hour. Otherwise, they will execute the two elder advisors Tsunade and Mito first. Attention all citizens of Konoha. Attention all citizens of Konoha. A furious fanatical roar blared across the entire village through the Hokage office's public address system. The voice emanated from the rooftop of the Hokage tower. Countless villagers emerged from their homes and gazed upward toward that spot. At the tower's edge, dozens of ANBU operatives clad in dark uniforms stood with weapons drawn, faces stern as they thrust two figures forward to the very front. It was Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado, once revered elders and advisors, now pale with terror, their necks pressed against cold tanto blades trembling violently in the high-altitude wind. Behind them stood a scarred man holding a megaphone, roaring across the village. I am Jonin Shirshu Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Gen is a treacherous serpent, using vile deception to manipulate minds, slander the third Hokage, and subvert Konoha's rightful order. He is our village's greatest traitor. Today we restore justice. Uchiha Gen is hereby ordered to appear alone on the Hokage tower rooftop within 1 hour to kneel and submit to judgment. Should he fail to arrive within the hour, we shall execute these two corrupt elders first, to make an example of them. Sarutobi Shirshu's voice brimmed with self-righteous conviction. He believed that once he exposed Uchiha Gen's crimes, the entire village would rally behind him. Yet the scene he envisioned never materialized. The plaza beneath the Hokage Tower quickly filled, but the crowd gathered at a distance, watching like spectators at a theater. Hey, do they really mean to kill the elders? Doubtful. Would Lord Uchiha Gen truly let them succeed? Those old men were loyalists to the third Hokage, not exactly paragons of virtue. Had it not been for Lord Gen yesterday, we'd still have been kept in the dark, helping them persecute the fourth Hokage's son. Exactly. The Sarutobi clan's move now. Pure desperation, their grip on power slipping like a cornered dog lashing out. All fine words, but this is nothing short of rebellion. Murmurs abounded, yet not a single voice condemned Uchiha Gen. In the villagers' eyes flickered curiosity, apprehension, and the cruel amusement of onlookers, yet not a trace of support for the Sarutobi faction. Even the Uchiha police force officers assigned to maintain order barely lifted their eyelids. They simply followed orders, erecting perimeter barriers around the plaza, keeping crowds at bay with mechanical precision and icy detachment. The wind atop the tower chilled Sarutobi Shirshu's face. Below, the response defied his every expectation. No outcry, no rallying cries. Instead, the villagers' gazes gleamed with theatrical mockery. How could this be? Where were the devotees of the will of fire? Where was the third Hokage's decades-long prestige? Lord Shirshu, this. A young rebel ninja faltered, his voice trembling. What are you panicking about? Shirshu forcibly suppressed his rising dread and snapped in a low, sharp tone. Uchiha Gen must have ensnared them with genjutsu. It doesn't matter. Our target isn't these fools, but Uchiha Gen himself. He will come. A prideful man like him could never endure such open defiance. Shirshu fixed his gaze fiercely upon the distant Uchiha compound like a gambler whose luck had run dry waiting for his final opponent. Uchiha Command Headquarters. The atmosphere here stood in stark contrast to the chaos outside. Fugaku paced restlessly back and forth. Gen, it's nearly half an hour. What's happening at the Hokage Tower? The tea has gone cold. Gen spoke calmly, cutting Fugaku off. He lifted his teacup, blew gently across its surface, and sipped slowly. The commotion beyond the window seemed no louder than a passing breeze. Fugaku felt his breath catch in his chest, almost choking. Gazing at the serene youth seated at the head of the room, he sighed, inwardly convinced he'd failed utterly as clan head. That unflinching composure, the kind that remains unmoved even as heaven collapses, was something he knew he could never emulate. Setting down his cup, Gen ignored Fugaku's agitation and picked up a blueprint from beside him, spreading it across the table. It was his own design, the new Uchiha military uniform, high-collared, waist-tapered, bearing the Uchiha fan insignia across the back, with reinforced attachment points for weighted plates along arms and legs. Elegant and eminently functional. Itachi. Yes, sir. Itachi stepped forward, instantly posture rigid. What do you think of this design? Gen gestured toward the blueprint. Itachi hesitated, unprepared for such a question at this moment. He studied the sketch carefully, imagining himself clad in it, and a flicker of longing passed through his eyes. It's striking and conveys immense power, he said honestly. Gen nodded approvingly. Then it's settled. You'll commission 300 sets from the armory. Yes, sir. Fugaku stared dumbfounded. Hostiles held hostages atop the Hokage Tower, issuing ultimatums, and Gen sat there unruffled, debating the aesthetics of battle attire. This wasn't mere courage, it was utter dismissal, as if the opposition didn't warrant a second thought. Minutes ticked by. The sun climbed higher over the plaza. Even the assembled villagers began growing restless. On the tower roof, cold sweat drenched Sarutobi Shirshu's brow. An hour had long passed, and Uchiha Gen had not appeared. Shirshu felt like a grotesque farce. He screamed himself hoarse upon the stage while the audience below refused to acknowledge him, a humiliation that seeped into his bones, chilling him with dread. Lord Shirshu, what do we do? He isn't coming. A young rebel's voice cracked with tears. Impossible. How dare he refuse? How dare he ignore us? Shirshu snarled, his last vestige of certainty crumbling. Koharu and Hamura, those venerable elders, trembled on the verge of unconsciousness. They'd imagined themselves pivotal bargaining chips, only to realize they meant less to Uchiha Gen than a stray dog by the roadside. He's abandoned us. He doesn't care whether we live or die. Hamura's lips quivered, a despair hollowed his. One final warning. Clutching the megaphone like a lifeline, Shirshu screamed with all his remaining strength. Uchiha Gen, I grant you 10 more minutes. Fail to appear, and I'll sever Koharu Udatane's arm first. He dragged the tanto from Koharu's throat and aimed it viciously at her shoulder. Meanwhile, in the command center, Gen finally set aside the blueprint, rose languidly, and stretched, his joints popping crisply. Very well. It seems these flies won't depart unless swatted. He glanced at the visibly agitated Fugaku and remarked coolly, if you can't keep your composure, now how will you ever preside over the joint council? Fugaku flushed crimson, speechless. Itachi. Yes, sir. Guard Naruto. I'll return shortly. Without another word, Gen didn't walk through the door. He pushed open the window and stepped out into open air. His form did not fall. Instead, he took a deliberate step, then another, upon empty space. Step by step, he walked across the sky toward the Hokage Tower, drawing every eye in the village. When Gen's silhouette appeared above the Hokage Tower, all noise ceased, utterly instantaneously. Tens of thousands of gazes locked onto him alone. Gen acknowledged no one. He merely looked down upon the figures atop the tower, his expression utterly still devoid of any ripple of emotion. Their Shishue's face contorted into rapture and savagery at the sight of Gen's arrival. He believed his threat had worked. He believed he had won. Uchiha Gen, you've finally come. Shishu shrieked through the megaphone, his voice shrill and twisted with triumph. Now, kneel before me immediately. Or else, his words died mid-sentence. Below, Gen raised a hand, idly dug a finger into his ear, then yawned. Too noisy. Yuji Boxian's voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly across the entire plaza. On the tower's summit, Yuanfei Shizhou's smile froze. He stood stunned for a half-second before his features contorted. He felt humiliated by Yuji Boxian. You're courting death. Yuanfei Shizhou snarled, his kunai poised to strike Zhuanqin Xiaochun. I'll cripple her first. His words were cut off. A faint whoosh sliced the air. The thousands of villagers gathered in the plaza all widened their eyes. Yuji Boxian, who had been standing a moment before, had vanished. No smoke, no chakra fluctuation, no sign of space tearing. He had simply disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Where did he go? Did he flee? Impossible. On the tower's summit, alarm spread. Yuanfei Shizhou froze as well. His kunai hung midair, his expression shifted from feral to bewildered. Where is he? Yuanfei Shizhou roared at his comrades, find him. He's hiding, use your sensory ninjutsu. At that moment, a chill surged up from behind him. Every hair on his body rose, his limbs reacted before thought, and he tried to turn. Too late. A calm voice whispered by his ear. Are you looking for me? Boom. Yuanfei Shizhou's mind went blank. That voice. It was Yuji Boxian's. When had he gotten behind him? He was an elite jonin, how had he sensed nothing? A frigid hand clenched his heart and his breath stopped. He tried to move to create distance, but his body betrayed him, moving with terrifying slowness. In the corner of his eye he saw a black sleeve and a pale finger. That finger measured and unhurried pointed toward the hollow at the base of his skull. There was no murderous aura, no chakra fluctuation, not even a whisper of wind. The motion seemed featherlight, yet Yuanfei Shizhou's instinct screamed that he must evade. He could not. The finger, though it seemed slow, had sealed every avenue of retreat. No, he rasped in his mind. Then the finger touched the back of his neck. There was no pain, no. A faint warmth threaded down his neck into his body. In the next instant, Yuanfei Shizhou felt the connection to his body sever. He tried to lift his hand, there was no response. He tried to open his mouth, it would not part. He could not even sense his heartbeat or breath. His body no longer belonged to him. The light in Yuanfei Shizhou's eyes vanished as his limbs, frozen in the posture of a captor, toppled backward. With a thud, he struck the ground. He was not dead, only utterly unable to command his body. The rebel shinobi around them were dumbfounded. There had been no fight. No hand seals. Not even a scream. The black-robed youth had simply appeared behind Yuanfei Shizhou, touched him with a single finger, and it was over. What was that power? An illusion technique. There was no chakra fluctuation. A physical technique. Impossible. The unknown bred a vast and paralyzing fear. A monster. He is a monster. The rebel shinobi nearest to him stared at Yuji Boxian's calm face as his mental defenses collapsed. He recalled the rumors about Yuji Boxian, a man who had crippled GC Yuan Tuansang, and the entire route, who had in a single stroke erased the first Hokage's would release. They had once dismissed those tales as inventions of the clan, now they realized the rumors had been too conservative. The tachi in one rebel's hand slipped and fell. The metallic clatter sounded like a signal, successive clangs rang out as the remaining dozens of rebel shinobi all dropped their weapons. They looked at Yuji Boxian standing there and saw only fear in their eyes. Their fighting spirit, the so-called will of fire, shattered utterly before that single finger. Thud. Thud. Everyone dropped to their knees, hands over their heads, trembling on the ground. A young shinobi sobbed, tears and snot streaking his face as he remembered a companion's question from before the operation. Lord Yuanfei Shizhou III has already lost his standing. Are we truly helping him by doing this? The young shinobi asked. He remembered Yuanfei Shizhou's words, it is precisely because the third is despondent that we must use thunderous measures to purge traitors for him. This is the duty of retainers. Now the young man understood. What duty? What a joke. The third Hokage was not merely absent, he no longer dared to appear. He had been utterly defeated. And these self-righteous loyalists were fools eagerly marching themselves to death. Yuji Boxian paid no heed to those on their knees. His gaze fell upon the two elderly men who still stood. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shui Hu Men Yen cowered in a corner, trembling violently, their eyes full of pleading for Yuji Boxian. Yuji Boxian picked up a kunai from the ground and twirled it between his fingers before walking toward them, each step like a boot upon the elders' hearts. You Yuji Boxian Lord. We were forced. Shui Humen Yen sobbed, his lips trembling. Yes, yes. Zhuan Qin Xiaochun abandoned all pretense of elderly dignity and screeched, we've always supported you. It's that rebel Yuanfei Shizhou who took us hostage. The two old men desperately tried to distance themselves from the Yuanfei clan. Oh. Yuji Boxian stopped before them, tilting his head with a mocking curl to his lips. Support me. He dragged the tip of the kunai across Shui Humen Yan's wrinkled face. Was it not you two who clamored in the Hokage's office to put me on trial? After I crippled Tuansang, weren't you the ones who wept and vowed revenge? How many vile deeds did you commit alongside Yuanfei Rizhan and Jixiyuan Tuansang? Did you truly think I did not know? With each accusation, Yuji Boxian made the elders' faces drained of color. They realized this youth knew everything. Thud. Shui Humen Yan's legs buckled and he fell to the ground. Lord Xian, spare us. We were blind. We were deceived by Yuanfei Rizhan. Zhuan Qin Xiaochun also dropped to her knees, crying and shouting, we will atone. Please give us a chance. A chance? Yuji Boxian asked coldly. Yuji Boxian sneered and pressed the kunai against Shui Humen Yan's throat. The cold contact cut off his cries. Chance is reserved for the useful, he said. His voice was low. Now I will give you a chance to live. Stand, and into that loudspeaker over there announce 3 things to the entire village. First, as council elders, you fully support my takeover of Mu Yi and the abolition of the Hokage system. Second, publicly admit that Yuanfei Rizhan embezzled the Fourth's legacy, abused the son of a hero, colluded with Root, and plotted to overthrow Mu Yi. Third, by my command, call the entire village to embrace the new era. Any who oppose shall be traitors to Mu Yi. The two elders were stunned. This was more than surrender, it demanded they trample Yuanfei Rizhan and decades of their own dignity into the mud. But when they met Yuji Boxian's ice-cold gaze, every hesitation vanished. Dignity mattered less than life. We will. We will. They cried, scrambling up and rushing toward the loudspeaker. Soon the two former hostages, now council elders, began to broadcast a zealous litany of contrition and support to the entire village, their voices more fervent than even Yuanfei Shizhou's had been. The villagers in the plaza listened to the elders' rambling praise and curses with odd expressions. Yuji Boxian did not look at them again. The farce was over. He walked to the edge of Hua Yingta, his black cloak billowing in the cold wind. Yuji Boxian looked over all of Mu Yi, his gaze passing over countless roofs and fixing on the Yuanfei estate in the distance. There lay the last remnants of the old era. Yuji Boxian gave orders to the waiting covert guards, clear the area. Dispose of this filth cleanly. With that he did not linger. I should pay a visit to the master of the old era. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he stepped forward and leaped from the tower's summit. In midair his body erupted in a burst of golden light, forming a blazing arc that hurtled toward the Yuanfei estate at a speed beyond comprehension. A golden long rainbow tore through the dusk sky of Konohagakure. That radiance was so dazzling, so domineering that it surged forth from the direction of the Hokage building, piercing directly to the other end of the village. The villagers had just regained their senses from the silent massacre atop the Hokage tower, their necks, still not fully retracted, fear still etched on their faces, when they were once again pinned in place by this beam of golden light. What? What is that? A young man pointed at the sky, his voice trembling. It's Lord Xian. Lord Xian has flown over. This scene left everyone speechless. Earlier in the shopping district, Xian had exposed the crimes of the third Hokage. Just moments ago at the Hokage Tower, Xian had taken down the leading rebel Sarutobi Hizashi with a mere finger. Now this golden light clearly indicated its destination. Everyone knew where the end of the golden light led, the ancestral home of the Sarutobi clan. The once illustrious family of Konohagakure was about to face their doom. The golden light moved swiftly, covering several kilometers in just a few blinks, stopping above the Sarutobi estate. As the light dissipated, Uchiha Xian appeared in a black robe, hovering in midair. His black robe billowed in the wind as his gaze swept over the expansive estate below. The entire Sarutobi estate was enveloped by a layer of earthy yellow barrier. This barrier was the last line of defense for the Sarutobi clan, claimed to withstand the assaults of 3 elite shinobi for an hour. Inside the barrier, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. On the walls, rooftops, and in the yards, Sarutobi clan members armed with weapons filled every corner. Among them were seasoned jonin, freshly graduated genin, and even many women and children wielding kunai. Every face was marked with anxiety and fear, along with a hint of desperate madness. They looked up at the dark figure in the sky, their hands gripping weapons slick with sweat. Xian slowly descended from the sky, his feet gently landing in front of the tightly shut gates. His footsteps were light, yet each step echoed in the hearts of every Sarutobi clan member. Uchiha Xian, a white-haired elder of the Sarutobi clan, leaned on his cane, trembling as he stepped forward. He shouted with all his strength, "This is the ancestral land of the Sarutobi clan. Endorsed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, protected by the laws of Konohagakure. If you dare to intrude, you are opposing the entirety of Konohagakure, opposing the laws of the Land of Fire." He intended to scare Xian with rules, but he was facing someone who had never adhered to rules. Xian didn't even raise his head, completely ignoring the elder's shouts. Under the nervous gaze of all the Sarutobi clan members, Xian slowly raised his right hand palm facing upwards. His movements were not hurried. It seemed as if the surrounding light was being drawn into his palm, gradually converging. A fist-sized pure white sphere of light appeared in his hand. The energy density of the light sphere was extremely high, causing the surrounding air to begin distorting, emitting a faint buzzing sound. The elder on the wall watched that small white sphere, his heart suddenly contracting. A sense of danger he had never felt before made the hair on his body stand on end. Defend. Defense. Barrier team, channel all your chakra to maintain the barrier. He shouted with a voice that had changed in pitch. The dozens of Sarutobi ninjas responsible for maintaining the barrier immediately poured their chakra into the core of the barrier with all their might. The earthy yellow light shield thickened several times, instantly its radiance brightening significantly. Once they completed this, Xian made his move. He merely waved his hand lightly. The white energy sphere slowly floated toward the defensive barrier. Everyone's eyes widened, staring intently. The imagined earth-shattering explosion did not occur. The anticipated fierce collision also did not happen. The moment the white sphere touched the earthy yellow barrier. Gee! A very faint sound. That barrier, which was said to withstand the assaults of 3 elite ninjas, was no more substantial than a piece of paper in front of the white sphere. Where the barrier touched the sphere, it silently vanished, leaving behind a smooth circular hole. Then that hole rapidly expanded, and within a second the entire barrier disintegrated into dust in the air. Not even a trace of chakra was left behind. Meanwhile, the white energy sphere seemed to have done nothing at all, its color not dimming in the slightest, continuing to fly forward until it gently tapped against the proud entrance of the Sarutobi family, made of ironwood and engraved with the characters, Sarutobi. Time seemed to stand still. All the Sarutobi clan members, including the elder who had just been shouting, were left dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, utterly bewildered by what they had witnessed. What kind of power was that? It was neither ninjutsu nor senjutsu nor any kind of power they knew. While they were in a daze, the massive lintel of the door, along with the 2 large doors behind it and a whole section of the courtyard wall supporting the door, all exploded into fragments. Where the entrance should have been, there was now a pile of ruins. Clang. It was unclear whose weapon fell to the— That sound seemed to be infectious. Clang. Clang. The sound of weapons hitting the ground became the pride and last vestige of fighting spirit of hundreds of Sarutobi clan members were crushed to dust along with the shattered lintel. Everyone lost their will to fight. Xian stepped forward, walking through the ruins into the ancestral home of the Sarutobi clan. He looked at the pale-faced Sarutobi clan members who could barely stand and spoke calmly. His voice clearly reached every ear. I am not here to barge in. I am here to inform you that your era has— This sentence became the last straw that broke their spirits. At that moment, from the deepest part of the main house, an elder clad in a full set of dark red battle armor stepped out. His hair was grizzled, but his gaze was sharp. It was none other than the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hizashi, who was supposed to have been eliminated. Beside him, a loud crash echoed as a massive cloud of white smoke erupted. A giant ape covered in white fur appeared. It was his summoning beast, King Sarutobi. As soon as Sarutobi emerged, he immediately roared at his contract holder. Hizashi, are you crazy? Retreat now. Its voice was filled with terror. This person's aura is more dangerous than any tailed beast I have ever encountered. Retreat. He is not an enemy we can deal with. Within Yuanmo's roar there was a trembling it could not comprehend. What kind of being was it? As a mighty summoned beast, it had witnessed Uchiha-ban's perfected Susanoo capable of annihilating heaven and earth, and had heard the tailed beast bomb detonate at its ear. Yet no force had chilled it to the bone like this. The black-robed youth before it showed no chakra fluctuations, no bloodline limit, unleashed not even a hint of killing intent. And yet his mere presence made victory seem impossible. Risen. Break the summoning. Get away from him. We are not even in the same dimension. Yuanmo warned in a hurry. Its ironclad body, able to withstand ninjutsu, suddenly felt somewhat soft. But Yuanfei Risen did not move. He lifted his head, and his cloudy eyes, the last ember still burned. He knew he would lose. He realized at the moment Uchiha Xian erased the Yuanfei clan's century-old barrier and facade with a single small chakra bomb. But he could not retreat. Behind him stood the remnants of the Yuanfei clan, beneath his feet lay his family's ancestral manor of 100 years. He, the 3rd Fire Shadow, could be defeated, he could die. But he would not surrender without striking under his clansman's gaze. Sorry, old friend, Yuanfei Risen said, his voice hoarse but resolute. This is my last battle as a ninja. With that he slammed his hands together, forming the seal he knew by rote. Transform. Yuanmo snarled in unwillingness, but the bond of the contract could not be defied. A plume of white smoke burst forth, its enormous form contracted, reshaped, and hardened, a metallic sheen enveloping it until it became a jet-black staff that fell into Yuanfei Risen's hands. Both ends of the staff were edged in gold. The Jingang Rui staff, renowned as the hardest weapon in the shinobi world, could lengthen and shorten, thicken and thin. Many a strong warrior had fallen to it. Holding the Rui staff, Yuanfei Risen's presence soared to the apex of his life. He felt himself revert to the days when he was called the ninja hero. Age and despondency vanished in an instant. He poured every last measure of chakra into this final strike. Fire release fire dragon flame bomb. Yuanfei Risen opened his mouth and expelled a colossal dragon of densely concentrated flame roared forth, vaporizing the moisture in the air as visible shockwaves of heat fanned outward. The fire dragon, teeth bared and claws flailing with an all-consuming fury, charged headlong at Uchiha Gen. At the same time, the old man's body erupted with astonishing strength. He leaped high, gripping the Jingang Rui staff with both hands and slammed it down toward Xian's crown with brutal force. Rui's staff extend. The black shaft shot longer through the air, a sharp, tearing shriek, splitting the sky, forming a pincer with the fire dragon, one blow from above, one from below. This was the ninjutsu professor's all-out strike, a perfect union of fire release and taijutsu weaponry. Even the fourth lightning shadow at his prime would have had to engage lightning release chakra mode to evade it. The nearby Yuanfei clansmen, witnessing this apocalyptic tableau, felt a small spark of hope rekindle in their eyes. Perhaps the third fire shadow still had a chance. After all, this was the legendary ninja hero's full force blow. Yet Uchiha Gen merely smiled at the lethal attack. How amusing. He murmured, to honor your final struggle of an old age, it'll let you see what true power is. He then planted his feet and lowered his center of gravity. The next instant, HAAA. A low roar erupted from Xian's throat as energy burst from him like a volcanic blast surging skyward. His black hair bristled upright, each strand turning a blinding gold. His once dark irises shifted to a vivid jade green. Boom. A golden blaze erupted around him like a storm. Gale winds rose, the earth cracked, and a soul-shuddering pressure enveloped the entire Yuanfei compound. All the Yuanfei people, Jonin and Genin alike, could not withstand that oppressive presence. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed to their knees. They lifted pale faces and stared at the figure wreathed in golden flame, their minds reeling. What is that? A Jonin stammered, teeth chattering, unable to finish. The roaring fire dragon slammed into an invisible barrier 3 meters before Xian. The field forged by the golden aura would not allow the flames to pass. Xian did not even look at the dragon. He casually threw a single straight punch at it, no frills, just the simplest of strikes. The air in front of his fist compressed into a visible white gust. A thunderous boom erupted. The shockwave met the fire dragon. The shrink fire release capable of melting fortifications detonated on the spot. A gigantic fireball leapt skyward, many times the size of the original dragon. A heat and pressure rolled back, flinging dozens of nearby Yuanfei clansmen into the air as they screamed against the walls. One punch, merely one, had undone the ninjutsu professor's prized jutsu. Yet, it was not finished. From the exploding blaze, Xian slowly raised his head and fixed his jade green eyes on the Jingang Rui staff plummeting from above. He lifted his left hand, golden flames licking his palm. Clang, a sharp metallic peal rang out like a death knell for the world. The staff, bearing mountain-shattering force, was casually caught by the hand wrapped in golden flame. The terrible power halted in Xian's grasp. His arm did not stir. The shockwave detonated outward from him, ripping away the already ruined rooftops and carving a 10-meter crater into the earth. Countless stones and dust were hurled skyward, yet they could not even ruffle the hem of his black robe. Yuan Mo's pained shriek came from within the staff. It felt that the strength of those 5 fingers exceeded the sum of 10-tailed beasts as it remembered them. Yuanfei Risen gripped the staff until veins bulged, his age-darkened face flushed. He summoned every last ounce of strength, but the staff would not yield even an inch. This is impossible. Impossible. His resolve utterly collapsed in that moment. Xian lifted his eyes, his jade pupils brimmed with mockery as he regarded the feudal Risen hanging midair. The hardest weapon in the shinobi world. It's garbage, really. With that, he clenched his fingers hard, and the golden flames surged. Crack. A crisp teeth-grating fracture rang through the compound. To Yuanfei Risen's horror, a clear fissure appeared along the staff, proclaimed to be eternally unwearing. No. Yuan Ma hissed. Its core, its proud, indestructible body had cracked. Xian ignored the cries and continued to squeeze his palm. Crack. Crack, crack. The fractures webbed outward from the center of Xian's fingers, instantly covering the entire shaft. The next instant, explode. Xian roared, clenching his fist. Boom. A blast comparable to a tailed beast bomb shattered the air. The entire Jingang Rui staff detonated in Xian's hand and shattered. Yuan Ma suffered a lethal backlash and was forcibly hurled back into the summoning realm in a plume of white smoke, leaving no word behind. Yuanfei Risen seemed struck by lightning. He lost balance and spewed blood, falling like a kite with its string cut and crashing heavily into the ruins. He struggled to rise, but a boot pressed into his chest, pinning him in place. The crack of broken ribs was Yuanfei Risen painfully raised his head and met a pair of cold jade-green eyes. Uchiha Gen's figure wrapped in golden flame had somehow appeared before him. He looked down as one looks upon a crushed It's over. Xian slowly lifted his fist ablaze with golden light and swung. Yuanfei Risen watched the approaching fist of the light, and his eyes extinguished. He relinquished resistance and gently closed his eyes. His life flashed before his mind. Merit and sin, deeds and failures turned to dust beneath that single blow. Perhaps this was his fate. The golden fist imbued with terrifying energy grew larger in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Death was the inevitable outcome for this legendary ninja. The surrounding Sarutobi clan members also closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. However, the imagined thunderous roar and the scene of blood and flesh did not occur. Time seemed to freeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen waited for a long time, yet the force that could obliterate him never descended. He trembled and opened one eye. The fist engulfed in golden flames stopped just before his nose, less than a centimeter away. The violent pressure of the wind caused his skin to shake violently, yet the fist did not advance any further. Uchiha Gen retracted his fist. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could comprehend, he saw Gen withdraw his fist and gently press his open palm against his forehead. There was no killing intent, no force. The palm even carried a hint of warmth. "You." Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak. The next moment his expression changed entirely. A power he had never felt before surged from Gen's palm into his body. This power was unfamiliar, pure yet domineering, like countless fine needles piercing every meridian in his body. There was no agonizing pain, only a cold, disintegrating sensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel that the chakra system he had honed his entire life was utterly fragile before this force. The meridians that stored chakra were silently erased by this force, disintegrating until they disappeared completely. The chakra within his body wildly dissipated back into the air along the damaged meridians. In just a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the most vital part of his being hollowed out. This emptiness was more terrifying than death. He tried to refine chakra only to find an utter silence in his dantian. The meridians were severed. Completely severed. From this moment on, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, became a useless person who could no longer refine chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, letting out a beast-like roar from his throat, tears and snot streaming down his face. Compared to being killed with a single blow, this method of stripping him of his ninja identity was a far crueler punishment. Gen retracted his hand, looking expressionlessly at the old man below him who had aged decades in an instant. "Death would be too merciful for you." Gen's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "Didn't you enjoy hiding behind the scenes, manipulating the fates of others? Didn't you relish watching others struggle in pain to satisfy your pathetic lust for power? From today onward you will live as an ordinary old man, watching carefully in this courtyard. Witness how I shatter everything you dedicated your life to protect piece by piece. See how the Uchiha whom you looked down upon rises to the pinnacle of this world. And watch how the child you mistreated will one day possess immense power and garner the admiration of thousands. You will live to an old age in this courtyard. In endless regret and unwillingness, you will witness the arrival of a new era. This is your sentence." Having finished speaking, Gen no longer looked at him and slowly turned away, the golden aura retracting into his body, returning to his black hair and black eyes. His gaze swept over the Sarutobi clan members kneeling in the courtyard. Those whom his gaze fell upon trembled in fear, burying their heads even lower. Sarutobi Hiruzen, stripped of the title of third Hokage under the name of Leaf Villain, will be placed under lifelong house arrest here. Without my command, you are not to step outside even half a step. Gen's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. All Sarutobi clan members involved in tonight's rebellion will have their ninja identities revoked, their properties confiscated, and be sent to the eastern mines of the Fire Nation for labor reform for 20 years. The Sarutobi clan is hereby disbanded. All properties, ninja technique scrolls, and shops under their name will be surrendered and incorporated into the public finances of Konoha. As for you, Gen's gaze fell upon the few shouting elders. As the masterminds, your crimes are even greater. Your chakra will be abolished, your limbs broken, displayed at the village entrance for 3 days, and then thrown into the mines, never to escape again. Orders were issued from Gen's lips. There was no room for negotiation, no leeway. This was the new king's reckoning against the rebels of the old era. The courtyard fell into a dead silence, only the suppressed sounds of crying and gasping could be heard. In a corner, Sarutobi Asuma leaned against a crumbling wall, closing his eyes. He did not stand up, nor did he plead for mercy, because he knew this was already Gen's mercy. At least his father was still alive. Compared to the annihilated root, they were only stripped of their ninja identities and wealth, which was already considered fortunate. He glanced at his father, who lay in the ruins like a puddle of mud, and then looked at the figure in the black robe, filled with bitterness. This was the fate of the defeated. Gen did not linger, turning to leave the ruined Sarutobi estate. Outside the gate, Shisui and the newly formed Umbu had already cleared the area. "Lord Gen." Shisui knelt on one knee, gaze fervent. He had watched the battle unfold outside with clarity. To crush the adamantine staff with bare hands was a display of terrifying power. "Execute according to what I just said," Gen said calmly. "Understood." Shisui responded, leading the Umbu team into the estate, and soon cries of agony echoed from inside, followed by silence. Additionally, Xian added, compile the crimes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, including embezzling the 4th Hokage's inheritance, abusing Naruto, secretly supporting Root, and tonight's rebellion into an announcement to be posted in every corner of Konoha. I want everyone to know how the old era rotted away. Understood. After completing all this, Xian's figure vanished into the night. The next day, the entire Konoha exploded. Dozens of announcements personally signed by the new commander Uchiha Xian plastered the streets and alleys of the village. The announcements, in the most straightforward language, listed the crimes of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen one by one. Each charge was backed by detailed evidence. The villagers gathered around the announcements, their disbelief at first turning into anger and finally fading into silence. What shocked them the most was the change in Hokage rock. Someone no one knew who had painted a gigantic red cross over the cracked statue of the 3rd Hokage in red paint. The symbol representing an era of Konoha was violently crossed out. A new era forcefully drew back the curtain in an undeniable manner. The sky of Konoha had truly... In the Uchiha headquarters, Xian had finished handling the internal power transfer of Konoha and was sitting at a table planning the training regimen for 100 elite Uchiha. Just then a loud bang echoed. A cloud of white smoke erupted in the center of the room. A toad puffing on a pipe and carrying a large scroll on its back appeared on the floor. It was the messenger toad from Mount Myaboku. Are you Uchiha Xian? The toad blew a smoke ring, sizing up Xian with a tone that carried the unique arrogance of the spirit realm. Xian did not lift his eyelids, continuing to write and draw on the paper, responding with a faint mm. The messenger toad felt slightly displeased at his impoliteness, but still unstrapped the massive scroll from its back and spread it out on the ground. Lord Jiraiya has a message for you. The scroll opened automatically and Jiraiya's distinctive loud voice bellowed, Uchiha Xian. You bastard. What exactly have you done to Konoha? How dare you strip my master of his title? How dare you imprison him? This is a coup. A dictatorship. You are destroying the peace of Konoha. I don't care what methods you used. I give you 1 day to restore my master's honor and Hokage position immediately. Otherwise I, Jiraiya, will risk my life to cleanse Konoha. The furious roar echoed through the room. Xian listened without changing his expression, simply picking up a pen and adding double the training intensity at the end of the training plan. The messenger toad looked at him dumbfounded. This was the final ultimatum from the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. How could this guy have no reaction at all? Wasn't he afraid? Are you done? Xian finally set down his pen, raising his head to look at the scroll. If you're done, get lost. You. The messenger toad's pipe tilted in anger. You haven't even replied to Lord Jiraiya. Reply? Xian scoffed, walking to the window and looking at the Hokage rock marked with a red cross outside. He isn't even qualified for me to reply. You go back and tell that idiot. I will be waiting for him at the statue of Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. A waterfall roars between the stone statues of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, filling the entire valley with a misty, blinding haze. Uchiha Gen stands atop the head of Madara Uchiha statue. Clad in a black robe that flaps fiercely in the wind, he gazes downward, his expression utterly impassive. Boom. A burst of white smoke erupts from the statue of Hashirama Senju across the valley. A white-haired man in crimson robes appears, Jiraiya the legendary Sannin, his forehead adorned with a headband bearing the kanji for oil. The moment Jiraiya materializes, his eyes lock unflinchingly onto Gen. His usually carefree face is taut with grim intensity. Uchiha Gen. His voice booms, cutting through the thunderous roar of the waterfall. You wretch. How dare you treat your teacher this way? This is a coup, a dictatorship. You have shattered decades of peace in Konoha. His accusation reverberates through the valley. Gen does not turn. His voice, soft yet piercing, cuts cleanly through the mist and reaches Jiraiya's ears. Peace. He lets out a cold, mirthless laugh, then slowly pivots, revealing eyes of deep, emotionless black. By what authority do you speak to me of peace? Is it as one of the Sannin? As the mentor of the 4th Hokage, or perhaps as the godfather of Uzumaki Naruto? Jiraiya's breath catches. Each question strikes a raw nerve, the very core of his deepest shame. Where were you when your own teacher stole the legacy of his student? Where were you when your godson was beaten and reviled like an animal, scavenging through trash heaps for scraps to eat? You claimed you gathered intelligence for Konoha, but what did you truly accomplish? You witnessed neither your teacher's descent nor your godson's suffering. If you could not protect those closest to you, what right do you have to stand here and lecture me on the peace of all Konoha? Gen's voice remains quiet, yet every word lands like a hammer blow upon Jiraiya's heart. Your so-called peace is nothing but a farce, built upon lies and sacrifice. Jiraiya is left speechless. His lifelong creed, a world where people understand one another, crumbles before the stark reality of Naruto's tragic childhood. He tries to retort, but no words emerge. Because Gen speaks only truth. A surge of fury rises within him. Enough. Jiraiya roars, slamming his palms together. A torrent of natural energy surges into his body. Senjutsu Sage Mode. Jiraiya, stay calm. This one is no ordinary foe. Frog sages Shima and Fukasaku appear upon his shoulders, their expressions grave. Warty protrusions bloom upon Jiraiya's nose, crimson sage markings flare around his eyes. An aura vastly more potent than ordinary chakra radiates from his frame. Silence. Today I'll knock some sense into you by force. Jiraiya growls, Senjutsu chakra swirling violently in his palm. Senjutsu Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. A spiraling sphere over 2 meters wide forms in his hand, its azure light shrieking with unbearable resonance, warping the very air around it. Jiraiya launches himself forward like a cannonball, the Rasengan roaring toward Gen. In response, Gen lifts his right hand, spreading his fingers wide. A shimmering barrier of white flame coalesces before his palm. An instant later, the Ultra Big Ball Rasengan slams into it. Boom. Energy detonates. Cracks spiderweb across the stone head beneath Gen's feet. He slides backwards several meters before regaining his footing. The colossal Rasengan dissipates with a faint pop, consumed entirely by the white flame. You managed to push me back, so Senjutsu chakra does possess greater potency than base chakra. Gen flicks his wrist, mildly surprised. Jiraiya's pulse quickens, his full power strike moved Gen only a few meters. Yet the setback ignites his resolve. This isn't over. Jiraiya bellows, hands flashing through seals. Senjutsu Needle Jizo. His silver hair stiffens and elongates, hundreds of razor-sharp needles launching toward Gen in a dense barrage. Gen weaves through the storm at blinding speed, metallic clangs ringing like temple bells as every needle shatters against his white aura. Mom. Dad. Lend me your strength. Jiraiya shouts. Understood. Both frog sages instantly form hand seals. Senjutsu Frog Duet. An inaudible sonic genjutsu blankets the valley, inflicting excruciating agony upon all who hear it. But the illusion fails utterly against Gen. His spirit is shielded by ki, the sound waves cannot even approach his body. Have you finished playing? Gen halts mid-step, faint impatience edging his tone. If this is all you have, then you disappoint me deeply. Damn you, this is only the beginning. Jiraiya slams both palms into the earth. Senjutsu Gajaman. Shima exhales a gale force wind, a Fukasaku spews torrents of oil, Jiraiya unleashes searing fire-natured chakra. Wind fans of flames, a oil feeds the inferno. A sea of incandescent boiling oil surges forth, consuming the sky, threatening to melt the valley itself. This is Jiraiya's most devastating and wide-ranging senjutsu technique. Before this cataclysmic tide, Gen finally narrows his gaze, giving it his full attention. Very well. Out of respect for your struggle, rooted in a bygone age, I shall show you true power. The moment he finishes speaking, Gen lowers his stance, feet widening, center dropping. Then, Haya. A guttural roar erupts as raw energy explodes upward from his core. His black hair lifts and blazes gold in the shockwave. His obsidian irises ignite into emerald green. Boom. A radiant golden aura detonates outward from his body. Gales howl. The earth fractures. Even the waterfall recoils, reversing its flow for a heartbeat under the crushing pressure. An overwhelming aura descends, the kind that makes souls tremble, engulfing the entire valley of the end. What is this? Shima shrieks. Jiraiya, run. We cannot comprehend his power. He is not human. Fukasaku trembles uncontrollably, voice thick with terror. Jiraiya stands frozen, staring blankly at the figure wreathed in golden flame, his mind utterly void. The searing sea of oi fire evaporates the instant it nears Gen, vanishing completely within 3 meters of his body, leaving not even vapor behind. It ends now. The golden figure vanishes. Jiraiya's sage perception screams alarm. He spins without thought, hurling a punch into empty air behind him. Senjutsu Frog Kata. An invisible fist forged from natural energy rockets forward, only to be seized motionless in a single hand. Gen materializes slowly, emerald eyes glinting with quiet mockery. Too slow. His fingers tighten, shattering the condensed natural energy like glass. Jiraiya's pupils contract. He instinctively recoils, but Gen moves faster. Golden light flickers, Gen reappears before him, driving a brutal elbow strike straight into his abdomen. Crunch. Jiraiya feels as if struck by a mountain, his spine arches violently, blood and bile bursting from his mouth, his eyes bulging from their sockets. His massive frame rockets backward, slamming headfirst into the first Hokage's statue, carving a crater into its stone face, sending shards flying. Before he can even slide down, Gen appears beside him, delivering a whip-like roundhouse kick to his flank with deafening force. Snap. The sickening crack of breaking bone echoes clearly. Jiraiya grunts, flung from the statue in a high arc, hurtling toward Madara Uchiha's statue across the valley. Gen appears for the third time, intercepting him midair. This time he does not strike with fist or foot. He extends his right hand, palm open, fingers splayed, aimed directly at Jiraiya's chest. It ends now. A blazing golden sphere coalesces in his palm, not hurled but pressed firmly against Jiraiya's sternum. The energy floods inward, not tearing organs, but violently dismantling every trace of his painstakingly gathered senjutsu chakra. Spit. Jiraiya's sage mode collapses, his crimson markings vanish. Consciousness flees. He plummets, splashing violently into the water below, sending up a colossal geyser. The golden aura recedes into his body. Gen's hair and eyes return to black light. As a feather, he alights softly upon the water's edge. Moments later, Jiraiya drags himself ashore, dripping, battered, gasping on one knee, his eyes hollow with defeat. He has lost, utterly irredeemably, without landing a single blow. Now, do you still intend to awaken me, with your fists? Gen regards him quietly. Jiraiya lifts his head, meeting those calm, bottomless black eyes, and finds no words. Only bitterness fills his mouth. The old Konoha has rotted beyond repair. I buried it myself. Now I will forge a new world, borderless, warless, governed by unified order. Jiraiya, I offer you a choice. You may cling to your quaint prophecy, become a relic discarded by time, and spend your remaining years drowning in regret. Or, you may remain. Witness with your own eyes the birth of genuine peace, and in doing so begin to atone for the 7 years you failed Naruto. Jiraiya kneels in silence, long and heavy. He thinks of his life's dream, a world where people understand one another. He recalls the frog's prophecy. At last he raises his head, voice raw and hoarse. How do I know your peace won't simply be another tyranny, built upon fear? You need not know, Gen replies unwavering. You need only watch. He turns, gazing toward the distant. Good. It seems you've made the right choice. Then your first task, as an observer, begins immediately. Some neighbors appear to have misread Konoha's current state, believing it vulnerable. Gen's gaze sharpens, fixed upon the direction of Kumogakure. It is time to correct their misunderstanding. The next day, the Konoha United Council Hall, which used to be the Hokage meeting room. On both sides of the long conference table, the heads of the major ninja clans of Konoha were seated. Hinata, Hayashi, Nara, Shikaku, Akimichi, Choza, Yamanaka, Inoichi, Inuzuka, Tsum, and Yamanaka Shiwa. Everyone with a bit of reputation in Konoha had gathered today. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. No one dared to speak, even their breathing was deliberately subdued. All eyes were filled with reverence, fixed on the head of the conference table. Uchiha Gen leaned back in his chair, fingers interlocked on the table, eyes closed, seemingly dozing off. He sat there quietly, yet an invisible pressure made everyone present feel as if they couldn't breathe. Nara Shikaka held a cigarette. The smoke could not obscure the heaviness in his eyes. Having lived more than half his life, he thought he understood Konoha, but the current situation was beyond his comprehension. This boy named Uchiha Gen had first disposed of the Hokage, then purged the wealthy clans, acting swiftly and decisively without leaving any room for hesitation. He didn't follow the rules at all, directly overturning the table with sheer force and establishing new rules himself. Hinata Hayashi also sat up straight, his Byakugan revealing a complex mix of emotions. He recalled the words spoken to him by Lord Jiraiya when he returned from the Valley of the End yesterday. Hayashi, the times have changed. Don't guess what he's thinking, and definitely don't go against him. We can only listen to him. Even the legendary Sannin had said this. What could these clans do? Time passed by the second. Gen finally opened his eyes, his black gaze sweeping over the entire room. Today marks the first United Council. His voice was calm, yet all the clan heads instinctively sat up straighter. I'll keep it brief. From today onward, Konoha has no Hokage. I, Uchiha Gen, am the supreme commander of Konoha, and all major matters regarding battles and diplomacy within the village will be decided by me. You all will form the United Council responsible for the village's daily affairs. Uchiha Fugaku will serve as the first speaker. No one had any objections. One could say no one dared to object. The second matter. Gen tapped his fingers on the table, producing a scroll and sliding it in front of Nara Shikaku. Shikaku's heart sank as he hurriedly picked up the scroll and unfolded it. After just a glance, his face. This is. The Cloud Village and the Rock Village claim they are here to subjugate the Konoha traders, each mobilizing 10,000 troops currently rushing towards the Fire Country's border. Gen said indifferently, this information was just confirmed an hour ago by my Shadow Guard team. The conference room erupted into chaos. 20,000 allied forces. Akimichi Choza exclaimed, standing up in shock. They want to take advantage. We just dealt with internal strife. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has just been deposed, and with the village in disarray, how can we defend against their attack at this time? Yamanaka Inoichi's expression also darkened. We must immediately seek aid from the daimyo. Have the border troops assist in defense. No, send someone to negotiate. Tell them this is our Konoha's affair. As long as they withdraw their troops, we can offer some compensation. The conference room was a mess. These clan heads reverted to their old ways, either compromising, defending, or seeking help. Gen did not interrupt them. He merely watched coldly, the mockery in his gaze growing stronger. Once they had argued enough, Gen finally spoke again. Are you done? With these two words, the entire conference room fell silent. Compensation. Negotiation. Defense. Gen snorted, stood up, placed both hands on the table, and looked down at the group. We don't have such terms here. If their claws have reached out, don't expect to retract them. I'll chop them off with one stroke. A sense of dominance emanated from Gen, making all the clan heads' hearts skip a beat. Convey my orders. Konoha Village will immediately enter a state of first-level combat readiness. No ninja is allowed to take a break and all resources will be prioritized for combat. Fugakuyu will manage logistics. Shikakuyu analyze the intelligence. As for the enemy, Gen straightened up, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. I will personally go meet them. Deep underground in the Nanha Shrine, a massive underground space was activated. This was the will training ground created by Gen using the system blueprints, a training room where gravity could be adjusted at will. 100 of the most elite Uchiha clan members stood on this open ground. Among them were experienced jonin and talented young ones like Itachi and Izumi. Each person stood tall, their faces filled with pride. They were the elite of the Uchiha, the witnesses to the rise of the new king, and the first batch of fortunate ones to receive direct guidance from the commander. Gen stood on a high control platform watching them. I know you are all very proud. His voice echoed throughout the space through the loudspeakers. But your pride is worthless in my eyes. The fire techniques you think are impressive, the taijutsu you believe is decent, and that laughable Sharingan to me are all trash. As soon as these words were spoken, the 100 elite below were stunned. Many frowned, clearly unconvinced. Gen smiled. He walked to the control panel, extended a finger, and pressed a red button. Let's see how long your pride can last. Gravity system activate. Intensity 10 times. A soft hum sounded. In the next second, everyone in the training ground felt as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on them. Thud. 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 Without any preparation, the 100 elite Uchiha fell to their knees like wheat being pressed down by an invisible hand, struggling to stay flat on the cold metal floor. Ugh. Wah. What is happening? I can't move. A series of muffled groans and exclamations erupted in the room. They felt their bones creaking, their organs squeezed together, even breathing was laborious. Some tried to refine their chakra to resist, only to find that the chakra was flowing through their meridians as slowly as a snail, rendering them powerless. As everyone struggled on the ground, a steady sound of footsteps echoed in their ears. They laboriously lifted their heads and glanced with their peripheral vision. Uchiha Gen was stepping down from the control panel one step at a time. His steps were light and steady, as if he were taking a stroll in his backyard. The 10 times gravity that could crush elite jonin seemed to have no effect on him. Gen approached the disheveled clan members, his eyes cold. Forget your pathetic chakra. Use your heart, use your will to withstand this pressure. With the determination to protect your family, ignite the fire within your body. Chakra is borrowed, it's stolen. Only chi is your own. Now, let's begin the first lesson. The first one to stand up will receive my personal instruction. After saying this, Gen no longer cared about them walking around the training ground as if inspecting his territory. The commander's words struck their hearts like a hammer. Will, determination, protection. Everyone gritted their teeth, ignoring the chakra and using all their spirit to resist the invisible pressure. But the pressure was too heavy. No matter how hard they tried, their bodies felt nailed to the floor. Just then a figure in the crowd began to move. It was Uchiha Izumi. She lay on the ground, her body trembling violently, sweat soaking her hair. She was the first to sense chi under Gen's guidance, understanding his words better than anyone. I must stand up. I can't let Gen down. Only this thought remained in Izumi. A faint white aura emerged from beneath her skin. This aura did not resist the gravity, instead it penetrated her muscles and bones, healing her bruised cells and granting her a glimmer of strength. Her hands pressed firmly against the ground, her nails turning white from the effort. All her bones were creaking and her knees slowly began to lift from the ground. She got on her knees. Then she pushed against one leg, struggling to move forward, her foot stepping onto the ground. Huh. Izumi let out a low shout, pouring all her will into it, swaying, but managing to stand up. Though her legs trembled like a sieve ready to collapse at any moment, she was undeniably the first to stand up. Izumi. Uchiha Shirsue, not far away, saw the scene and was struck with astonishment. He too felt the chi, but at that moment he was pressed down and unable to lift his head. Izumi's success galvanized him greatly. 4. Lord Gen. Shirsue let out a low roar, beginning to mobilize the faint chi within him, struggling to raise his upper body, kneeling on. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi's situation was even worse. Lacking Izumi's foundation of chi perception, he was relying purely on willpower to endure. The gravity pressed down hard on him, but he did not give up. He thought of Naruto, whom Gen had saved, remembered how Gen had guided his younger brother Sasuke, and most importantly, he thought of the new future for the Uchiha clan. I absolutely cannot fall here. In Itachi's eyes, the 3 Tomo Sharingan spun wildly. He gritted his teeth and managed to lift his head from the floor, staring intently at the godlike figure in the center. Gen halted his steps, glanced at the standing Izumi, then at the struggling Shirsue, and Itachi, a nearly imperceptible smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. There are a few usable ones. Just as this training was starting to show some results, whoosh. The door to the training ground was suddenly forced open. In the will cultivation chamber there was a deathly silence. The dark guard was pinned to the ground by tenfold gravity, his bones creaking. With all his strength, he finally managed to shout out the urgent military situation. 100 elite Uchiha members were also firmly pressed down by the gravity. They couldn't even lift a finger. Their faces were filled with pain and struggle, and upon hearing the military news a hint of panic flickered across their expressions. 20,000 allied forces. The 4th Raikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage personally led the charge. It was an attempt to swallow Konoha whole. However, amidst the chaos, only one figure stood out, appearing utterly out of place. Uchiha Gen halted his steps, not glancing at the dark guard on the ground. He merely turned his head, surveying the clan members sprawled on the floor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Did you hear that? His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated in everyone's ears. 20,000 allied forces, 2 Kages right at our doorstep. Look at your expressions, fearful, anxious. Is this what the Uchiha elites look like? Xian's tone carried a hint of mockery, and many felt their faces flush with embarrassment, lowering their heads in shame. He extended his hand and casually tapped on the console screen. Buzz, the weight that had pressed down on everyone vanished in an instant. Who? Huh. More than 100 people immediately gasped for air, greedily inhaling. Those last 10 minutes were harder to endure than any battle they had ever faced. The dark guard who had delivered the message finally managed to get up. He knelt on one knee, lowering his head so as not to look at Xian. Commander, the border command requests instructions. Xian then slowly turned around and walked towards the dark guard. Instructions. He scoffed. Tell them to stay put, take care of the injured, and don't get in the way. But Commander, the allied forces assault. The dark guard was taken aback. A bunch of rabble doesn't deserve to be called an assault. Xian's gaze instantly turned cold. Get lost, deliver my message exactly as it is. Yes. The chilling killing intent made the dark guard tremble, and he dared not say another word, using body flicker technique to disappear in a panic. Xian turned his attention back to the Uchiha elites who were still recovering their strength. Today's training ends here. Your performance was poor, but slightly better than I expected. He glanced at the only one still standing, Izumi, and at Shisui, who had already knelt on one knee, along with Itachi, who was staring at him intently with his Sharingan. I wanted you to feel what willpower truly means, but now there is a better teaching opportunity. Xian spread his arms, his expression arrogant. Go back and rest well, then open your eyes wide to see clearly. Watch how I end a war that you think could destroy the village. Remember, only the weak need schemes, armies, and alliances. The strong only need themselves. After saying this, Xian no longer bothered with them and turned to walk out of the training ground, his figure disappearing into the darkness of the passage. Leaving behind the 100 elite Uchiha members who looked at each other in bewilderment, their minds filled with Xian's disdain for the 20,000 troops and his domineering declaration that the strong only need themselves. A few days prior, in the land of Uchiha, it was late at night, and the office of the 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki was still lit. This old man, barely 1.40 meters tall, floated in midair, frowning as he examined a top-secret report from Konoha. The contents of the report made his heart skip a beat. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has been incapacitated, the Uchiha clan has taken power, and a boy named Uchiha Xian has become the new dictator of Konoha. What troubled him more was the report's description of Xian's powers, speed unlike that of a human ninjutsu, without hand seals, easily defeating Jiraiya. Uchiha. Another Uchiha. Anoki muttered to himself, feeling an old injury at his waist throb. His impression of the surname all stemmed from that man decades ago. Uchiha Madara. Just then the air in the center of the office suddenly warped, forming a vortex. Who? Anoki's chakra surged, and he adopted a stance for dust release, vigilantly staring at the vortex. A figure slowly emerged from it. Dressed in black robes with an orange spiral mask covering his face. 3rd Tsuchikage, it's been decades, yet your vigilance remains so high. A raspy, deep voice echoed in the office. Anoki looked at the newcomer, and his pupils constricted sharply. You are from the Akatsuki. Akatsuki. The masked man chuckled softly. That's just a toy to pass the time. He slowly raised his head, the 3-tomo Sharingan in his single eye gleaming ominously red under the light. You can call me Uchiha Madara. Boom. Anoki's mind buzzed. He stared fixedly at the Sharingan, a familiar yet different aura emanating from it, and his expression froze completely. Impossible. Uchiha Madara has long died at the Valley of the End. Death to me is merely a brief slumber. Toby spoke in Madara's tone, slowly continuing, I'm not here to reminisce, but to offer you an opportunity. He pointed to the report on Anoki's desk. This boy named Uchiha Xian is an unexpected variable that has disrupted the balance. His power does not belong to this world. If he is not eliminated before he grows too powerful, once he fully controls Konoha, the entire shinobi world will kneel at his feet, including Uchiha. Anoki fell silent. He had to admit that the masked man's words struck at his most pressing fears. An uncontrollable Uchiha with powers beyond reason would be a disaster for any shinobi village. What do you want me to do, eh? Anoki asked in a deep voice. Very simple. Toby's voice carried a hint of temptation. The 4th Raikage of Kumogakure is a mindless brute, and I have already provoked his anger. He will gather all of Kumogakure's forces to attack the Land of Fire. And you, Anoki, I need your wisdom and dust release. What you need to do is ally with Kumogakure and as quickly as possible flatten the borders of Konoha. This. Anoki hesitated. 2 major shinobi villages teaming up to attack Konoha would undoubtedly trigger the 4th Shinobi World War. Don't worry, Tobi seemed to see through his thoughts. The Akatsuki will help you restrain any possible backup from Konoha. Moreover, think about it, Anoki. Once this succeeds, Konoha will be severely weakened or even collapse entirely. That most prosperous land of the Land of Fire will be divided between your Iwabakure and Kumogakure. Isn't this the wish you've held for decades? Ambition and a sense of crisis clashed within Anoki's heart. He recalled the humiliation of being dominated by Uchiha Madara in his youth and thought of the barren land of Iwabakure. In the end, greed prevailed. Alright. Anoki gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I'll do it. But if you dare to deceive me, I never deceive my pawns. Tobi sneered, tossing out a scroll. This is the latest intelligence on Konoha's border defenses sufficient to allow your army to advance unimpeded. I'll be watching you, Anoki, don't let me down. As his words fell, Tobi's figure was swallowed by the vortex and the office returned to silence. Only Anoki remained floating in the air, looking at the intelligence in his hands, his aging face showing a mixture of emotion. In Konoha, the former Hokage's office has been remodeled. All documents and books have been cleared, leaving only a large desk and a chair, giving it an empty and desolate atmosphere. Uchiha Gen stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire village. The news of war had not yet spread and the village remained peaceful. Knock knock. The office door was knocked on. Come in. The door pushed open and Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi walked in. They had changed into clean clothes, their faces still showing the fatigue left by gravity. Yet the light in their eyes was shockingly bright. Commander. The two walked to Xian's side and knelt on one knee. Shursui lifted his head, his gaze burning. Please take us with you. We want to witness everything you mentioned with our own eyes. We won't hold you back, Izumi added. We want to feel true power on the battlefield. Xian slowly turned around, looking down at the two kneeling before him. He could sense that after being pressed by the gravity field, the chi within the two had become more solid and resilient. Especially their will, which had been tempered to be sharp and pure. Very good. A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Xian's face. Your will is recovering faster than your body's. Xian walked past the two without looking back. Get ready, gather at the village entrance in half an hour. Yes. The voices of Jishui and Quan were loud and full of energy. Deep within the Uchiha clan, in a training ground, a small figure stood in the center of the courtyard, sweating profusely as he imitated the poses of Xianjiao. Naruto Uzumaki closed his eyes, his small face flushed with both hands in a strange position in front of his abdomen, trying hard to sense something. Chi. Chi. The chi that brother Xian spoke of. He murmured, trying to find that stream of chi in his dantian. But this power was too difficult to control. The Ninetails chakra was unruly and disruptive, always emerging at the most critical moments to ruin the little sense Naruto had managed to gather. Damn it. Naruto plopped down on the ground, feeling a bit defeated. Just then Xian's voice rang out above him. You've only failed a few times and you're already giving up. Naruto jerked his head up, seeing Uchiha Xian standing in front of him, a smile on his face. Brother Xian. Naruto jumped up and rushed to Xian's side, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head. I'm too dumb. I can never grasp that power. You're not dumb. Xian reached out and ruffled Naruto's blonde hair. The thing inside you is too domineering. Wanting to carve a new path on its territory is certainly not easy. Every failure of yours is a step towards taming it. Once you can make it obey, your strength will surpass everyone else. Hearing Xian's words, Naruto's eyes brightened again. He nodded vigorously. I will definitely succeed. After saying that, he looked at Xian with anticipation and asked, Brother Xian, I heard enemies are coming. Are you going to fight the bad guys? Take me with you, okay? I'm really strong now, he said while waving his little fists, wanting to prove himself. Xian looked at his blue eyes, his expression softening a bit. There will be a place for you on the battlefield in the future. But not now. Wait until you can turn this stone into powder, and then I will take you to the battlefield. As Xian spoke, he casually picked up a fist-sized pebble from the side and tossed it into Naruto's arms. Naruto hugged the stone tightly. Though a bit disappointed, he quickly found a new goal. He held the stone tightly and shouted, okay, I will definitely be able to do it soon. Not far away under the eaves, Uchiha Itachi quietly watched the scene. His gaze was somewhat complex. It reminded him of when he guided Sasuke. After comforting Naruto, Xian turned to walk towards Itachi. Itachi. Here, Itachi stepped forward immediately and bowed respectfully. During my absence, the village's security is under the newly formed Umbu team led by Jishui, with Hokage Fuyue overseeing the overall situation. And you have a more important task. Xian's gaze shifted to the courtyard where Naruto was still struggling while Sasuke was practicing throwing shuriken. Keep an eye on those two. Supervise their basic training, don't let them slack off. More importantly, prevent anything that dares to disturb them. Itachi's heart stirred and he instantly understood Xian's meaning. Yes. Itachi knelt on one knee, his voice steady. I swear by the honor of Uchiha Itachi that as long as I still draw breath, I will never let them come to harm. Very good. Xian nodded, saying no more, and turned to leave. The sunlight cast a long shadow of his figure as Itachi looked up at his back, his gaze resolute. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Konoha village. The village entrance was very quiet, with no crowd to send them off nor a single person to bid farewell. The entire village seemed unaware that their supreme leader was departing for battle. Xian Jishui and Quan stood quietly at the village entrance. They carried nothing, no scrolls, no backpacks, not even a single kunai. Their appearance did not resemble that of those heading to face an army of 20,000, but rather like they were going for a stroll. Let's go, Xian said, lightly taking the first step out of the village. Jishui and Quan followed behind. The three walked out of the village facing the rising sun as they headed into the distance, where a few figures appeared on the Hokage rock. Nara, Shikaku, Hyuga, Hizashi, and Jiraiya. They watched the three figures that were quickly becoming black dots in the distance. Really? Just 3 people are going? Hizashi's Byakugan was filled with disbelief. This is troublesome. Nara Shikaku exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression serious. I've calculated hundreds of possibilities, but I can't figure out what he's planning. 3 people against 20,000 allied forces, this is not war but a myth. Jiraiya fell silent, recalling that day at the Valley of the End, the figure enveloped in golden flames. That pressure still made him feel uneasy. He chuckled bitterly and spoke hoarsely, no, you don't understand. For him, what we think of as war may truly just be a walk. In an unknown dark cave, it was damp and cold. Obito, wearing a vortex mask, sat on a protruding rock. In front of him, a pitch-black crystal ball reflected the scene of Xian and the others leaving Konoha. Oh, he set off with only 2 people. Obito's tone was playful yet puzzled. Uchiha Quan and Uchiha Jishui. How arrogant can one be? His power is strange, and perhaps he has his own confidence. A voice indistinguishable as male or female echoed as Korazetsu's half-black, half-white body slowly emerged from the rock wall behind Obito. Korazetsu gazed at the image in the crystal ball and asked in a hoarse voice, is it really enough to send only the cloud-hidden and rock-hidden forces? That Uchiha Xian can easily defeat even the Sage Mode Jiraiya. 20,000 allied forces sound formidable, but in front of such a monster it might just be a number. Whether it's enough or not is unimportant. Obito sneered, somewhat displeased by Korazetsu's doubt. What matters is that I want to see for myself where his limits lie. The single eye of his mask slowly rotated, the 3 Tomo Sharingan spinning. An uncontrollable Uchiha guy with a completely unfamiliar power system. He is a massive variable that could affect my Moon Eye plan. With 20,000 allied forces, 2 cage-level ninjas, and a Noki, the old fox's dust release, if this doesn't force out his limits, my plan must be adjusted. Obito stood up, walked to the crystal ball, and gently traced the image of Xian with his finger. Moreover, his tone shifted, a chilling aura seeping through. The cloud-hidden village has sent all their forces, their 8 tails. Jinchuriki, the one called Killer Bee, must be among them. War is the best hunting ground. When they are both severely injured fighting Uchiha Xian, it will be my best opportunity to recover the 8 tails. Korazetsu listened to Obito's plan and let out a cackling laugh. I see killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No matter if Uchiha Xian wins or loses, we will be the winners. Of course. Obito's tone was filled with confidence. This world will ultimately fall into the infinite Tsukuyomi. Anyone who stands in the way will be crushed. His gaze returned to the crystal ball. The scene shifted from Xian's back to a chaotic battlefield. At the border of the Fire Country, Konoha's defenses had been breached and fallen Konoha ninjas lay scattered everywhere. Report. Report. The western defense line has been broken through by the Rock Hidden's explosive troops. We can't hold on any longer. The Cloud Hidden ninjas are charging in. The sounds of screams and explosions intertwined, relentless. On a mountain peak that had been half sliced off, Konoha's temporary command center was in chaos. The commander with bloodshot eyes stared intently at the map, where the lights representing outposts were extinguishing one by one. At that moment, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open. A blood-soaked Konoha Jonin stumbled in, his face devoid of color. He collapsed in front of the commander, hoarsely shouting, Captain, the 3rd defense line has been breached. The Cloud Hidden's AB combination. They're coming in with the main force. We can barely hold on. At the border of the Land of Fire, the air was thick with the stench of rust and burnt matter, making one feel nauseous. When Uchiha Xian and his companions arrived, they were greeted by such a scene. The forest was gone, leaving only charred stumps. Large pits littered the ground, remnants of ninjutsu clashes. Bodies of Konoha ninjas could be seen along the roadside. The green vests they wore were singed and tattered. Each of them was twisted in posture, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and resentment. Uchiha Izumi's fists clenched unconsciously, his nails digging into his flesh, causing pain, yet the pain in his heart was even more intense. Uchiha Shizui's face darkened, his eyes cold as ice. He was skilled in body flicker technique, moving at great speed, but each step felt heavy now. The foremost Uchiha Xian suddenly came to a halt. His gaze swept over the bodies of Konoha ninjas and the calmness on his face gradually faded. He felt himself turning cold. A murderous aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to feel like it had solidified. Izumi and Shisui felt as if they couldn't breathe, instinctively taking a half step back. A moment too late, and they felt as if their souls would be frozen. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had never seen such a Xian. Very well. Xian spoke, his voice low, as if squeezed out between his teeth. What a lively scene. He did not climb the cliff to assess the battlefield, it was too slow. He stepped forward, heading towards the source of the cries and explosions. In his left eye's field of vision, the light clusters, representing the cloud and rock ninjas, were no longer mere data, but targets to be eliminated. There are a total of 18,341 from the cloud and rock. Xian's voice was not loud, but Shisui and Izumi heard him clearly. There was no emotion in his voice, only killing intent. Not a single one shall leave alive. The three no longer hesitated, transforming into shadows as they rushed towards the battlefield. In the distance, the black ninja formation continued to advance. Just then, the situation on the battlefield changed. The dark-skinned cloud ninja killer, be wearing sunglasses, seemed to have received some orders. He let out a monstrous cry, his body began to enlarge, flesh and chakra intertwining. In the blink of an eye, a beast the size of a mountain adorned with octopus tentacles and bull horns appeared on the battlefield. The Eight Tails Gyuki. Yo yo! Watch this grand performance. Fool! Bastard! Killer Bee shouted in his peculiar rap tone, the enormous octopus head tilting back as it opened its massive mouth. A black chakra ball appeared by his mouth, growing larger by the second. The surrounding light was sucked into it. Tailed Beast Bomb. Its target was a Konoha fortress on the distant mountainside. That fortress was the last stronghold of Konoha at the border, housing hundreds of Konoha ninjas. The ninjas inside the fortress looked at the black energy ball that blotted out the sky, and a shadow of death loomed over everyone. Dozens of Rock Village ninjas seized the opportunity, grinning cruelly as they began to form hand signs. Earth-style multiple earth flow walls. Thick earthen walls rose from in front of the fortress. But this was not for defense, it was to block the escape route for everyone inside the fortress, leaving them to wait for death. In the next second, the black-tailed beast bomb, accompanied by a sharp whistle, tore through the sky and smashed toward the fortress that had its escape routes sealed. The fourth Raikage A saw the scene and burst into arrogant laughter, as if he could already see the fortress being reduced to ashes. The giant Inoki in the sky looked on coldly. In his eyes, that fortress was already doomed. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike the fortress, erasing hundreds of lives along with the mountain. Uchiha Gen, arriving at the battlefield, lifted his head. You have angered me. As his words fell, his black pupils seemed to ignite with golden flames. Huh! A roar filled with rage erupted from Xian's mouth. Boom! A terrifying pressure exploded from him, soaring into the sky. His black hair stood on end, turning golden in the power surge. His black pupils transformed into a chilling emerald green. Golden flames erupted like a volcano, forming a beam of light that burned a large hole in the dark clouds above, making the sunlight seem dim. Super Saiyan Stage 1. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly stood up from his stone seat, his Sharingan spinning wildly beneath his mask, disbelief etched on his face. What? What is this? This is not chakra. This power. Impossible. Absolutely impossible to exist. Obito shouted in a panic, feeling his soul tremble. He thought he had seen through everything in the ninja world, but this scene before his eyes far surpassed his comprehension. Amidst the astonished gazes of thousands, the transformed Uchiha Gen flickered and vanished. In the next second, he appeared right in front of the massive tailed beast bomb. He did not use any ninjutsu, nor did he unleash an energy wave. He simply raised his right hand, extending his 5 fingers towards the energy ball capable of flattening mountains. There was no massive explosion as anticipated. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The formidable tailed beast bomb was caught by a hand engulfed in golden flames. The terrifying energy continued to churn within, yet could advance no further. Silence fell over the entire... Whether it was the charging cloud ninjas, the rock ninjas forming hand signs, or the Konoha ninjas preparing to fight to the death, everyone stood frozen, staring in awe at the unbelievable scene in the sky. This can't be real. A rock ninja murmured, his knife clattering to the ground. The wild laughter on Raikage's face froze, the lightning armor on him dimming slightly, his eyes bulging wide, and his mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside. He had always prided himself on his physical strength, but this scene before him shattered that pride. The giant Inoki in the sky almost lost his breath, his flying chakra going awry, his body swaying. Impossible. This can't be happening. His parched lips trembled, decades of understanding shattering in that moment. The Eight Tails Gyuki also froze, Killer Bee's rap coming to a halt, confusion filling his enormous eye. In the dazed gazes of thousands, Uchiha Gen, holding the tailed beast bomb in his right hand, slowly tightened his fingers, then gripped it firmly. Crack. A sound like glass shattering echoed. The tailed beast bomb, suspended in the air, actually began to show cracks on its golden flames seeped through the cracks like sunlight piercing the night. In the next second, boom, a deep thunderous sound. The tailed beast bomb did not explode, instead a colossal force pressed it inward in Xian's hand, ultimately causing the raging energy was forcibly compressed together, transforming into a dazzling light that erupted from between Xian's fingers, yet was blocked by the golden flames surrounding him, not a single ray escaping. The dull sound replaced what should have been a thunderous explosion. At that moment, all sounds on the battlefield ceased. The cries of battle, the screams of the dying, even the wind fell silent. Tens of thousands of ninjas, whether from Yunin Iwanin or the remnants of Konoha, all seemed frozen in place, as if time itself had stopped. Iwanin ninja's katana slipped from his grasp, clanging as it hit the ground, yet he showed no reaction. His mouth hung open, oblivious to the drool trickling down. The flesh on a Yunin Jonin's face twitched uncontrollably. He attempted to blink, but found his eyelids too heavy to lift. The scene before him surpassed anything his mind could comprehend. With bare hands, he crushed the tailed beast orb. This was a feat only a divine being could achieve. The lightning armor on the fourth Raikage A flickered, erratically crackling with energy. His once proud muscles now stiff as stone. The Raikage stared intensely at the golden figure above his, bloodshot eyes bulging, his throat rasping, wanting to speak yet unable to utter a single word. The beliefs he had held dear, the power he had prided himself on, shattered in an instant. In the high sky, the third Suchikage Anoki wobbled, almost falling from the heavens. His wrinkled old face was paler than a corpse. A chill surged from his tailbone to his forehead, rendering even his old injuries numb. Monster. Anoki's dry lips trembled, forcing out two words. This was not ninjutsu. Nor was it a bloodline limit. This was something else entirely, a power that defied all reason, existing beyond the ninja system. In the distance, the transformed killer, be now an eight-tails beast, hung limply, his single eye filled with confusion. For the first time, the eight-tails within him felt fear. It was a tremor that resonated from its very core, rendering it incapable of even a single thought of movement. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito's expression of amusement had long vanished. He fixed his gaze on that golden figure, the Sharingan beneath his mask spinning wildly, as if trying to see through the opponent to their very essence. Impossible. This cannot be. Obito's breathing quickened, a wave of cold fear rising from his heart. It had been a long time since he felt such fear. He thought he had calculated everything, Madara's plan, Nagato's Rinnegan, all on his chessboard. But this Uchiha Gen before him was like a stone thrown onto the board from outside. No, it was a sun. This guy played by his own rules. Standing here, he was ready to burn the entire chessboard. On the battlefield, Uchiha Gen didn't even glance at the dumbfounded ants below. His emerald eyes turned towards the surviving Konoha ninjas on the distant cliff. His voice rang out, not loud yet clear enough to resonate across the entire battlefield, drowning out everyone's heartbeat. All Konoha personnel retreat 10 kilometers. Gen paused, his tone carrying an undeniable command. On the cliff, Hyuga Hayashi, in charge of command, watched everything with his Byakugan, his body trembling in shock. When Gen's voice reached him, he jolted. Through his Byakugan, he could clearly see the vast and scorching golden energy within Gen, resembling a sun. In comparison, the chakra of the 20,000 allied forces below seemed like mere fireflies before this energy. Without hesitation, Hayashi shouted with all his might. All squads, follow the commander's orders. Retreat immediately. Hurry. The remaining Konoha ninjas snapped out of their shock, gazing at the divine figure in the sky. Their despair and fear transformed into fervor. Yes! They didn't panic or overthink, quickly aiding the injured, and began an orderly retreat. This was not a flight, they were clearing the stage. Behind, Gen, Itachi and Izumi watched the scene, warmth swelling in their chests, their hearts pounding fiercely. This was their commander. As the Konoha ninjas withdrew, the deathly silence on the battlefield was finally shattered. Roar. The fourth Raikage A let out a beast-like roar, unable to believe that he and thousands of troops were intimidated by a single person. Don't be fooled by him. He is alone. Attack. Kill him. The Raikage shouted hoarsely, trying to drive away the fear from his soldiers and himself with his voice. However, his proud elite Yunin did not move a single one. Their hands holding weapons trembled, their legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to budge. Calm down, eh? Anoki's figure flew to the Raikage's side, panting heavily, his face looking extremely grim. What good is shouting? Can't you see? That guy's power can't be dealt with by sheer numbers. Then what do you suggest we do? The Raikage's eyes were bloodshot like a cornered wild bull. Are we just going to watch him scare away our 20,000 troops? This is our only chance. Anoki's voice dropped low, yet carried a hint of madness. No matter how strong he is still just one person. We two together. Take advantage of his recent exertion, kill him. If not, none of us will leave today. The Raikage breathed heavily, glancing at Anoki and then at the golden figure in the sky. He understood that the old man was right. Between pride and life, he chose life. And the only way to ensure survival was to risk everything to take down the person before him. All right. The Raikage gritted his teeth. Just as you said, let's go together and kill this little brat. At that moment, the two Kages reached an understanding. They flew to the front lines of their respective armies, re-establishing their confrontation with Uchiha Gen. The Raikage pointed at Gen, laughing arrogantly as if trying to regain some face. You are the Uchiha Gen. The one who stole Konoha. You've got some guts, I admit. I will enjoy the process of tearing you apart piece by piece. Anoki assumed the demeanor of an elder floating in the air. Young man, the power you possess has disrupted the balance of the world. Such power does not belong to you. Surrender now and hand it over, and perhaps this old man can leave you with a whole corpse for research. Facing the provocations of the two Kages, the anger on Uchiha Gen's face gradually faded. He looked at them with eyes as cold as gazing at two corpses. He even chuckled lightly, laughter filled with research. Tear apart. Gen slowly raised his eyes, his emerald pupils sweeping over the two like he was observing two noisy insects. The ones who should be saying their last words. Are you? Arrogant little brat. Die for me. The fourth Raikage let out a roar that reverberated across the battlefield. His muscles bulged and the lightning chakra erupted. Blue arcs of electricity crackled around him, accompanied by a sizzling sound as the air filled with the scent of charred matter. Lightning released chakra mode V2 form. With a thunderous sound, the ground beneath the Raikage cracked. He transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, shooting straight towards the golden figure suspended in midair. He pushed his speed and strength to the limit. With this punch, he aimed to shatter that little devil along with the blinding golden light. The remaining ninjas on the battlefield, regardless of friend or foe, held their breath instinctively. But that was just the surface of the attack. The real killing move was in the sky, coming from the diminutive third Uchiha, who had always been overshadowed by the Raikage. A charged forth to capture everyone's attention. At that moment, the aging Anoki's eyes glinted with a hint of cunning. He was neither watching a show nor assisting the Raikage. He was waiting for an opportunity, a fleeting chance for a kill that the Raikage had unwittingly created. No matter how strong Uchiha Gen was, facing the Raikage's all-out assault would force him to divert his attention. Whether he blocked, dodged, or counterattacked, he would certainly pause for a fraction of a second, perhaps even be pinned in place. For a veteran powerhouse of his caliber, that fraction of a second was enough to determine the outcome of a war. Dust Release Original World Separation Technique. Anoki's hands had long since formed a seal within his sleeves, and a transparent cube glowing with white light quietly formed in his palm. There was no grand display nor any dazzling effects. But the aura that threatened to decompose everything into atoms made even Obito, who was watching from the Kamui space, instinctively squint. Oh, this is interesting. A smirk appeared on Obito's lips. The Raikage acts as bait while the Tsuchikage uses Dust Release for a lethal strike. This kind of collaboration, even I wouldn't dare to take heed in under the condition of being phasing out. Uchiha Gen, you've transformed into that golden monster. I want to see how you handle this death trap prepared just for you. Obito crossed his arms, watching the scene in the crystal ball as if it were an exquisite performance. On the battlefield, the death trap had already been set. The Raikage's punch, crackling with lightning, had already struck right in front of Uchiha Gen, the gust from the punch causing the golden flames around him to ripple backward. Simultaneously, a slender yet deadly white beam of light approached from a more cunning angle, targeting Uchiha Gen's back heart, which was locked down by the Raikage. One attack came from the front, emphasizing speed and power, while the other came from behind, focusing on decomposition and destruction. The two figures standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world unleashed their most formidable tactical minds, jointly creating an theoretically unbreakable killing setup. Faced with this simultaneous dual assault, Uchiha Gen, now in his Super Saiyan form, showed the first hint of fluctuation in his emerald eyes. He furrowed his brow. It was not fear, but rather a sense of trouble. In an instant, he made a judgment. The Raikage's attack was merely a physical assault. In his Super Saiyan form, standing still and allowing the opponent to strike would not breach his surrounding golden flames. However, Anoki's Dust Release was a different matter. That technique could directly decompose molecules, annihilating bloodlines. Once hit, even he would be instantaneously broken down, rendering any great ability useless. Uchiha Gen huffed impatiently, his internal chi rapidly redistributed. He consolidated over 70% of his chi into a solid golden energy shield behind him, perfectly blocking the incoming Dust Release. After completing this, he lifted his left arm, leaving only a thin layer of golden flames on it, bracing for the Raikage's mountain-shattering punch. Bang! The fist and arm collided, producing a dull sound that made one's teeth ache. Uchiha Gen's golden silhouette did not budge as he took the full force of the Raikage's charge. The Raikage's pupils, constricted disbelief etched across his face. He felt as if he hadn't struck a person, but rather collided with a mountain forged from metal. The recoil sent shockwaves through his entire right arm, making the bones crackle as if they might shatter at any moment. Yet Gen was not entirely unscathed. To block the Dust Release behind him, his defense on the left arm had ultimately weakened a bit. A worse situation occurred behind him. Due to being slightly distracted by the Raikage, the golden energy shield used for defense against the Dust Release was not perfectly condensed. ZZT. The white Dust Release beam and the golden energy shield held for less than a tenth of a second before the unreasonable decomposing force tore a small hole in the shield. Crap. Uchiha Gen's brow furrowed even tighter. He attempted to sidestep, but the rakich's other fist had already wrapped around him, pinning him in place. A wisp of dust releases residual energy thinner than a hair grazed past his shoulder. There was no explosion. On the black high-collar robe that Uchiha Gen had hurriedly made under Uchiha Fugaku's watchful eye, a fist-sized hole appeared at the shoulder, the edges smooth, as if cut by a knife. Beneath the hole his bronze skin was visible. A layer of golden flames was rapidly repairing it, yet it still left a clear mark, as if seared by a hot iron. No blood was shed, but his clothes were torn. Time seemed to stand still. It worked. His defenses have been breached. The fourth Raikage and Inoki stared in shock at the torn black robe on Gen's shoulder, their faces lighting up with bind him. Don't let him escape. Give me another chance. Next time I'll definitely kill him. Inoki's voice turned ecstatic, as if he could see victory. In the Kamui's space, Obito's pupils also constricted sharply, and he stood up from the stone. What? Did he actually get hurt? Though it's just his clothes. But he truly broke through that layer of golden flame defense. This outcome was something even he, the director, had not anticipated. Great. As long as his defenses are not invincible, as long as his power can be exhausted, he can Obito felt a surge of joy, but in the next moment an inexplicable chill ran up his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Wait. What is this feeling? On the battlefield, Uchiha Gen lowered his head, silently gazing at the hole in his shoulder. He said nothing, but centered around him the air within 100 meters began to rapidly cool. An aura emanated from his body. This aura was even colder and more violent than when he had crushed the tailed beast ball, instilling a sense of despair. The delighted Raikage and Inoki felt their smiles freeze instantly. They felt as if a hand had gripped their hearts, making it difficult to even breathe. Uchiha Gen slowly, his face bore no expression, but within the depths of his emerald eyes that coldness could freeze one's very soul. Very well. His voice was low and heavy, as if announcing something. The game is over. Boom. These words echoed in the ears of 4th Raikage A and 3rd Suchikage Inoki. The moment the final syllable faded, the golden aura blazing around Uchiha Shien contracted sharply, then erupted with a thunderous roar. The earth beneath Shien's feet could no longer bear the pressure. Within a 100-meter radius centered on him, the ground sank half a meter, while spiderweb-like fissures raced outward and shattered stones crumbled instantly into fine dust under sheer pneumatic force. The air itself shrieked as golden blades of razor-sharp energy sliced through it, crackling like splitting lightning. Raikage A, facing the onslaught Hiden, saw every trace of triumph and battle lust vanish from his face in an instant. His vaunted lightning-released chakra armor felt no sturdier than parchment before that cutting force, pierced effortlessly. Every inch of his skin burned with needle-sharp agony. His heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible fist, its rhythm faltering. The fleeting thought of victory dissolved utterly beneath that overwhelming power, leaving only primal bone-deep tremors. What kind of monster is this? A tried to retreat, to flee, but his body was rooted in place. He could not even twitch a single finger. His legs shook uncontrollably, as his entire musculature had betrayed him. High above, Inoki fared even worse. Already ancient, he hovered solely by sustaining chakra flow. When that golden sharpness swept over him, his chakra froze, not halted but thickened, sluggish as ice. His frail frame wobbled violently midair, teetering on the edge of collapse. His weathered face drained of all color, his eyes widened with raw, unvarnished terror. In that moment, Inoki finally understood their earlier joint assault. The so-called wounding of their foe had never been a glimmer of victory, but a cruel illusion. Thud, thud. Across the battlefield, nearly 20,000 shinobi of the Cloud and Stone Alliance fell like wheat before the scythe, row after row collapsing silently. Most were far below Jonin rank, against a pressure that suffocated even cage-level beings. Their minds shattered outright. No scream escaped their lips before they slumped unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Within mere breaths, the once dense army had dwindled. Fewer than 3 in 10 remained standing, and those few knelt, faces buried in soil, bodies convulsing uncontrollably, too terrified even to lift their heads. Inside the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito, who had stood arms crossed watching with detached amusement, froze utterly. Even his mask could not shield him from that creeping cold. His very soul quivered. What is this? Obito stared transfixed at the golden-wrapped figure within the crystal orb. Beneath his mask, his Sharingan spun wildly, desperate to decipher the nature of that energy. He failed. To his senses, it was neither chakra nor senjutsu. It was something higher, something primordial, a force steeped in absolute dominance and utter annihilation. This power, impossible. Such a thing cannot exist in this world. Obito screamed, the sound raw with disbelief and dawning horror. He had plotted for years, believing he saw through every thread of the shinobi world, reducing all to mere pawns upon his board. Then Uchiha Shien appeared, not as a piece, but as a sun crashing into the game, shattering every rule. His power would incinerate the board and the player into ash. In that instant, Obito felt something long frozen within him thaw, the first icy whisper of fear. On the battlefield, Shien, having fully unleashed his power, slowly raised his emerald green eyes. His first target was not the fourth Raikage beside him already paralyzed by terror. It was the elderly man hovering high above, the one who had torn his robes with dust release. Xian left behind only a faint afterimage and vanished. No smoke of the body flicker technique. No ripple of the flying thunder god. Only speed, pure absolute velocity, beyond the reach of eye or perception. High above, Inoki's spirit nearly fled his body the moment those emerald eyes locked onto him. With his last reserves of chakra, he strained to activate Earth-release ultra-heavyweight rock technique and escape. Yet before the thought fully formed, a hand wreathed in golden flame materialized before him and closed around his wrinkled throat. GHK. All motion ceased. He kicked helplessly in midair like an old rooster strangled. The hand burned with searing heat. He smelled the acrid scent of his own scorched skin. A torrent of force surged up his throat, scattering the chakra he'd mustered with agonizing effort. Dust. Release. Instinct screamed for survival. With immense difficulty, he raised a trembling hand, desperate to trigger dust release at point-blank range to obliterate them both. But not a single hand seal could form. Xian's gaze swept over the withered arms, then his fingers still gripping the throat darted forward. 2 fingertips struck precise points along Inoki's forearms in rapid succession. Thump. Thump. A muffled impact, then agony molten fire flooded his meridians, detonating with devastating force. Aff. He screamed, a sound of pure torment, as both arms twisted grotesquely downward, bones and channels alike pulverized beyond repair by that relentless chi. Those hands, the very ones that had once wielded dust release, were now utterly ruined. Xian lifted Inoki's limp, broken form and drew him close. His emotionless emerald pupils fixed upon Inoki's face, distorted by pain and abject terror. It was you who wounded me. Xian's voice held no inflection, calm, matter-of-fact, as though stating the weather. Yet to Inoki those words carried more dread than any torture ever could. Only then did Xian slowly turn his gaze downward, toward the rigid azure figure frozen upon the earth. Next you are due. Raikage A watched his ally, suspended midair, arms shattered, screams echoing, yet his fear curdled into humiliation, then white-hot fury. Who was he? He was at the 4th Raikage of Kyūmogakure, the man universally acknowledged as the fastest, strongest shinobi alive. He might die in battle, but never like this, paralyzed by a youth's mere presence. Ruoer. A bellowed, a beast's cry, where survival instinct and the dignity of a kage finally over. He unleashed every drop of chakra remaining within him. Zzzzzzzt. His azure lightning blazed brighter than ever, arcs so fierce they charred the ground beneath his feet black. You bastard, release the Tsuchikage. Abandoning all thought, A pushed his mastery of lightning release chakra mode to its absolute limit, becoming a bolt of azure lightning faster and fiercer than before, hurtling towards Xian suspended in the sky. He would sacrifice his final breath, his last ounce of strength, to uphold the honor of a shinobi sovereign. The 4th Raikage AI charged in with everything he had while Uchiha Xian didn't even look back. He held the half-dead Inoki with one hand, casually waving his other hand behind him. Bang! A muffled sound exploded in midair. The 4th Raikage's thunder god hot fist, capable of shattering mountains, was caught by a hand enveloped in golden flames. Blue electric arcs collided with golden flames, emitting a piercing zzz sound before disappearing together. Time seemed to have stopped. Raikage AI maintained his forward posture, his body frozen in midair, the madness on his face instantly transforming into shock and pain. He felt his fist not striking a hand, but colliding with an extraterrestrial meteor. An irresistible force surged back through his fist. Crack. A series of dense, bow-cracking sounds echoed. Raikage Ace's entire right arm shattered inch by inch, starting from the finger bones. The thunder release armor on his arm was also covered in cracks. Ugh. Intense pain reached his brain and Raikage let out a cry that resembled a beast's wail. It's too noisy. Uchiha Xian frowned slightly and lightly pushed with his palm. Raikage Ace's body was propelled backward by a tremendous force, flipping several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, carving out a deep trench several dozen meters long. Only then did Xian casually discard the already unconscious Inoki, allowing him to crash into the ground. After doing all this, Xian moved his neck, producing a cracking sound, and his emerald eyes scanned the blue figure below that was trying to rise. His figure vanished from sight. At the edge of the battlefield, the Konoha ninjas who had retreated to a safe distance stared blankly at the scene. What? What just happened? A young ninja stammered. I don't know. A companion beside him swallowed hard. I only saw a golden flash. Then, the Raikage was sent flying. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shursui stood at the front, their expressions equally shocked. They knew their commander was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. After all, he was the 4th Raikage, recognized as the pinnacle of physical combat in the ninja world. Yet in front of their commander, he looked like a 3-year-old child being casually pushed aside by an adult. We are witnessing the birth of a god. Shursui clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito had lost his ability to speak. He stared intensely at the crystal ball, and the Sharingan beneath his mask flickered unsteadily due to overwhelming shock. Speed. Power. Complete dominance. Obito's breath became hurried. A chill surged from his heart, leaving him feeling cold all over. The Raikage speed had seemed fast to him. But before Uchiha Gen, that speed was slow. Is this his true strength? Obito's voice was hoarse, his heart filled with immense fear. On the battlefield. Bang. Another muffled sound. The Raikage, who had just struggled to get up, hadn't even seen the scene before him when a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. His entire body curled up like a shrimp, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs. Uchiha Gen had appeared before him without him realizing, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen before vanishing again. Here. Raikage roared, relying on his battle instincts. He threw an elbow strike backward. He hit nothing but air. What greeted him was a golden whip-like leg descending from above. Boom. The Raikage's back took a solid hit, and he was smashed into the ground, creating a humanoid pit several meters in diameter. Cough. Cough cough. The Raikage lay at the bottom of the pit, his bones feeling like they were about to fall apart. The thunder release armor on him flickered, erratically threatening to extinguish at any moment. He could not keep up with the opponent's speed. His eyes couldn't see and his senses couldn't keep up. He could only passively take the hits. Each time a flash of golden light appeared and intense pain shot through his body from some part. He felt as if he were not fighting a person but being toyed with. Bang, bang, bang. Next, everyone still conscious on the battlefield witnessed an unforgettable performance. The golden figure flickered rapidly across the battlefield, appearing with each strike accompanied by a muffled grunt from the Raikage. Uchiha Gen no longer aimed to defeat him with a single blow, but instead relished this one-sided game. He appeared repeatedly in the Raikage's blind spots, treating this pinnacle of the ninja world as a punching bag. With one punch, he caused the Raikage to spit blood from his mouth and nose. With one kick, he sent the Raikage flying. A night-hand strike nearly brought the Raikage to his knees. Throughout it all, the Raikage never managed to touch even the edge of Xian's clothing. His once proud physical skills and thunder release armor felt like paper against the fists and feet enveloped in golden flames. This was humiliation. Aha! Raikage AI let out a beast-like roar, his eyes bloodshot. He could not accept this. He would rather die in battle than be toyed with like this. After being kicked away by Xian once more, Raikage AI forcefully stabilized his form in midair, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground before finally coming to a stop. He lifted his head, disheveled and covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. But the fear in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a frantic desire for mutual destruction. You little brat. You've successfully angered me. Raikage's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his throat. He summoned the last remaining bit of chakra in his body, pouring it all into his right arm without reservation. Lightning released thunder acts of fury. This was his most powerful attack. Blue lightning gathered on the Raikage's right arm, manifesting into a physical lightning axe blade exuding an aura of destruction. With his last ounce of breath, he unleashed the fastest, heaviest, and also final strike of his life. The entire battlefield was illuminated by this dazzling lightning. Facing this allure-nothing attack, Uchiha Gen finally halted his steps. He floated in midair, quietly watching the lightning axe slice through the air, a hint of admiration flashing in his emerald eyes. Goodwill power. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, it is utterly meaningless. Xian slowly raised his right fist, golden flames gathering on his fist, growing brighter. He met this strike, Hiruzen also swinging his fist. Just a plain and unadorned straight punch. The golden fist collided with the axe blade, ensconced in physical lightning in a thunderous crash. No sound. Time seemed to be paused. 1 second later. Crack. Crack crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed. The last frenzied expression on Raikage Ace's face froze. He watched helplessly as his lightning axe, built from all his gathered strength, became covered in cracks inch by inch, then shattered with a loud crash. The golden fist, unrelenting, struck directly against his right shoulder. This time there wasn't even the sound of bone. Raikage's entire right arm was shattered into a spray of flesh and blood starting from the shoulder by an unimaginable force. A heart-wrenching scream finally erupted from Raikage's throat. However, this was just the beginning. In the moment Raikage lost his balance due to excruciating pain, Uchiha Gen's fingers became like blades, a golden chi blade flashing past his fingertips. Swish! A golden flash cut through the air. Raikage's empty right shoulder was severed at the root, blood gushed forth. Xian followed up with another knife hand strike. Swish! Raikage's remaining left arm flew off from the shoulder, tracing a blood-red parabola in the air. Now it was symmetrical. After finishing all this, Xian kicked the Raikage, who was still howling in agony, in the chest. Raikage's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the already stunned allied forces with the unconscious Inoki. Thus the strongest spear and the fastest shield of the ninja world both fell. The battlefield was eerily silent. The wind had ceased and the stirred dust slowly settled. Tens of thousands of corpses lay scattered across the ground, some unconscious, while others trembled helplessly. Uchiha Gen hovered in midair, the golden aura flowing around him retracting into his body. Yet the pressure still enveloped the area, making it difficult for anyone still awake to even take a deep breath. In the distance, the fourth Raikage AI and the third Suchikage Oyuki lay together. Ace arms had been severed and Oyuki's arms were rendered useless, with blood pooling beneath them. The two were left with only a faint breath. The so-called spear and shield of the ninja world had been rendered useless today by the same person in an unreasonable manner. In the Kamui space, the vortex mask on Uchiha Obito's face seemed unable to conceal his twisted expression. He stared intently at the golden figure in the crystal ball, his body trembling uncontrollably. Monster. This is a damn monster. Obito mumbled to himself, his voice dry and hoarse. Compared to the tragic state of the Raikage and Suchikage, Uchiha Gen's nonchalant demeanor sent an even colder shiver down his spine. This was not a battle, it was mere play. His proud scheme, the meticulously instigated war, had become a joke in the face of such power. No. A sudden thought pierced Obito's mind, making him shudder. The Raikage and Oyuki must not fall into Uchiha Gen's hands. They knew of their existence, aware of the identity of Uchiha Madara. If Gen brought them back to Konoha for interrogation, the risks of exposing their identities, the Akatsuki organization, and the Moon Eye plan were immense. These two worthless individuals could die, but the information in their minds had to be retrieved. Obito's gaze turned frenzied. He had to take action. Although Uchiha Gen was absurdly powerful, his Kamui was invincible. As long as he did not leave the Kamui space, the opponent could not harm him. Taking advantage of the moment just after the fight when Gen's attention was still on the battlefield, he would use Kamui to extract the two and then escape immediately. This was the only opportunity. With that thought, Obito no longer hesitated and activated his right eye's Mangekyō Sharingan. Kamui. On the battlefield, Uchiha Gen was about to deal with the Raikage and Oyuki when the space beside the two suddenly twisted. A spiral vortex appeared out of nowhere, generating a pulling force aimed at sucking in the people on the ground. In the distance, Shursui and Izumi were taken aback. What is that? Izumi exclaimed involuntarily. Space ninjutsu. There's an enemy. Shursui instantly assumed a combat stance, his 3-demo Sharingan fixed on the vortex, but he couldn't comprehend it. At the moment the vortex appeared, a flash of undisguised disgust crossed Xian's cold green eyes. This spiral distortion. Kamui. Xian's mouth curved into a slight smile. Uchiha Obito, you little rat hiding in the gutter, have finally decided to crawl out. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the space, exploding in Obito's ears. A rat hiding in the gutter dares to reach out in front of me. Obito's heart sank, an ominous premonition enveloping him. How did he find out? It was as if he knew it was me. Before Obito could ponder further, Uchiha Gen moved. He did not form seals, nor did he use any grand techniques. He merely raised his right hand, extending his index finger toward the twisted spatial vortex. At the tip of his finger, a small point of golden chi coalesced, bright enough to be blinding, yet not a hint of energy leaked. Whoosh! A solid golden beam silently sliced through the air, accurately aimed at the center of the vortex. In the Kamui space, Obito's pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to sever Kamui immediately, but it was too late. The golden light had already struck the connection point of the Kamui portal. There was no explosion. Not even a sound. Yet the entire space emitted a mournful cry of being unable to bear the burden. Crack. Crack, crack. At the point where the golden light struck, the space itself developed a spiderweb-like pattern of black cracks. The Kamui portal that Obito used to connect the two spaces was forcefully shattered from the outside. In the Kamui space, Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward, crashing heavily against the walls of space before rolling onto the ground. Ugh. He clutched his right eye, letting out a wail. A sharp pain radiated from his Mangekyō Sharingan, as if a burning steel needle had pierced and stirring within. Blood flowed from the seams of his eye socket, continuously oozing from the hole in his mask. His Kamui, which he believed to be invincible, had been broken from the outside. Through the nearly shattered spatial portal, the last thing Obito saw was a pair of cold green eyes. Those eyes pierced through time and space, staring intently at him with a gaze no different than that of observing an insect. That contemptuous gaze was far more terrifying than the golden light he had just faced. No. Obito let out a shriek, unable to think further, using the last bit of strength to completely sever his connection to the outside world. The spatial rift vanished in an instant, and the battlefield returned to tranquility. Only Obito remained lying in the cold Kamui space, clutching his bleeding right eye, his body trembling from pain. He had lost. On the battlefield, Uchiha Gen retracted his finger, looking at the now calm space, his golden aura and golden hair reverting to black. He descended from midair, his feet landing on the cracked earth without making a sound. Uchiha Obito. It seems the Akatsuki organization should make its move soon. Gen chuckled coldly in his heart. He walked up to the two half-dead Kage, glancing over the hopeless battlefield. An alive Awagakure commander, witnessing the scene, completely collapsed mentally. He discarded his weapon, crawling forward, and with all his might he pressed his forehead to the ground in front of the young man. Bang! 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 Blood trickled down his forehead mixing with the soil. We surrender. We surrender unconditionally. Please, please spare us. His voice trembled with a sob filled with humility. As he surrendered, the remaining conscious ninjas also discarded their weapons, kneeling on the ground, burying their heads deeply. Uchiha Gen looked down at the kneeling figures, his voice calm. Surrender. Very well. But war is not child's play. It does not start and end as one wishes. He raised his eyes, sweeping over the fearful faces, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. Go back and tell the remaining people of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. First, the war reparations shall be calculated based on 10 times the losses incurred by the Land of Fire this time. If there's even a single coin less, I will personally go to your village to collect. Second, cede all land bordering the Land of Fire as punishment for instigating the war. Third, hand over all commanders and high-ranking officials involved in this invasion for public trial by Konoha. Fourth, he paused, a hint of dominance flashing in his eyes. From today onward, the rules of the ninja world will no longer be the nonsensical balance between the 5 great nations. My word will be the new order of this world. On the entire battlefield, no one dared to speak. No one dared to oppose, not even to look up. When Xian returned to Konoha with Shisui and Izumi, they were greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the villagers. One battle had crippled 2 Kage facing 20,000 troops alone. The name Uchiha Gen became a myth overnight that all ninjas dared not mention. Xian had little interest in this, passing through the crowd and heading straight to his office. Shisui and Izumi followed behind him, their faces still flushed with excitement. Shisui, at your service. Shisui immediately knelt on one knee, his gaze fixed on Xian. Xian walked to the window, looking at the prosperous village below, slowly speaking. Mobilize all the forces. Go gather all intelligence on a mercenary group called Akatsuki and a man wearing a single-eye vortex mask, Uchiha Obito. At that moment, Shizui's heart skipped a beat. Uchiha Obito, the hero who sacrificed himself in the Battle of Kanobi Bridge. Though he was shocked, he did not ask a single word. He knew that the commander's gaze had already surpassed Kumogakure and Iwagakure, looking toward darker places. Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed. Shizui's voice was filled with determination. After Xian finished his explanation, he headed directly to the council hall of the new Konoha. Inside the hall, all the clan leaders who had received the letter were present, including Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamamoto Kaichi. No one dared to sit, all stood respectfully waiting for the boy who had rewritten the rules of the ninja world single-handedly. The doors opened and Xian walked in. We welcome the commander back in triumph. Fugaku took the lead and all the clan leaders knelt on one knee in unison, bowing deeply, their voices loud and synchronized, filled with genuine respect. Xian walked straight to the chair that represented the highest authority and sat down, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Everyone rise. Thank you, Commander. After everyone stood up, still no one dared to sit, they just remained standing. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. This nominal chairman now appeared more like Xian's secretary. He unfolded a scroll, his voice trembling with emotion. Report to the commander. Iwagakure and Kumogakure have sent envoys and fully accepted all the terms you proposed. The first batch of war reparations, 2 billion ryo, along with various ninja tools, medicinal herbs, and ores, has already begun to be transported. The documents for ceding land have also been delivered. As Fugaku's words fell, Hyuga Hayashi immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply. Commander, our Hyuga clan did not contribute even a fraction in this battle, and we feel truly ashamed. To support Konoha's reconstruction, our clan is willing to offer half of our reserve funds and dispatch all our branch family ninjas to heed your every command. We the Nara clan feel the same. Nara Shikaku followed suit, his previously laid-back demeanor replaced with seriousness. I have compiled all the strategic locations bordering the Land of Fire overnight. Please review them, Commander. And us. Akimichi Choza and Yamamoto Kaichi hurried to express their willingness, fearing they might fall behind. They were genuinely impressed. In the presence of Xian's godlike power, any thoughts of hesitation or opportunism seemed particularly foolish. The only correct choice now was to tightly grasp the strongest support in the entire ninja world. Listening to them, Xian showed little expression. He glanced at the list of reparations handed to him by Fugaku. That enormous resource was merely a string of numbers in his eyes. Fugaku, at your service. Account for all reparations and supplies from the clans and allocate 30% to the Life Energy Research Institute. Xian's gaze turned to Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, you are fully responsible for the institute. I give you 3 months. I want to see a preliminary manual that allows ordinary ninjas to practice chi perception. Izumi was taken aback for a moment, then stood tall, a spark lighting up in her eyes. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. This command made all the clan leaders' hearts skip a beat. Their gazes towards Xian were filled with even more awe. They had thought Xian would use this money to expand military resources or solidify the Uchiha's position. Unexpectedly, he intended to popularize this miraculous power for ordinary people. The vision of this leader was beyond their comprehension. That afternoon at the Will Training Ground, 100 elite Uchiha were summoned once again. Each of them held their heads high, full of spirit. The commander had single-handedly suppressed 20,000 allied forces. This made them feel proud, a sense of pride in being Uchiha, stronger than ever before. Xian's figure appeared at the entrance of the training ground, slowly walking in. The noise in the venue ceased instantly, all eyes fixated on him, their gazes fervent. Xian scanned them. He clearly perceived the pride and arrogance in their expressions. You all seem quite pleased. His voice was flat, yet it inexplicably tugged at everyone's hearts. Do you think you are heroes? Xian stepped into the crowd, halted, and a hint of mockery curled at the corners of his mouth. Just because I won a tedious war. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze passing over Itachi, Shisui, and Izumi. Today let me show you arrogant fools what your future enemies truly are. Before he finished speaking, Xian's eyes instantly transformed into scarlet Sharingan. An invisible power enveloped the entire training ground. Genjutsu, battlefield of the gods. The 100 elite Uchiha felt a blur before their eyes. In the next second, they found themselves in a devastated forest. They had transformed into Uchiha Xian. They saw the tailed beast ball that could eclipse the sun and felt the energy that could annihilate everything. They personally crushed the tailed beast ball, yet could not fathom where that power originated. Then they experienced the moment of being ambushed by the Raikage and Tsuchikage together. One Uchiha elite shrieked in pain. He felt his body torn apart by an invisible force. The excruciating pain of being decomposed from cells to molecules made his soul shiver. Then there was that spiral-shaped spatial vortex. When Xian simulated Obito's Kamui using Genjutsu, all the elites felt a chill rising from their bones. That bizarre ability to ignore distance and distort space exceeded all their understanding of ninjutsu. They felt as if their bodies were being drawn into an empty void. Even their consciousness was about to be ground away. Thud. Thud. The Genjutsu was lifted. 100 elite Uchiha collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just been pulled from the water. Their faces showed no trace of pride, only the terror and helplessness of having survived a calamity. Uchiha Xian looked down at them, his voice icy and piercing. Do you feel it? The decomposition of dust released the strangeness of space ninjutsu. This is our future enemy. In fact, they might just be appetizers. And you with this pathetic power aren't even qualified to carry their shoes. This was humiliation. Unconcealed humiliation. But this time no one felt anger, only recognition and shame filled their hearts. Looking at this group of clan members whose pride had been completely shattered, Xian's tone softened somewhat. However, fear and helplessness are emotions reserved for the weak. And I can give you the power to crush all of them. His words struck like thunder, exploding in everyone's minds. All heads lifted, their eyes mixed with desire and confusion as they looked at him. Your understanding of Qi is still superficial. You merely passively endure pressure using so-called willpower. True power is about taking control. When you can purify and compress the Qi within your body, allowing it to form a cyclic energy core in your dantian, you will enter the next stage, white flame cleansing period. At that time, Qi will permeate your body, forming a stable layer of white flames on your surface. This layer of flames will make your body harder than steel, impervious to blades and ordinary ninjutsu. At this point, Xian paused, uttering a statement that left all Uchiha clansmen breathless. More importantly, this pure life energy will nourish your eyes, repairing the cells and meridians damaged from using the ocular power. His voice echoed in the quiet training ground. In other words, your Mangekyō Sharingan will no longer carry the curse of blindness. Boom. In the training ground, the minds of all Uchiha clansmen exploded. Blindness. This was the shadow looming over all Uchiha geniuses, of fate and tragedy they could not escape for generations. In an instant, 100 pairs of eyes turned crimson, burning with an almost insane flame. This was not power, this was salvation. It was a miracle. The second round of refinement begins now. Xian looked at their fervent expressions, revealing a satisfied demeanor. He walked to the control panel and without hesitation directly input a number on the screen. 50. This time your goal is not merely to endure, but to ignite your life with willpower in the face of despair and extract your own first wisp of white flame. Buzz. 50 times the gravity descended like the sky falling. Okay. The terrifying pressure was 5 times stronger than last time. In the willpower training ground, 50 times the gravity pressed down on each individual. This pressure was capable of crushing a person alive. 100 elite Uchiha lay on the ground, unable to move. Blood beads seeped from their pores, quickly accumulating into a pool of blood beneath them. Their consciousness began to blur, and every part of their bodies groaned in agony. But no one gave up. Only a single thought remained in their minds, a thought that supported them against being crushed white flame. To break the curse of blindness. These were the words spoken by Uchiha Xian. Uchiha Xian stood before the control panel, arms crossed, expressionless, as he watched. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on 3 individuals. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. Izumi's body trembled violently, her teeth biting into her lip, tasting a hint of blood. In her mind there was only one thought to grow stronger. To catch up to that person's back to share his burdens. This thought sustained the chi within her from dissipating. Shui was in slightly better condition. He was trying to use his faint chi to resist the gravity. The commander said it was possible, and so it must be. He wanted to become the sharpest knife in the commander's hands, cutting through everything, including the limits of his own body. Itachi's brow furrowed tightly. The pressure he endured seemed greater than that of the other two. He did not possess Izumi's simple protective heart, nor did he share Shizui's absolute trust in the commander. What supported him was a different strength. He saw the adoration in his younger brother Sasuke's gaze towards Xian, and he had witnessed Xian's godlike power. As an older brother, Itachi could not be left behind. He needed to grow stronger, not just to protect his brother, but to stand side by side with that man rather than forever looking up. Xian could sense that the chi within the three had been compressed to the critical point. They were just a breath away from the final external force. Their will was being tempered in pain, becoming incredibly pure. A slight arc formed at the corner of Xian's mouth. Now was the moment. His voice was not loud, yet it exploded directly within the minds of the three. Now is the time, ignite your lives. Boom. Within Uchiha, Izumi, Shisui, and Itachi's bodies, the chi that had been pushed to its limit was instantly ignited. A pure white flame rose from their bodies. This flame was not scorching, rather it carried a breath of life. The white aura enveloped them entirely, forming a layer of luminous membrane. With a hum, the terrifying gravity of 50 times that pressed down on them was completely negated upon contact with the white. Ugh. The three groaned simultaneously. The sudden disappearance of pressure made them feel weightless. They shook their heads, propped themselves up, and then stood up. Among the 100 individuals lying down, the three standing figures were striking. Is this the... Izumi looked down at her hands wrapped in the white flames, feeling a surge of power within her that she had never experienced before. Fatigue vanished, her internal injuries healed, and her mental strength surged, making her feel as if she could see through everything. So strong. My body feels different now. Shisui clenched his fist, producing a faint crackling sound between his fingers. He closed his eyes and opened them again, revealing the windmill-patterned Sharingan. In the past, using these eyes would always leave him feeling sore and fatigued. But this time he felt no discomfort, instead a warm current flowed from within into his eyes. The fatigue from overusing his ocular power was rapidly dissipating under the nurturing warmth of the white flame. The world before him had never been so clear. Shisui trembled all over, reaching up to touch his eye sockets, his voice breaking with emotion. The curse of blindness, has truly been broken. On the other side, Itachi also stood up. He sensed the changes within him, within his body wrapped in the white flame's power surged continuously. Itachi looked at his hands, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. So this is the true power of chi. It is the brilliance derived from life itself. The success of the three caused a tremendous stir in the training ground. They stood up. Izumi-sama, Shisui-sama, and Itachi succeeded. That is the white flame. The power that can break our fate. The Uchiha, still lying on the ground, had red eyes staring intently at the three figures enveloped in white flames. They saw hope. They saw the path to light. A wave of fervent emotion spread through the crowd. I also want to stand up. For the Uchiha. To break the curse. Roars echoed throughout the training. They no longer passively endured, they began to learn from the three earlier, squeezing their own potential, trying to ignite the chi within through willpower. The atmosphere in the entire training ground instantly surged. Uchiha Xian watched everything, knowing that the seeds of change had already been sown. He walked before the three who stood up, his gaze sweeping over them. Feeling good, are we? Yes, Commander. The three responded in unison, their voices filled with strength. From today onward, the three of you will be the captains of the newly formed Divine Legion Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3 respectively. Xian said, tossing 3 sets of folded uniforms to them from a nearby storage cabinet. Izumi Team 1. Shisui Team 2. Itachi Team 3. These are battle uniforms made of special alloy materials that I had Fugaka rush to prepare and put them on. The three received the uniforms. It was a tight-fitting combat suit made entirely of pitch black material, heavy in hand due to its special composition. Silver threads embroidered a burning flame Uchiha fan emblem on the chest and back. This uniform had no flashy decorations, purely designed for combat. Yes! The three did not hesitate and immediately changed into the new battle suits. When they stood before Xian, again dressed in their new uniforms and engulfed in white flames, an aura of elite quality, thus the prototype of the Divine Legion was born. As the training concluded, Xian instructed the three to continue consolidating the power of the white flame and returned to his office. Outside the window, the village of Konohagakure resembled a massive construction site with ongoing construction everywhere. New buildings rose up and the streets were being widened. Xian stood before the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the village with a calm expression. Suddenly the air behind him rippled slightly. Uchiha Shisui, dressed in a new-style battle uniform, appeared silently. He knelt on one knee, his expression serious. Commander. Speak, Xian replied without turning around. There has been a significant breakthrough in the investigation regarding Akatsuki. Shisui presented a scroll from his bosom, offering it with both hands, his voice low. This is an organization composed of at least 9 shrink rogue ninjas, all of whom are very dangerous. They are secretly capturing tailed beasts across the ninja world. Moreover, Shisui paused, his tone growing more serious. Based on the interrogations of Iwabikure and Kumogakure, the man wearing the single-eyed whirlpool mask is closely related to this organization. Xian turned around and took the scroll from Shisui's hands. He unfolded the scroll, which contained several blurry portraits sketched with charcoal. Pain, the man claiming to be a god with the Rinnegan. Konan, the blue-haired woman beside him. Sasori, the puppeteer from Sunagakure. Daidara, the explosive fanatic from Iwagakure. Xian's gaze swept across the portraits, finally stopping at the very bottom. It was a simple drawing of a single-eyed whirlpool mask. Uchiha Obito. Looking at that familiar whirlpool, a cold arc formed at the corner of Xian's mouth. Very good. He put away the scroll, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Within the Will training field, the final training session has concluded. Over the past few months, the first batch of 100 Uchiha elites has undergone a complete transformation. They sit cross-legged, their bodies free from bloodstains, replaced instead by a thin layer of pure white aura that flickers alternately bright and dim. The chi within them has completely changed from before. Uchiha Xian stands before them, calmly surveying each. He takes out a scroll from his bosom and unfurls it casually. The scroll depicts silhouettes of figures wearing conical hats and black robes with red clouds with names and code names labeled beside them. Pain, Konan, Haiden, Scorpion, Deidara. The figures drawn are precisely the members of the Akatsuki organization. Xian's fingertips lightly trace over the image of the swirling mask, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He rolls up the scroll and gazes at the 3 individuals standing before him: Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. The 3 are clad in black alloy combat suits, their white aura much more solid than that of the others. Select the strongest 30 from the entire army to form the first assault team. Xian's voice is flat, yet every individual's white aura flickers in response. Gather at the village entrance in half an hour. Xian's gaze sharpens, piercing the hearts of those present. Target, Rain Hidden Village. Yes, Commander. Izumi, Shisui, and Itachi respond in unison, their eyes gleaming with light. They have waited far too long for this day. They need a true battle to prove to that man that their god's legion has become a blade that can tear everything apart. 3 figures instantly vanish from their original spots, transforming into white light as they dash toward different regions to select team members. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Konoha Village, including the 3 captains, 33 figures dressed in black combat suits have gathered. They do not conceal their 33 pure white auras soar into the sky, converging into a white light screen above Konoha. The surrounding air trembles slightly under this energy field, emitting a low hum. This astonishing scene draws the attention of the entire village's ninjas who come out to watch. The streets and rooftops are filled with people, all looking up at the 33 figures at the village entrance with expressions full of awe. Heavens! Is that the God's Legion? What a terrifying aura. Just looking at it makes it hard to breathe. This is the power created by Lord Xian. Our Konoha has already obtained divine strength. Amid the villagers' discussions, there is a sense of pride. The unpleasant memories of the past seem to have been swept away by these soaring white pillars of light. At the same time, in the land of Rain Hidden Village, this country which experiences constant rainfall feels even more oppressive than usual. At the top of the tallest tower in the village, Pain stands before the window, his orange Rinnegan reflecting the incessant rain outside. The rain serves as his eyes and ears spread throughout the nation. However, recently the news transmitted by these eyes has made even this god feel somewhat restless. A figure formed of paper appears behind him. It is Konan. Nagato, her voice carries a hint of worry. Deidara and Scorpion's mission to capture the 3 tails has failed. Pain does not turn around, responding with a short grunt from his nose. Konan continues. Reports also indicate that the joint forces of Iwabikure and Kumogakure, numbering 20,000, have lost at the borders of the Land of Fire. The 4th Reikage and the 3rd Suchikage have been incapacitated by a man named Uchiha Xian, becoming captives of Konoha. Most crucially, Daidara's last report mentioned that Uchiha Xian crushed the 8 tailed beast ball with his bare hands. As she speaks the last sentence, Konan's tone becomes grave. The tower falls into a long silence, with only the sound of raindrops tapping against the glass tick-tock. I understand. After a long pause, Pain finally speaks slowly. That Uchiha Xian, his system of power is quite peculiar, different from anything we know. He is a variable that poses a threat to our plans. Konan asks, then what should we? Pain's Rinnegan slightly rotates, flashing with a hint of coldness. We can no longer wait. Hold a meeting, advance the plan to capture the 9 tails immediately. In the dark mental space, phantoms formed by the technique of the Shade Walk emerge one after another. The members of the Akatsuki organization convene once more. The atmosphere is tense. Pain floats at the top, coldly recounting the intelligence regarding Uchiha Xian. This is the situation. A powerful figure has emerged in Konoha outside of our plans, and we must adjust accordingly. As soon as he finishes speaking, a hoarse voice rings out. It is Kakuzu. His green eyes are filled with images of money. Wait. How much did Iwabikure and Kumogakure lose? 20 billion ryo. Plus countless supplies. Kakuzu's breathing becomes heavy. Is this the focus, Kakuzu? A proud voice interrupts him. It is Deidara. His phantom is somewhat unstable, his tone filled with defiance and a hint of excitement. Crushed the tailed beast ball with his bare hands. Humph. Such brute force is hardly art. My explosions are the ultimate in an instant. Shut up, Deidara. Another hoarse voice speaks. It is Scorpion. The intelligence states that he shattered Heiden's space ninjutsu with just one finger from the outside. This kind of power is beyond our comprehension. Beside them, Kisame carrying the Samehada grins widely, revealing his sharp teeth. Oh, a power stronger than the tailed beasts. Sounds like a formidable opponent. I really want to taste what kind of energy he possesses with my Samehada. Only Heiden, who has been pretending to be foolish, exaggeratedly waves his arms in the corner, shouting in a comical voice, wow, so scary. So terrifying. We're going to die, we will definitely die. No one pays attention to this lively character. Yet no one notices that beneath the shadow of Heiden's swirling mask, the one visible Sharingan is swirling with fear and resentment. Monster. That guy is a monster. Obito's heart is roaring. The excruciating pain of Kamui being shattered from the outside seems to linger in his right eye. That feeling of powerlessness crushed by a force of a higher dimension is something he has never experienced in his life. He understands better than anyone present that Uchiha Gen is not a mere variable. He is a son capable of shattering the entire chessboard. He must be killed. At all costs. Obito screams frantically in his heart, yet on the surface, he remains the cowardly Heiden. As everyone discusses, Pain's cold voice rings out again, silencing all. Debate is meaningless. I have decided to immediately initiate the plan to capture the Nine Tails. I will personally lead the team to Konoha. Pain's gaze sweeps over all the members. Uchiha Gen's power is indeed formidable, but before a true god, he is merely a slightly stronger ant. I will make him and the entire world remember this Pain. Pain's declaration is filled with confidence, causing most members to quiet down. They believe in Pain and in the divine power of his Rinnegan. But what they do not know is that while they discuss how to go to Konoha to experience Pain, a god's legion specifically sent to judge them is about to set out. At the entrance of Konoha village, 33 figures stood still. Uchiha Gen uttered 3 words, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura erupted instantaneously. His black hair stood on end and a golden flame soared into the sky, enveloping his entire being. Gen's feet lifted off the ground, being the first to ascend into the air. Yes, Commander. The 33 behind him roared in unison. Buzz, 33 pure white flames erupted, causing the ground beneath their feet to sink slightly. Then the 33 individuals soared into the sky, simultaneously transforming into 33 beams of white light, closely following the foremost golden light. The 34 beams of light formed an arrowhead shape in the sky, with Uchiha Gen at the tip charging straight toward the land of rain, directly breaking through the sound barrier. Boom. After a while, a thunderous roar erupted above Konoha, shaking the windows of houses in the village. In the village, all the ninjas and villagers who had come to watch the spectacle looked up dumbfounded at the 34 streaks that tore through the clouds. The traces were too clear. They flew away, a lower ninja stammered. The elderly Jonin murmured, it's flight. A power said to belong only to the 6 path sages. No, this was far more powerful than ordinary flight. Our Konoha army can actually all fly. The history of the ninja world is about to change. No one rebutted his words. Everyone understood what it meant to have an army capable of supersonic flight. The borders and fortresses would no longer be able to stop them. In the entire ninja world, there would no longer be places they could not reach. In the land of rain, in the village of Amigakure, the rain never stopped. On the highest metal tower, Pain stood by the window, the Rinnegan surveying his divine nation. Every raindrop was his eyes and ears. The nationwide Rain Tiger Free technique allowed him to sense any movement within the borders. He had just used the body flicker technique to issue an order to the Akatsuki members to capture the Nine Tails in advance. Although wary of the variable Uchiha Gen, he felt more of a confidence that came with being a god. He believed that as long as he existed in this world, no one could resist the Rinnegan. Just then, Pain's brow he sensed that the rain curtain at the border of the Land of Fire suddenly had a blank area. It seemed that the rainwater in that region had vanished. No, it was evaporated. A surge of intense energy was rushing in from the direction of the Land of Fire at an incredible... Inside the tower, Nagato, seated at the control device, displayed a look of surprise and confusion for the first time on his gaunt face. What is this? He immediately focused his mind, trying to see clearly through the Rain Tiger Free technique. But he failed. In his perception, it was neither chakra nor natural energy. Instead, it was 34 scorching and solid energy sources flying through the air at an incomprehensible speed. Wherever these energy sources passed, the raindrops above had not yet fallen before being evaporated by the high temperature. Nagato's nationwide perception network was burned with large holes. His eyes were becoming blind. Invaders. For the first time Nagato felt uneasy. Where were they headed? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he was horrified to see the 34 beams of light circle in the air, maintaining their speed, heading straight for the center of Mangekyō. They had no intention of hiding their tracks. This was a kind of inherent arrogance. Conan. Nagato's voice suddenly carried urgency. Enemy attack. Highest alert. But his warning came too late. On the streets of Mangekyō, the rain ninja and villagers were walking in the rain. Suddenly someone stopped, looking up in confusion. The rain seems to have lessened. Soon everyone... They saw the dark clouds in the sky torn apart with 34 holes, allowing blinding sunlight to shine through. 34 waves of energy with white flaming tails were plummeting from the sky. A sense of suffocation enveloped the entire village. What? What is that thing? Run. Panic erupted, instantly filling the streets with screams and cries. Inside the tower, Nagato, through the rinnegan of pain, fixed his gaze on the 34 falling objects. His pupils contracted to a point. Finally, he saw clearly. They were not meteors, they were 34 individuals. Boom. A loud noise interrupted Nagato's thoughts. Leading the charge, Uchiha Gen and the 34 individuals landed simultaneously in the center of Mangekyō's plaza. The moment they touched down, 34 bursts of flames erupted. A white shockwave expanded outward from the plaza's center. Crack. Crack. The hard plaza ground instantly became riddled with cracks, and countless fragments of stone were sent into the air, crushed by the airflow. The glass of the towering buildings around them shattered with a cacophony. The entire Mangekyō shook as if an earthquake had struck. Countless rain ninjas were toppled by the shockwave, falling in disarray, their ears ringing. As the dust settled somewhat, a large pit appeared in the center of the plaza. In the pit stood 34 figures. The black-haired youth at the forefront had golden flames burning and scanned the surroundings with indifferent green eyes. Behind him were 33 warriors clad in black combat gear, surrounded by pure white flames. The rain falling from the sky dozens of meters above their heads was evaporated cleanly by the flames, creating a steam zone devoid of rain. They stood there doing nothing, yet the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The Akatsuki members who had just concluded a meeting saw the scene through Conan's emergency communication. Kisame felt as if all 5 of his hearts skipped a beat. Kakuzu's smile froze on his face. Deidara opened his mouth, forgetting even his catchphrase, They finally understood what pain meant by the variable. Uchiha Gen ignored the terrified Mangekyō ninja. His gaze shifted to the enormous steel gate of the village. A smirk curled at the corner of Gen's mouth. In a flash, he appeared in front of the several meter-thick alloy gate. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Uchiha Gen raised his right foot and delivered a seemingly ordinary kick. In an instant, there was no sound at all. The next second, boom! A loud explosion erupted. The great door caved in from the middle and then exploded violently. Countless heavy steel fragments flew into the village like cannonballs, smashing the buildings behind the door to pieces. A violent gust of wind swept away half a street, carrying dust. Gen withdrew his foot, standing in front of the irregular door opening. His cold voice resonated throughout the area and reached Nagato's ears atop the tower. Akatsuki, I have come to collect my debt. On the tower, Payne's expressionless face finally showed a cry. Nagato looked at the 34 figures burning with flames in the plaza and at the door reduced to scrap metal and finally understood. This was not an invasion. This was a blatant challenge. Uchiha Gen proclaimed, I have come to collect the debt, but his voice fell into a void of silence. The rain grew heavier, enveloping the entire rain-hidden village in an eerie stillness. All eyes were firmly fixed on the 34 white flames and the kicked-open door. Suddenly, a burst of laughter shattered the silence. Ha ha, how amusing. So very amusing. A blonde man riding a large white bird descended from the sky. It was Deidara. He looked at Uchiha Gen and the legion in the square, a glint in his eyes. He licked his lips and shouted, Hey hey. Are you the subordinates of that Uchiha Gen? Quite impressive. This entrance has a certain violent beauty to it. Just right, I've just conceived a marvelous piece of art. I'll use all of you 30+ people along with the entire rain-hidden village as sacrifices. This will undoubtedly be my masterpiece. Drink. Deidara, don't be impulsive. A hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. A strangely shaped puppet stepped out, its back adorned with a scorpion. It was Sasori. Concealed within the hotan, he scrutinized the white flame legion through the gaps, his voice low. The energy of these individuals is quite peculiar, just as the intelligence indicated. Do not act carelessly. Dana, you are being too cautious. Deidara scoffed, disregarding the warning. Art is meant to explode in a moment of brilliance. Watch me blast them all into the sky. In the center of the square, Uchiha Gen did not even lift his head. He disregarded the conversation between the 2 rank rogue ninjas and merely glanced at them. Gen casually issued a command to the 2 captains behind him. Shisue Itachi, take your teams and eliminate those 2 nuisances. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Swift and decisive. Deidara's smile froze. Nuisances. Deidara, who pursued explosive art, was actually called a nuisance. A surge of anger welled up within him. Bastard. Who are you calling a nuisance? I'll turn you to dust. Before Deidara could make a move, he was stunned by the scene before him. Yes, Commander. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi responded in unison, their voices betraying no hint of reluctance. The 20 members of their legion stepped forward in unison. Buzz, 20 white flames surged, instantly converging into a massive aura that pressed down on Deidara and Sasori. In the air, Deidara felt the clay giant bird beneath him tremble, its flight becoming unsteady. On the ground, Sasori also sensed an overwhelming pressure, the joints of the Hoton creaking under the strain. The expressions on both their faces changed for the first time. These 20 individuals. Each one radiated an outrageous strength. You insolent fools. Stop looking down on me. Experience my art. Drink. Deidara plunged his hands into his ninja tool pouch, pulling out a large handful of explosive clay. In the blink of an eye, dozens of palm-sized clay spiders crawled out of his palms, hissing as they swarmed toward the ground. These are C3 grade bombs, each powerful enough to destroy a small building. Faced with the densely packed explosive spider swarm, Uchiha Shursui merely raised his head coolly. Second team spread out, intercept in the air. At his command, the 10 team members behind him sprang into action. 10 white figures shot into the air, moving far faster than the clay spiders, utilizing the air dance technique. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, leaving white afterimages in the air as they accurately sliced through the spider swarm. One team member flickered and appeared above a clay spider. He formed his right hand into a blade enveloped in white flames and made a clean, decisive downward slash. Swoosh! That clay spider, along with its explosive core, was sliced in half by the hand blade. The flames on the hand blade then wrapped around the clay's explosive energy, neutralizing it. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out and the firelight flashed through the white flames before vanishing, leaving not a trace of shockwave. A similar scene unfolded in various parts of the sky. The 10 members of the second team soared through the air, using their hand blades wrapped in white flames to sever the clay spiders. The explosions were ignited, but were instantly devoured by the white flames. Deidara's prideful collective art was rendered completely ineffective before them. How is this possible? Deidara stared in shock as his masterpiece was dismantled, his eyes nearly popping out. Meanwhile, Sasori on the ground also sprang into action. Seeing that Deidara's attack was futile, he realized the situation was dire. The shell behind the Hoton opened up and the mechanical arms activated. Secret technique Shiyu. Buzz, countless poison needles glowing with a ghostly blue light shot toward Uchiha Itachi and the third team from all directions. Each needle was coated with Sasori's special toxin, a lethal poison. This was an area attack impossible to dodge. However, Uchiha Itachi merely snorted. Third team defensive formation. The 10 team members behind him immediately lined up in perfect formation. Drink. 10 voices called out simultaneously as they fully channeled their chi. The white flames surrounding them expanded outward, forming a massive white chi wall. ZZZZ, thousands of poison needles struck the white flame wall without stirring a single ripple. Those needles, capable of piercing steel plates, were deflected upon contact with the white flames. Sasori, hidden within the Hoton, watched as his proud poison technique was nullified, his hoarse voice wavering. As the attacks from the two artists were thwarted, the real killing move arrived. As the second team intercepted the clay spiders, creating an opening, Uchiha Shizui's figure vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already behind Deidara. Too slow. The cold voice rang in Deidara's ears, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to leap off the clay bird. But Shursui was faster. A hand blade wrapped in white flames, accompanied by a whistle of air, slashed toward his neck. Meanwhile, as the third team blocked the poison needles, Uchiha Itachi also moved. He stepped forward, cracking the ground, his figure dashing straight toward Sasori's Hoton, leaving afterimages. In a critical moment, Deidara twisted his body, narrowly evading the decapitating strike. However, the hand blade still grazed his shoulder, and the white flames destroyed one of his arms. Deidara let out a cry of anguish as he fell from the clay bird. He gritted his teeth to stabilize himself, only to discover that the 10 members of the second team had already surrounded him from all directions, cutting off all escape routes. 10 pairs of cold eyes stared at him. Sasori on the ground was in no better situation. He maneuvered the Hoton to block Itachi's frontal assault. Clang! A massive sound resonated as Itachi's fist collided with Sasori's tail. Itachi stood motionless. The tail of the Hoton, capable of shattering rocks, snapped and shattered under Itachi's punch. Sasori was stunned. What power is this? Instinctively wanting to retreat, he realized that the 10 members of the third team behind Itachi had spread out, surrounding him. At that moment, Deidara and Sasori realized one thing. They were facing an army. An army with impeccable coordination and clear tactics. Every soldier in this army possessed terrifying strength. The oppressive aura they emanated even surpassed that of these shadow-level powerhouses. Their proud ninjutsu and art seemed laughable before these individuals. Surrounded in the middle, Sasori heard Uchiha Itachi's calm voice. Puppet technique. Relying on external objects for combat is too low-level. Itachi's gaze fell upon the Hotan carrying an unmistakable disdain. The 10 members of the third team behind him, without any exchange, raised their right hands in perfect unison. All their palms were aimed at the center where Sasori stood. A blinding white energy sphere coalesced in their palms, emitting a terrifying wave of energy. Looking at the 10 glowing white palms, the scorpion hidden within the crimson flowing armor felt a shiver run down his spine. Bastard. The scorpion let out a roar and immediately abandoned the heavy crimson flowing armor. A figure clad in a red cloud robe soared out from the puppet, revealing the true puppet body of the scorpion. Let me show you what eternal art truly is. Scarlet Secret Technique 100 Machines Performance. The mechanisms on the scorpion's chest sprang open and scrolls flew out. The scrolls unfolded in midair and hundreds of puppets surged forth, creating a black mass that instantly filled the entire plaza. Each of these puppets had once been powerful ninjas, now reduced to mere killing tools in the hands of the scorpion. Uchiha Itachi looked at the sea of puppets with a calm gaze as his Sharingan slowly rotated. Susanoo. Boom. A skeletal figure engulfed in white flames rose from the ground. Though this Susanoo was merely a skeleton, each bone was enveloped in white flames, exuding a pressure that caused the movements of the puppets to slow down. Itachi stood at the forehead of the Susanoo, coldly observing the scorpion below. He controlled the white flame Susanoo and threw a punch towards the most densely packed area of puppets. Before the punch landed, the force of the punch had already caused the ground to collapse. The scorpion's expression changed instantly as he desperately tried to maneuver the puppets to disperse, but it was already too late. Boom. The white flame fist struck the ground, shaking the earth. Dozens of puppets were reduced to dust beneath this punch, and the scattering flames engulfed the surrounding puppets, turning them into a shower of fragments. Team 3, Itachi's voice rang out, clean up the aftermath. Yes. The 10 members behind him immediately scattered, transforming into 10 white shadows that charged into the remaining group of puppets. They did not employ any complex ninjutsu. One member threw a punch, and the force shattered 3 or 4 puppets into pieces. Another unleashed a wave of energy from their palm, piercing through all the puppets in a straight line. Some moved at incredible speeds, using their flame-wrapped hands to sever the joints and chakra strings of the puppets one by one. The scorpion's pride, the 100 Machines performance, seemed no different from paper in front of this small team. Meanwhile, in the air, Deidara's situation was even more dire. He was firmly trapped in the sky by Uchiha Shijui's second team. Deidara wanted to fly higher to use his strongest C4 Karura. But wherever he tried to fly, energy projectiles shot towards him, forcing him to awkwardly change direction. The 10 members of the second team formed an encirclement in the air, continuously firing energy waves that didn't hit his vital points, but merely forced him to dart around chaotically. Damn it. Damn it. Deidara shouted angrily, his hands constantly creating clay bombs to throw, yet he couldn't even graze the opponent's clothing. The game is over. Just as Deidara exposed a gap to dodge an energy wave, Uchiha Shijui's voice resonated behind him. Deidara turned around abruptly, only to see a foot wrapped in flames rapidly enlarging in his view. Bang! Shijui's kick struck Deidara's back. Deidara let out a pain scream, his body going limp as he fell straight from the clay giant bird. Shirui did not stop, his figure flashing as he pursued the falling Deidara, delivering 2 sharp strikes to Deidara's wrist. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as Deidara's hands used for creating art were utterly ruined. On the ground, Itachi controlled the white flame Susanoo to slap the scorpion's puppet body into the earth. The white flame spread down the Susanoo's arm, shattering the scorpion's core. My body. The scorpion's screams quickly diminished. The art duo 2's rank rogue ninjas were cleanly defeated in the first collaboration of the God's Legion. At this moment, 3 figures rushed in from afar, landing at the opposite end of the plaza. The newcomers were Kakuzu, Hiruzen, and Deidara. As soon as they arrived, they witnessed the scene before them. Deidara lay on the ground like a pile of mud, his hands drooping. The scorpion was pinned to the ground by a massive white flame hand, motionless. Everywhere there were remnants of puppets. Yet their enemies, the Uchiha enveloped in white flames, had not a single— What? What is happening? Hiruzen's arrogant expression froze. Kakuzu's 5 hearts raced wildly, his green eyes fixed on the white flame legion, his voice hoarse. The intel was wrong. These guys, each one, is far stronger than expected. Hey, this can't be serious, right? Scorpion and Deidara were taken down so quickly. Uchiha Gen had not moved at all. He looked at the 3 newly arrived Akatsuki members, his eyes betraying no emotion. Next to him, Uchiha Izumi stepped forward. Commander, leave them to me and Team 1. Gen nodded. Izumi turned around, ordering the 10 members behind her. Team 1, prepare for battle. Yes. The 10 members stepped forward, the white flames around them flaring up once again, forming a standoff with Kakuzu and his companions. Another group of reckless fools. Just right, I will offer you all as sacrifices to the great evil god. Hiruzen was the first to lose control, shouldering his massive 3-bladed scythe, and rushed forward with a wild cry. He charged towards the nearest member of the Legion, the scythe slicing through the air towards the opponent's neck. But the member did not even attempt to dodge. Clang! The scythe struck his neck with a crisp sound like hitting a block of iron, and even the white flame that protected the opponent could not be breached. What? Hiruzen was dumbfounded. The member's eyes flashed with disdain as he threw a simple straight punch. Bang! Hiruzen was struck in the chest, the sound of his ribs breaking clear as he was sent flying backward, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Bastard. My body. Hiruzen struggled to get up, but a sharp pain shot through his chest. Meanwhile, Kakuza had also moved. Earth grudge fear. Countless black tendrils emerged from his back. 4 masked heart monsters surged forth. Wind release pressure damage. Lightning release false darkness. The 2 heart masks launched their attacks simultaneously. However, as soon as they revealed themselves, they were locked on by several white energy waves. Boom. Boom. The explosions erupted and the 2 heart masks were obliterated before they could even unleash their jutsu. Kakuzu let out a muffled groan, his body swaying, unable to believe his eyes. Kisame also engaged in combat with a team member. He swung the Samehada blade down fiercely. The member did not evade, instead meeting the attack with a punch. The flame-wrapped fist collided Hiruzen with the Samehada blade. Clang. A tremendous sound erupted and a shockwave exploded. Kisame felt an immense force travel up through the handle, numbing his arm and splitting his palm, causing him to uncontrollably retreat several steps. He looked down at the humming Samehada, his face filled with shock. His monstrous strength had actually lost in a direct confrontation. The battle was one-sided. The strength combat power which the Akatsuki took pride in was utterly vulnerable before the God's Legion. Just as Team 1 prepared to press the advantage and completely eliminate these 3 individuals, a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The air in the entire Rain Village seemed to solidify. All those engaged in battle involuntarily halted their actions. Everyone, including Uchiha Gen, looked up. They saw 6 figures hovering in the air above the Rain Village who had appeared out. They floated in the air, slowly descending, all wearing the Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds. The leader had short orange hair, several black rods protruding from his face, and his eyes displayed rippling purple patterns. That was the Rinnegan. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from the leader, reverberating across the entire battlefield. This is where it ends, intruders. Pain's 6 paths had descended. Pain's Deva path extended his hand palm directed towards Uchiha Gen and his God's Legion below. He looked down at these mortals, daring to challenge the divine, as if observing a group of dead objects. Let the world feel pain. A force capable of erasing the entire Rain Village from the map began to gather in his palm. The dark clouds in the sky began to swirl into a massive vortex under this power. Superplanetary Deva. Pain's heavenly path uttered his final words. At that moment, time in the entire Rain Village came to a halt. The power he gathered in his palm finally reached its peak. The swirling dark clouds in the sky suddenly sank down, and the immense pressure caused the air below to explode with noise. Centered around the square, the ground began to crack inch by inch. Black fissures spread wildly in all directions, devouring the streets and buildings. The rainwater in midair was evaporated by an invisible heat, transforming into thick white mist, which was then pressed down to the ground by overwhelming pressure, creating an area where one could not see their own hand. The end has come. Run. Lord Pain is going to. From a distance, Kakuzu, observing the scene, revealed a look of fear for the first time on his stitched face. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately controlled the black tentacles within him, desperately retreating. Hiruzen and Kisame beside him reacted just as quickly. Hiruzen didn't even bother to pick up his blood scythe, rolling and crawling towards Kakuzu's direction, cursing, "Crazy. Is that bastard insane?" He didn't even care about his own comrades. Kisame's face also turned pale as he carried his sword, exerting all his strength into his legs, running without looking back. They were well aware of the power of this move. It was one of Pain's strongest attacks, capable of erasing an entire village from the map, a true divine force. In the face of this move, individual strength felt utterly insignificant. They had no doubt that if they slowed down even a little, they would end up like those buildings ground to dust. The desperate escape of the Akatsuki members highlighted the terrifying power at the center of the square. The divine army facing this force felt pressure 1,000 times greater. The bodies of the 30 white flame warriors trembled slightly under the overwhelming pressure descending from above. They felt as if a colossal invisible mountain was pressing down on them, making their bones creak and their breathing difficult. Everyone gritted their teeth, the white flames around them flickering in the gale, threatening to extinguish at any moment. All members, assemble for defense. Uchiha Izumi's urgent voice rang out. The 30 team members showed no hesitation, immediately closing in towards the center, forming a tight circle back to back. Huh. Under Izumi's lead, everyone roared in unison, pushing their inner energy to its peak. Buzz, 33 pure white flames soared into the sky, converging above their heads. A massive white hemispherical shield instantly took shape, enveloping everyone within. On the surface of the shield, white energy layers stacked upon each other, continually thickening, emanating a powerful aura, barely blocking the pressure descending from above. The team members inside the shield all appeared pale, beads of sweat covering their foreheads. This was their first time defending together. Each person could feel their energy connecting through the shield, merging with their companions to gather a stronger force. Yet even so, they still felt suffocated. The man in the sky exuded an overwhelming oppressive presence. Just as everyone was exerting their utmost to maintain the shield, a figure stepped in front of them. It was Uchiha Gen. Faced with this world-destroying strike, his expression showed no change. He took a step forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the white shield, placing the entire shield behind him. With his back to everyone, Uchiha Gen left behind a calm remark. "Well done. Next, just watch." As soon as the words left his mouth, Pain's heavenly path in the sky gathered its power to the peak. His Rinnegan coldly gazed downwards as he forcefully pushed his palm down. Buzz. In that moment, the world lost all sound. An invisible, massive, repulsive wall erupted from Pain's heavenly path, crashing downwards. Its speed surpassed that of sound and exceeded the limits of human reaction. Where the repulsive wall passed, buildings, steel, earth, all tangible things were disintegrated, shattered, and flattened upon contact. The core area of the entire Rain Village was forcefully erased from the earth by an invisible divine hand. Inside the tower, the frail body connected to countless black rods trembled violently. Nagato's 7 orifices simultaneously bled. On his colorless face, however, there was a sickly smile. He coldly observed the area below being flattened through the eyes of Pain's heavenly path. This is divine punishment. He intended to erase these audacious fools who provoked divine might along with their ridiculous confidence and half of the village from the map. The repulsive wall instantly engulfed the position where Uchiha Gen stood. The white shield constructed by the 30 members of the divine army upon contacting the repulsive wall emitted a sharp cracking sound. Crack, crack. Cracks spread across the surface of the shield, and the entire shield violently deformed on the verge of collapse. Those inside the shield, like Uchiha Izumi, were struck hard, spitting out blood, their faces turning pale. Is this the power of a god? Even just the aftershock made it impossible for them to resist. Just when they thought they were about to be erased, that force capable of tearing everything apart suddenly vanished. The destructive energy storm lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually calming down. The smoke and dust from the explosion obscured everything. Nagato's pupils contracted sharply. He stared intently at the center of the smoke and dust. There lay the core of his attack. Nothing could possibly remain. The dust gradually dispersed. A bottomless, smooth-edged, massive pit appeared in the center of Rain Village. Surrounding the pit, everything was, and at the very center of that deep pit, a golden-haired figure stood quietly, protecting the 33 behind him. Unscathed, Uchiha Gen had not even changed his standing posture. He simply extended one hand forward, a thin layer of golden aura covering his palm. That invisible repulsive field capable of destroying everything was firmly held back by this thin layer of golden light. No matter how violently that force acted, it could not advance an inch. Not a step closer. Inside the tower, Nagato's smile froze. He stared intently at the scene below, his pupils constricted, his mouth slightly agape, yet unable to produce any sound. No, it can't be, he murmured in a daze. His strongest Shinra Tensei had actually been blocked by someone with a single hand. That was the power of a god. At the center of the pit, Uchiha Gen slowly lowered his hand. He raised his head, his emerald pupils piercing through the smoke, gazing at the 6 figures above who were equally dazed. The corners of Uchiha Gen's mouth curved into a mocking arc. Is this the so-called power of a god? His cold voice clearly reached everyone's ears. It's not even enough to scratch me. Uchiha Xian's voice was very soft, yet it pierced through the explosive roar, directly striking Nagato's mind. It wasn't even enough to scratch my itch. This sentence caused Nagato's purple Rinnegan to freeze instantly. Impossible. Only these 2 words echoed in Nagato's mind. To unleash that last ultimate technique, Super Shinra Tensei, he paid a heavy price. The chakra of the 6 paths of pain was severely depleted, and half of Mangekyō was almost leveled. This was his divine skill used to punish the world. But now that man not only stood in the center of the deep pit without a speck of dust on him, but he even shielded more than 30 people behind him. Nagato stared intensely at Uchiha Xian, who was extending a hand in the screen. The golden aura pierced his eyes painfully, as if mocking the power he took pride in. For the first time, his conviction wavered. God. Nagato's lips trembled, squeezing out several words between his teeth. Cannot be insulted. A wave of immense humiliation clouded his mind. Kill him. Through their mental link, Nagato ordered the remaining pain. At all costs, kill him. In the sky, the 5 pains that received the order had their purple ripple light, and they didn't charge directly. Instead, they instantly coordinated their attack. Demon Arm Fire Arrow. The Azura Path was the first to act, his black robe unfurling to reveal a mechanical body, dozens of cannon ports opening simultaneously. In the next second, countless missiles with trailing flames shot towards Uchiha Xian from all directions, sealing off all possible escape routes. At the same time, the animal path pain slapped both hands on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. Boom. The ground cracked open, and a giant 3-headed dog, a drilling monster, bird the size of a small mountain, and a chameleon with 8 heads emerged from the earth. The moment these monsters appeared, they roared and charged towards the divine army behind Uchiha Gen, trying to separate them. "Kisame Itachi, protect yourselves." Without looking back, Uchiha Gen yelled. His teammates immediately sprang into action, white flames erupting from their bodies as they confronted the summoned beasts. The real killing move was hidden within the chaos created by the missiles and summoned beasts. The hungry ghost path and human path, taking advantage of the smoke from the explosions and the cover of the summoned beasts, silently approached Uchiha Gen from two completely opposite angles. One was preparing to absorb his energy while the other aimed to seize his soul. This was a coordinated attack under shared vision without any unnecessary movements. Faced with such a three-dimensional assault, the amusement on Uchiha Gen's face finally faded. His gaze grew serious. "Interesting," he murmured softly, and the golden aura around him surged higher. The missiles arrived first. Uchiha Gen didn't take the hit directly. He tapped the ground with his toes, leaving a shadow in place as he swiftly maneuvered through the gaps of the exploding missiles. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted behind him, flames reaching the sky. Just as he dodged the missiles, the human path's hand ready to extract his soul was already behind him, mere inches from his back. As it seemed he would succeed, Uchiha Gen's body suddenly twisted at an angle. The human path's hand brushed past his clothes, merely taking a piece of fabric. Got away. Nagato's pupils constricted in the tower. Before he had time to react, the hungry ghost path had already closed in its fingers, clawing towards Uchiha Gen's shoulder, trying to absorb the golden aura surrounding him. Sealing technique absorption. This time Uchiha Gen did not dodge. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and not only did he not retreat, but he instead advanced, a golden energy sphere forming in the palm of his left hand, slapping directly towards the hungry ghost path's hand. Bang! A muffled sound. The hungry ghost path was sent flying as if hit by a truck. His arm, which was supposed to absorb energy, grotesquely swelled up, the sleeve bursting, and all the veins beneath the skin bulging out. Nagato was alarmed and hurriedly controlled the hungry ghost path to deploy a purple shield in the air, barely dissipating the energy that had surged into its body. Even so, the hungry ghost path was temporarily incapacitated, only able to gasp for air from a distance. Uchiha Gen's single move had pushed back the hungry ghost path, but because of the brief pause, he was locked on by a missile from the Azura path above. He frowned, his figure flickering as he appeared several dozen meters away. But as soon as he steadied himself, the ground beneath him suddenly bulged, and the Deva Path Pain emerged from the soil, unleashing a universal pull towards him. The immense gravitational force slowed Uchiha Gen's movements. Now's my chance. Nagato seized this opportunity. The Azura Path, human path, and the now-recovered hungry ghost path simultaneously attacked from three directions. Uchiha Gen found himself in a passive position. He realized that these six puppets sharing vision were like a war machine that wouldn't make mistakes. If he couldn't take out several of them at once, he would be dragged here indefinitely. The most troublesome was the Hell Path, who had been hiding at the back and had never made a move. As long as the Hell Path was still there, even if the others were destroyed, they could be quickly repaired. He had to kill him first. Uchiha Gen immediately made up his mind. He stopped dodging and deliberately exposed a flaw, taking a hit from the Azura Path's blast on his back. Boom! The golden aura swayed slightly, and the force of the explosion pushed him forward a step. Got you. Nagato's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered the Deva Path to maximize the pull. Uchiha Gen's body was uncontrollably drawn towards the Deva Path. Nagato didn't see that as Uchiha Gen was being pulled, in the corner of his mouth actually lifted. Using this pull, he pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into a streak of golden light, but his target was not the Deva Path. Instead, he charged towards the Hell Path at the back of Pain's formation. Not good. Nagato finally understood his plan and hurriedly commanded the other Pains to intercept. But it was already too late. Uchiha Gen's speed under the acceleration of universal pull was too fast for them to react. A flash of golden light passed. The massive King of Hell, who had been trailing behind the Hell Path, hadn't even opened its mouth before being shattered by a direct punch's wind. Uchiha Gen appeared behind the Hell Path, still in the posture of throwing a punch. The Hell Path Pain stood frozen in place, looking down at its chest, where a large hole had appeared with internal parts and black rods, all disintegrated into powder by the force of that attack. Having eliminated the puppet responsible for resurrection, Uchiha Gen slowly turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining 5 Pains. Inside the tower, Nagato staggered, spitting out another mouthful of blood. My Hell Path. The shock in his eyes quickly morphed into deeper madness. Very good. Very good. You've successfully provoked my anger. Nagato's blood seemed to surge directly into his mind. The realm of hell was destroyed. Now the ability to resurrect and restore was completely lost. The remaining 5 Pain became true disposable items. A breaking one meant losing one entirely. His plans, his pride, and the dignity of being a god were gradually crushed before that man. A surge of humiliation and anger choked Nagato's chest, almost bursting forth. He hoarsely roared, channeling chakra through the black rods behind him, flooding it into the body of the Deva Path Pain along with his own life force. The humiliation suffered by his Rinnegan today must be cleansed. Since it has come to this, let me show you the power. In midair, Deva Path Pain slowly brought his hands together. A terrifying aura even more dreadful than before emanated from him. Planetary devastation. As Nagato shouted his final words, a small black dot emerged from the palm of Deva Path Pain. The black dot was only the size of a fist, but the light and air around it were drawn in, becoming distorted. As it appeared, the entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. The sounds of wind, rain, and explosions vanished. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped everyone. Deva Path Pain slowly threw the black sphere upwards. The black sphere ascended slowly yet with an irresistible force, reaching the highest point of the hidden rain village. Then it halted. The next second, the apocalypse began. Boom! The earth was torn apart by an invisible force. The ground of the square, the surrounding ruins, the distant streets and towers, everything began to shake violently. The ground cracked open with massive fissures, as if something were about to emerge from beneath. Following that, the force shifted from trembling to pulling. The escaping rain shinobi screamed in terror. Their bodies flew uncontrollably, pulled towards the black dot in the sky by a tremendous suction. Not just people. Debris, steel bars, chunks of buildings, large sections of ground were forcefully lifted and sent into the sky. The massive lake in the hidden rain village had its water sucked into a vortex, roaring upwards. Everything was flying upwards. The entire world seemed to be disintegrating, swallowed by that small black sphere. In the sky, countless stones and metal fragments gathered around the gravitational core. A moon made of ruins was rapidly taking shape. Hold steady. Everyone concentrate your chi beneath your feet. Uchiha Izumi shouted loudly, her voice barely audible against the howling wind. The members of the god army also felt the life-threatening suction. They immediately followed the command, maximizing their white flames to anchor themselves in place. Everyone gritted their teeth, growling lowly as they resisted the gravity that threatened to pull their very souls away. The ground beneath them had long since shattered, and each person stood on a massive rock that was lifting into the air. They were like small boats in a storm, although they had done their utmost to stabilize themselves and had not been swept away like ordinary people. The situation remained perilous. Shursui and Itachi stood at the front of the line, both with grim expressions. Their white flames burned brighter than anyone else's, but they could only ensure that they and the teammates behind them remained intact. The pressure from the ever-growing sphere above them was overwhelming. A massive shadow covered the entire hidden rain village, plunging it into darkness, like a celestial dog swallowing the sun. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? A young team member spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling slightly. This was no longer the ninjutsu they understood. This was not battle, it was a natural disaster. In the distance, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Kisame had already fled to the edge of the hidden rain village. They turned to witness the apocalyptic scene, frozen in place. My god. Kisame's mouth gaped wide, his facial muscles twitching. That guy Pain. Does he intend to seal the entire hidden rain village? Oh, Lord of Evil. Haiden sat on the ground looking at the ever-enlarging stone sphere, his first true feeling of fear washing over him. Kakuzu's 5 hearts raced wildly. He rasped, this is a god. This is the power of a god. That Uchiha Gen is doomed. In the center of the pit, Uchiha Gen raised his head. His golden aura kept the terrifying suction at bay. He gazed at the ever-devouring and growing planet in the sky, and then at his teammates who were being pulled and struggling beneath the gravitational force. His gaze turned completely cold. A surge of anger erupted from his heart. Enough. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself. In the next moment, a suppressed roar erupted from deep within his throat. Roar. Boom. A wave of energy more violent than ever before exploded from Uchiha Gen's body. The golden aura shot skyward, forming a beam of light that was more than 10 times thicker than before, piercing through the dark clouds and illuminating the shadow of the stone sphere. The sky became a massive golden vortex. The entire hidden rain village was bathed in a layer of sacred. The full power form of the Super Saiyan was unleashed. He slowly raised his head, and his emerald eyes no longer held any hint of jest, only cold authority remained. The golden flames burning around him formed a separate domain. The gravitational force of planetary devastation, which could tear the earth apart when it approached within 100 meters of his body, felt like it hit an invisible wall, diverting away without affecting him at all. The gravity held no power over him. Inside the tower, Nagato's frenzied expression froze. He stared intently at the figure enveloped in golden light on the screen, his Rinnegan trembling, violently filled with disbelief and confusion. What? What is this? His most proud ultimate sealing technique, capable of sealing tailed beasts, seemed like a joke in front of the opponent. The other party had not even done anything, just standing there had rendered his divine power ineffective. A feeling of powerlessness and fear, even more intense than when Shinra Tensei was blocked, gripped Nagato's heart. He finally understood that what he faced was not just some variable. It was a true god, completely beyond his comprehension. The golden-haired, green-eyed Uchiha Gen slowly soared into the sky. He ignored the stunned teammates below, nor did he glance at the already despairing god in the tower. his gaze calmly fixed on the massive, slowly rotating stone sphere in the sky. Uchiha Gen and that false moon faced each other from a distance. He raised both hands, striking a strange pose at his waist. Buzz, a dazzling golden energy sphere, began to gather, rotate, and compress in his palms. Divine power. The cold voice was a declaration not only to Nagato but also to the world. Today, let me show you what true destruction is. Uchiha Gen abruptly thrust his hands forward. Turtle-style, Qigong wave. Boom. A terrifying golden beam of light surged forth from his palm. The entire world instantly lost its color, leaving only that beam of golden light capable of annihilating everything. The speed of the beam was so fast that thought could not keep up, carrying the power to pierce through planets. It struck the rock formation in the sky known as the moon. There was no massive explosion as imagined. As soon as the two made contact, that planet composed of rock and steel silently began to melt from the center, then was directly pierced through. The golden beam did not pause. It pierced through the core of the Earth explosion star, shooting out from the other side of the planet. The beam vanished into the depths of the universe, tearing a massive gash in the dark clouds above. In the tower, Nagato watched the scene closely through the eyes of Pain's heavenly path. His mind was blank. The Earth explosion star was pierced. Before he could react from the shock, even more outrageous events unfolded. The rock planet that had been pierced did not collapse immediately as he had assumed. Although the central gravitational black sphere was cracked and flickering erratically due to the beam, it had not been completely destroyed. It was merely heavily damaged. The gravitational force suddenly weakened, but had not completely vanished. Without the binding of gravity, the massive rock planet began to disintegrate. Countless burning boulders fell from the sky, crashing down upon the already ruined rain-hidden village. Not good. Scatter. Dodge the rocks. Uchiha Izumi was the first to react, shouting loudly to the team below. Members of the Divine Army immediately dispersed, avoiding the boulders as large as mountains. The entire battlefield became even more chaotic. In the tower, Nagato watched the beam, his emaciated chest heaving violently, making raspy sounds from his throat. He had lost. His prideful divine technique was nothing but a joke in front of that golden figure. Shinra Tensei was blocked by a single hand, and the Earth explosion star was pierced in one move. All of his trump cards were cleanly countered by the opponent in a more brutal manner. A feeling more painful than death surged in his heart. It was humiliation, it was despair nearly swallowing Nagato's consciousness. He remembered Yahiko dying in his arms, his own helplessness. He recalled the inhuman suffering endured for power. He thought of how he had gradually transformed into this ghastly figure in pursuit of so-called peace. Everything had come to an end. Nagato. A paper-like figure appeared behind Nagato. It was Konan. Konan looked at Nagato, whose 7 orifices were bleeding, his body cracking due to excessive depletion of life force, her voice tinged with tears. Stop. That's enough. We concede. We're leaving. She rushed to Nagato's side, reaching out to pull the black rods from his back. But Nagato extended a dry hand, pushing Konan away. He slowly raised his head, a glimmer of madness flashing in his dim Rinnegan. Nagato smiled. That smile was filled with endless sorrow and stubbornness. Yahiko. Konan. His voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. I will not let anyone take our peace away again. Even if a true god comes, it won't work. With his last strength, Nagato formed a strange hand seal with both hands. He began to chant an ancient rebirth of the outer path reversal. As the final syllable fell, all the black rods behind him erupted with blinding red light. The last remnants of his life force, along with the essence of his soul, were drawn out of his body by a massive force. These powers surged through the black rods, wildly pouring into something beneath the tower. No, Nagato. Don't. Konan let out a piercing scream as she understood what Nagato was doing. That was not a technique to resurrect the dead. It was a forbidden technique to sacrifice everything for the magic statue. Nagato's body rapidly shriveled, his skin losing moisture, tightly clinging to his bones, turning into a desiccated corpse. Yet the smile on his face grew wider. Boom. The ground of the entire rain-hidden village began to No, this was not shaking. Something enormous was about to emerge from beneath the earth. Uchiha Gen in the sky also felt this disturbance. He paused midair, his golden eyes looking down below. The massive pit created by Shinra Tensei in the center of rain-hidden village was slowly being pushed up by a force from beneath. Crack. Crack. The earth split open, revealing bottomless chasms. In the next moment, the ground was completely torn open. A gigantic, unimaginable pale yellow arm shot out from the depths, slamming down. Then came a second arm, a third. A colossal figure broke free from the shackles of the earth. It was a massive magic statue, hundreds of meters tall. It was no longer the previous empty shell. Its body was covered in bulging muscles, its skin dark brown adorned with bizarre black patterns. Several giant tentacles extended from its back, thrashing wildly in the air. The most terrifying aspect was its head. That enormous head, which had once been closed, suddenly opened all 9 eyes. The 9 glowing red eyes all focused on Uchiha Gen in the sky. Roar. The outer path magic statue opened its mouth wide, letting out a roar. The sound was no longer hollow, filled with vitality and infused with endless pain. The sound waves transformed into shockwaves, shattering the massive rocks that fell from the sky into powder. In the tower, Nagato's body had completely dried up. His life had reached its end. In the final moment of consciousness, fading, his body transformed into a red light piercing through all obstacles, shooting like lightning towards the center of the outer path magic statue. Buzz. At the moment the red light merged, the ninth main eye previously closed on the magic statue's forehead suddenly opened wide. It was a massive Rinnegan. Purple ripples flowed within it, emanating an aura more terrifying than all 6 paths of pain combined. A mental storm erupted, centering on the magic statue, sweeping across the entire battlefield. A message clearly penetrated the minds of everyone present. That was Nagato. His final will. Invader. Feel all of my pain. The outer path magic statue let out a skyward howl, its enormous body rising, blocking half the sky. Its massive Rinnegan locked onto Uchiha Gen, suspended in midair. In the next moment it swung a fist as heavy as a mountain with a piercing roar through the air, smashing down towards Uchiha Gen. Faced with the enormous fist descending upon him, Uchiha Gen did not evade. His golden pupils were filled with the spirit of battle. Come at me. Uchiha Gen let out a low growl, his figure soaring into the sky as he threw a punch in response. The large and small fists collided fiercely midair. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the point of impact. The dark clouds above were instantly blown away, revealing the gray sky behind. The shockwave swept across the ground, turning the burning giant rocks into dust. The ruins of the rain-hidden village were once again flattened by this force, creating a larger basin devoid of life. The massive body of the outer path golem swayed, slightly retreating half a step. Uchiha Gen, on the other hand, was thrown back from the impact, flipping several times in the air before stabilizing his body. Gen shook his somewhat numb right arm, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. It was the first time he encountered an opponent capable of matching his super form in a contest of strength since arriving in this world. Roar. The massive Rinnegan of the outer path golem locked onto Gen and let out another roar. It took a step forward, actively attacking. With every step it took, the ground trembled. A gigantic hand swung towards Gen, creating a wind pressure that caused the air to scream. Uchiha Gen did not dodge. His body transformed into a beam of golden light, maneuvering around the hand and delivering a punch to the golem's arm. Bang! The golem's arm was jolted, its hard muscles slightly denting before returning to normal. So tough, a thought flashed through Gen's mind. The golem's other hand was already reaching for him. Gen quickly created distance, constantly shifting positions in the air to evade the golem's attacks. Fists came crashing down. Hands slapped down. Meanwhile, tentacles from behind lunged at him from all directions. The sky over the rain-hidden village became their battlefield. Golden streaks of light and the giant figure clashed in the air, each contact erupting with thunderous booms and shockwaves. In the distance, Uchiha Izumi and the others could only see the sky flickering with golden light, unable to discern the specifics of the battle. Yet each collision's aftermath sent chills down their spines. Is the commander being suppressed? A team member observed the battle in the sky, his voice trembling slightly. Both Susanoo and Itachi's expressions darkened. They could tell that although the golem's attacks were clumsy, its power was immense and its recovery was swift. Gen's attacks were fast, yet they failed to strike at the golem's vital points. The battle fell into a stalemate. Uchiha Gen realized this as well. He swiftly dodged a sweeping kick from the golem, appearing hundreds of meters away. This won't do. Gen positioned both hands at his waist, condensing a golden energy ball once more. The golden energy beam roared forth, striking the golem squarely in the chest. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in front of the golem, engulfing its massive body in golden light. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Gen's pupils narrowed. The outer path golem stood firm, its chest charred, but it opened its large mouth, a purple vortex appearing to absorb all the remaining energy. The golem, now infused with energy, became even stronger. Its muscles twitched and the black robe on its back suddenly expanded, revealing numerous cannon barrels. That was the ability of the Azura path. Swish! 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 Over 100 missiles trailing flames shot toward Uchiha Gen like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, several huge chain-like tentacles from the golem's back lunged at him from different angles. Each chain carried the power to extract souls. This was quite a troublesome situation. Gen's figure wove through the rain of missiles, the golden aura keeping the explosions at bay. Yet those chains followed closely, forcing him to continuously evade and preventing any chance for retaliation. For the first time, he found himself in a hard-fought battle. Just as he dodged one chain, another struck from his blind spot, grazing his cheek. With a sizzle, a fine line of blood appeared on Gen's cheek. A drop of blood seeped from the wound, glaringly bright against the golden aura. Gen was injured. Everyone in the distance from the Divine Army witnessed this scene. Commander! Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, her heart tightening. In her heart, Gen was invincible. But now he was bleeding. That drop of blood pierced her heart like a needle. Pain and worry engulfed her. No! I can't just watch here. Izumi's gaze turned resolute. Just then the outer path golem seemed to be provoked. It stopped pursuing its massive body, suddenly sinking fists clenched and smashed down towards Uchiha Gen with all its might. This blow gathered all of its power, moving faster and stronger than before. Uchiha Gen's eyes narrowed as he sensed danger. He intended to dodge, but realized that this punch's target was not him. Instead, it targeted the divine army on the ground behind him. A diversion tactic. Scatter now. Xian's shout had not yet reached them when the massive fist carrying terrifying force smashed towards Izumi and the others. The team members were stunned. Under that pressure, even moving became difficult. At that moment, a white figure. It was Uchiha Izumi. I absolutely must protect everyone. Izumi unleashed all the chakra within her, the white aura shining brighter than ever. She spread her arms wide in front of her teammates, conjuring a massive white energy shield. In the next second, the golem's fist struck the shield. Crack. The shield held for less than half a second before it was filled with cracks and shattered. Puff. Izumi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body losing control as she was violently slammed to the ground. Izumi. Shizune and Itachi shouted in unison, rushing to catch her. Uchiha Gen's mind buzzed. He looked at Izumi's pale face, the blood at the corner of her mouth and her injuries as she fell to protect her companions. A surge of rage exploded from the depths of his heart. The fury burned away his rationality. You want to die. The turquoise pupils in Xian's eyes were instantly drowned in blood red. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the waiting chains behind the outer path golem seized the opportunity. Clang. Several chains wrapped around Xian's limbs and body, tightly binding him in midair. A powerful pulling force emanated from the chains, wildly extracting the golden energy from within him. Uchiha Gen was drawn towards the golem, unable to control his body. Got you. Nagato's hoarse voice echoed in Xian's mind. Now let your power, your life become a— Get off me. Uchiha Gen managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. The anger within him was ignited entirely by the humiliation and the image of Izumi's injury. Boom. The golden aura suddenly surged, becoming razor-sharp. Blue lightning began to erupt around. Crackle. The lightning danced around him, producing a piercing sound that seemed to distort the very fabric of space. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the aura surrounding Uchiha Gen exploded outward. The chains binding him began to shatter inch by inch under the power laced with lightning, until finally, with a bang, they were completely torn apart. Uchiha Gen, freed from his restraints, hovered in midair. His golden hair stood upright, even more formidable than before. The golden aura around him became denser and sharper, resembling a burning star. The blue lightning danced wildly around him. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire world. Super Saiyan 2 awakened. For the first time, hesitation appeared in the massive Rinnegan of the outer path golem. It instinctively sensed a life-threatening danger. But it was too late. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Uchiha Gen's speed and strength became even faster and stronger. His figure instantly vanished from his original position. The 9 eyes of the outer path golem spun wildly, but it couldn't even capture his afterimage. In the next moment, Uchiha Gen appeared atop the golem. His face bore no expression, only cold, murderous intent. Gen slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist. All the golden aura, all the blue lightning crazily converged toward his fist at that moment. It's over. He swung his fist down, smashing it onto the golem's crown. No sound. No time seemed to come to a halt. The massive body of the outer path golem froze in place, and then a fine crack appeared at its top. The crack rapidly spread downward, covering its entire body. Ultimately, amidst a silent radiance, the giant golem, along with Nagato's will within it, transformed into specks of light, dispersing in the wind. The village of Rain Hidden fell silent. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, leaving only a solitary figure suspended in midair. Uchiha Gen slowly descended back to the ground. The golden aura and the swirling blue lightning around him gradually receded into his body. His golden hair transformed back to its original black color. A wave of fatigue washed over him. This was his first time activating the Super Saiyan 2 form, and the toll it took on his body was far greater than he had anticipated. In this state, every second drained a tremendous amount of stamina. However, Gen paid no heed to this. His gaze was instantly directed towards the distance. In the protected area, Uchiha Izumi lay in Shizui's arms, her face as pale as paper with blood at the corners of her mouth. Itachi stood nearby, his expression serious, using his white flames to stabilize Izumi's injuries. Gen's figure vanished from his spot and reappeared next to Izumi. Commander. Shursui and Itachi exclaimed in surprise and joy upon seeing him. Without saying a word, Gen crouched down and gently placed one hand on Izumi's abdomen. A massive flow of golden energy continuously poured into her body. This golden energy entered Izumi's body and was immediately absorbed by her weak white aura. With this energy, her white aura surged, actively repairing her damaged meridians and internal organs. Izumi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, a hint of color returning to her pale face, and her breathing became steady. Commander. Izumi slowly opened her eyes, meeting Xian's gaze with a hint of guilt. You did well. Xian interrupted her, his voice calm yet powerful. You protected yourselves and your comrades. This is the purpose of the Legion of Gods. After speaking, he stood up and turned to look at the center of the battlefield. There, a nearly transparent and weakened soul slowly emerged from the place where the golem had vanished. It was Nagato. His frail soul was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Nagato. A figure burst forth from the ruins, recklessly flying towards that soul. It was Konan. She spread her paper wings, tears streaming down her face, rushing in front of Nagato, spreading her arms to shield him, glaring intensely at Uchiha Gen. This ends here. Konan's voice turned hoarse from sadness. We concede. I beg you. Spare him. The paper behind her rapidly converged, forming countless sharp paper spears aimed at Uchiha Gen. Xian merely watched her, silently walking towards her step by step. The gleaming paper spears, upon approaching the aura surrounding Xian's body, silently turned to dust. The determination on Konan's face turned to despair. In the face of Xian's power, she didn't even have the qualification to fight back. Xian disregarded her, his gaze passing through her to the fading soul of Nagato. The peace you sought has always been a joke from the very beginning. Xian's voice was light, yet it struck deep within Nagato. He did not strike, he merely raised his finger and pointed at the center of Nagato's forehead. Buzz. A torrent of immense information forcefully surged into Nagato's soul. Nagato's soul trembled violently. Images flashed rapidly through his mind. A vast sea of stars, a divine tree rooted on a planet greedily consuming all life. A group of gods with horns on their foreheads and pale skin looked down from above, gazing disdainfully upon the earth. The distorted stone tablets, the guided fates of Indra and Azura and Chakra itself were all part of a deception set to harvest fruits. All the histories he firmly believed in, all the ideals he fought for his entire life, appeared utterly ridiculous in the face of these truths. It turned out that the cage he had spent his life trying to break was merely a pen for livestock raised by others. His so-called god wasn't even qualified to be a pawn. In Nagato's dim Rinnegan, shock first appeared, followed by confusion, and finally all his pain and obsession vanished. A hint of relief appeared on his face. So, this is how it is. He looked at Uchiha Gen, his eyes no longer filled with hatred, only a sense of understanding that transcended everything. Thank you. With the last syllable falling, his cracked soul could no longer hold on, transforming into specks of light and completely dissipating between heaven and earth. No. Konan let out a piercing wail, collapsing to the ground as tears flowed uncontrollably. Xian did not look at her, his gaze landing on the Rinnegan left behind by Nagato after his disappearance. He looked at Konan, who was kneeling on the ground and crying, and calmly spoke with his eyes, and will you have two choices. Either serve me and see the true world he never experienced, or stay here amidst this ruin, clinging to his ridiculous ideals and rot together. After saying this, Xian no longer paid attention and turned to walk towards his troops. Konan knelt on the ground, clutching the Akatsuki cloak left by Nagato, her body trembling violently, but she did not speak. In an inconspicuous corner of rain-hidden village, a whirlpool-shaped face appeared on the trunk of a tree. It was the manifestation of White Zetsu. At this moment, the face showed no signs of its usual mischief, only distortion and fear. It relayed everything happening on the battlefield to its distant original body. Inside the Kamui's face, Uchiha Obito suddenly broke free from the connection state, kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily for breath. His soul trembled. Just now, through White Zetsu's eyes, he witnessed it. That man Uchiha Gen was enveloped in blue lightning, and with a single punch, just one punch, he obliterated the Outer Path Golem that had sacrificed all of Nagato's life. What kind of power was that? This surpassed his understanding of strength. Uchiha Madara. Obito's mind flashed that name, but he immediately denied it. It was different. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara, who could contend with the first Hokage, would probably not be able to do such a thing. Madara's power was still built upon ninjutsu and ocular techniques. But Uchiha Gen, that guy was something unreasonable in itself. A pure violent force that could crush. Monster. Monster. Obito shouted in terror, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He had originally planned to execute the Moon Eye plan and create a world with Rin. Now he understood. Before this monster, any plan of the Moon Eye was merely a joke. Escape. He had to escape immediately. Escape to the ends of the earth. Obito dared not linger, activating Kamui, not daring to leak even a trace of his aura. He fled Rain-Hidden Village, in a panic, treating the name Uchiha Gen as the only existence he could not resist. At the same time that Obito fled, a system prompt rang in Uchiha Gen's mind. Ding. Host detected, completing S-level hidden task, Funeral Song of the Gods. Task rating perfect. System version 2.0 officially unlocked. Unlock progress 100. Reward module issued, space law analysis, teleportation. As soon as the words fell, a massive flow of information surged into Xian's mind. This was neither ninjutsu nor knowledge, but a comprehension of the essence of space. He instantly understood that as long as he could clearly sense the chi of a certain living being no matter where they were, even on the other side of a planet, he could instantly lock onto their coordinates and teleport directly. A smile slowly formed at the corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth. He closed his eyes and his perception instantly spread out. The entire world transformed into a darkness within his perception. Those powerful life forms were like stars burning in the dark. He easily sensed the not so bright but familiar aura belonging to Uchiha Fugaku far away in Konoha. Xian opened his eyes and walked back to his assembled troops. The faces of the members still bore the relief of surviving a disaster and the admiration for their commander's power. Xian carried Izumi in one arm and walked to Shisui and Itachi's side, placing a hand on Shizui's shoulder. "Steady yourselves, everyone, hold hands." He said this softly. Shisui and Itachi did not understand what he meant, and the others looked puzzled. In the next second, an incomprehensible wave enveloped them. The scene before them did not distort, and their bodies felt no discomfort. It was just a moment of daze. When they regained their senses, the surroundings had completely changed. They were no longer in the ruins of rain-hidden village, but standing in a spacious office. Outside the window was the Konoha they were familiar with. The atmosphere in the Hokage office was extremely oppressive. The map scroll in Uchiha Fugaku's hands fell to the ground with a thud and rolled under the table, but no one went to pick it up. Fugaku rubbed his eyes looking at the dozens of people that had suddenly appeared in the room, his mind buzzing and feeling a bit. Just a few seconds ago, he was discussing with several high-ranking officials whether to send someone to assist in the Land of Rain, a place they had completely lost contact with. Before he could finish his thought, he found himself directly in the office. "See, Commander." Fugaku's throat felt dry as he managed to squeeze out those two words. Uchiha Gen was wearing a slightly tattered black robe, cradling the unconscious Uchiha Izumi in one arm. He glanced at the group of people standing motionless in the room and casually handed Izumi to the nearby medical team. Uchiha Gen remained silent as he walked to the redwood chair of the commander, lifting his robe to sit down. The aura that he had not yet completely dispersed, although restrained, still distorted the air around him. Fugaku and several elders felt a weight on their chests, and with a thud all knelt on the ground. This was not an act, it was an uncontrollable reaction of their bodies. "Shisui, speak up." Uchiha Gen rubbed his temples, his voice calm, but no one dared to question him. Uchiha Shisui stepped forward, his white aura still not fully retracted, with a fierce light flashing in his Sharingan that made Fugaku's heart race. Shisui surveyed the room with a cold tone, briefly reporting the situation. The leader of the Akatsuki Pain was personally crushed by the commander, and the real body Nagato is dead. The legendary Outer Path Golem was smashed into a speck of light by the commander in a new form. The village hidden in the rain is no more, and from today on the Akatsuki is disbanded. The office fell into a terrifying silence, with only heavy breathing audible. Fugaku widened his eyes, staring intently at Shisui, feeling as if this was not a battle report, but rather a story being told. Pain. That was a monster with a Rinnegan capable of destroying a small country single-handedly. The Outer Path Golem. That was something recorded to even suppress tailed beasts. Just like that. It's gone. What Fugaku found even more incomprehensible was the way Uchiha Gen had returned. There was no summoning smoke nor any kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique. He just appeared out of thin air, bringing back more than 30 people. This was no longer something a ninja could accomplish, it was simply a divine feat. The several proud Uchiha elders now kept their heads low, not daring to even look at Gen's shoes. Their gazes toward Gen had changed. It was not reverence, but more akin to looking at a god, their eyes filled with fervor and a deep-rooted tremor. The members of the divine army who returned with him were all holding their heads high, their eyes filled with fervent worship. They had witnessed the earth-shattering star. They had also seen that beam of golden light piercing the sky. Most importantly, they had seen that mountain-like golem shatter under the commander's fist. In their hearts, Uchiha Gen was now the embodiment of truth. Even if Gen pointed to the sun and said it was cold, they would believe him. "Fugaku, you take the lead on the recovery. I need to go out once more, but I will return soon." Uchiha Gen opened his eyes, his black gaze sweeping over Fugaku, causing him to shiver and quickly lower his head in agreement. As soon as his words fell, Uchiha Gen's figure blurred for a moment before disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Fugaku stared at the empty chair, and after half a minute he collapsed to the ground. He was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the clouds of the Land of Lightning, the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. The fourth Raikage A was roaring, electricity crackling around him. "Still no news. Is your intelligence department useless?" A yelled at the kneeling Mabui, his facial muscles twitching incessantly. The more than 100 elite sent to the Land of Rain along with sensory experts from various clans had all vanished without a trace, with not a single message returned. The sensory radar which the village hidden in the clouds prided itself on had detected a blank area in the direction of the Land of Rain half an hour ago. That area seemed to have been forcibly removed from the map. This complete unknown made A, who prided himself on his speed, feel a chill in his heart. "Lord Raikage, it's not just us, there's been no news from the rock and sand villages either." Darui put away his usual lazy demeanor, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stared intently at the rainy night sky outside. This was too strange. Even in a war of extermination, it should not be possible to seal things off so completely. What kind of power could make an entire country lose all sound in an instant? In the village hidden in the rocks of the land of Earth, the third Suchikage Anoki floated in midair, his murky old eyes fixated on the direction of the land of rain, his gaze intense. A chill ran down his spine. Just a moment ago Anoki felt a wave of energy, albeit only for an instant, but the terrifying pressure nearly made him fall from the sky. Having experienced 3 ninja world wars, Anoki clearly understood that this was neither a tailed beast bomb nor any strength ninjutsu. It was a force he could not comprehend, pure and violent, simply unresisting. Old man, should we send reinforcements? Akatsuchi asked, standing on the roof looking at Anoki's trembling body with confusion. Reinforcements? No, recall all border troops immediately. Anoki abruptly turned his head, his voice sharp and even slightly distorted. Anoki recalled how Uchiha Gen had blocked his dust release with just one finger at the border not long ago. The power displayed that day was nothing. Now that monster had surely awakened. In the desert village of Sunagakure, the 4th Kazekage Raza stood atop the Kazekage building, gazing at the yellow sand outside, his brow tightly furrowed. The hot wind blew past his robe, yet he felt a chill all over. The events occurring in the land of rain made the already precarious situation of Sunagakure feel extremely uneasy. Kazekage-sama, regarding that child. An Umbu appeared behind Raza, his voice hesitant. Did Gaara lose control again? Yes, just as that strange wave of energy came through, the child suddenly screamed at the sky and Shikaku's chakra nearly destroyed the prison. Useless is useless. They can't even handle this residual wave. Raza coldly snorted, looking at the distant building sealed by sand and iron, his eyes devoid of emotion. Raza turned around, no longer paying attention to the troublesome defective product, redirecting his focus back to Konoha. He was pondering if Konoha and the Akatsuki would suffer mutually destructive losses, could Sunagakure gain any advantage? Or rather, if Uchiha Gen truly won, how should Sunagakure best surrender? All the major forces in the ninja world were calculating their own interests, completely unaware that the miracle they believed in was only just beginning. Above the village, hidden in the clouds tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, the clouds were torn apart by strong winds. Uchiha Gen stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the air, coldly looking at the brightly lit Reikage building below that was preparing for war. That so-called invulnerable fortress seemed no different from clay in his eyes. Uchiha Gen raised his right hand, palm facing down. A wisp of golden light danced at his fingertips. Although it was slender, it made the surrounding space emit creaking sounds. Since these guys were so curious about what happened in the village hidden in the rain, he would use a more direct method to inform them. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Uchiha Gen's figure swayed and disappeared into the clouds. The next second, the thick steel door of the Reikage office was shattered into pieces by a massive force with a dull thud. Reikage suddenly turned his head, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He looked at the man standing at the door, the pressure making the air seem to solidify. I heard you've been looking for me. Uchiha Gen took a step forward, his leather shoes thudding against the floor, thud thud thud. Each step felt like a hammer striking as heart, making his heartbeat uncontrollable. The surrounding Umbu of the village hidden in the clouds couldn't even draw their weapons, pressed to the ground by that murderous aura, unable to move even a finger. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the man, his body trembling uncontrollably. The man merely stood there, but he emanated the aura of a volcano about to erupt, capable of turning the entire village hidden in the clouds to ash at any moment. Uchiha Gen looked at the Reikage slumped in his chair and spoke in a calm tone. Tell me, how do you wish to die? The lights in the Reikage office flickered incessantly, eventually going out with a pop. In the darkness, only a pair of golden eyes glowed. Pain. The 2 severed arms of AI, which had long since healed, suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain, as if struck anew by that golden flame. Daru immediately reacted, drawing his kunai and slashing at the invader's back. Black lightning coalesced. Dara let out a roar. This was his strongest technique. Uchiha Shien didn't even turn his head, standing there with no fluctuation in his dark eyes. Just as the black lightning was about to touch his black robe, a flash of golden flame flickered across Uchiha Shien's body. Boom. There was no loud noise. A heavy sense of oppression exploded from the center of Uchiha Shien. Dara's vision darkened, feeling as though a mountain had crashed onto his chest. The black lightning didn't even spark before it vanished completely. Pfft. Dara spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body flying backward to crash against the wall, his kunai breaking into several pieces. Maba-e couldn't even scream as she was forcefully pinned to the floor by this overwhelming power. The sound of her bones cracking echoed as she struggled to breathe. Outside the office, a series of dull thuds echoed down the corridor. Dozens of members from the Cloud-Hidden's Umbu fainted without even seeing the enemy. In an instant, the core defensive force of the Cloud-Hidden village was gone. Uchiha Shien brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve and walked calmly to the broken desk. What's with the outburst? Your arms haven't grown back, feeling a bit down. Uchiha Shien pulled over a relatively intact chair, crossed his legs, and stared at the sweating 4th Reikage. AI gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles bulging, blood oozing between his teeth. He dreamed of killing the man before, but reason told him not to move. One wrong move and the entire cloud-hidden village would be wiped out. What are you doing here? Just passing by and to inform you of something. Uchiha Gen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest, producing a steady sound. The intelligence team you sent to the rain-hidden village. Don't wait for them to return, they won't be coming back. Mabai, lying on the ground, suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with terror. Indeed, the upheaval in the land of rain was truly the doing of this monster. That Akatsuki organization has already been cleaned up by me. Uchiha Gen spoke lightly as if it were a trivial matter. I took out all 6 paths of pain, and as for that statue capable of suppressing the tailed beasts, it was too obtrusive, so I smashed it to bits with a punch. The room fell into a terrifying silence. Only the sound of rain pattering outside could be heard. AI opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. Akatsuki. That organization that troubled the major ninja villages is just gone. And that statue, which was documented in the scrolls of the cloud-hidden village as terrifying, was actually smashed with a punch. This was absurd. But hearing it from Uchiha Gen's lips, AI couldn't even bring himself to doubt it. Because he had personally experienced that kind of power. What do you want to do? AI lowered his head, his straight back bending at this moment. He understood that the world of ninjas had changed. Uchiha Gen stopped tapping, leaning forward to lock eyes with AI. The rules of the ninja world are utterly rotten. I've grown tired of the games between the great nations. 5 days from now, Konoha will hold a 5 Kage summit. I'm here to inform you to bring your people on time. AI suddenly looked up, instinctively wanting to retort. The cloud-hidden village will never accept such an order, even if there's only one person left. The daimyo would never agree to this. Ace words caught in his throat. Uchiha Gen's gaze turned cold. A streak of blue lightning flickered around his body. This was the energy left after breaking through to Super Saiyan level 2. Ziz. Just that single arc of electricity caused the air in the Raikage office to feel as if it had been sucked dry. Cracks spread across the walls and the ceiling's chandelier exploded. Daru and Mabui, originally slumped on the ground, were forcefully pressed into the floor by this immense pressure, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. AI felt as though a mountain was crushing down on him, with every bone in his body crying out. Having lost both arms, he couldn't even support himself, but with a thud he knelt before Uchiha Gen. His knees created 2 dents in the hard floor. Daimyo. Uchiha Gen stood up, looking down at the 4th Raikage, kneeling at his feet, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think I'm negotiating with you, AI? Don't use those useless people as shields. To me, you and those daimyo are no different, mere ants that I can crush at any time. Uchiha Gen turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the trembling cloud-hidden village in the thunderstorm. 5 days from now, if I don't see a representative from the cloud hidden at Konoha, then the land of thunder will no longer need to exist. Uchiha Gen's tone was calm, yet it carried an icy chill. Remember my words. Just as the words fell, the pressure enveloping the Raikage building vanished instantaneously. AI struggled to raise his head. The window was empty, with nothing there. Uchiha Gen had already left, as if he had never appeared. Only the chaotic office and the cracks in the walls proved that everything had just happened. The room was eerily quiet. Daru gasped for breath, turning over from the rubble, his body soaked in cold sweat. Raikage-sama. What? What kind of monster is this? Dara's voice trembled, carrying a weeping tone. His swordsmanship and lightning techniques were utterly useless before that man. Mabui lay on the ground, clawing at the floor, lacking even the strength to stand. AI remained kneeling, not getting. The pain of his severed arms was nothing compared to the despair in his heart. He turned to look at the cracks on the wall, and then at the pitch-black night sky outside. The cloud-hidden village was finished. The era of the 5 great nations was over. Notify the medical team to rescue the injured. AI closed his eyes, his throat releasing heavy breaths, his voice aged considerably. Prepare supplies. 5 days from now. To Konoha. The sky above Iwagakure village is perpetually gray and overcast. Uchiha Gen hovered in the high air, and the fortress of Iwagakure below appeared no larger than the palm of his hand. A cold wind swept past him, dissipating silently as it approached the faint golden aura surrounding him. Inside the office of the Tsuchikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage Oyuki slammed a scroll down heavily on the table. Useless. All of you are useless. A roar erupted from the diminutive frame of Oyuki, vibrating the teacups on the table. He pointed at the kneeling Umbu captain below, his beard trembling. For 3 whole days, all 5 reconnaissance teams sent to the land of rain have gone missing. Not even a single clay bird messenger has returned. Had you Umbu gone on vacation? The atmosphere grew tense as Kodo and Kuroto dared not breathe. Suddenly, Oyuki's roar caught in his throat. A heavy pressure fell without warning, crashing down upon the Tsuchikage's office. The hard stone floor cracked with countless fissures. The kneeling Umbu captain did not utter a sound, collapsing under the weight, blood oozing from his nose and mouth. Kodo and Kuroto bent their knees, the force pressing them down until one knee touched the ground, their kneecaps feeling as if they might shatter. Oyuki's bones creaked painfully, exacerbating the chronic back pain that had plagued him for years. He braced himself against the table, his eyes bulging as he desperately resisted the force threatening to crush him. Oyuki, come up and talk. A young voice devoid of any fluctuation penetrated through the thick rock wall and detonated in Oyuki's mind. His face turned pale, fear filling his murky old eyes. He pushed aside Kodo's outstretched hand, bit his tongue, forcing chakra to surge forth. With the earth release technique activated, Oyuki transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the roof and soaring into the sky. In the high sky, the thin air was suffocating. Oyuki halted 50 meters in front of Uchiha Gen, gasping heavily. He gazed at the black-haired, black-eyed youth before him, staring into his calm eyes, and the last shred of rebellion in his heart vanished. He recognized that aura. But this aura was far stronger than what he had encountered on the border. What do you want? Oyuki's voice was dry, completely lacking the earlier momentum. Uchiha Gen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not making any unnecessary movements. The Akatsuki organization has disappeared from this world. A plain statement, yet it caused Oyuki's mind to buzz. The Akatsuki, which the 5 great nations could not deal with, had been wiped out just like that. In 5 days, Konoha will hold a new meeting of the 5 Kage. Xian looked at Oyuki. I am here to notify you to attend on time. Oyuki's fingers whitened as he clenched them. Having lived so long, this was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a commanding tone. Thoughts of retaliation flashed through his mind. Dust released the thousands of troops of Awagakure, the explosive clay squad. But upon meeting Xian's calm gaze, all his ideas seemed ludicrous. What could he use to fight back? Even if Xian stood there motionless, the aura radiating from him could flatten the entire Awagakure village. Oyuki took a deep breath, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. His wrinkled old face was left with nothing but despair. I understand. Oyuki bowed, lowering his head towards the youth. Awagakure will definitely attend on time. He knew that the balance maintained in the ninja world for 1,000 years had come to an end. Xian nodded slightly, his figure fading away in place. Remember, this is not a negotiation. The voice lingered in the wind as Oyuki floated alone in the sky, staring down at the village, immobilized for a long time. In the land of wind, Sanagekure. The sky was filled with yellow sand whipped up by the wind, slapping against the village's domed buildings. The atmosphere in the office of the Kazekage was even more tense than outside. The 4th Kazekage Raza threw a report onto the ground, his brows furrowed tightly. Not only had the intelligence been severed, but the entity in the dungeon had also become increasingly restless. Shikaku's chakra had nearly broken through the seal multiple times, making it more challenging for Gaara to keep watch. As Raza pondered countermeasures, the air in the center of the office shimmered slightly, and Uchiha Gen's figure appeared out of thin air. Who goes there? Maki, standing at the door, immediately drew his kunai. 2 Umbu also leaped down from the shadows of the ceiling, their kunai aimed at Xian's vital points. Raza's pupils constricted sharply as he formed hand seals, sand flowing from the gourd behind him to solidify into a shield before him. Uchiha Gen didn't even glance at the 2 Umbu. A glimmer of light flashed around him, and the 2 Umbu in midair stiffened, foaming at the mouth before crashing heavily against the wall unconscious. Maki's kunai halted 3 feet from Xian, unable to advance any further. The blade shattered inch by inch, the recoil ripping his hand open. Cold sweat dripped down Raza's forehead as he stared fixedly at the black-robed youth before him. Who are you? Breaking into Sanagekure, are you trying to start a war? Raza shouted, more sand pouring forth from beneath the ground, preparing to attack. Xian glanced at the sand, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Sanagekure is truly poor, even the guest reception area has a gritty taste of sand. He walked straight toward the nearby sofa and sat down, showing no regard for Raza's defenses. However, that pet you keep in your village is quite interesting. Pet? Raza was taken aback for a moment, then his heart clenched tightly. The man was referring to Shikaku. Just as Raza was filled with suspicion, Uchiha Gen tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the layers of structures, landing on the dungeon beneath Sanagekure. He did not speak, merely releasing a wisp of aura precisely directed underground. Deep beneath the surface, Shikaku, which had been crashing against the seal, suddenly froze. A wave of aura swept over its soul. Shikaku's previously arrogant face contorted instantly, its fierce demeanor vanishing. It let out a whimper, curling its body tightly into a corner of the seal, its claws clutching its head, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to leak out even a trace of chakra. In the Kazekage's office, a sensory Umbu responsible for monitoring burst into the room, forgetting to knock. Kazekage-sama. Something huge has happened. The Umbu knelt on the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Shikaku. Shikaku's chakra response has suddenly disappeared. The Jinchuriki is now as quiet as a dead person. This statement left Raza's mind blank. The tailed beast, he prided himself on, a monster that even he as Kazekage struggled to suppress, had been scared into retreating by just a glance from the opponent. This was no longer the means of a ninja. Connecting the oddities in the land of rain, a guess sprang up in Raza's mind. He looked at his sand and suddenly felt that it was a joke in front of the other party. Raza took a deep breath, his hands drooping weakly. The sand in the air lost its chakra support, falling to the ground. Raza pushed Maki aside and strode up to Uchiha Gen, deeply bowing. I did not expect your esteemed self to grace us with your presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Sunagakure is willing to follow any orders you have. Xian leaned back on the sofa, showing no reaction to Raza's timely obedience. Your choice is very wise, saving me the effort of taking action. Xian stood up, brushing off his robes. In 5 days, Konoha will hold the highest meeting of the ninja world. Don't be late. As his words fell, the pressure weighing on everyone evaporated instantly. Raza raised his head. The sofa was already empty, with only the sand scattered on the ground proving that the man had been there. His legs went weak, collapsing into a chair as he wiped the cold sweat from his face. Sunagakure had finally been preserved. When Uchiha Gen reappeared in the Konoha command office, the sky outside was just beginning to darken. The desk was piled high with dozens of scrolls. Uchiha Shirsui stood in front of the sand table arranging defenses. Upon seeing Xian, he immediately turned and knelt on one knee, his gaze burning with intensity. Commander, all defense duties have been fully taken over and no one dares to cause trouble at this time. Xian walked behind the desk and casually opened the topmost scroll. Is there any movement from the land of water? Shirsui respectfully replied, Tobirama has just sent someone with a letter of state reiterating that Kirigakure will always submit to Konoha and will set out early to come here. She is a clever woman, knowing how to choose sides at this time. Xian smiled slightly. Mizukichi had long been terrified of him and indeed did not need him to make another trip personally. Send out the orders. Xian tapped the desk and spoke. In the name of the command department, issue a notice to the 5 great nations and all subordinate small nations. In 5 days, a supreme meeting of the ninja world will be held in Konoha. The leaders of the 4 great ninja villages and the daimyos of the 5 great nations must all attend. Shirsui paused slightly while holding the pen. Not only did he need to summon the Kegai, but he also had to call those daimyos over. The commander was about to completely overturn centuries of rules. Yes. What if someone does not come? Shizui's voice trembled slightly. Xian walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the lit Konoha village, the night wind stirring his black robe. If they do not come, Xian gazed outside, speaking blandly. They will be regarded as declaring war. Several eagles soared from above Konoha, vanishing into the heavens, bearing a stern proclamation whose very phrasing brooked no dissent. The scroll bore no Hokage's official seal nor any formal address. At its foot stood only a single name, Uchiha Gen. In the shinobi world today, that name alone embodied absolute, unchallenged will. In the Reikage office at Kumogakure in the land of lightning, the air hung thick with tension. Every senior leader had gathered, their eyes locked grimly upon the proclamation delivered from Konoha. Its words pierced Kumogakure's centuries-old pride like shards of ice. Preposterous, roared an elderly counselor, slamming his fist upon the table and rising to his feet. This is no negotiation, it is a command. What does Uchiha Gen take us for, his subordinates? Exactly. Our Kumo shinobi answer to no outsider's orders. Several hot-headed shinobi immediately echoed the outcry, their faces flushed crimson. Yet the 4th Reikage, seated at the head of the table, remained silent. He stared down at his empty sleeve, his normally fierce and self-assured face now etched with profound exhaustion. Silence, now. Darui growled, gripping the hilt of his broken blade so tightly that veins bulged across his knuckles and bloodshot fury burned in his eyes. You have no idea what stands before you. His voice trembled. Before that man, our vaunted lightning release and taijutsu are not even worthy of He need not lift a finger. The sheer weight of his presence alone would force every one of us to our knees, heads bowed and unable to rise. Instantly, the room fell deathly still. All eyes turned to Darui and then to Mabui, whose pallor mirrored his own. That night they alone had stood face-to-face with Uchiha Gen. That sensation had become their lifelong nightmare. At last, a slowly raised his head, his voice ragged and raw. Prepare for departure. Raikage-sama. One elder stared in disbelief. I said, prepare for departure, repeated, closing his eyes. In 5 days we go to Konoha. Gone was the thunderous authority of the Reikage, only the weary posture of a man compelled to bow. Iwagakure. Anoki passed the proclamation to the council elders. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, among the younger generation, stood tense and grim, fists clenched tight. Father, must we truly obey that man's orders? Where is Iwagakure's dignity? Kuratsuchi burst out. Dignity. Anoki gave a wry hollow laugh, turning away. His small frame cast a shadow heavy with helplessness beneath the lamplight. Remember this, Kuratsuchi, before overwhelming power the weak possess no claim to dignity. He recalled that day aloft in the youth's calm, unblinking gaze. In those eyes he saw no regard for Iwagakure, no reverence for the titled Tsuchikichi. Only the cold, detached stare one reserves for insects. He alone is an army capable of leveling the entire shinobi world. With what then do we resist? Anoki waved a hand, his voice worn thin by age and fatigue. Prepare for departure. The era has changed. The age sustained by cunning and balance has ended. Now begins the age in which strength speaks and strikes with its fists. Kirigakure's atmosphere differed markedly. Meitarumi, the 5th Mizukichi, gazed upon the proclamation, not with anger but with a long quiet sigh of relief. A faint knowing smile curved her lips. She silently thanked fortune that she had not like A or Anoki personally tested that terrifying power. Mizuka-sama, what shall we do? Chojuro asked, voice taut with apprehension. Issue immediate orders, prepare full ceremonial honors for Konoha, Mei replied without hesitation. Understand this, we do not attend a summit, we pay homage to the sovereign of a new era. This Mizukage perceived the shifting tides more clearly than any. Meanwhile in Konoha, the storm's epicenter, the air thrummed with tension, not of chaos, but of austere, unyielding order. Uchiha Shursui himself commanded operations as the Divine Legion assumed full control of Konoha's defenses. Squads of Uchiha clad in black combat gear replaced the former ANBU and village guards patrolling every street and alley. Their expressions were impassive, their gazes razor-sharp. They moved in utter silence, their aura so palpably formidable that even seasoned shinobi and villagers instinctively kept their distance. At the Hyuga compound, Hayashi stood by the window watching the white flame squad patrol below, brow deeply furrowed. Even his Byakugan stung when observing these Uchiha. He perceived within them a higher, purer energy, utterly distinct from chakra. Father, each of them radiates energy equal to a cage-level shinobi, Hinata whispered behind him, her unsteady Byakugan trembling. Hayashi said nothing. Mass-produced cage levels. What manner of army had Uchiha Shien forged? Atop the Hokage monument, Shien stood with hands clasped behind his back, surveying all of Konoha. To him, the impending 5 Kage summit was merely a formality, a notification, not a negotiation. His thoughts already lay beyond it. Itachi. Without turning, Shien spoke softly. A figure materialized soundlessly behind him and dropped to one knee. Commander. Compile comprehensive intelligence on the daimyo system, particularly their ties to the samurai class across the nations and the economic levers they control. Shien's gaze drifted toward the capital of the Land of Fire. I require exhaustive detail. Uchiha Itachi's body tensed slightly, then he bowed his head deeply. Yes, Commander. He understood. The commander's gaze had already transcended the 5 Kage, fixing instead upon the true architects of this world, the daimyo. A reckoning far more total than any shinobi war was about to begin. While the great shinobi powers fixated on Konoha, a hidden current surged unseen. In the Land of Fire, within the daimyo's opulent residence. A lavish chamber echoed with the shatter of porcelain. The fire daimyo's plump face flushed deep purple as he hurled his teacup to the floor. Uchiha Shien. A man who isn't even Hokage, how dare he command the 5 Kage? Where does he place us, the daimyo? He could not abide a figure beyond his control, worse, one who stood above the Hokage itself. Secretly contact the other 4 daimyo, immediately. He snarled at his chief retainer. Tell them the sword called shinobi has grown too sharp, it threatens to turn and slit its master's throat. We must unite, cut off supplies to the villages, and make clear once and for all who rules this land. One by one, sealed missives raced across the nation, not via shinobi, but through trusted non-ninja channels. These pampered parasites still clung to the decrepit laws of a bygone age, believing they could constrain a god-born of the new era. They did not know their final feudal struggle had not even registered in Shien's awareness. On the eve of the 5 Kage summit, Itachi placed a thick dossier, meticulously compiled, before Shien. As Shien leafed through it, records unfolded embezzlement of military funds, decadent indulgence, and ruthless infighting among the daimyo, even during wartime. A cold, mirthless smile flickered across his lips. A swarm of parasites feeding on shinobi blood. Shien closed the scroll. His voice held no warmth, no inflection, only the finality of judgment. It is time they were purged. On the day of the meeting of the 5 shadows, the sky above Konohagakure was overcast. There was no welcoming party at the village entrance, nor were there flags flying, not a hint of festive atmosphere could be felt. The main gate stood wide open, revealing a dark interior. The 4th Raikage AI was the first to arrive. He wore the white ceremonial robe of the Raikage, but the empty sleeves looked somewhat awkward. With a grim expression, he stepped down from the war chariot, his feet landing on the ground of Konohagakure, feeling an unsettling chill from the earth. Following him, Darui and Mabui were visibly tense, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Only a squad of Uchiha police officers came to greet them. The leader of the squad wore a blank expression, bowing slightly to AI. Raikage-sama, please follow me. The meeting venue is ready, he said in a flat tone lacking any trace of Ace fists clenched, producing cracking sounds. As the 4th Raikage, he was accustomed to receiving the highest standard of hospitality in any village, yet today, he was treated so dismissively by a few juniors. But he held back. He still vividly remembered the feeling of helplessness from that night in the office. Not long after, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki also arrived. The old man floated in the air, his aged face drawn long. He looked down at Konohagakure, his murky eyes filled with complex emotions. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi followed behind, both young men wearing expressions of vigilance and resentment. Next came the Mizukage Terumi Mei and the Wind Kage Raza. Terumi Mei wore a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Behind her, Chojuro was so nervous, he didn't know where to place his hands and feet. The weight of the twin swords on his back felt burdensome. Raza remained cold and indifferent, his golden wind kage robe fluttering in the wind. Beside him, Maki had his hand on the scroll at his waist, his eyes darting around with caution. The four kage, once the highest authorities in the ninja world, were now being led by a Uchiha captain, like prisoners, into the village. The road was wide and clean. Yet not a single passerby could be seen on the street, and all the shops were closed. The entire Konohagakure was eerily silent. After walking a few steps, everyone's footsteps suddenly halted. A patrol squad emerged around the corner. They were not dressed in umbu attire, nor were they ordinary ninjas. 10 individuals, all clad in black tight-fitting combat gear with armor emblazoned with the Uchiha fan insignia over it. A wave of pressure washed over them. Darui instantly broke into a sweat. He couldn't forget that pressure. Although it wasn't as terrifying as Uchiha Obito, just one of these patrol members exuded an aura that rendered him immobile. And there were 10 of them. Kuratsuchi found her breath hitching. She instinctively wanted to mobilize her chakra, only to realize her energy was utterly insufficient against these individuals. Her pride shattered in an instant. What? What kind of monsters are these? Kojuro's voice trembled in his eyes. They were not even human, but 10 monsters disguised in human flesh walking down the street. Maki's face went pale. As an elite jonin of Sunagakure, he understood that any one of these individuals could easily take him down. This was not a patrol squad. These were 10 cage-level powerhouses. The expressions of the four kage also shifted. Ace's eyelids twitched incessantly. He finally understood that Uchiha Obito's power was not solely his own. That monster was somehow creating these formidable beings in bulk through methods they could not comprehend. Raza's back was drenched in sweat as he recalled the man in his office who had terrified the One-Tails. Looking at it now, it was not an illusion, but pure overwhelming strength. Terumi Mice's smile stiffened. She felt fortunate for her decision. If Kirigakure dared to resist, they probably wouldn't even be able to stop such a small squad. Anoki stood there trembling slightly. Having lived so long, fought in 3 great ninja wars, and seen countless masters, he had encountered all kinds of bloodline limits. Yet he never imagined that power could still be manufactured in such a way. The patrol squad walked past them without even glancing in their direction. In the eyes of these white flame warriors, what were the kage but mere pebbles by the roadside? Did you see that, Kuratsuchi? Anoki's voice was old and weak, filled with a sense of despair. That person. He is a god in his own right. He is also mass-producing gods. This statement struck each person's heart like a hammer. No one spoke as they continued on their path, encountering several more such patrol squads. Each squad was the same, cold and terrifying. The pressure they exuded was suffocating. The four kage and their guards finally understood that Konohagakure was no longer the same village they once knew. This place had become a divine kingdom, and they were mere mortals come to worship. The meeting venue was on the top floor of what used to be the Hokage building, now transformed into the command center's conference. The room was large and empty. In the center stood a massive black round table, appearing cold and oppressive. Apart from a few chairs, there were no other superfluous items. The walls were pure black with no windows in sight, illuminated only by the harsh white light from the ceiling, which made the atmosphere even colder. The main seat was empty, the center of the room. The remaining 4 positions already bore the nameplates of their respective villages. The Uchiha captain led them to the entrance and left without saying a word. The 4 kage exchanged glances, seeing frustration and helplessness in each other's eyes. They fell silent and took their seats according to the nameplates. Their guards stood behind them like wooden posts. Time passed slowly. The quiet heartbeat in the room could be distinctly heard. Ace's patience was wearing thin, his muscles were tense like a lion about to explode. Anoki had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, but the trembling of his beard indicated that he was far from calm. Raza and Terumi kept surveying the room, trying to glean some insight into Uchiha Obito's intentions. Just as AI was about to slam the table in frustration, the conference room door opened silently. Uchiha Obito walked in slowly. He was not wearing the Hokage cloak nor any special attire, just a simple black robe without a single crease. Behind him were Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. The 3 also wore black combat attire, their auras even more concealed than those of the patrol squad outside. All eyes turned to Uchiha Obito. He appeared to be an ordinary neighborhood boy, with a hint of a friendly smile. Yet it was this person who instilled a tremendous pressure in all the kage present. This pressure made them instinctively feel fear, robbing them of the courage to even meet his gaze. Uchiha Obito ignored the complex expressions of the crowd, walking directly to the vacant main seat. He did not sit immediately, but reached out to gently touch the cold surface of the table. Then he leisurely pulled out the chair and sat down comfortably, leaning back against the chair, his hands crossed in front of him. His movements were slow, yet there was a sense that everything was within his grasp. The moment he sat down, the air in the entire conference room seemed to freeze. The 4 kage felt a weight on their chests, the invisible pressure suddenly intensifying, making it hard for them to breathe. Uchiha Obito raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over each person present. Ace's breathing grew heavier as he forced himself to meet Obito's eyes, but within 2 seconds, he awkwardly averted his gaze. Inoki opened his eyes, his murky pupils filled with resignation. Raza lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Only Terumi managed a strained smile, which looked more like a grimace. Uchiha Obito regarded the Kage, who appeared as timid as quails, without a single pleasantry, nor did he explain why they had to wait so long. He simply spoke in a calm voice, not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. It seems everyone is here. Then let us discuss the future of this world. As Uchiha Gen finished speaking, the tense atmosphere in the conference room immediately dissipated. The future of the future was in his hands. What a bold statement. The fourth Reikage AI lost his patience. He abruptly stood up from his seat, unleashing a surge of lightning chakra. Blue arcs of electricity danced around him, crackling and striking at the conference table. The table buzzed, yet not a single crack appeared. But this overwhelming aura had already made his stance clear. AI glared intensely at Uchiha Gen, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his neck. You wish to discuss the future of the world. What gives you the right? Just because it's your decision alone. His roar echoed in the conference room, filled with resentment. Inoki also wore a grim expression, his murky old eyes squinted into a narrow slit, hands tucked into his sleeves. Uchiha Gen, you have shown great disrespect towards us old-timers. The system of the 5 great shinobi villages was personally established by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, maintaining the balance of the ninja world for nearly a century. You expect to just discard it with a single sentence. You aim to destroy our legacy built over hundreds of years. The old man invoked the names of the first Hokage and Madara, trying to use history to intimidate. But he had misjudged his target. Uchiha Gen didn't even glance at them. He merely snapped his fingers. Shursui. Yes, Commander. Uchiha Shursui emerged from behind Gen, carrying 4 scrolls. His steps were light, yet each one sent a thrill of unease through the room. Shursui expressionlessly walked to the table, placing the 4 scrolls in front of each of the 4 Kages. What is this? Tsunade looked at the scrolls, forcing a smile. Blueprints for the future of the ninja world. Shizui's voice revealed nothing. AI stared intently at the scrolls before him, his empty sleeves trembling slightly. Darui, standing behind him, understood and stepped forward to unfold the scrolls. Rashi and Tsunade exchanged glances and slowly unrolled their scrolls. In the next moment, both of their pupils constricted. Darui turned pale. Inoki furrowed his brow and finally opened the scroll. Upon seeing the words written in ink, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. The title of the scroll was simple: Ninja World Unification Treaty. The contents were even simpler. The first clause: from this day forth, abolish the hidden village system of the 5 great nations. The second clause: all ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages will be reorganized into a unified ninja world allied forces. The supreme commander shall be Uchiha Gen. The third clause: the title of Kage will be abolished. The former Kages will be appointed as commanders of the first army of each region under the ninja world allied forces, reporting directly to the supreme commander. The fourth clause: all ninjutsu secret techniques, forbidden techniques, and materials regarding bloodline limits from all ninja villages must be surrendered to the commander's office for unified management and distribution. Each clause hit the faces of the 4 Kages like a whip, leaving them dizzy. This was not a blueprint. This was annexation, outright theft. You scoundrel. AI could no longer contain himself. He roared, unleashing his lightning chakra, obliterating the scroll before him into a storm of black ash. His chest heaved as he gasped for air. Uchiha Gen, you intend to annex the entire ninja world. In our cloud village, from the 80-year-old elder to the 3-year-old child, not one is a coward. We will never follow the orders of an outsider nor become your private army. Inoki's body trembled, his hands crushing the scroll, his old face flushed red. What do you take us Kages for? Your subordinates. What do you think our village's hundreds of years of heritage is worth? Just trash to be thrown away. Darui, Akatsuchi, and Maki, the guards, drew their weapons, nervously staring at Uchiha Gen. Although they knew charging forward would mean death, as guards of the Kages, they could not retreat. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became extremely tense, as if blood were about to be shed in the next moment. Faced with the intense reactions of the two and the blades pointed at him, Uchiha Gen's expression remained unchanged. He even lifted the teacup beside him, gently blowing at the steam. Are you done talking? He took a sip of tea and leisurely raised his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over AI and Inoki as if he were looking at 2 squabbling children. First, let's be clear. You are not my subordinates, you do not have that qualification. He set the teacup down with a soft clink. The title of commander is merely a convenience for me to give orders. Secondly, I am not here to negotiate with you, I am here to inform you of the outcome. Gen leaned slightly forward, a tremendous pressure instantly enveloping the entire conference room. A faint blue arc flashed deep within his black pupils. Crack, the black round table in the conference room suddenly split down the middle. Thud. Thud. Darui, Akatsuchi, Chijiro, and Maki, the 4 guards, collapsed to the ground without a sound, their eyes rolling back as they were overwhelmed by this pressure. The bodies of the four Kages sank heavily, feeling as if an invisible mountain pressed down on them. Ai and Akatsuchi's kneecaps creaked, both let out a muffled groan, their legs giving way as they knelt down. Their knees struck the hard floor, creating shallow dents. Rashi and Tsunade remained seated, but their faces were as pale as paper, their bodies trembling violently. Do not forget the reason you are able to sit here now is because I allow you to. Xian's voice was not loud, yet it exploded in everyone's ears. The reason your villages still exist is that I have no interest in personally erasing them from the map. My patience is limited, do not keep challenging it. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the heavy breathing of a few individuals. Ai and Akatsuchi, kneeling on the ground, lost the last glimmer of defiance in their eyes. In the face of absolute power, all unwillingness and dignity seemed ludicrous. In this suffocating silence, a calm voice broke through. Sunagakure agrees. The one speaking was Rashi. He lowered his head and no one could see his expression, but his signature on the treaty showed no hesitation. Next, Tsunade also picked up a pen and signed her name on the scroll. She lifted her head and smiled at Xian, though her smile was somewhat bitter. Kirigakure has no objections. The declarations from these two struck hard at Ai and Anoki's faces, isolating them in an instant. Ai trembled all over, his severed arm seemed to throb again, and his lightning chakra surged uncontrollably across his body. He was unwilling to let the legacy of hundreds of years of the Cloud Village be destroyed in his hands. Clutching at a final straw, he raised his head and roared at Xian, even if we agree the daimyos will never consent. The military funding for the ninja villages, the economy of the nation, all lie in their hands. Without their support, how will you sustain the ninjas of the entire ninja world? Your allied forces will not last a single day. Anoki seemed to recall something, his eyes brightening as he followed up. Exactly. The order of the ninja world exists because of the daimyos and the ninja villages working together. To break it is to go against the rules of the entire world. They placed their last hope on those high and mighty daimyos. Hearing the words daimyos, a smile appeared more pronounced on Uchiha Gen's lips. He looked at Ai, who was kneeling, and Anoki, who was slumped on the table, his eyes filled with pity and mockery, as if he were looking at two fools. Daimyos. He leaned back in his chair, leisurely adjusting his sleeve. Xian's voice carried a hint of amusement. Hearing the words daimyo, Ai and Haida perked up. That's right. Daimyo. Ai knelt on the ground, suddenly raising his head, his expression somewhat twisted. The order of the ninja world coexists with the daimyo and the ninja villages. If you want to overthrow it, you are going against the rules of the entire world. Daimyo also leaned on the table, panting heavily, his murky old eyes shining for a moment. Uchiha Gen, you are indeed very strong, stronger than a human. However, ninjas do not appear out of thin air, and ninja villages do not operate like money falling from the sky. The old man's voice was hoarse but sharp. Military expenses, supplies, and mission commissions are all in the hands of the daimyo. Offending them is equivalent to cutting off the livelihood of all ninjas. He thought he had grasped Uchiha Gen's weakness. A brute who only knows how to kill cannot possibly understand how politics and economics work. Uchiha Gen's reaction, however, left both of them stunned. Xian leaned against the back of the chair, a smirk on his lips, and surprisingly began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The applause echoed in the silent conference room, somewhat jarring. Well said, truly excellent. Xian looked at them, his eyes filled with the demeanor of one watching a comedy. Coexistence. System. Rules. He leaned forward as if he had heard something amusing, resting his elbows on the table, his handsome face coming closer. Old man, let me ask you, who initiated the third great ninja war? Daimo's lips moved, but he said nothing. For a piece of barren land, for a ridiculous mine, or even just because some daimyo had an ominous dream one night. Xian's voice was very flat, each word piercing the hearts of those present. And then, we ninjas were sent out like dogs, tearing each other apart, blood flowing like rivers. Parents died on the battlefield, leaving orphans. Brothers died on the battlefield, leaving siblings. In every village whose home doesn't have a few black and white memorial photos. We sacrificed our lives for so-called victory. Those daimyo hiding in safe places raised their cups, celebrating the additional territory they acquired and how much more tax they could collect. They treated our sacrifices as military achievements and our blood as conversation fodder at their banquet tables. Then they tossed us a bit of reward money, like dismissing beggars expecting our gratitude. Xian paused, scanning everyone present. This is not coexistence, old man. This is parasitism. They are parasites sucking blood from the great body of ninjas, each one fat and gluttonous. And you, maintaining this ridiculous system for hundreds of years, still feel proud thinking this is the truth of the world. Daimo's face flushed red and pale. Ace's breathing became heavy. He wanted to refute, but found himself unable to speak a single word. What Uchiha Gen said was all fact. They, the Kage, could not possibly be unaware. But for the survival of their villages, they could only bow to the daimyo and execute those absurd orders. You. Daimo's lips trembled. You are using fallacies. Fallacies. Xian chuckled coldly and tilted his head towards Uchiha Itachi behind him. Itachi understood his meaning and, without saying a word, stepped forward, slamming a thick stack of scrolls and account books onto the conference table. This is the secret account book of the daimyo of the Land of Fire for nearly a decade. Xian pointed at the pile. He took military funds from the treasury under the pretense of supporting the front lines, with 70% going into his own pocket. Used to build palaces and support over 100 wives. With the remaining 30% of military funds, he simultaneously supported Konoha while secretly backing the rogue ninjas of Grass and Rain, inciting friction at the borders. The goal is to deplete Konoha's strength, allowing him to remain securely as daimyo. Oh, by the way, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen could embezzle the 4th Hokage's inheritance and mistreat the hero's son. This was also tacitly approved by this daimyo behind the scenes, because a too powerful Hokage does not align with his interests. Not just the Land of Fire. Xian's gaze turned to Ai and Rasha. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning loves rare and exotic beasts. How many ninjas do Yunin send each year to capture them? How many people have died? The Land of Wind suffers from prolonged drought, and its people are nearly starving, while your daimyo of the Land of Wind is using gold to build himself a toilet. Rasha is part of your magnetic release, sand used to contribute to his toilet. Rasha's face turned pale. Ai clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. These matters were secrets within their respective villages, and also shames they were unwilling to mention. Now, however, they were laid bare by Uchiha Gen so easily before everyone. In their eyes, we powerful ninjas are not humans at all, just more useful tools, more obedient dogs. Their so-called support is merely to send us to bite other dogs. When we grow old, lose our teeth, or disobey, they will unhesitatingly slaughter us and replace us with new ones. Xian's voice echoed in the quiet conference room, each word like a hammer shattering the last bit of fantasy in the hearts of the 4 Kage. They had always known the world was dirty, but they chose to compromise to integrate. The young man before them, however, chose the most direct and violent method, flipping the table. Even if what you said is true. After all, they hold the economic lifeblood of the country. They control the food and resources. If you kill them, the entire country will descend into chaos. Thousands upon thousands of civilians will be displaced and starve. Do you want the whole world to be buried for your... He tried to use righteousness and morality to pressure Xian. Hearing this, Uchiha Xian's expression finally turned cold. He slowly stood up, the chair sliding back and making a scraping sound. Chaos. He walked step by step to the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the orderly Konoha village that had been taken over by the Divine Army. With me here, this world cannot descend into chaos. His tone was calm yet carried an undeniable strength. He turned around, his black eyes devoid of any emotion, only coldness remaining. He said one sentence to the 4 Kage, who were filled with confusion and fear. It seems that you won't be at ease until these trash are cleaned out. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Xian's figure vanished before everyone's eyes. There were no hand seals, no fluctuations of space-time ninjutsu, not even a ripple in the air. He simply disappeared. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Ai and Haita kneeling on the ground, and Rasha and Terumi, Mei sitting in chairs, all widened their eyes, mouths agape, unable to speak. Their minds were blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Where did he go? What does he intend to do? What does "he'll be back soon" mean? After a long time, the silent guard behind Terumi, Mei-Ching, finally used his transplanted Byakugan to scan the entire room with uncertainty, murmuring with a dry voice. Where is he? Where did he go? No one could answer him. Ai raised his head, looking around, attempting to find any trace of distorted space. This room was like an absolutely sealed iron box where nothing could leave silently. What does "I'll be right back" mean? The voice of Luo Sha trembled slightly. Arrogant fool. Ai gritted his teeth, struggling to rise from the ground, the sharp pain in his knee causing his facial muscles to twitch. Who does he think he is? A god. Does he think he can fly to the daimyo's mansion thousands of miles away? Although he said this, Ai's heart was filled with uncertainty. The shock brought by Uchiha Xian had shattered their common sense time and again. Anoki leaned on the table, his murky old eyes flickering unpredictably. He was thinking frantically, trying to comprehend this ability that surpassed the realm of ninjutsu. What could it be? Is it a higher-level space-time ninjutsu than the Flying Thunder God technique? Or some unknown bloodline limit? Time passed by second. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling to the point of madness. Every second felt as long as a century. In the Land of Fire, in the capital, the daimyo's mansion. Within the luxurious sleeping quarters, fragrant smoke lingered. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, a middle-aged man so fat he looked greasy, was embracing 2 beautiful maidens, admiring the performance of the dancers below. A bunch of ninjas who don't know their place. The daimyo raised his golden cup and took a sip of fine wine, his face full of disdain. Do they really think they are the masters of this country? Just wait until I unite with other daimyos to cut off your military funding and see how arrogant you can still be. The samurai leader beside him bowed and said, Your Excellency, you are wise. These ninjas are just our dogs, it's time to let them understand their identity. The daimyo nodded in satisfaction, preparing to take another sip. Suddenly, he felt the temperature in the entire room drop sharply. The sounds of singing and dancing, the sounds of silk and bamboo all vanished. He realized he could not move. The two maidens nestled in his arms had their smiles frozen as if the pause button had been pressed. The dancers and musicians below also remained motionless, frozen in various poses. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. A black figure appeared before the daimyo without warning. It was Uchiha Gen. The daimyo's eyes spun wildly, filled with utmost terror. He wanted to scream to call for protection, but he couldn't even move a finger. Xian's gaze was calm as if he were looking at an inanimate object. He extended his hand and casually removed the crown from the daimyo's head, a symbol of the highest secular power of the Land of Fire. The gems embedded in the crown sparkled under the light. Your era has come to an end. Xian's voice echoed directly in the daimyo's mind. As the words fell, his figure vanished. The force that had frozen everything in the room disappeared along with him. The daimyo let out a scream that was more beast than human, his corpulent body rolling off the soft couch, collapsing onto the ground. A foul liquid spread from beneath his luxurious trousers. His pants were wet. At nearly the same time, in the Land of Lightning at the daimyo's mansion, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was discussing matters with several samurai ministers, deliberating on how to respond to potential changes in the Hidden Cloud Village. That guy AI is becoming increasingly disobedient. We must find a way to weaken his power. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared before him. Xian wasted no words, directly ignoring the samurai around him who were instantly drawing their swords, but found themselves frozen in place. He stepped forward and took down the sword from the wall, a sword that had symbolized the power of the Land of Lightning for hundreds of years. The figure vanished, leaving behind a room full of astonished samurai who could not move. In the Land of Earth, the daimyo was lying in the courtyard, enjoying a massage from a maid shaking a luxurious gilded fan in his hand. Xian's figure appeared and took the fan from his hand. The daimyo only felt his hand empty, and before he could react, the figure in front of him vanished. In the Land of Water, the daimyo was admiring a newly acquired jade rui. Xian appeared and took the jade rui away. In the Land of Wind, the daimyo was leaning on his golden scepter, reprimanding his servants. Xian appeared and took the scepter away. In less than a minute, Uchiha Gen's figure descended like an agent of divine punishment upon the power centers of the 5 great nations. In the blink of an eye, he took away the symbolic items of power that the 5 daimyos cherished like their lives. And in each of their minds, he left behind the same message. From this day forth, all military and governmental power shall be transferred to the command of the Ninja Alliance Army. In Konoha, in the command meeting room. It's been a minute. Anoki glanced at the wall clock, his voice hoarse as he spoke. He hasn't returned. Perhaps he is just trying to play tricks. AI snorted coldly. Maybe he knows he's in the wrong and is looking for an excuse to slip away. I don't believe he can really. His words choked in his throat. A subtle, almost imperceptible ripple appeared in the air of the conference room once again. Uchiha Gen's figure appeared out of thin air, returning to the position he had previously occupied. His expression showed no change, as if he had simply taken a stroll. You came back. Terumi Mai's voice trembled slightly. Xian did not answer her. He simply raised his hand and waved it casually. Clang. A crisp and jarring sound of metal clashing with jade reverberated throughout the deathly silent conference room. 5 items were casually thrown onto the enormous black round table by him. One was the crown of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. One was the sword of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. One was the gilded fan of the daimyo of the Land of Earth. One was the jade rui of the daimyo of the Land of Water. And the last was the golden scepter of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. These 5 items were all too familiar to everyone present. They frequently appeared in various celebrations and announcements, serving as the highest symbols of secular power in the 5 great nations. Now they were piled on the conference table like a heap of garbage. All those in the conference room stared blankly at the 5 items on the table, their minds going blank. Ace's eyes were wide as saucers, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, yet he couldn't make a sound. He fixated on the familiar sword, the national treasure he polished for the daimyo every year. Anoki's murky old eyes fixated on the fan, his body trembling like chaff. The strategies and political maneuvers he had been so proud of became a joke at that moment. Luo Sha and Terumi Mai's faces drained of color, leaving behind endless shock. They finally understood what kind of existence they were facing. This is not a ninja. This is not a human. This is a god. A god who speaks only through facts and does not negotiate. Uchiha Gen strolled back to his main seat. He picked up the already cold tea in front of him and took a gentle sip. Then he raised his head and looked at the 4 shadows who had been completely petrified, as if their souls had been extracted, and spoke lightly. That voice was like the final judgment. Now, does anyone have any objections? In the entire conference room, only the heavy breathing of 4 figures could be heard. The 4th Reikage AI stared intently at the familiar blade on the table, his body trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. That was the national treasure of the Land of Thunder, inherited for 300 years. Every generation of Reikage would personally polish the blade for the daimyo, pledging loyalty. Now this blade, which symbolized the spirit of Bushido in the Land of Thunder, was discarded here like garbage. And the person who brought it here took only a minute. 1 minute. From Konoha to Kumogakure and back to the other 4 great nations a round trip. What was Ace's proud speed compared to this? A joke. What was his proud power? An even more ridiculous joke. He didn't even have the qualifications to save the daimyo. No, he didn't even have the qualification to react. Ace's beliefs were thoroughly shattered at this moment. He thought of his father, the third Raikage, the man who could withstand the tailed beast bomb. If his father were alive, what would he do in the face of such a monster? AI didn't know. All he knew was that he had lost to the point of being left with nothing. Not just him, but the entire Kumogakure, the entire shinobi world had lost. Their proud ninjutsu bloodline limits and the battle system built over hundreds of years were as fragile as a piece of paper before this unreasonable youth. Sachikage Inoki's murky old eyes suddenly shed 2 lines of clear tears. He made no sound, only cried silently. Behind him Akatsuchi watched the scene, his heart twisted in pain, yet he could not utter a word. She knew that her grandfather was not crying for Wagakure nor for the power he was about to lose. He was crying for an era. An era that began with the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, maintained for nearly 100 years by countless shinobi with their blood and lives. Today this era was hastily brought to an end by one person in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. They were actually in conflict with such an existence. How foolish. How laughable. Inoki remembered when he was young learning dust release from the second Sachikage, Lord Mu. At that time he thought that mastering this ninjutsu, which surpassed bloodline limits, meant standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Now he understood that the so-called pinnacle was merely a step beneath someone else's feet. He trembled, extending his age-worn hand to pick up the brush in front of him. The brush tip felt heavy as if it bore the weight of a mountain. He looked at the Shinobi World Unification Treaty, before him every word proclaiming the death of the old era. Inoki closed his eyes and meticulously wrote his name on the scroll belonging to the land of Earth. Inoki. After writing these 2 characters he felt as if all his strength had been drained, his entire being slumping down on the table motionless. Inoki's action was like knocking over the first domino. AI watched the scene and the last glimmer of struggle in his eyes was extinguished. He dejectedly sat back down in his chair, picking up the brush. He no longer looked at the contents of the scroll, for that would drive him mad. He merely mechanically, with all his remaining strength, scrawled his name on the paper. After signing, he slammed the brush down on the table, producing a crisp sound, as if venting his final unwillingness. Next was Razuk. He had long accepted his fate, picked up the brush, and quickly signed his name. Terumi looked at the 3 men and smiled bitterly. She also picked up the brush and signed her name on the scroll belonging to the land of water. For scrolls. For signed decrees. They were neatly arranged on the table. Uchiha Shursui stepped forward, collecting the 4 scrolls one by one, and respectfully presented them to Uchiha Gen. Gen didn't even look at the scrolls. As if they were merely 4 insignificant documents. He slowly stood up, hands in his pockets, and walked step by step to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the orderly Konoha as if surveying the entire shinobi world. From today onwards this land will have only one master. From today there will be no more land of fire, land of wind, land of water, land of thunder, or land of earth. Gen's voice echoed in the spacious conference room, not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears as if carrying the weight of some kind of law. War, hatred, division. All these ridiculous things come to an end here. In this world there is only one voice, and that is my voice. My will is the only order in this world. His words carried no fervor or excitement, only an inherent, as if he were not announcing the arrival of a new era but merely stating a fact that had long been predetermined. This calmness was more terrifying than any roar. Inoki, Razuk, and Terumi, may 4 mighty shadows, now resembled 4 prisoners awaiting judgment, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. They knew that their era had come to a complete end. They didn't even have the qualifications to become part of history, only to be seen as a trivial stepping stone before the dawn of a new era. Gen turned around, his black eyes scanning the 4 disheartened former shadows. He issued his first command as the supreme leader of the shinobi world. Return and reorganize your troops. Confiscate all resistance forces and deal with those disobedient nobles and warriors. In 1 month, I want to review the newly formed Shinobi World United Army in the Land of Iron. I do not wish to see any undesired individuals nor hear any unwanted voices. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Do you understand? Yes. The 4 replied weakly in unison. Very well. Gen nodded, seemingly satisfied with their attitude. Itachi Shursui see them out. With that he ignored these individuals and turned to leave the conference room. He had more important matters to attend to. The unification of the shinobi world was merely a beginning. The true enemy, those hiding behind the moon, were still waiting for him. As Uchiha Gen departed, the suffocating pressure that had enveloped the conference room gradually dissipated. Ai and Akatsuchi climbed to their feet, the sharp pain in their knees causing them to grimace, but what concerned them more was the emptiness in their hearts. Razuk and Terumi may also stood up, their faces filled with numbness. The fallen Darui and others slowly awakened, staring blankly at their leader, confused about what had just happened. Let's go. Ace's voice was hoarse as he turned first, walking towards the door, his back exuding an indescribable desolation. Anoki was supported by Akatsuchi and Razuk, unsteadily trailing behind. Razuk and Terumi may, along with their respective guards, silently left this place that had instilled in them a sense of shame and fear they would never forget. As they exited the command building and caught sight of Konoha's sky once again, they felt as though they had returned from a different world. On the streets, the Uchiha patrols in black combat uniforms continued to execute their tasks with indifference. They did not even lift their eyelids upon seeing the four shadows emerge. In their eyes, these individuals were no longer the lofty shadows, but merely four defeated generals under the command of the leader. The four squads parted ways at the village entrance, each embarking on their journey back to their respective villages. What they would bring back was news that would overturn the entire shinobi world. A new era had forcibly begun today in the most overbearing manner. In the commander's office, Uchiha Gen sat back on his main seat. The entire ninja world had submitted, yet there was little expression on his face. Unifying the ninja world was merely the first step meant to make room for the real enemy. Quan, notify the medical department. Have them prepared to receive medical ninjutsu data from various villages and quickly integrate a new battlefield rescue method. Yes, Lord Xian. Uchiha Quan looked at Xian, her eyes shining. She understood that Xian was undertaking something unprecedented. Shursui, at your service. Uchiha Shursui knelt on one knee, his posture standard. From today, establish the command department. You will serve as the director of intelligence, gathering the entire ninja world's intelligence network into your hands. I want to know of any movements in this land at the first moment. Also, oversee the reorganization of each village. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed immediately. Understood. Shizui's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable aura of killing intent. Itachi. Commander. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, his expression serious. The original forces of Konoha will be reorganized into the First Legion of the Ninja Alliance, and you will be the Legion commander. The task is to familiarize the troops with the new command system as quickly as possible. After finishing, Uchiha Gen took out a small booklet from his drawer. He had spent the entire night obtaining it from the system. The novice package provided by the system included the original version of basic applications of chi. That item was powerful, but it demanded too high a will and talent from individuals. Even the elites of the Uchiha clan had to fight for their lives in the gravity chamber just to grasp the basics. It was impossible to have all ninjas learn it. Therefore, Uchiha Gen deleted the profound contents regarding spirit, will, and emotional outbursts from the original version. He retained only the simple methods for energy perception and physical training. The chi cultivated in this manner would possess only about 1/10 of the power of the elite version. However, the advantage was its low threshold. As long as one was a ninja willing to dedicate time to practice, they could succeed. What Uchiha Gen desired was not a few unreplicable, godly legions, but rather a large number of soldiers capable of crushing the ninjas of the old era. That would be enough. He handed the booklet to Itachi. This is a simplified version of the basic cultivation method for chi. Find some people in the First Legion to promote it. I need an army that can keep up with my pace, not a bunch of useless fools who can only play with chakra. Itachi extended his hands, carefully receiving the booklet, his fingers trembling. He was well aware of the significance of this booklet. Even in its simplified form, it was enough to change the power structure of the entire ninja world. To popularize something like this within the army, such determination. It was hardly a decision that seemed humanly possible, but rather akin to the hand of a deity. I will never disgrace the mission. Itachi lowered his head deeply, his reverence for Gen reaching an entirely new height. With everything assigned, the others gradually retreated. The office was empty, leaving Uchiha Gen alone. The night had grown deep. Once it quieted down, the long silent system notification finally appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the phased main quest, Unity of the Ninja World. Quest description: with absolute force end the old era of division among the 5 great nations and establish a singular supreme rule over the entire ninja world. Quest rating S. The host has reshaped the world structure with an efficiency far exceeding expectations in the shortest time. Quest rewards currently being calculated. Reshaping world structure, detecting new threats. Warning. New threats are awakening, please prepare, host. Hearing the series of notifications from the system, Xian's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated it all along. He stood up, and in a flash, he was already atop Hokage Rock. He stood on the face of the first Hokage, looking down at the brightly lit Konoha village below. The night wind rustled his black cloak, and moonlight fell upon him. He raised his head to gaze at the moon, which appeared unusually large. Ever since he broke through Super Saiyan 2 in Rain Village, he had vaguely felt an energy emanating from the moon. Now that he had unified the ninja world, that feeling was much clearer. The energy resembled chakra, but felt older and colder. Show yourself, Xian said softly. The Sharingan in his left eye began to rotate, the six-pointed star pattern flashing with red light. Insight. In an instant it felt as if his vision pierced through space. The 38,000 kilometers between Earth and the moon was being drawn closer under his ocular power. The craters on the moon's surface grew larger and clearer in his eyes. His gaze penetrated the surface of the moon directly into its interior. He soon saw it. On the dark side of the moon, suspended in a space that should not exist, were bizarre structures. They resembled palaces from some ancient civilization. Deep within the largest palace, Xian sensed a massive source of chakra that was currently asleep. The scale of that energy surpassed even that of the outer path golem from Rain Village. But Xian's attention was not on that chakra source. His gaze fell upon the throne of that palace, where it was a person dressed in a white robe with a cloth covering his eyes. His aura was weak, yet the essence of his bloodline was very pure. It bore a resemblance to Otsutsuki Kagaya's aura, but unlike Kagaya, it was not mixed with the power of the divine tree and the 10 tails. This was a more primitive Otsutsuki bloodline. So, this is where you're hiding. Xian retracted his gaze, and the kaleidoscope in his left eye returned to ordinary black. His expression darkened. The real enemy had arrived. Those who treated humans as livestock and planets as orchards, the gods, had always been hiding on the moon. Everyone can see the moon, yet no one has ever thought about what might be up there. They looked down coldly upon everything happening on this planet. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth, revealing a cold smile. He murmured to himself as if speaking to the people on the moon, but also to himself. Otsutsuki, wait for me. I will soon ascend and personally visit you. His voice was scattered by the night wind, yet that killing intent seemed to solidify in the air. At that moment, in the depths of the distant moon within the palace that had been silent for thousands of years, the white-robed youth Otsutsuki Shuren, whose eyes were covered in cloth, and who had been sleeping for a long time, suddenly stirred. It was as if in his long slumber, he had sensed a gaze coming from the blue planet. That gaze filled him with Xian stood on the Hokage rock gazing at the moon in the sky as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his left eye gradually ceased its rotation. The scene from 380,000 kilometers away vanished from his mind. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Xian's mouth as he withdrew his gaze and snapped his fingers with his right hand. He vanished instantly. The night wind of Konoha blew past, leaving Hokage Rock desolate. In the Iron Country fortress, heavy snow was whipped by the cold wind, crashing down violently onto the ground. On the vast training field stood 100,000 ninjas from the original 5 great shinobi villages. Everyone had removed their previous forehead protectors and donned the unified black battle uniforms of the coalition army. The supply distribution point at the edge of the formation had descended into chaos. Huang Tu from the Iwagakure had a pale face, his hands gripping Darui's collar from the Kumogakure tightly, with veins bulging on the back of his hands. Huang Tu felt that the people from the Yagakure were deliberately provoking them by distributing moldy rations and spoiled medicine to his brothers from the Iwagakure. Darui gripped the handle of his blade, drawing it halfway, the blade reflecting white light in the snow. Dozens of Iwagakure and Yagakure ninjas nearby immediately surrounded them, gritting their teeth, hands reaching for their ninja tool pouches at their waists. Centuries of enmity could not be erased with a mere treaty. Looking for death. Huang Tu roared, his fist glowing with earthy-colored chakra, enveloped in a thick layer of rock, as he smashed it toward Darui's face. Darui also drew his long blade, lightning flashing along the edge, refusing to back down as he charged at Huang Tu. The two were about to collide. A figure clad in a black robe appeared out of thin air between them. Uchiha Itachi stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze indifferent, not even glancing at the two. A blinding white aura erupted from Itachi's body. The fierce airflow instantly transformed into tangible pressure, pushing away all the surrounding snowflakes and violently crashing down onto the ground within a radius of several meters. Bang! The earth release on Huang Tu's fist shattered instantly, along with the rock armor on his arm exploding into dust. The immense force pressed him to his knees, the sound of his kneecap cracking echoing painfully. Darui fared worse. The ninja blade in his hand was snapped into 3 pieces, and his body uncontrollably fell into the snow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The dozens of old era ninjas around ready to intervene all felt as if their chests had been struck by a heavy hammer, collapsing to their knees, struggling to even breathe. The previously noisy training field fell silent in an instant. Thousands of terrified gazes converged. Itachi slowly turned his head, his eyes sweeping over the trembling crowd on their knees. The rules of the coalition army are simple obedience only. Itachi's voice pierced through the wind and snow, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The grievances of the old era are dead. Now you have only one life, dictated by the commander. If you dare to engage in private battles again, you will be thrown directly into the incinerator. Huang Tu gasped for breath on the ground, his face filled with shock. His best earth release shattered before that white aura, not even lasting a second. Darui gritted his teeth, burying his face in the snow, lacking even the courage to look up. Itachi retracted the white aura and turned to walk towards the command tent, leaving behind a group of completely dumbfounded old era ninjas. They stared at Itachi's retreating figure, finally realizing that the basic training manual issued was not an ordinary physical technique, but an absolute power far surpassing chakra. Inside the medical tent at the corner of the training field, the stench of blood was pungent. Terumi, clad in a black uniform, stood before a hospital bed, her brow tightly furrowed. Lying on the bed was a member of the Umbu from the Kirigakure. During the recent high-gravity adaptation training, he had failed to control his strength and had 8 ribs broken by 10 times the gravitational force, with bone fragments piercing into his lungs and near his heart. 3 senior medical ninjas from the old era were sweating profusely, their hands glowing with green medical chakra, desperately pressing against the injured man's chest. But the green light was growing weaker. The patient's breathing was visibly fading, continuously bubbling blood from an old medical ninja sighed, withdrawing his hands in despair, shaking his head, repeatedly stating that the internal injury was too severe to recover. Terumi bit her lip, a wave of despair washing over her. She thought this was the coalition's deliberate attempt to exhaust her people from the Kirigakure with that terrifying gravity chamber. Suddenly, the tent flaps were flung open. Uchiha Izumi rushed in quickly, bringing in a gust of cold wind, and strode to the bedside, forcefully pushing aside the old medical ninja. Terumi was about to speak to stop him. Izumi's hands were already pressing against the injured man's bloodied chest. There were no hand seals nor any fluctuations of chakra extraction. A blinding white light erupted from Izumi's palms, enveloping the entire upper body of the patient in an instant, filled with pure life energy. Terumi's eyes widened in disbelief, her body frozen in place. Under the illumination of the white light, the patient's sunken chest began to rise visibly. Crack, crack, crack. The broken ribs automatically reconnected beneath the muscles, producing a crisp sound. Bone fragments that had pierced the lung were forcibly expelled. The ruptured internal organs healed rapidly, with even the surface flesh that had turned inside out regrowing new tissue within seconds, directly scabbing over and revealing smooth skin beneath. In less than 10 seconds, the patient suddenly opened his eyes wide, took a deep breath, and threw off the covers, sitting up from the bed. He touched his chest, his face full of disbelief, his complexion healthier than before his injury, as he jumped off the bed and took. The 3 medical ninjas around were so frightened that they plopped down to the ground, staring at Uchiha Izumi with their mouths agape, forgetting to close them. Terumi stood frozen, her mind buzzing. This was not medical ninjutsu at all, it was forcibly creating life. There was no need to understand human anatomy nor to meticulously control chakra. As long as this white energy was infused, even those near death could be pulled back from the brink instantly. Terumi swallowed hard, lowering her head, her pride as the Mizukage completely shattered. She knew that the so-called 5 great nations were truly just a group of barbarians who hadn't even touched the threshold before Uchiha. At the highest point of the Iron Country fortress, in the command tent, Uchiha Gen leaned back in a wide black throne, legs crossed, eyes closed in meditation. The sounds of wind and snow outside the tent were completely blocked by an invisible shield. Uchiha Shursui walked in, bringing a gust of cold air, and quickly approached the throne, kneeling heavily on one knee. Commander, the purge operation has concluded. Shursui held up a bloodstained scroll, high, his voice carrying a murderous intent. The remaining nobles from the Fire Country and Earth Country have allied with 300 wandering warriors attempting to ambush our supply convoy at the border. Xian didn't even open his eyes, merely turning his neck slightly. Was it dealt with? The Umbu's first squad was dispatched, all 300 were beheaded. The nobles' residences and everyone inside were burned to the ground. This is the list of the traitors. Xian didn't reach for the scroll, leaning back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the throne. Hang the 300 heads on the border's horse-stopping stakes. I want the 100,000 troops to see them clearly during their daily. Xian opened his eyes, his black pupils filled with cold, killing intent. The trash of the old era can be swept into the grave, there's no need to remember names. Shursui immediately lowered his head in acceptance, his eyes filled with fervor. Shursui stood up and exited. The tent flaps were lifted once more. The former Reikage A and the former Tsuchikage Anoki walked in. The two no longer possessed their former imposing demeanor, dressed in ordinary black uniforms, looking like 2 regular old soldiers. Approaching the throne, A and Anoki exchanged glances, both bending down in unison to bow 90 degrees. Anoki hoarsely called out, "Commander." A stepped forward, carefully placing a statistical report on the desk in front of Xian. The basic application manuals have been distributed to the entire army. After these days of training, approximately 30% of the 100,000 have begun to sense Qi, able to form a very weak protective layer on their bodies. A lowered his head, not daring to look Xian in the eye. However, the remaining 70% have grown accustomed to refining chakra, and their meridians find it difficult to adapt to this energy in such a short time. Forcing training may even cause damage to their meridians, completely halting progress. Xian let out a cold laugh. This unabashed mockery echoed in the tent, causing A and Anoki to tremble, feeling a chill in their bones. Xian stood up, descended the steps, and approached the two step by step. A heavy sense of pressure descended instantly. Anoki felt as if his neck was being tightly gripped by iron pincers, making it hard to breathe. Felt an even greater chill down his back, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the carpet. Difficult to adapt. Xian looked down at them, his gaze sweeping over their heads. Tell the people below that after a month anyone who can't even ignite the white aura will have their hands and feet severed and thrown into the mines to dig stones. The coalition army does not support useless people. Inoki suddenly raised his head, wanting to argue for his subordinates, but upon seeing Xian's emotionless eyes, the words got stuck in his throat. Don't mistake my mercy for an excuse to be lazy. Xian turned back to the throne, sitting down once more. If these 100,000 useless people can't metamorphose quickly when the things in the sky come down, they won't even have the qualification to be cannon fodder. And Inoki stood frozen in place, shock and confusion filling their eyes. They could not comprehend what Xian was saying, only feeling an inexplicable fear enveloping their entire bodies. Xian waved his hand, his face full of disdain. Get out, speed up the progress. The two dared not ask another word. As if granted amnesty, they turned and fled the tent. As the cold wind blew outside, Inoki realized that his back was completely soaked. 380,000 kilometers away in the pitch-black universe. On the far side of the moon, in a vast palace hidden in darkness, for 1,000 years thick dust lay everywhere. It was deathly silent with no signs of life. At the end of the hall, a figure sat quietly on a high throne. This person wore a loose white robe with a white cloth band covering his eyes, resembling a stone-carved statue. Suddenly the fingers of Otsutsuki Urashiki twitched slightly. The white cloth covering his face silently slid off, landing on the dust-covered stone slab. He suddenly opened his eyes. They were pure white eyes devoid of pupils, yet exuding a cold indifference that looked down upon all beings. Urashiki slowly stood up, the bones in his body cracking as he moved his stiff legs step by step, descending from the throne to the center of the palace. There floated a massive energy sphere emitting a faint yellow glow. Urashiki extended his pale hands, pressing them against the cold surface of the energy sphere. Pure Otsutsuki chakra continuously flowed into it. The light of the energy sphere suddenly brightened, illuminating the entire dark palace. Urashiki closed his eyes, using the enhancement of the Rinnegan to extend his perception across the vast starry sky, directly projecting it towards that blue planet. Moments later, Urashiki's brow furrowed tightly. A flicker of extreme shock crossed his white eyes, quickly morphing into rage. He could not find any chakra. The ninja village chakra network that had originally covered the entire earth like a net had nearly vanished. In its place was a violent, domineering energy that showed no reason. These energies were like countless sharp blades, painfully piercing into his perception. You have abandoned the chakra granted by your ancestors. Urashiki's voice echoed in the empty palace, carrying a judgment-like cold, killing intent. You lowly beings have betrayed the gods. He clenched his fists tightly. The massive energy sphere in the center of the palace erupted with blinding light, causing the lunar surface to shake violently. Urashiki's chakra surged wildly, connecting through the core to the craters on the moon's surface. Since you have chosen betrayal, then let this failed planet be reduced to cosmic dust along with you. Boom. Several massive cracks split open on the lunar surface. 3 colossal rocks, each several hundred meters in diameter, broke free from the moon's gravity, slowly ascending. Propelled by the powerful chakra, the 3 massive meteors streaked through the pitch-black universe, generating terrifying heat from violent friction, trailing long red tails hurtling towards Earth. On the training ground of the Iron Nation's fortress, a piercing shriek tore through the wind and snow. 100,000 black-clad ninjas halted their movements and looked up at the sky. The gray clouds vanished and the entire sky was engulfed in a blood-red hue. The temperature of the air rapidly soared, melting the thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground over half a month, rising into large clouds of water vapor. 3 massive fireballs pierced through the atmosphere, bearing a pressure capable of annihilating worlds, and plummeted toward the fortress of the Iron Nation. These were not ninjutsu, but 3 gigantic meteors, each hundreds of meters in diameter. Before the meteors fell, their enormous shadows had already shrouded the entire valley. The high-temperature air pressed down heavily on the heads of the 100,000 troops. Inoki instinctively wanted to form seals to intercept, but his hand froze midair. He realized that under the pressure and high temperature of the meteors, the chakra in his meridians felt as if it were frozen and could not be mobilized at all. AI craned his neck, his muscles tensed. He wanted to unleash his lightning release armor, but as soon as the blue arcs sparked, they were directly crushed by the high-pressure air. Loquat and Terumi May felt their legs go weak, unable to stand steady. Panic spread among the 100,000 troops, and the formation instantly fell into chaos. Countless ninjas from the old era discarded their weapons, covering their heads and kneeling in the mud, screaming in despair. This was a natural disaster aimed at erasing the entire nation from the earth. Uchiha Gen stood on the command platform, his eyelids unmoving while the corners of his mouth curled upward. Gen stepped on the platform, causing the entire rocky command stage to collapse. He transformed into a streak of black light, soaring up to several thousand meters into the sky to meet the 3 meteors. He issued no orders, confronting the disaster alone. In midair, Gen clenched his right fist, unleashing the energy within him. Golden flames erupted, forming a column of light that thrust against the pressure brought by the meteors. Gen threw a punch at the largest meteor in the center. The golden fist wind transformed into an energy shockwave carrying overwhelming power that collided with the massive rock hundreds of meters wide. There was no stalemate, no sound. That meteor capable of destroying a nation began to crumble from its core upon contact with the golden fist wind, exploding into countless fragments. Inoki knelt in the muddy water, his eyes nearly popping out, his jaw dropping almost to his chest. Without the need for seals or preparation, with just an ordinary punch, he had reduced a natural disaster to ash. The remaining 2 meteors continued to howl as they fell. Gen turned in midair, his legs slightly bent, his hands resting at his waist. Massive energy gathered in his palms, erupting into dazzling blue light. Gen let out a low growl and pushed his palms toward the sky. A blue energy column about 10 meters thick surged forth, splitting in midair to become 2 blue dragons. The blue light pierced through the centers of the remaining 2 meteors. A tremendous explosion finally resonated across the sky of the Iron Nation, the 2 giant meteors detonating from within and exploding into countless burning fragments. The sky was filled with fiery meteors sliding along the edges of the fortress, resembling a fireworks display. The 100,000 allied ninjas stared blankly upward at the figure enveloped in golden light, all their minds going blank. AI gasped for breath, the last shred of pride in the old era's ninjutsu crushed to dust by this blue light. Itachi and Shisui stood at the edge of the collapsed command platform, ruins, their eyes filled with fervor, almost ready to kneel and worship the figure in the sky. This was the power of a commander, a means possessed only by deities. Gen stood amidst the rain of fire, raised his right hand pointing at the enormous moon visible even in daylight. A deep voice resonated in every ninja's ears. The trash of the old era is dead, now it is time to let the false gods in the sky taste the fists of the allied forces. As soon as the words fell, the flames in the sky suddenly twisted. A massive chakra materialized from thin air, gathering the flames and smoke above. Moments later, a gigantic phantom composed entirely of chakra hundreds of meters high coalesced above the Iron Nation. It was a Otsutsuki Shuren dressed in a white robe, eyes closed. The chakra pressure emanating from the phantom was 10 times stronger than the meteors from before. The original ninjas of the 5 great villages who had just relaxed were once again pressed to the ground by this chakra from the source of their bloodline, their bones creaking under the unbearable weight. Inoki spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately trying to look up, but found his body trembling uncontrollably. The gigantic phantom of Shuren loomed over the earth. He kept his eyes closed, yet exuded an arrogance akin to that of looking down on ants. A grand voice echoed through the valley. Inferior beings that abandon chakra, I Otsutsuki Shuren will represent my ancestors to erase you weeds. The phantom raised its enormous palm, gathering green light in its palm, preparing to unleash a strike that could destroy this continent. Gen looked at the hand that could block out the sun and couldn't help but laugh in anger. He couldn't be bothered to say much. Of the golden flames within him swelled again, directly breaking the sound barrier with his sky dance technique. In midair, a sonic boom erupted and Gen's figure left a golden afterimage as he dashed up to the phantom's enormous face. The action of the Shuren phantom paused for a moment, seemingly not expecting the insect below to dare to charge at it. Gen's right hand, covered in golden energy, seized the phantom's throat. Destroy the earth. You cosmic thieves who steal fruit have no right to stand here and talk. The golden light in Gen's palm exploded and immense energy transformed into countless blades pouring into the phantom's neck. The chakra that Otsutsuki was so proud of felt as fragile as paper in the face of such domineering energy. This force forcibly severed the energy connection between the phantom and the moon. The expression of superiority on the Shuren phantom's face froze, turning to shock. Golden cracks spread across its hundreds of meters tall body. Gen tightened his 5 fingers. With a deafening sound of shattering, the Otsutsuki phantom crumbled inch by inch, transforming into countless drifting green light points. From the appearance of the phantom to its destruction, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The 100,000 ninjas in the mud could only watch as the chakra deity was crushed to bits like a chicken by their commander. Breath ceased and the entire training ground fell into dead silence. Loquat swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva, staring blankly at the light points in the sky, his awe for Uchiha Gen deeply ingrained in his bones. Gen landed back on the ground amidst the silence, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves. He turned his head to glance at Uchiha Shisui, still kneeling in shock, and issued a direct order. All troops clean up the fallen rocks from the fortress and practice diligently. I will head to the sky and deal with that deceitful mouse. After saying this, Gen's left eye's Sharingan began to spin, the blood-red 6-pointed star flashing with a fierce light. His gaze pierced through the sky, ignoring the vacuum of the universe, locking onto the palace on the dark side of the moon 380,000 kilometers away. A bloodthirsty smile crept up Gen's lips as he snapped his fingers casually. A ripple spread through the air as Gen's figure vanished into thin air. Only the 100,000 soldiers of the allied forces kneeling in the muddy water and fervently worshipping the sky, and the stunned aged faces of Inoki and others remained in the training ground. The spatial fluctuations have vanished. Xian landed on the far side of the moon with cold barren craters beneath his feet. There was no air nor gravity surrounding him. The cosmic rays and low temperatures could not penetrate his body, blocked by an invisible energy field. His heart throbbed powerfully and the energy within him circulated autonomously, completely isolating him from the lethal environment outside. Xian raised his head and glanced at the desolate lunar surface. The blood-colored six-pointed star in his left eye began to spin, and his ocular power directly cleaved through the space ahead. His vision penetrated over 100 meters of rocky layers, tearing apart the illusionary barrier hidden by the Otsutsuki clan for thousands of years. A towering bronze door appeared at the end of his sight. The door was filled with ancient clan emblems exuding a scent of decay. Xian stepped forward, his leather shoes crunching on the gravel, kicking aside several obstructing meteorites as he approached the giant door. A muffled grinding sound of gears arose, causing the ground to tremble. The bronze door slid open from the center, revealing a blinding spotlight that illuminated the dark passage. Thousands of pale puppets surged out from behind the door. These killing machines lacked facial features, and green chakra blades shot out from their arms. Hundreds of blades interwove in midair, sealing off all routes available to him. In the back, hundreds of puppets opened their mouths, unleashing dense chakra energy projectiles bombarding towards the giant door. Xian shoved his hands into his pockets, raised his eyelids slightly, and instead of stopping, quickened his pace. Pure white aura erupted from his body, forming a dazzling halo that enveloped him. The foremost puppets leaped up, swinging several meter-long blades down towards Xian's head. As the blades approached within a foot of his body, it felt as though they had struck a wall. The chakra disintegrated like paper before this energy instantly decomposed into green light points, dissipating in the air. The energy projectiles crashed against the white aura, not even causing a splash, simply evaporating. The white aura surged and rolled, crashing into the formation of puppets. The sturdy metallic skeletons melted rapidly upon contact with the halo, turning into streams of molten iron that splattered on the ground. Xian's expression remained emotionless as he stepped onto the bubbling dark red liquid, advancing step by step into the underground passage. Countless puppets behind him leaped down from the walls, pouncing towards the white light. As many as came melted away, unable to delay him even for a second, only allowing the molten iron on the ground to increase. Xian stepped on the puddles of molten liquid, moving deeper into the tunnel. His vision suddenly opened up. A massive underground palace appeared with a gigantic rebirth eye energy core suspended in the center, radiating blinding yellow light. Otsutsuki Sharon, dressed in a white robe, floated before the throne. His pure white eyes, devoid of pupils, looked down upon the intruding Xian. Sharon furrowed his brows tightly, unable to comprehend how this person devoid of chakra fluctuations had passed through his puppet army unharmed. "Inferior creature, how dare you desecrate this sacred land?" Sharon's voice echoed in the vast hall. "You have destroyed the order left by the Sage of Six Paths, and today you shall face judgment here." "Huh." Xian laughed, directly interrupting him. "Stop pretending with borrowed power. A group of robbers who steal energy from other planets in the universe are qualified to speak of judgment." The word robber struck a nerve in Sharon, and a murderous intent instantly flared in his calm white eyes. Sharon crossed his hands in front of his chest and waved, causing the massive rebirth eye behind him to shrink suddenly. Dozens of compressed green energy spheres appeared out of thin air, crashing down with a sound that tore through the air. Each energy sphere possessed enough power to flatten a mountain, causing the temperature of the entire palace to rise rapidly. Xian maintained his lazy demeanor, hands still in his pockets, standing with his feet casually apart. The green energy spheres bombarded his chest and shoulders one after another. Deafening explosions reverberated through the palace as fireballs and debris engulfed the area where Xian stood. The shockwaves spread outward, shattering several stone pillars, while large rocks from the ceiling came crashing down. A cold smile crept across Sharon's lips, believing that the intruder was undoubtedly dead. As the smoke cleared, Xian slowly raised his right hand, casually brushing away the dust before twisting his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. His black uniform bore not a single tear. An invisible aura had isolated him from all attacks. Sharon's cold smile froze, horror flooding his white eyes, and his hands involuntarily trembled slightly. Xian did not give him a chance to regain his composure. He forcefully stomped his right foot on the ground. The J-tiled floor exploded, collapsing into a massive pit several meters deep with spiderweb-like cracks spreading throughout the hall. With a loud bang, Xian's figure transformed into a black shadow, moving at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Sharon felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Xian's right fist collided solidly with his stomach, the fist sinking in. Otsutsuki's body felt as fragile as paper before this force. His internal organs were crushed, and Sharon's eyes nearly bulged out as he spat a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. His body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 walls and becoming buried beneath the rubble. Xian slowly retracted his fist, his gaze icy. "With this little ability, you dare to speak of destroying Earth?" No sooner had he spoken, a violent tremor suddenly came from the ruins in the distance. An anomaly occurred. Sharon was not dead, but had instead descended into madness. A hoarse roar emanated from beneath the rubble as he pressed his hands firmly against the massive rebirth eye energy core hovering in midair. Cracks instantly spread across the surface of the yellow sphere, then it exploded with a thunderous sound. Thousands of years of accumulated energy transformed into a golden torrent, violently surging into Sharon's body. His power instantly spiraled out of control, surpassing its original limits. A thick dark golden beam shot into the sky, directly penetrating the palace's dome. The violent airflow shattered all the stones, pressing down upon him. Sharon's body rose with the beam's strange dark pattern surfaced on his skin, and his white eyes flowed with dark golden light. 9 pitch-black Dao jewels coalesced behind him, growing several times larger than before, exuding a heart-stopping aura. This descendant of Otsutsuki had transformed into a mindless monster. Sharon raised his arm, pointing his fingertips at Xian below. The space collapsed. Xian abruptly looked up, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. Just as he intended to exert force, an invisible strike hit his abdomen. The speed was vastly greater than before. Xian's body was smashed into the ground like a meteor, penetrating thousands of meters of lunar rock layers, breaking through the moon's surface. Boom! Dust erupted across the lunar wasteland as Xian's back shattered over a dozen craters, carving out a bottomless ravine. Debris tumbled down. Xian knelt on one knee at the bottom of the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing down at his abdomen. His black uniform was torn apart, revealing a deep wound that exposed bone on his powerful body, with blood dripping from the wound. This was the first time he had been injured hidden since his awakening. Sharon transformed into a dark golden streak, pursuing him without giving Xian a moment to breathe. The 9 Dao jewels behind him elongated, turning into a sky full of black spears that rained down upon Xian. He let out a furious roar, and the pure white aura instantly transformed into a dazzling gold. Super Saiyan first stage fully unleashed. His fists ignited with golden light, wildly swinging against the torrent of black rain, colliding with the Dao jewel spears. The sound of metal clashing triggered energy resonance in the vacuum, shattering vast expanses of the lunar crust in the aftermath. But in this moment, Sharon merged all the power of the rebirth eye with energy flowing unceasingly. The Dao jewels exploded suddenly, and the powerful gravitational field suppressed the golden aura, sharp currents of air slicing through Xian's body like countless blades. Xian's skin cracked extensively, blood gushing, dyeing the golden halo with a layer of dark red. The searing pain tore through his nerves, hammering at his brain. Yet the fighting spirit deep within his cells ignited like pouring oil on fire, completely exploding. The Saiyan characteristic of growing stronger when near death activated. Xian not only did not retreat, but instead laughed joyfully against the storm, his laughter brimming with excitement. The tattered golden flames on him expanded once more, the brightness soaring to a terrifying level. Frantic blue arcs of electricity leaped along the outer edges of the golden light, crackling as the surrounding space twisted and collapsed under this energy. Super Saiyan second stage descended. Xian's legs bent slightly, his body transformed into a pillar of light entwined with blue lightning, soaring upwards against the torrent of black spears. His right fist struck down with a deafening roar, crashing brutally into Sharon's face. The dark golden chakra shield shattered like glass. Sharon's nasal bone shattered instantly, his eyes bulging out as his body rolled and smashed into the broken lunar surface. The dignity of Otsutsuki was trampled underfoot by the ant-like gaze in his eyes. Sharon completely lost his mind, squeezing out the last vestiges of life force within him, even beginning to burn his soul. He clasped his hands together before his chest, forming a complex seal. The remaining Dao jewels behind him fused into one in his palm, and the immense power of the rebirth eye was poured into it without reservation. A dark golden chakra soared thousands of meters long, took shape in the skies above the moon. The golden will rebirth blast, carrying enough pressure to cleave a planet in half, struck down. The hard crust let out a thunderous groan under the strain of the sword's pressure, and bottomless fissures spread outward from the sword's edge. Xian's muscles bulged, his skin erupting with countless wounds. He rapidly gathered his hands to his waist. Massive energy compressed in his palms, erupting into a blinding blue light. Xian let out a growl towards the descending sword. Kamehameha. He forcefully thrust his palms upward. A blue energy pillar with a diameter of hundreds of meters roared forth, accompanied by a raging blue lightning that collided head-on with the golden will rebirth blast. The two destructive energies collided violently in midair. The blinding flash deprived the entire star. The sword of light, exhausted from a millennium of power, surprisingly gained the upper hand, as the dark golden sword edge pressed down inch by inch with apocalyptic weight. The blue energy pillar began to tremble violently. Xian's arm bones creaked from friction, his teeth biting through his lip as he felt his life force rapidly draining away. In that life and death moment, Xian's mind suddenly cleared. Amidst the raging blue arcs, a deep silver halo flickered. That was the power belonging to the laws of the universe. Instantly, the blue energy pillar underwent a qualitative change, its power skyrocketing several times within a mere 0.1 seconds. The Kamehameha surged forward like a bamboo through a forest, shattering the tens of thousands of meters long dark golden sword inch by inch. The raging pillar consumed Sharon in midair. The last of Otsutsuki's bloodline did not even have time to emit a scream, as his body and soul were completely vaporized in the high temperature. The blue energy pillar continued unabated, piercing through the universe, and the shockwave's edge forcibly cleaved the moon, creating a chasm thousands of kilometers long. The moon trembled violently, its orbit slightly deviating. Xian slowly withdrew, his hands utterly drained, kneeling heavily on one knee amidst the ruins. The golden aura around him completely extinguished, he gasped heavily, sweat and blood mingling as they dripped onto the ground. In the sky, an ancient black stone slab slowly descended from the light, emitting a muffled sound. Xian forced himself to stand, walking forward to pick up the dust-covered stone slab. His kaleidoscope eye barely turned, scanning the surface of the slab. The stone slab lit up with ancient runes upon energy stimulation. A vast cosmic star map projected into the vacuum. On the edge of the star map, Earth bore a humiliating mark. God tree seedbed. Following the complex patterns, Xian's gaze fell to the very center of the star map. There floated a galaxy emitting deep red light, clearly marked as Otsutsuki clan. At the moment the star map illuminated, a terrifying wave suddenly rippled from the deepest part of the boundless star sea. The star map flickered violently, emitting a silent alarm. Around that red light, 3 pairs of enormous, immeasurable, pure white eyes slowly opened in the starry sky. The cold gaze spanned an unknown number of light years, precisely locking onto the shattered moon and Xian's bloody. Those beings who called themselves gods had already sensed the anomaly of the seedbed. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body full of cracks, swaying, but still standing straight. He looked up at the 3 enormous eyes deep in the starry sky. The fighting spirit within him boiled once more, and a dangerous smile slowly crept across Xian's lips. The grand battle sweeping across the universe had only just begun. The battle power has become a bit unstable, so this book will end here, and I will plan out the next book more carefully.